Hello? Um, hello? Yippee! Yay! Okay, I continue timer. Your message scared me, so that's fucked up. Okay. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Why do I have two of these? What is that thing? What the fuck is that? Oh, it's my Fugi. It's Fugi. Oh boy. Okay, fuck. My computer scared me because I just like didn't close everything correctly. So it was like, it took a lot longer than normal. Yeah, my PC isn't dead. I'm gonna run Malwarebytes again. But while I'm sleeping, the timer will keep going. It'll be in emote only mode. I get like 7 to 8 hours of sleep every night. And then when I wake up, I don't need to shower, but I'll probably grab something to eat. But I know most of you will probably be asleep by then. But I'll turn on some TV. I wish I had gone a little bit longer for the first day, but I had so many tech issues early in the day that I knew I needed to get fixed. No, I don't have any. I actually only have Cheerios right now. I might actually make myself like a whole breakfast. Oh. Confiscated her Twitter stream? Twitter stream? What is it? What is it? What do you mean by Twitter stream? It was a fun first day. Thank you. I had a lovely time. So many giggles. I can't believe my voice is already starting to hurt. I'm gonna be so fucked up by the end. Holy shit. I also wish I had a little bit more planned for the first day, but that's okay. I don't know if I'll do it tonight, but I might. I've given my friends some warning that I might join VC and just like sit there while I'm asleep, so if anyone wants to join and watch some TV that they can. I think that'd be kind of fun. I see a lot of other VTubers do that. And my friends can have discourse while you can argue it in emotes with them. And I might I've already asked some friends to do stuff during Subathon, but like so many of my friends are at TwitchCon, which really fucking blows, but I'm happy for them. No, let us argue with them in words? No! No, because I don't have any mods. I have no mods, so I have to be an emote only. Cause like, what if someone comes in here and says some nasty shit? Or like bots. Thank you, Stream Elements. Okay, there was no threats detected by Malwarebytes. Okay, let's find something fun to watch. Maybe I'll put on some like G4 or something. Pay soul 1 penny a day, he'll mod forever. I think I just feel bad whenever like, cause like when you ask someone to mod for you, I tend to feel like people feel bad if they don't show up. I don't know. Maybe that's just me beating myself up. Holy shit! King of the Hill full episode playlist. Oh wait, this is the new one. I don't want to. Maybe we watch that tomorrow. That'd be kind of fun. What is this? Hold on. We have a bunch of different options. If he gets slapped by the DMCA. Well, I was gonna put on some G4 because it's been so long and like the music. What the fuck is this? I'm not even signed in on this account. It's just so bizarre. I could put on, I don't know if that TV website has like a time limit. Thank you. I also really love this. It is definitely like, if I could go back and transport my old teenage room to now, I would do so instantly because my room basically looked like the background. It was amazing. What is this? Restoring a Japanese hibachi grill. But it's a cow! What is this? I never played this one.
How did you? Get out of my forest!
Get out of my forest. Age of... Oh my god. There's so many choices. Shrek! Shrek! Okay, how long are these?
It's showtime!
There's so many sounds. I wish the TV site had a timer to change channels. Me too. Okay. Grand Theft Auto. Oh my god, there's so many playthroughs.
Nico, my friend Brucey has a business proposition.
Okay, these are just clips. These aren't even like actual.
No, he can take care of that all by himself. Brucey is a major motorhead. He's going to send you emails about all the cars he wants, and you're going to get them for him.
What are you going to do?
Come
Wait,
on.
is my bot even open?
I'm the manager, man. Go check your emails, Nico.
I'm the manager, man. My like main bot wasn't even open. Why is it still not opening? There we go. Fuck, man. Okay, good. Hi, Eddie. I'm about to go to bed. Grossology. Barnyard PC minigames? I forgot about this game. Holy shit. G4 Gaming. I didn't just start stream. I had to restart. It was a very long story. No, not G4 Gaming. TV. Cooking videos entire night? No, because then when I like wake up like anxious in the middle of the night, I'm gonna look at stream and, and I'm gonna be hungry, and then I'm gonna get up, and then I'm gonna sleep in because I was up at like 4 a.m. making pasta. Let me make sure there's enough. Okay, yeah, these are long enough.
Welcome to Bullworth Academy. In addition to rigorous academics and
Okay, let me put the
athletics,
category
this
on
institution
sleeping.
stresses
I'm
character building through
snoozing.
Intimidation, humiliation,
Come on, don't be such a wimp.
and some homoerotic bonding.
That was
Homoerotic what?
Yeah, really. We're getting all up in the face of Rockstar's new PS2 title.
Oh,
Bully,
shit.
Right
Okay.
now on Cheat.
Wait, hold on. I had to position myself just right. Kiss so many dudes. Well, yeah, obviously. That was a main feature of the game, being able to kiss dudes.
Slaps the books out of the hands of video game rules, then pantses them and gives them a swirly. I'm Kristen Holt, and in this episode, we'll explore the dog-eat-dog world of Rockstar's Bully. Let's begin our tour of Bullworth Academy with a little orientation lecture. Welcome to Bullworth Academy, a renowned educational institution where even the most defiant of young minds can be nurtured and molded into an instrument of intellectual curiosity.
Filthy, dirty, foul-mouthed, awful little vandal.
Or
Yeah,
if
I
not,
am.
In Bully,
Yeah, I
you face the
am.
harsh realities of the modern educational system.
Okay.
It's wedgie or be wedgied in these trenches.
She's
You may attend a
sleeping.
class or two along
Hold
the
on,
way, but you'll find
let me
that brass
decorate
knuckles
with
are handier
something.
than Cliff's Notes in this town. And you'll be hitting the nerds much harder than you hit the books. Sure you will.
She's sleeping.
Bullworth Academy is full of the usual suspects. You'll meet a cast of social miscreants cribbed straight from the notebooks of John Hughes. There's the brains,
Role-playing is the high point of human achievement.
the jocks,
How about we beat you in a game of dodgeball?
the prep,
Yeah.
Filthy
Okay, I'm picking like a fun GIF.
Finished.
Did they get here in a school bus or a time machine? Where
I
does
need
that
a
leave
fun
you,
GIF.
you ask? Well,
If you can see
the
those
badass
stickers
mofo
on my
is fool for
computer
all.
come off,
But you're the
so like
people's
we can
bully, fighting to
redecorate.
protect the defenseless, atrophied, and generally brain-dead masses from the evils of high school.
This school rewards losers and bullies. I just stand up to them.
What's that, Mr. Thompson? You're right. All bullies should come with a nougat center as soft and creamy as Jimmy Hopkins. Passing
What to
missions
pick?
and
What to
classes
pick?
is
There's so
fun,
many
but it's the
options.
interactions with
Look
the
at all
people
this
of
stuff I
Bullworth that make
have.
bullies so much
I
fun.
kind of do like the
Hopkins
wizard,
makes
but
it
I have
easier to learn.
so
But
much
let's
shit
face
in
it,
this
Jimmy's
folder.
all
It's
about the
unreal.
booty. After you pass your first English class, you'll gain the ability to exchange
Look how many
gifts for
gifts.
sexual
Look how much
favors.
shit I have.
Earn kisses
This
with
is even
presents.
like even
Flowers
close
and
to
candy are the
everything.
biggest currency in this world,
Ooh.
where love can still be bought with simple carbohydrates. Here's a guide to getting it on at Bullworth Academy. Approach a girl and target her with the L1 button.
Ooh,
This will bring up the
medieval
compliment
horse.
option. After you lavish her with attention, the X button will change to a picture of flowers or candy. Your ticket to a smooch. If the little lady likes your gift, and she will, she'll allow
Good
you
night,
to plant one on
Professor.
it.
Good night.
If it were only this easy in real life.
I can't wait.
Yeah, I had to reset the stream.
If you don't feel like spending money for a game of tongue twister, you can
Oopsies.
grab an unlimited number of flowers for free in front of the girls' dorm. Later in the game, kissing
Ooh,
will
I
give
found
you a
one.
health bonus. A whole lot more wholesome than copping a feel off a streetwalker in the backseat of your Camaro, huh? Bi-curiosity is pretty much a requirement for graduation these days, so why not get some extra credit in early with this dreamy Aryan?
I want to spend time with
Sleep
you,
talk?
but not if you're
Yeah, I'm
cheap about it.
communicating
Blue
you with
Blondie
from the
same way you would
beyond.
any other girl, and you'll be
Wait.
slipping in a little slap and tickle
No,
in
I
no
wanna-
time.
I'm such a player.
I'm such a player.
Love.
Okay.
But school isn't just one big love-in. You can
Okay,
also scare
I go to
the
bed
forms
now.
off your fellow
I'll
students.
probably pop into chat and say
Mastering
hi,
the art of
and
wedgie is
like
the
when I
first
actually
step on
fall
the road
asleep.
to bully
I'm
overlord.
gonna put
To do
this
this,
in emo
sneak up
only
slowly
now.
behind an unsuspecting victim and yank away when the undie symbol pops up.
Why does it always have to be me?
Because as
Goodbye.
can be, there's no greater
I'll make a tweet when I'm
satisfaction
back
than the
online,
gift
but
of
I
a
assume most of
man
you
ball.
are going to better doing other stuff. So good night. Good night. I'll see you when I wake up.
Let's let young Jimmy sleep for now. He has a full day of classes ahead of him after the commercial break. And as for you, here's a quick intimidation cheat. Bully wouldn't be nearly as fun without the ability to intimidate and humiliate. Intimidating would-be ruffians with the thumbs down sign will send them running for the hills. When the circle button turns into a red fist, all signs are go for humiliating. And boy, is it fun.
You're hitting yourself again.
If you don't feel like running and hiding in town after a little petty vandalism, feel free to try and sweet-talk your way out of doing time. Though this might just land you in Sing Sing.
I'm the man.
Man, these graphics are nuts.
Yeah, they got more flavor than a pistachio.
No doubt. I'd whip you head to head.
What? Squirrel, please. You have about as much skills as a chipmunk.
Yo, mama's a chipmunk.
Oh, no. He got denied just like you get denied by the ladies.
Shoot, if I had a ship like that, the girls would be all over me like salt on a peanut.
Hells yeah.
Hells yeah.
PSP. Hells yeah.
Cheats All Bully Edition. Now, like it or not, life isn't all assault and petty vandalism. You eventually have to attend classes at some point here at Bullworth Academy. Here's how to make the experience as painless as possible. Without class, school would just be one long nightmare of self-esteem crushing. Learning about the history of Botswana or the area under a curve may seem useless, but without it, what rest would we have from the constant torture of the high school social hierarchy?
You're dead, new kid!
At Bullworth Academy, classes are opportunities to escape the pressures of being a clique kingpin, and they come in the form of fun, bite-sized mini-games.
Don't be such a wimp.
Classes run on a 3-day repetitive schedule, so if you don't pass one the first time, it'll come around again. Here's our cliff notes to academic triumph.
Watch it, wuss!
In art class, you draw boxes in an effort to reclaim a certain percentage of the canvas from the darkness of artist's block. Avoid crossing paths with enemies like erasers and scissors, and enclose them in boxes to eliminate them. Passing art will allow you to exchange gifts for kisses, and the more classes you pass, the higher your health bonus will be for a successful makeout session. Who said straight-A nerds can't snag the ladies?
Did you see that?
Chemistry is a pretty standard rhythm-based game. Make sure you study up on your controller buttons for this one. Press the correct buttons with the right timing, and you'll titrate with these.
Good work.
You get 3 chances each class, and the buttons don't change. So jot them down if you fail once.
James, keep your mind on...
You'll get a chemistry set for passing, which can be used to make firecrackers, stink bombs, and itching powder. Shop is similar, but requires button mashing and analog stick rotating instead of simple timed pushes.
Oh, you screwed up there, son.
Beating each successive shop unlocks improved BMX bikes. English is Bully's version of the addictive casual game text twist. Finding as many words as possible from a jumble in a limited time frame might seem difficult, but some real cheating makes it a breeze. Exit the game with the triangle button and search for words at your leisure. Pass English classes to make your taunts and apologies more effective.
How come you're such a dimwit anyways?
Too bad apologizing is for suckers. Gym class is home to an awkward combination of homoerotic wrestling matches and dodgeball. In dodgeball, you'll make short work of the jocks if you jump and spike the ball close to the line. Also, if you see that you're losing grip of the ball, bring up the help menu with L1 to reset it.
Who's on top?
Wrestling class is a simple matter of following instructions. Beating wrestling will score you new combat moves and combos, while dodgeball will improve your weapon's accuracy.
What? Oh, yeah!
Photography classes are simple exercises in point-and-click artistry, and passing gets you lame prizes like color pictures in a photo album, but beating them all will get you double the tickets at carnival games. Oh, and the teach is hot.
I'll miss these afternoons we've spent together.
With incentives like that, you may be tempted to just fail a few classes in a row. If you do, you'll get this oh-so-fashionable dunce cap and unlock the timeout minigame. If real school had been like this, I totally would have gotten a degree in rhythm-based drafting. This order of cheat is available to go. Just visit g4tv.com/podcast. We'll face Bully's level bosses after the break, but first, here's a quick cheat to earn some extra cash. There's plenty of opportunity to make some dough at Bullworth. There are seemingly endless errands to run for the helpless people of Bullworth. These range from freelance crab collecting to recreational vandalism to helping a kindly hobo find his lost loot.
Hey, kid, want to help me find my lost medication?
Okay, but only if you promise not to hurt yourself, Mr. McHomeless Man, and you pay in cash. You can also mow lawns, deliver newspapers, and play keep-ups, the jock version of hacky sack. Also, don't forget to bet on the midget wrestlers, both entertaining and lucrative.
I'm Alice Cooper, and you're watching G4 TV for gamers.
Time Splitters 2 is awesome. A brilliant game. Xbox Nation hails first Halo, now this. Experience a definitive PS2 shooter. Selected as a Game of the Year title. Time Splitters 2, the most acclaimed game of 2002. Available now. Rated T for teen.
I was looking at different Zelda websites, and he had one running, so I thought I'd email him, and he's like, well, if you're interested in Zelda, that's cool. I'm glad you like my website, and would you like to come down and visit? Would you like to go to E3? And I thought, well, E3 is great because it promotes video games and that kind of thing. So we went last year, and that's how we met, and it's really interesting because we started this whole friendship through video games, essentially. Without it, we wouldn't have known each other.
Welcome back to Cheats All Bully Edition. So far, you've seen Jimmy Hopkins hold his own against townies, teachers, and fellow students. But how does he stand up to a whole clique? Stronghold Assault is one of Bully's more difficult missions. In an attempt to seize control of Bulworth's Nerd Clan, you must storm the Nerd Castle and dethrone the Nerd King. This guy may make it look easy. Pea stain! But it's actually quite a challenge. With a few simple tricks, however, you'll have those nerds mining World of Warcraft gold for you in no time. First, ask the nerds about Ernest's whereabouts and the key code to the observatory. And when I say ask, I mean pummel the information out of them. After you beat the pocket protectors off these kids, it's time to run the Nerd Gauntlet. Here, you'll be repeatedly attacked by firecracker-launching dweebs. It may be tempting to just barrel through, but I have some better advice. Your slingshot has longer range than their launchers, and you can take each nerd out from a safe distance. All it takes are 2 fully charged wrist rockets. Down the nerds on your way to the observatory, and you can fuel up on the pop they drop. Things get a bit trickier once you get to the Nerd King and his automatic potato gun. You have 2 options here. Work your way beneath the gate by strategically hiding behind the pillars, or take the easy way out and station yourself behind the wall of the canyon. You'll be out of the range of the gun in both of these spots, and you can take your sweet time to target and destroy the Transformer. Once the Transformer bites the dust, the nerds will retreat into Nerd Castle. This is your chance to jump on the potato cannon and wail on the doors. Nerds will pop up to shoot you from windows, but it's okay to ignore them and concentrate on the doors. If you lose too much health, hop back to ground level for some soda. Keep shooting until the gates fall. Inside, you'll discover the terrible secret of the observatory. Ernest, the nerd leader.
My brains against your brawn! Welcome to hell, Jimmy Hopkins!
Ernest launches a 3-part attack. First, he'll shoot you with the spud cannon. Hide behind the pillar on the front right side and destroy the 2 panels next to him with 3 shots from the slingshot. Next, he'll rain explosives on you. Go to the outer left side of the arena to escape the blast radius and pick off the second panel without getting shrapnel lodged in your side. Lastly, he'll return to the spud cannon. This time, you can stand behind the farthest pillar to the right for a clear shot. Keep plugging away. Ernest will fall eventually. To the Conqueror, go to the spoils and you'll be rocking the kick-ass spud gun for the rest of the game. What better way to overthrow an anachronistic greaser gang than to fight your way through a good old-fashioned rumble? The rumble begins in New Coventry, where Lola lets on that she knows Jimmy Hopkins' secret.
I'm Helen of Troy, and you're more interested in boys called Troy.
Gangsters like Jimmy may not respond well to blackmail, but he'll have to satisfy this girl to continue on the road to complete bully domination. Start off by chasing Peanut into an alley. Sporting the name of a delicious snack might seem like a sign of weakness, but Peanut and his boys are actually pretty tough. You can conserve life by using ranged attacks and staying out of reach of their beefy fists. Beating Peanut and his accomplices activates a fairly simple chase sequence. Just keep mashing the X button. Things get a bit stickier in the greaser arena. Ignore Johnny and move around the perimeter of the ring, targeting each of the 6 snipers with your slingshot. It only takes a shot or 2 before they fall. Move continuously or Johnny will be able to swipe at you from his bike and take a chunk of your health. If you get hit a few too many times, destroy a box on the periphery for some health. When all of the snipers are taken care of, Loyal Petey will run to the magnet and take care of Johnny's ride and lead pipe. Now it's just you, Johnny, and some good old-fashioned mano-a-mano. Use the usual combos to finish him off and humiliate him.
I give up. You can have her.
Congratulations! You've successfully thwarted suspicions and made the Greaser King your slave. Now, only the jocks stand in the way of complete domination.
What? You don't want her? Then why did you do this?
Gee, a closet case who fights dirty? I think young Jimmy Hopkins is Ivy League material. We'll hit the road with Bully's various vehicles after the break, but first, food fight! It may seem like the clock is a harsh mistress, but Bully actually gives you plenty of opportunity to just wreak havoc. You can pick lockers and tag to your heart's content. If you feel like experiencing that old high school cliche that never really happens, head to the cafeteria to start a food fight.
Oh yeah, we'll take this!
All you have to do to unleash total mayhem is fling a piece of fruit in someone's direction. Easy as pie. Bully gives you the ability to create the ruckus you never had the cojones to do in high school. Just don't hit a girl. That's apparently an unforgivable offense and an instant bust. Unless you have a lawn mowing fetish, in which case, feel free to slap a lady.
Favorite video game of all time?
Pochito Blade.
Hey, wait, and you got a favorite video game character of all time?
Super Metroid, man. When she dies, you can see her butt naked.
Now that Jimmy Hopkins rules the school in Bully, it's time to broaden his horizons. And to do that, he'll need some wheels. The most efficient form of transportation at Bullworth Academy is the school bus. But to get around in style, you're gonna need something a little more pimp than that, like a Vespa. Bully's condensed GTA universe is refreshing and quaint, but what kind of bully are you if you can't jack cars? Controls for the skateboard are unruly at best, and you'll waste a lot of time rolling around town tripping on stairs. The bike is only a slightly better alternative. To get the best BMX, you'll have to do the degrading work of actually attending class. And we all know what happens to teachers' pets.
That was so cruel.
Luckily, there are a few alternatives with actual motors in the Bully universe. First off, head to the local carnival. Carny games are for more than just impressing the ladies. Collect 70 tickets to buy the snazzy European scooter from the prize booth. Here's a guide to beating the games with the minimum amount of effort. By far, the easiest of the games is High Striker. This game makes attaining the scooter just a few frenzied button-mashing sessions away. Press the X button quickly to reach the bell at the top and win 6 tickets. Ah, the carny with your baseball skills at Strikeout. Simply wait at the opposite side from where the targets arrive and press X when the target before the catcher scrolls over your marker. The shooting range is a classic game of target practice. Be sure to get the sheriff's star that appears halfway through the game to score major points. Splish Splash is as easy as sinking a surly midget. Wait for the marker to move over the red bullseye rather than trying to guide it there yourself.
Oh, no! I already had my bath this year.
And that's how you earn the ducats you need for that spiffy ride. Forget the old banana boat. Now you can cruise around the Ville with some real style. Visit the carnival's go-kart races for another vehicular option. Defeating the 5 races unlocks the go-kart street heats that can be found around Bullworth. Carefully apply your power slides on tight corners and you'll win them handily. Place first in the 3 street races and you'll unlock the go-kart, by far the speediest whip around. Okay, there are more pimpin' rides, But that squat little speed demon beats the school bus any day. Of course, once you get around town, you'll meet some tougher customers than those wimpy high school gangs. Here's how to deal with the off-campus bosses. If storming a hobo enclave sounds like a good plan for Saturday night, then you're in luck. The Tenements is another of Bully's thorny missions. Now, you're tasked to retrieve the possessions of the local high-maintenance trollop, Lola.
I'm a nice girl. I'm nice to everyone. Now, everyone hates me.
No kidding. Begin the Great Laundry Quest by entering the tenement window. Once you're in, you'll be assaulted by a few surly greaseballs. Be sure to take them out one at a time as they leave life-refreshing soda behind. 3 of Lola's items, the address book, bag, and lipstick, can be easily found among the detritus. You'll have to face Norton, the fearsome mini-boss, to score the last 2 items. You'll find Norton when you've worked your way up to the 3rd story of the building.
Whoa, what are you doing here?
Taking out the trash.
The key to defeating Norton is keeping your distance. His sledgehammer has a pretty impressive reach and inflicts heavy damage, so it's important to stay clear. Target Norton with the L1 button and circle around him, keeping clear of the trash on the floor. Resist temptation to rush in and punch him when he slumps. He'll recover with plenty of time to take a chunk out of your health. Pelt him with patience and he'll fall sooner or later. Now you can pick up one of the most satisfying tools in the game, the sledgehammer. Unfortunately, you only get to smash tenement walls searching for the rest of Lola's booty. And you can't take the sledgehammer with you. You'll just have to settle for this little ego boost from Lola.
Wow, Jimmy, you're so manly.
Edgar the Townie isn't the last boss in Bully, but he happens to be the hardest. You'll reach him after a long series of pulling switches, activating gates, and kicking butt with the help of your well-endowed sidekick, Zoe.
I don't think I can beat all of them.
Hang on, Jimmy. You'll see.
Girl, hey, baby. You are one cool glass of lemonade.
Once you've worked your way to Edgar, the real fight begins. Edgar comes equipped with his very own industrial-sized concussion creator, and all you get is a lousy old shield. Block his attacks with L1 and hit him with the shield when he tires. If your shield breaks, you can always grab another one off the wall. Careful though, this can be a tricky move with Edgar on your tail. Wear his health down about a third of the way, and he'll head downstairs. Now you can pick up his forgotten pipe and follow him down. Here's where you bust out this nearly unbeatable series of moves. Press L1 to block with the pipe and wait until Edgar has finished his attack. Then move back a few steps and take some swings at him, quickly returning to a defensive posture. You'll have him writhing on the ground before he even gets in a single lick. Who knew subjugation could be so much fun?
You had enough? You want some more? Come on, big guy.
And that's it. Class dismissed. If you missed any of these tips, visit us on the web at g4tv.com/cheat. You can also write to us at cheat@g4tv.com. Until next time, I'm Kristen Holt, and you've been cheating.
Is your holiday just not performing? Then get G4's Holiday Joy, now with Christmas Day Marathon. 15 hours of G4's biggest events and specials of the year, starting at 11 a.m.
This thing is going off.
Watch out, incoming!
It's awesome.
It'll make you feel all tingly and jingly.
Got it? Good. Now move it.
The Holiday Joy Christmas Day Marathon starts Christmas Day at 11 a.m.
You're not gonna live.
It will be painful. You're doomed.
Doom 3, rated M for mature. Now on Xbox.
She's not really hardcore or anything, but she likes playing them and stuff. I was lucky in that aspect. So, you know, you get a girl and then you drop $50 on the game, and she's like, well, how come we not going out? You know, what's this McDonald's garbage you taking me to? You know, and you sitting there playing, well, I gotta play Metal Gear. And she's like, it's stupid. I'm bored. I want to go somewhere. So I was lucky in the fact that she could sit there and watch Final Fantasy X for like 3 hours and not say nothing.
It's good to face your fears together. It's good to turn a haunted house into a haunted pile of rubble together. It's good to see what happens when good kids go bad together. Grabbed by the ghoulies from Rare to make us a Donkey Kong country. Rated E for everyone. It's good to play together.
Right, Link, my friend. Here's your goods. Should give those Soul Calibur fighters a right stick. But that sword you're using, pardon my pun, ain't gonna cut it, mate. Toss that dodgy dagger and take hold of this.
The wait's over. Soul Calibur 2 finally puts the weapons back in your hands, featuring classic Soul Calibur fighters, new warriors, and over 10 modes of play. And exclusively on the Nintendo GameCube, Link joins the fun.
How about off price?
Soul Calibur 2, rated T for teen.
Kingdom Hearts for PlayStation 2, rated E for everyone.
G4 is like being visited by a badass video game goddess who's way into anime and tight circuit-laced apparel. Plus, she has a knack for digging up funny, obscure videos, and she can quote word for word from classics, like Old School and The Big Lebowski. Like G4, she is obsessed with high-tech gadgetry, out there blogs, and opinionated podcasts. She will take you to the sorts of far-off worlds where Master Chief and Transformers rule the landscapes. This energy-clad goddess/sensei of digital goodness is plugged into what's going on. And therefore, my man, so are you. G4 is like that. You know, basically.
Hey, welcome to Judgment Day. We're ringside because we're going to be talking about Rocky boxing.
I want you to hit that bag 100 times!
And someone's excited.
Also on today's episode of Judgment Day is Wax for the Xbox, ATV Off-Road Fury 2 for the PlayStation 2, The Simpsons skateboarding, and I get to review Metroid Fusion for the Game Boy Advance.
First game we're talking about today, and it's a fitting game, is going to be Rocky, the boxing game. You are so excited, man.
I tell you.
You've been waiting for this game for a long time.
Well, I mean, you know, Rocky, of course, came out on the ColecoVision, if you remember that game.
Right, so
Rocky
since
boxing.
the ColecoVision, you've been sitting in front of your TV.
Waiting for the Rocky boxing game. The great thing about this game is that it follows all of the movies pretty darn well to a T. And trust me, I know a lot of detail. I can literally recite every single line to every single Rocky movie.
It's really amazing to see all those characters, those cool Rocky characters fleshed out in a video game. You got Ivan Drago.
I must break you.
You got Clubber Lang.
I pity the fool. We're going to that. I'm going to get you. That ball. You the best.
You got Mickey, the trainer's in there.
You're going to eat lightning and you're going to crap thunder.
It's very good. And of course, Rocky's in there, but they've got all the versions of Rocky.
You forgot about Apollo Creed.
Oh, Apollo Creed.
Creed's greatest.
Right.
And the King of Skiing, the Master of Disaster, Rocky Balboa versus Apollo Creed. Sounds like a damn monster movie.
If you're a fan of Rocky, you're going to have a ton of fun.
They got all of the cornermen from all the movies. The amazing thing is all of the environments as well. Like in the very first opening of the first Rocky movie, it pans down in that church and he's fighting Spider Rico. All that stuff is in the game. How about the crowds? The crowds actually throw bottles and cans into the ring and bust them up.
Now, we got to say that the graphics in this game are not great, especially on the Xbox.
Yeah, some of the character modelings I thought were a little weird, and they kind of got that plasticky gloss, like they look.
Some of the animations too, like when Rocky's punching low, he kind of looks a little sort of like a robot. But that isn't really what this game's about. The game is about sort of capturing the essence of the movies and keeping in style with the films, which were over the top. Boxing isn't like the Rocky movies, so you get a very arcadey, very fast action, very rewarding game because there's tons of fighters to win. There's new training modes that open up. It's very addictive, very fun game. I was very impressed with this one.
Hey, yo, Vic, what'd you think of, like, the training mode, you know?
I like the training modes, Rock. I mean, I had a lot of fun with the skipping rope.
They got, you know, punching the handbags, and it's all the people from the movie as well. You do the sit-ups, and just like in the movie when he and what they did is they grabbed the original Bill Conti Rocky tune, the Gonna Fly Now tune.
Yeah.
But I would have loved to have seen all of the Rocky music in there. They have a knockout tournament mode where up to 16 boxers can all kind of go against each other, and you knock each other out and go to see who is the king of all fighters. They have over 30 boxers in the game now.
But the problem is everybody plays Rocky. If you love Rocky, you're going to freak for this game. I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10. I was surprised by how much I enjoyed myself.
Hey, yo, I'm going to give it like an 8.5, you know? On the positives, you got, like, you have all these cool training things that, like, I do in the movies, you know what I'm saying? And then you also got all of the different arenas and stuff, but the best thing is, like, the characters, you know?
Now, on the negative side, you know, the character modeling could have been a lot better. Where's all the great Rocky music, for crying out loud, Rock? We need the music, all the music from the movie. And finally, besides some of the animations being better, we want Thunder Lips.
Well, I'm glad that one's over. We're going to move from Rocky Boxing to a whole other kind of fighting game. This one's called Whacked, and it's actually Xbox Live compatible.
Why is this Xbox Live compatible?
Well, I think the only thing I can think of is Microsoft wanted a very easy game for players to jump into.
The presentation, they have some kind of cute, funny, tongue-in-cheek kind of humor stuff that's like, you know, almost kind of funny and everything.
Hey, you think you're evil? Well, you should try reading some of these books, like Kittens Make Great Jackets, Son of One Part 2, No Mommy, Not the Clown Suit, and Why You'll Be Alone Forever.
Well, what they've got, it's set up like a game show. You got this guy named Fantastic, and he's got this ridiculous hairdo, and he comes up and
he's all hairdo.
Yeah, they've come up with some pretty funny lines for him. Yeah, they've come up with some pretty funny lines for the guy, and there's a bunch of other crazy cartoon characters.
Well, my favorite's Lucy, who is in this really skin-tight outfit in the very beginning of the game, and then it just busts out. There's boobies everywhere, and they actually censor the thing with like a bar throughout the whole game. So she plays the game entirely naked.
With censor bars.
And that's always fun.
I liked Eugene, the penguin. I think that guy was pretty cool.
But the problem is that overall, this game is just very, very lackluster and poor, to be honest.
Well, what it is, it's a collection of mini games, and you open up curtains and doors, and you walk into different rooms. Basically, all you're doing is running around in 3D, and you're either playing a King of the Hill match where you're trying to take over a territory for a certain amount of time, or you're collecting things for a certain amount of time, or you're trying to kill people for a certain amount of time. The environments that these challenges take place in are very, very small, and the control for getting around these rooms is ridiculous. It's one of those spin the whole world around type games. You don't have any kind of like physical sort of connection to your character. every time you spin to turn somewhere else, the whole world spins with you.
Start to get nauseous.
It's really ridiculous.
The other thing, too, is that they have some cool elements within the environments. Like there's this one big red button that will pop up.
Right.
If you go and knock on it, it does weird things, like it'll flip the whole environment upside down, or it will reverse the other player's controls. And they also have question marks, and the question marks will affect the other players, or it affects you, like you'll turn on fire, and then you have to go around trying to touch people to light them on fire.
Which is all kind of nice. It would have been a lot better if you actually could see these characters better and you felt more connected to them. They don't have any animations of them holding the different weapons that you can pick up. You just get this giant floating weapon beside them. And then you have to deal with this whole world turning issue. And the gameplay elements in there are so repetitive and so boring and get so tiring so quickly. This game is a complete waste of time.
It's whacked.
It totally is whacked. And what's really telling is that there aren't very many Xbox Live games to play out there right now. But if you go online to play Whacked, you're going to have a very tough time finding rooms with people in them.
There's not many characters in the game.
Yeah,
you know,
but what they built there is kind of nice. I wish they had extended that out a little bit more and actually got the players more involved with these characters and with what they could do, you know? And instead, it's just a...
it's whacked!
So I'm giving this game 2 out of 10.
I'm giving it a 3.5. I like the naked girls. On the positive side, some of the humor and characters in the game are kind of funny. It is Xbox Live compatible, and some of the ways you can torture your opponents was pretty good as well.
On the negative side, this game features poor graphics, poor control, and poor level design. The online play would be fun if people were actually playing online. Really, this game has no replay value whatsoever. You've seen it all within 10 minutes, and you just won't care. Stick around, there's lots more for us to fight about. We're going to be taking a look at The Simpsons skateboarding after this.
I want you to drop down and give me 20!
That gets better every time.
Cooler than hell. Devil May Cry 2. Rated mature. Only from Capcom.
Let's rock, baby.
Hey, how's it going? I'm just getting all prepped up for some deep space solar exploration in Metroid Fusion for the Game Boy Advance, which I've got right here. This game is incredible. Nintendo's done it again. This is going back to the good old days of Metroid. It's all side-scrolling fun. There's lots of cool bad guys to take care of. Tons of really awesome boss battles. It's, you know, it's the same old kind of gameplay where you roll up into a ball and you drop all the little bombs. There's lots of little secret areas to find. There's all kinds of cool power-ups that you can pick up along the way. In this game, Samus actually has an opponent that looks exactly like her. Her opponent's got the same kind of abilities as Samus does. It's very tough. She goes around busting down all kinds of tunnels that you can't get back through again. So, like every good Metroid game, you got to find your way through the game, find all the secret areas, find the tunnels, get the power-ups, save your way along the way, because there's a lot of game in here. There's lots of stuff to find in Metroid Fusion. But I think one of the best things about this game is that it actually hooks up with Metroid Prime for the GameCube. This is Metroid heaven. We've been waiting a long time for this game, and Nintendo delivered on all counts. The graphics are awesome. The sound effects are awesome. The music is really cool and spooky and moody. I love all the parallax scrolling. I love the enemies. I love the weapons. This is a great game. 9.5. Metroid Fusion, must buy.
All right, we're back. We're getting our legs in shape because we're talking about a skateboarding game, but not just any skateboarding.
Don't you hate people who walk like this?
I sure do. We're talking about the Simpsons skateboarding for the PlayStation 2 from EA. You didn't like it?
Oh my God. Well, it was from Fox Interactive and EA.
Right.
I don't know what happened with this game.
Are the Simpsons games cursed, do you think?
Well, the Simpsons
do you think they'll ever make a good one?
The Simpsons games are like the Army Men games. They'll never be good.
Right.
They never were good.
Right.
And this one is absolutely no exception.
Well, you're entering into dangerous territory when you're trying to take on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
I think you should be. You're barely moving here.
I'm comfortable.
I really think.
No,
you need some of that going on there.
Okay, now I'm gonna be out of breath.
As far as the engine's concerned,
right?
You know, there was a lot of load times. The frame rate on the game, everything was so choppy. I mean, hey, this is a skateboard game, so you got to compare it to your Tony Hawk.
You do have to compare it to the, and it doesn't compare. It doesn't stack up to that.
Absolutely.
I was actually surprised. I mean, this is pretty gutsy to bring this to market and pit it against games like Tony Hawk. I mean, I think that's pretty crazy because you're going to compare the things, and it doesn't stack up. Technically, I wasn't that horrified by the game. I mean, you do get to pull off tricks. There's, you know, you get to pull off tricks. So you can control the characters. You can get them doing some of the zany moves. The camera isn't as tight as it is on the Tony Hawk style games.
My Lord, the camera
tricks aren't as cool.
Is one of the biggest problems in the game. I mean, you slam into walls and you get stuck on corners, and it almost goes into
collision detection is terrible.
And it almost goes into first-person mode. All you see is Bart's big head, and I mean, it's absolutely, the frame rate on the game is poor.
They actually put some texturing and coloring on some of the environments and stuff now, and you get all kinds of traffic and stuff whizzing by. It's not like it's a big empty area or anything like that.
The stunts that they have in the game aren't really that good. The voiceovers, although were created for the game, are extremely repetitive.
They are repetitive, but they are the voices from the show.
Nose grab.
Oh, man.
Bring in the copter. Nice 50-50 grind.
Oh, man, that's sand.
The idea is kind of cool. That's all right. I think that the idea of having the Simpsons
skateboarding game?
skateboards, well, in the same way that having Spider-Man.
I think you need to be going faster.
No. Okay, enough with that. I think it's in the same way that Spider-Man was a playable character in Tony Hawk. This would have been perfect for them to put Bart Simpson into a Tony Hawk game. That's where they should have gone with this. Don't try to take Tony Hawk at his own game if you're not going to come with a good game. It's not even worth our time.
Bart Simpson, for the most part, and Lisa, and a lot of these characters are kind of like smaller characters.
Right.
They're not like tall, lanky people that can really grab on. So you really don't get the sense that you're doing all these fancy tricks.
It's pretty bizarre to watch Marge with her 6-foot hairdo doing grabs and fakies and all these.
Look, the bottom line is that this game should have never been done. I'm giving it a 3.
A 3 out of 10.
And that's being nice.
I'm going to give it a 3.5. No! On the positive side, for fans of The Simpsons, the game does feature voiceovers from the actual actors on the show. All the characters are in there, although it's a little bit strange to be skateboarding with Marge. And although this game doesn't come anywhere close to Tony Hawk, the environments are actually quite lively.
On the negative side, the frame rate isn't very good. The game isn't fun to play at all. There's long loading times, and the camera angles are not well done.
Now, we've talked about 5.1 technology for your PC before with the Altic Lansing speakers. But what you need to do and run something like that is a 5.1 enabled sound card. And what we're taking a look at today is actually a 6.1 sound card from Hercules. It's called the Game Theater XP. It's a regular sound card that slaps in your PC into a PCI slot.
Yeah.
And then from there, you get this big honking cable that connects to this outboard hub. And you can plug in all kinds of stuff, all kinds of USB stuff.
And it's got the gold-plated jacks, you know, for the RCA.
Right.
It also has 2 digital SPDIF ins.
You can plug in a MIDI connection, you can plug in microphone, headphones.
Got your 1/4 inch for your headphones, not the little 1/8 inch plug.
It keeps everything nice, neat, and organized on top of your PC.
In my computer, I have like everything hooked up in the back, so if I have to change something or add something new, you got to take your computer out and this and that. I hate that.
And for gamers who are always plugging in controllers and stuff like that, it's a total nightmare. So this thing, it adds all of the 6.1 functionality, and you can actually get 6.1 positional audio. So it's actually 7 speakers. It's completely compatible all over the place. And the audio quality is excellent.
Speed up a little bit.
If I speed up, I can't keep my head straight.
Just a little bit.
All right, okay.
Now, what's the price on this thing?
About $120 for the whole package. I totally recommend the Hercules Game Theater XP.
I recommend it as well. On the positive side, this device has tons of great inputs and outputs. Besides audio inputs, it also has the powered USB inputs, so you can plug in things like joysticks. And finally, it has a separate unit to connect all this stuff to, so you don't have to get behind your PC every 2 seconds when you want to change stuff.
On the negative side, you're going to have to go and get 7 speakers for your PC now. And 120 bucks, although is a good deal for this unit, that's quite a bit of money. We'll be right back with a look at ATV Off-Road Fury 2 for the PlayStation 2. It's pretty good, man. 40 miles an hour.
Hi, I'm Dean Cain. You're watching G4 now.
Take out those ATSTs.
You heard the commander. Let's take care of those ATSTs.
I've got a little bit of a dilemma for you. How do you go up against a powerhouse like Tony Hawk's Pro Skateboarder? It's pretty hard, and I think everybody that's tried has had a lot of difficulty with it, including this game. This one's called Grind Session. It was published by Sony first party for the PlayStation 1. It's a little bit different than Tony Hawk. It shares some similarities, obviously. It's another skateboarding game. There's some real-life skate parks in there that are based in Atlanta and London and Vancouver and San Francisco and Huntington Beach. There's real-life pros in here. My favorite one is Pigpen. Anyways, you got all kinds of really cool style and moves that you can pull off. There's lots of like ridiculously unrealistic 360 air combo spinorama whoop-de-doo kind of deals that you can do and land and you look like a god, but you couldn't ever do in real life. There's lots of those kinds of moves in here. But what I thought was really interesting is that the engine was very solid and it was very fun to get up on the I mean, the grinding is a really big deal in here. And grinding throughout the game is a lot of fun and very easy, and comboing and linking up the tricks actually work quite well. This one's called Grind Session. It's Sony first party for the PlayStation 1. Go check it out. All right, we're back and we're talking about ATV Off-Road Fury 2 for the PlayStation 2. Do you need a hand?
I need to
turn around this way. No, turn around this way. Okay, all right, slow down. Slow down. You're only supposed to do what you're capable of. What'd you think of this game for the PlayStation 2?
This game was done by Rainbow Studios.
That's right.
And Rainbow Studios were the guys who did Splashdown.
Right.
The controls for me were almost too impossible. There was no, you know, like in Splashdown, there was some give and you had to use the thing to turn. And in this game, it was just like, you know, there's a really tight hairpin turn. It's just like, and you just take it. It wasn't, kind of took a little bit of the challenge away from
It's very forgiving, but that's part of the learning process in the game. As you get into more challenging tracks and faster ATVs, it becomes much, much trickier to make those corners. I was a big fan of the first ATV. I thought it was a total sleeper hit. It came out of nowhere. Here we have the sequel, and they've improved the graphics.
Yes.
They've given you more ATVs. They've given you better riders, more gear, and this thing is playable online.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know,
how cool is that?
Well, the thing though is that in the single-player game, you know, the AI of the bikes, you know, they all kind of really, you know, they're always together and they're always cluster. And when you pass them, they'll always, you make one little mistake and they pass you. I mean, the trick. Would you stop?
Maybe you shouldn't exercise right now.
The trick system is a little different too, because in Splashdown, you know, you'd press the R1 or the, you know, L2, all the top shoulder buttons.
Yes.
And then you did the trick. In this, you have to press like the...
It's controller, config, and buttons at the same time.
Yeah, and you know, I didn't like that. And the other thing is, you never really got the big air.
No, that's absolutely untrue.
To get the big, awesome tricks. It's always tough to do the tricks.
You don't do the tricks during the racing
as
much as you do in Splashdown. But the freestyle modes and the stunt modes are amazing in this game. You get tons of air and you can combo tricks together. One of the cool things about ATV Off-Road 2 as well is the fact that they've included all kinds of mini games in there. You can play cool things like ATV hockey.
Here's the bummer about that though. Those are the most fun kind of multiplayer mini games to play.
Yeah.
But they don't give those as an online option.
Right. I like the fact that the music is, it's all very aggressive. It's all meant to sort of get you juiced up for the race.
Some of the music is hip-hop.
Yes.
And then some of the music is like metal.
I liked
and
it.
You know, why don't you just take like country and techno, and you know, it doesn't make any sense. It's definitely the best quad game out there.
It's awesome.
But I just didn't have super fragilistic fun with it.
I love this game, but the fact that you can play it online and start having challenges with other people, amazing. This is a definite must-have for PlayStation 2 owners, especially if you have the network adapter. 9 out of 10.
Wow, I give it a 7.
On the positive side, the graphics are much improved over the first game. There's tons of great little mini games in the game, but the best feature of all is that this game is online playable on the PlayStation 2. Incredible stuff.
On the negative side, the computer-controlled players really just kind of stuck together the whole time. Didn't really feel like a realistic race. I thought that the trick system could have been done a lot better. And although some of the music is good, mixing hip-hop with metal tunes,
Today on Judgment Day, we took a look at Rocky for the Xbox. Now, it's great that all of the movie Rockies are actually in the game and unlockable, but the character modeling does look a little bit weird in this game. Also on the Xbox and compatible with Xbox Live is Whacked. It's great that this game is playable online. The trouble is, the game's so lame, you're probably going to have a tough time finding anyone else to play with. On the PlayStation 2, we looked at ATV Off-Road Fury 2. This game's a huge improvement over the first one, and you can play it online. How cool is that? Also on the PlayStation 2, we reviewed The Simpsons Skateboarding. Clever idea, poor execution. And in hardware, Tommy and I looked at the Hercules Game Theater 6.1 XP. We like the fact that the sound card has an outboard box to connect everything into. Only problem is, now you gotta find 7 speakers. On the Game Boy Advance, I reviewed Metroid Fusion. This is a terrific game. It is the 2D Metroid game we've been waiting forever for. Fantastic experience.
Well, that's it for this show. We hope you guys have had fun watching Tommy try to exercise and not hurt himself. We'll see you guys next time on Judgment Day. You okay? You doing okay?
Can't stop it.
Are you okay?
Could you?
Just take it easy. Slow it down. You're not supposed to lift more than what you're capable of. Are you all right? It's those 6 burritos you had for lunch, isn't it?
Okay.
All right, he's back. One more time.
I want you to hit that bag 100 times.
It's up to you to decide who will achieve the Game of the Year award at G4ia. The nominees are Metroid Prime, GTA Vice City, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Battlefield 1942, Animal Crossing. Achieve enlightenment. Achieve the glow. G4ia, presented by EB Games and Jeep.
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, coming soon to Xbox, rated M for mature.
My name is Wolf Morrow, and I'm the world record holder for the fastest time through the Tomb Raider 2 obstacle course. My family's been deeply involved in gaming since the late 70s. I started entering video game contests back when it was considered a geek's passion. My father and brother are avid gamers as well. They're both currently working on the fastest possible completion of The Legend of Zelda. Eventually we ran out of ideas and couldn't get a time faster than 105.7. I was convinced I could do better. Using an approach similar to the late Bruce Lee's philosophy, I took only the most effective parts of each method or style I could find through extensive research on the internet. I then made a solution set of these techniques and started applying them to the game. It took me 6 hours of constant attempts before I could finally nail 103.9 on videotape. I never gave up until I got the record without any cheats.
Gosh, that was my best time yet.
This isn't an easy thing for me to say, so I'm just gonna say it. I've talked it over with Wood Elf and Tiger Woman, and we're going with another cleric. Sorry, Padre.
Good luck finding health potions.
You've got one night to save Mario from the supernatural. Luigi's Mansion. Only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated E for everyone.
G4, let the games begin.
Today on X-Play, Rockstar Games makes a Western full of burning, bleeding, fat, naked cowboys. Plus elfin booty in Lineage 2 and important questions in La Puzzle Tactics.
What's with the bear suit?
Ask him. It's game time. Less enthusiasm. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Hi, welcome to X-Play.
On today's show, the people behind Grand Theft Auto make a Western game because the American frontier had hoes too.
It's true. Plus, a strategy RPG where you fight zombies and whales, so it's made expressly for people who hate alternative religious lifestyles and large marine mammals. Republicans.
And let's not forget half-naked elf women, half-naked orc women, and me feeling very uncomfortable about Lineage 2.
Plus, free downloadable content, bowling for your PS2, and a very special segment of the unique voices we found on Xbox Live.
But we start the show with a look at the latest release from Rockstar Games.
Yes, Rockstar is famous for releasing Grand Theft Auto, but they also put out subpar ultraviolet crapola like State of Emergency and Manhunt. So what's the new one like? Find out when we review Red Dead Revolver.
Red Dead Revolver has the traditional story we all know from the Old West. Boy has dad. Life has hope. Dad dies at the hands of mean, dusty people. Son squawks like a bird.
Pa! 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 Pa!
Son exacts revenge on hordes of nefarious clown people. Just like High Noon, but without the majesty.
You're gonna blow up real good, cowboy!
Red Dead Revolver is the second attempt this year to revive the non-existent genre of the Western game, which means we've already exhausted all the Western cliches. Oh wait, hold on. Here's the good. The game works. It's an action game that serves up ample action. Enemies are plentiful, and you have those fun old weapons that shoot slowly to take them down. And their heads squish like old-time melons. Since the Old West was overrun with craggy rocks and abandoned wheelbarrows, you can use these as cover, which helps keep the game from being just running and gunning. Keeping things even more authentic is the ability to slow down time and line up a series of shots on your enemies. For you kids who weren't around in these claim-jumping, opium-smoking days of yore, it's called Deadeye. Plus, I bet 50% of you duelers out there love a good duel. Well, rejoice, because in this game, you can shoot people who are standing around waiting to be shot. I still don't really understand how it works, but I win a lot. The nicest aspect of Red Dead Revolver is that it throws a lot of different scenarios at you, like shooting in an old place, shooting on a moving train, shooting at nighttime, shooting homicidal clowns in arid setting. Now, the bad. Enemies aren't smart. They just kind of come at you and you shoot them. Apparently mean people in the West could take a frightening amount of damage before acknowledging death. Maybe it is all the opium, but I know it's so the game offers a challenge, but it does look funny. Fat people run faster than you. And don't tell me that's gravity. The camera also plays an unfortunate role. The player has full control over it, which sounds nice, but it moves like a handicapped bear in a tub of molasses. The areas you play in are typically small, and the camera's in tight. Enemies come at you from all sides, making it very difficult to know where trouble's at until someone shoots you. Maybe if they said howdy varmint or something, that would help. Also, despite the attempt at variety, the gameplay loses its spark pretty quickly. Most challenges just involve shooting dusty people. And now, the ugly. While the game isn't as ugly as a baboon's ass, it does lack the color and curiosity of that particular primate's butt. Apparently, all game designers think that old things looked old even when they were new. And this lady scares me.
Good day to you, stranger.
Are those jowls, or did she paint a mustache on herself using cigar ash? The biggest regret about Red Dead Revolver is that it could have been great. It needed a lot more work, but as it is, it's playable, not enjoyable. A 2 out of 5. So, this game was originally developed by Capcom, who figured out it was probably going to suck. Then Rockstar picked it up, put some blood and naked clowns in it, and shipped the sucker out.
You know, frankly, I'm surprised there isn't a chainsaw and a Dennis Hopper cameo in it. Now, the one bright point is the soundtrack, which could have been ripped from a Sergio Leone film.
Moving on, we have a Japanese strategy RPG, so I'm going to leave the set now and read labels on cat food tins. It's just something to do.
Come back. This was made by the makers of Disgaea.
Nope. It's no fancy feast. Look at this.
Just because Adam hates games with depth and substance doesn't mean you have to. Or do you? Anyway, this title has a cult following on the crescent-shaped island we call Nantucket. Sorry, I mean Japan. Anyway, here's a review of La Pucelle Tactics.
Tuna fish.
From the makers of Disgaea comes La Pucelle Tactics, a cute and cuddly strategy RPG about saving the world from evil spirits. Are you ready to exercise? Sorry. The game focuses on Priye, a teen demon hunter in training with a bit of an attitude.
Why do I have to waste my time fighting zombies? They are such wimps! What if my clothes get dirty? They were just washed!
Her sibling, Kulat, provides ranged attacks and helpful tidbits of wisdom.
We're new at this, so we've got to start small and then move on to tougher enemies.
Helpful for people who have never played a video game before. Combat takes place on gridded battlegrounds covered in colored energy streams. Priye and her exorcist friends can purify the sources of the energy, sending a shockwave of damage-dealing goodness along the stream that can eliminate enemies in its path. Alternately, you can just go beat the crap out of enemies until they die. In a cool twist, purifying an enemy before defeating it can cause it to switch sides and join you. It isn't long before your army consists not only of strikingly dressed demon hunters, but also the very bats and zombies they're mowing down. Once you complete a map, you can go back and play it again, which leads to an interesting exploit in the game. By returning to a map over and over and repeatedly KOing your own allies, you can level your characters up to ridiculous levels before you've even completed the first dungeon.
All right! Can you just stop complaining for a while? Shut up, you!
This is a double-edged sword. If you use this trick, the game will be pathetically easy. If you don't, La Pucelle Tactics will chew you up and spit out the seeds. That's because this game is entirely based on numbers and stat levels, to the point that the tactics part can become irrelevant. The real strategy in La Pucelle is in finding the best ways to make your characters insanely powerful, and using the puzzle-like purification system to kill multiple enemies and fuse normal items into monster-terrorizing uber weapons. The game doesn't require this approach, but it certainly favors it. If you're stifling maniacal laughter at this point, this is your kind of game. There's also a decent story mixed in here that ranges from the maudlin.
We lost our parents 7 years ago. They died in a carriage accident coming back from work.
To the ridiculous.
What's with the bear suit?
If you're a stat-maxing, power-leveling, anime-watching RPG fan, congratulations! A target audience is you. If your core isn't quite so hard, you may want to look elsewhere.
Can you just stop complaining for a while?
we give it a 3 out of 5.
You suck!
With a name like La Pucelle, you'd think it was a French game. This is when Adam would usually say something kind of funny, probably about baguettes or a joke about Charles de Gaulle that only one person in the audience would get. I bet that one person really misses him right now. For everyone else, after the break, we have Naked Elves. I don't know why you people like that, but you do.
Up next, setting the women's movement back 20 years, it's Lineage 2.
What the hell is going on?
This isn't a game, Lieutenant.
Ninja Gaiden will probably be the tightest action video game in terms of control mechanics and depth of control, depth of action.
Ninja Gaiden is definitely the game I'm most excited about for the Xbox this year.
I think it's probably the best 3D action game this fall.
Tune into G4's holiday hit list all this month. It doesn't matter if you run or where you hide. I will hunt you. I will find you. I am the Hitman.
Hitman 2, available now. Rated M for mature.
That's it. Lip to the right. Oops.
Stealing your soul since 2003, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
We keep your souls in a box, along with a couple of preview copies of Halo 2.
Yes, welcome back to X-Play. Yes, we have a massively multiplayer online game. Yes, it has dark elves. Yes, the elves are pretty much naked. Yes, they made me review it. Here's Lineage 2 for the PC. Welcome to the beautiful world of the MMORPG Lineage 2. Let's find out who we're gonna be today. I'm into the Dark Elves because they use black magic. Though, those can't be real. They don't even jiggle. They sure are perky. They do jiggle more when she runs, but I think it's safe to say they're totally fake. There's some elf surgeon out there doing a good business. Okay, I'm really sick of looking at her butt, so let's try it. Ooh, this burly orc woman. I am so tough. People will cower before me. My God, I'm looking at her butt too. I'm not gonna sit here all day and stare at her thong. I have a recommendation for the graphic artists. Stop watching so much porn. I'm gonna play as this dwarf girl. I'm sure she's just an addition for the pedophiles, but at least you can't see her butt. Now, don't get me wrong, the art is so beautiful, but the limited choices for character body type are as annoying as the running style of the elves. But now that I have my cute dwarf lady, I'm gonna set out on my adventure. I'm stuck in the floor. Get me out of here. Maybe I'll just run to a flat part. You start out with little tasks, like go get the groceries for the dwarf man, but mainly you'll be killing 27,000 of these poor little innocent raccoons for experience points. It's a little slower when, like my dwarf lady, you don't have magic. You kill one, then you sit down and recover health. Kill one, you sit, you kill one. Ooh, do you feel like a big man now? Killing a cute little bunny corn as it flees in terror? The thing that sets Lineage apart is that you can kill other players and take their stuff. Hey, quit it! I'm just a noob. Of course, if you do this enough, other people won't like you very much and come after you. Ha! That's what you get, punk ass. Hey, thanks for saving me, nice man. Hey, don't run away. What are you doing later? Oh yeah, I'm a guy. If you don't have a psychopathic antisocial bent, Lineage 2 offers the standard MMORPG buffet of activities. But the game is so stingy in handing out cash and experience points that playing feels a little like running up the down escalator. You're going to invest a lot of time before you get to kill anything bigger than you, but I wouldn't know, because I still have about 180 more raccoons to kill. Why don't you guys take off? I'm gonna be here a while. A 2 out of 5.
Now, for some reason, MMORPG players really like scantily clad women, especially if they have horns or pointy ears. I don't know what that says about your relationships with your mothers, but you know, hey, that's between you and your mom.
And what's between you and your computer, aside from a sneeze guard, are a lot of free downloads, like this one, from Neighbors from Hell 2.
So while it might be nice to take a vacation, this one's going to be a nightmare. It seems that Mr. Cranky here has a problem. It's his neighbor, Woody. Woody has a reality TV show that revolves around, well, ruining his neighbor's good times. It's a journey of bear traps, soggy hats, electrocutions, and hopefully, high ratings. And who wouldn't want that? Interested parties should point their browsers over to the official Neighbors from Hell website. Here you can meet the assorted characters, peruse illustrations, and along the bottom panel, find a link to download a 2-level playable demo. It's the Neighbors from Hell 2 Vacation Downloadable, and it's free to take a peek at. Just be sure Big Olga doesn't catch you looking.
Yes, believe it or not, there are tons of free downloads on the internet.
And only 90% are porn. I checked.
Coming up, because even game designers run out of ideas, it's Strike Force Bowling.
Spider-Man! What's cracking, baby? Woo! Hey! Where you going, Spider-Man? Ha! You're getting the girl. Saving the day. Yeah! Go, Spider-Man!
If they're into computer stuff, go to the one place that has it all, like Spider-Man the computer game. There's something fun for everyone at Best Buy.
Go get him, Spider-Man! Yeah!
Hello, I'm Tom Sloper. I designed the games in the Game Time Watch. This is the rare, early yellow button version. Know your history. G4, TV for gamers.
Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
We're not that bad. Have you seen Nash Bridges?
Welcome back to X-Play, the show that has the audacity to review a bowling game.
Yes, and a continued effort to prove that we're totally open to new experiences that don't involve physical activity. We have a review of a dynamic new bowling game for the PS2.
Dynamic?
Sounds better than unnecessary.
Here's a review of Strike Force Bowling. You know your gaming system has earned its stripes when bowling titles start appearing on shelves. No, it's not necessarily a precursor to the apocalypse, but rather a positive sign that mainstream sports are being adequately covered to the point where publishers are looking for something new to fill the void. That's a good thing, of course, especially to those patiently holding out for versions of horseshoes, croquet, and badminton. Strike Force Bowling is a budget release hoping to bowl over PS2 owners while trying to spare gamers from complicated controls and any hint of depth. The interface here, which involves timing button presses at specific intervals along the horizontal meters, couldn't be simpler. If it were any more basic, it would be hooked on phonics. Players can move their bowler left or right to set the ball's path indicated by a red line, like so. Spin is adjusted by moving a percentage marker up and down, which curiously has no effect on the line showing the ball's direction. After these two adjustments, it's time to bowl, which involves pressing a button twice. The first to set power, and the second to set accuracy. And that's that. So while the pin action seems realistic enough, there doesn't seem to be any noticeable effect of oil on the ball, and the lanes all appear to have the same amount of carry. Sadly, Strike Force Bowling looks like an early 3D computer title, something you might have played back in the days of the old wood-burning computers. There are only 8 characters available, 2 males, a few females, an alien, a robot, and 1 skeleton. The skeleton, ironically, shows up when you play skins rounds. The bowler moves stiffly and has the same awkward-looking animations for reaction shots, like cheers, jumps, tantrums, and so forth, which are fun to watch, like, what, twice maybe? Yeah, note I said maybe. Unfortunately, there's little difference between the lanes other than appearance. They did toss in a golf variation, but I don't know, I suppose it was meant to be cool. Anyway, well, gosh, that's about it. What you see is what you get. So, since Strike Force Bowling doesn't have the depth or realism to satisfy bowling fans, nor does it have the visual flair or offbeat gameplay to lure arcade sports junkies from their usual titles, you might end up with buyer's remorse. The game looks and feels every bit like its budget status, which might be okay if you adjust your expectations accordingly. For most players, however, Strike Force Bowling is the game equivalent of bowling shoes. Cheap, tacky, a little stinky, and something best left behind the rental counter. We can only afford it an underwhelming 2 out of 5.
Ah, yes, the ancient Egyptian art of bowling.
Yeah.
And for the pins, they used the sacred jars that contained the organs of their mummified friends.
Historical accuracy in games. We have to applaud it when we see it. Just like the scary clowns in Red Dead Revolver. I mean, those guys are how the West was really won.
One terrified child at a time.
Up next, this Xbox Live user raises the level of discourse.
They might try to make love to your car.
Wit and wisdom of the fine art of online conversation.
It came from Xbox Live.
Cobain, go, yeah. I have carpal syndrome. I can't feel my fingers. They're turning blue. My eyes are bleeding.
I'm hot.
Yes, you are, baby. Oh,
They might try to make love to your car. I did it once. I just made out with it, man. That's all that was. There was nothing gay or anything.
Hey, the Xbox box is big enough to live in. Hey.
You should hear the stuff we couldn't air.
No, you shouldn't. The fact that they're out there somewhere is a man who gives new meaning to the phrase autoerotica is terrifying enough.
Yes, please, Xbox Live users, refrain from making love to your Honda Civic. That totally violates the warranty.
Now, we end tonight with an answer to one of your burning questions.
What happened to Corey Haim? That guy was great in the 80s.
Actually, this is a technical question about video game design that many of you have asked, and since we aren't exactly programmers, we called in an expert to answer your question about MIP maps.
MIP maps are scaled versions of a unique texture used in a rendered frame. As the distance between the viewpoint and a textured polygon increases, scaled down MIP maps are used to achieve a more realistic effect. Likewise, as the textured polygon's distance decreases with respect to the viewpoint, higher resolution MIP maps are used to increase the detail of a rendered object. MIP is short for the Latin phrase multum in parvo, which means many things in a small place.
Oh, God!
It's all very clear to me now.
Yes.
Now, hey, if you're unclear on anything game-related, catch The Road to G4ia, premiering this Friday night at 8 o'clock Eastern Time on G4 Tech TV.
G4ia, the award show for gamers, is presented by EB Games and Jeep, and you can watch it later this week.
And now, if you want some instant gratification now, you can always go to our website.
Yes, go to our website. That's g4techtv.com/xplay. That's the name of our show.
Yes, that's very good. That's why it's there. And there you're going to find some reviews of the games we talked about this week.
And video of stuff.
Yeah, and there's some pictures of stuff,
Pictures. I love pictures. You can learn a lot about that. So
visuals.
Go there now and go say stupid stuff on Xbox Live so we can tape it. And
yes.
and more great TV.
Love it.
All right, you guys are great out there.
Where's mine?
We'll blew something out.
Yeah, my girlfriend gets upset when I'm playing it in the nighttime.
He will stay for hours in front of the TV. He will not eat anything. He will not go to the bathroom unless he has to.
Yeah.
I've seen this guy. He's like 10 hours, man. He's still playing.
It
I'm like,
until like 2 o'clock, and it's like I
after
gotta
he
go to
completes-
work. I'll save it here, and it would be an hour later until I'd save it, and then I wouldn't eat or anything.
3 o'clock in the morning, this guy's still up, man.
If you can't beat 'em, eat 'em. Chew up the competition with Kirby as he jets across 20 gap-busting race courses in Kirby Air Ride. Only on Nintendo GameCube. Rated E for everyone.
Yeah, my brother-in-law, he's always inviting me over to watch his big, fancy TV.
And you hate him for it. So you want something bigger and better for a lot less money.
Yeah.
At Circuit City, we have all the hottest new TVs, from HD TV to plasma, LCD, and more. And with unbeatable prices guaranteed, you'll find the perfect one. Circuit City.
Fellow creatures, Oddworld needs you. The time is now. Let us team up. Let us power up. And maybe even blow up and stink up.
Oddworld.
Munch's Odyssey.
Rated D for teen.
In a city where chaos rules, only one man can save humanity from total destruction. It's up to Homer Simpson and family to save the world from a diabolical plot as they run and drive to unravel the conspiracy.
Blackfinch!
Critics call it the best Simpsons game ever.
Get the lot, dude.
The Simpsons Hit and Run, rated T for teen.
I am evil Homer.
The only thing faster than his meteoric rise to fame was his tragic fall from grace. Given a second chance at G4, Pocan takes his life off pause and gets back in the game.
Yeah, he definitely has his bad days, you know, like when he forgets to eat and stuff. These young guys could learn a lot from this Pocan. He's a real pro.
It was his game experience that really caught my eye. Well, that and the fact that he's Panda Bear.
Tonight on X-Play, we bring you the best of 2003, honoring such games as The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, Ratchet & Clank Going Commando, and The Prince of Persia. Who will win Game of the Year? I bet something will. Strap in! It's Platitude time! Welcome to X-Play's Best of 2003 award show, pre-recorded live in the beautiful Studio 3 Pavilion. We're honored to introduce your illustrious hosts, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome to X-Play. Tonight, we celebrate the best games of 2003 with pomp, circumstance, and awkward pauses. Morgan?
Thank you, Adam. Video games, where would we be without them? Probably playing marbles, rolling an iron hoop down the street, or reading.
Now this year, video games touched our lives, our hearts, and our hands.
From breathtaking recreations of the Battle of Normandy to a title that puts the I in Jedi, we've seen that games can take us to places we've never been before, places that only exist in the developers' imaginations, places where you can enter a truly rich and immersive world, and then kill everything that lives in it.
Our selection process was a rigorous one. We debated the merits of each game endlessly, often threatening.
Damn it, Carson, vote for frickin' Wind Waker!
Sometimes firing coworkers who disagreed with us.
Look, vote for Deus Ex or you're fired. No. You're fired! You're all fired!
And never was there a more heated debate than the one over the category of the year's best game.
Now, the nominees for the best game of the year are, wait, we'd have to be stupid to announce that award at the beginning of the show.
Instead, Adam will start the show by performing a musical tribute to the nominees.
Ooh, no.
Adam will start the show by performing a musical tribute to the nominees. You're supposed to do a medley or something.
Hell no.
But the producer said we needed a musical act.
No, never mind. Never mind what those community college dropouts past screen as producers said. We love games, we love playing them, and we just want to honor the titles that made us enjoy our jobs even more than we already do.
Can I go back to reading the prompt for now?
I'm fine. Just go on flaunting your literacy.
Without any further ado, let's get to our first category, Best Fighting Game. And the nominees are...
Guilty Gear X2.
Soul Calibur 2.
Virtual Fighter 4 Evolution.
Capcom vs. SNK 2 EO.
And the winner of the best fighting game is, envelope, please. Soul Calibur 2.
Those are three little words that translate into hours of fighting joy. The Soul Calibur series has always distinguished itself with its weapons-based combat that anyone can get into quickly. Although there's more than enough sweet moves available to the gamer that chooses to spend some time learning their stuff. None of that has changed with version 2, that is now available to any gamer with a modern console. Prettier, better balanced, and it has Link. This is easily the best fighter of 2003.
From fighting to shooting, video games have a little violence for everyone.
And ever since Wolfenstein 3D was released in 1992, the first-person shooter has become a staple of America's video game diet. It's a diet made richer and creamier by the addition of these first-person shooters. What the hell did I just read?
I have no idea. Let's be honest. The field for best first-person shooter wasn't exactly broad this year. I mean, with games like New World Order and Devastation. How do we make this decision?
Pretty damn easily. In a year where the first-person shooter found itself cel-shaded, squad-based, and massively multiplayable, one title stood heads and helmets above the rest.
And the nominees for best first-person shooter are...
Call of Duty.
Deus Ex Invisible War.
Planet Side.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six 3.
And the winner of the best first-person shooter... Oh, do you want to open it or should I?
I'm gonna open it. I want to open it. Oh my God! It's Call of Duty! We love you! We really love you! From the moment it starts, you know Call of Duty is different. A first-person shooter is designed to immerse you in the action, and Call of Duty does that better than any other game in its class. With brilliant teammate and enemy AI active all around you, Call of Duty manages to place you inside the action. You're one of many rather than the sole focus. The result is one of the most exhausting, exhilarating, and terrifying experiences in gaming. If the first-person shooter aims to immerse, then Call of Duty takes you as close to actual battle as anyone should want to be.
And now we come to the category of Best Sports Game.
Sports. A lot of gamers aren't good at them. But within the confines of a simulated world, even a 400-pound man with limited motor skills can be king of the tennis court, or the gridiron, or the waffle iron. Wait for laughter.
Smile. Our nominees for Best Sports Game encompass 4 vastly different athletic events. 3 come to us from powerhouse EA Sports, and 1 comes courtesy of Microsoft. But they all have an ability to entertain both sports fans and gamers alike.
And for the first time in 2003, online play on the consoles has become a major factor in our decision.
The nominees for Best Sports Game are
NBA Street, Volume 2.
Madden NFL 2004.
Top Spin.
Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2004.
And the envelope, please.
My turn to open the damn envelope. And the winner for Best Sports Game is Madden NFL 2004.
Yes, it comes out every year, but 2003 has been a kind year to the Madden series. The annoying bugs and glitches that have plagued the game have all but disappeared, creating a vision of the gridiron that's as close to the real thing as most of us will ever get. Madden demonstrates a love of the game that's apparent in the depth evident in everything, from the playbook to the unbelievable franchise mode. This is a title that for some never leaves their console from the moment it's popped in.
People are fanatical about role-playing games, and why shouldn't they be?
Well, for one, many are terrible and feature dying parents and cloying Japanese children on quests. They promise that you'll truly inhabit a role and that your actions will have consequences. But they rarely deliver on that promise. Instead, you have to kill rabbits and wolves for 14 hours.
This year, however, one RPG broke new ground and lived up to the hype. The nominees for Best RPG are
Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic.
Golden Sun 2, The Lost Age.
Mario and Luigi, Superstar Saga.
Disgaea, Hour of Darkness.
And the winner is
Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic.
Knights of the Old Republic is one of the freshest takes on the role-playing game in years. Firstly, by using the science fantasy universe of Star Wars, the genre is liberated from the tired high fantasy and anime settings. More importantly, the game actually lets you play a role. The decisions you make determine the direction the story takes. There is no right or wrong outside of your own ethical compass.
How come I get the feeling you're trying to take us for a ride?
With an exceptional story, mature treatment of the material, and pacing that doesn't let go of you, Knights of the Old Republic is a landmark title that is easily the best RPG of 2003.
Stick around. When we come back, we have more of the year's best games, more awards, and more of the band leader trying to get me to wrap things up.
It's time to slay the dragon.
About time. Anyone else on?
We've got 12 of the team online.
Yeah, let's do this.
You can become a hero and join thousands online in an epic adventure. EverQuest Online Adventures, now online for PlayStation 2, rated T for teen.
Dun, 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 dun.
She's one of Femme Fatale's sexiest women of 2003, and his mom reassures him daily. Here are your glamorous co-hosts, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to X-Play's Best of 2003 award show. We've got nice clothes and, sadly, a rented band leader.
And tonight, we give a little something back to the industry that has given us so much. Carpal tunnel syndrome, an addiction to Red Bull, an accidental exposure to Final Fantasy fan fiction. Smile. But they also made 2003 the year of the platformers.
The nominees for Best Platformer are
Kaya, Dark Lineage.
Ratchet & Clank, Going Commando.
Jack 2.
Rayman 3, Hoodlum Havoc.
And the winner is...
Oh, I'm so happy for them. Ratchet & Clank, Going Commando.
Oh, that's awesome.
With the introduction of weapons-based combat, Ratchet & Clank opened up what a platformer could be. Now, with Going Commando, they taught everyone what it should be. With careful attention to level design and complex enemy AI, developer Insomniac Games have made the first truly sophisticated platformer. A game that requires both planning and timing and has so much variety, it could have filled 3 separate titles. The polish in Going Commando shines so brightly, you start to see the future of a genre in its reflection.
And now, the interns.
Thanks. It's an honor to be here.
They let us out of the cage to present this award, didn't they, Chris? Ad lib?
Ad lib?
We're here to give the award for Best Racing Game, and before we read the nominees, we wanted to clarify something.
They only beat us a little. Wait for laughter. But seriously, we picked up the nominees for this category because in every one of these games,
whether they were trick-based or involved cars or spaceships,
crossing the finish line was the primary objective.
And the nominees for Best Racing Game are
SSX3,
Project Gotham Racing 2,
Mario Kart Double Dash,
F-Zero GX.
And the winner is Mario Kart Double Dash Exit Stage. Oh.
Yeah, it's not realistic, but it's fun. Mario Kart Double Dash takes a simple concept and makes it one of the most compulsive gaming experiences around. Easy to pick up and play, but near impossible to put down. Double Dash offers a beautiful rendering of one of the most satisfying racing series ever. But it's the multiplayer that gives the game endless appeal. The way it can make 4 grown adults spend hours yelling in excitement as they hurl turtle shells at one another makes this the best racing game of 2003.
For as long as mankind has existed, we've sought adventure. From the caves of primitive man to the... Sound like I'm on the Discovery Channel. Adam?
Thanks, Morgan. The adventure category combines multiple game styles, combat, puzzle solving, and light RPG elements.
This year, the nominees for Best Adventure Game take us from the sands of the Middle East to a creepy carnival, from a mystical quest to a pig with fart-powered boots. Yeah, I read that right. The nominees for Best Adventure are
Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time.
Beyond Good and Evil.
Go have a look.
The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker.
Dark Cloud 2.
And the winner is The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker. The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker is exactly what an adventure title should be. With the simple story of heroism, you travel through a vast and cohesive world so filled with character and intrigue that the game comes alive. The engaging puzzles, appallingly enjoyable combat, and near-obsessive side quests make Wind Waker one of the hardest games to relinquish in favor of sleep. If that weren't good enough, the risk and reward of its incomparable graphics make it a game you wish would never end. Yeah! Stick around when we come back. Celebrities, the award for Best Action Game, and later, the award for Best Game. 1, 2, clear with the milkshake!
Welcome back to X-Play's Best of 2003 award show. let's welcome two very special guests to the ceremony. If you saw the film The Last Samurai, he'll seem very familiar and appealing to the ladies. And pop culture would have a gaping hole were it not for his portrayal of Richie Tenenbaum. Presenting the award for Best Graphics, here are Tom Cruise and Luke Wilson, lookalikes.
Graphics. They're so much more than just another pretty face.
That's right, Tom. Without graphics, there'd be nothing but an empty screen and a lot of confusing noises.
Luke, this year the staff of X-Play judged graphics based on technical and creative achievements. This year brought us cel-shaded superheroes, mystical worlds, and dragons flying through waterfalls. Dragons flying through waterfalls? You guys are dorks.
Shut up. We're getting paid. The nominees for Best Graphics are...
Beyond Good and Evil.
Beautiful Joe.
Crimson Skies, High Road to Revenge.
Panzer Dragoon Order.
And the winner is... Crimson Skies, High Road to Revenge. Can I get my gift back now?
While many games look pretty, Crimson Skies has managed to blend technical excellence with amazing visual creativity to create a world that is both slightly familiar and utterly unbelievable. The Goliath buildings, dwarfing natural scenery, and a horizon far in the distance convey a sense of humbling awe while you pilot your aircraft. It's the small and impressive details of the environments and aircraft that drive home all the creative energy in the visuals. The game articulates a parallel past that has no comparison and never ceases to fascinate.
It's an honor to be back. Ad lib.
Ad lib. A strategy. If we were any good at it, we would have found a way to replace Admin Morgan a long time ago.
The nominees for Best Strategy Game are
Rise of Nations,
Ghostmaster,
Final Fantasy Tactics Advance,
Advance Wars 2, Black Hole Rising.
And the winner is
Rise of Nations.
Oh, that's cool.
The achievements of Rise of Nations are amazing. Big Huge Games have returned strategy to the genre by reducing the tedium of managing your resources and giving you several methods of conquering your foes. The fast pacing of the game makes building and protecting your empire a breathless experience as military, economic, and cultural evolution all drive your manifest destiny. Rarely is there a real-time strategy game where the single and multiplayer experiences are equally incomparable, but Rise of Nations excels at both. This is one revolution in gaming we hope conquers all.
And now the award for Best Action Game, and the nominees are Beautiful Joe,
Max Payne 2, The Fall of Max Payne,
Panzer Dragoon Order,
Crimson Skies, High Road to Revenge.
and the winner is, the envelope please, Beautiful Joe.
Design and gameplay meet and fall in love with one another in one of the most original games since, well, games. With deceptively simple button mechanics, Capcom has created a game that is easy to pick up and becomes obsessively impossible to give up as you confront each new challenge. Here's the rare title where it's no problem to play the same level for the 14th time, because it's that pleasurable and fun to play. Add to that a screwball attitude and a visual style without any peer, and you've got exactly what gaming's all about: imagination and having a damn good time.
We're getting down to the moment that you've been waiting for.
When we come back, the best game of the year!
What?
The best game of the year!
Huh?
That's it. Lip to the right. Oops.
This portion of G4 is brought to you by Bandai.hack.
When does fantasy begin? When does reality end? .hack. Is it just a game, or something far more dangerous? .hack Part 1, game and DVD for PlayStation 2 from Bandai, rated T for teen.
I think my partner's a rat. We gotta shut him up. They want a war? They got a war.
Grand Theft Auto 3. Out now for PlayStation 2 and PC. Rated M for mature.
Presenting the final award for Best Game of the Year, it's your glamorous co-hosts, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to X-Play's Best of 2003 show. We've reached our final award of the evening.
We've seen so much this year that boiling the games down into just 5 selections for best game was absolutely devastating. Would you? Anyway, every one of these games was an absolute gem. Adam?
Thanks, Morgan. We really can't say enough about the quality of the final 5. The games in this category are all groundbreaking, genre-defining, and worth every penny.
From a game where you choose between the dark side and the light to a title that played like a superhero comic come to life, it was a year full of triumphs.
After fierce debate, we boiled it down to 5, and from 5, only 1 will emerge victorious. So, without further ado, the nominations. Thank you, Grand Theft Auto 3.
The nominees for Best Game of the Year are
The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker.
Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time.
Rise of Nations.
Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic.
Beautiful Joe.
And the winner for Best Game of the Year is
Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic.
Oh, that's awesome.
Knights of the Old Republic is our game of the year, not just because it's a stupendous game, but because developer BioWare took risks by trying to innovate and create something new, and boy, did it pay off. KOTOR is one of those rare games that rewards you for really playing the game. The more you investigate and talk to other characters, the richer and more complex the story becomes. But it's the way in which you as the player feel that you're actually having an impact on the story rather than being led by the hand through a fixed narrative that sets this game far apart from its peers. Your actions have real repercussions. As you slip to either the dark or light side, your involvement in the game becomes a creative act in itself. Knights of the Old Republic has set a new high water mark for games, and we're proud to reward it by proclaiming it to be the best game of 2003.
It's been a great year full of special gaming memories, and we're glad you shared them with us.
Thanks for joining us tonight to find... What? You just die! Die!
Then I'm out of here.
Here's what's happening on Pulse. Namco dominated arcades in the 1980s with games like Dig Dug and Pac-Man. But that was then. This is now. We'll fill you in on the fate of Namco arcades. Plus, we'll take another look at the Vimani lifestyle. And we'll join JP Money as he enters a local Dance Dance Revolution contest. Will Mr. Money live up to his name? That's what's coming up this week. For all the news in the world of games, make sure to watch what you play right here on Pulse.
They're after you. You're the prey in a deadly game. You must do anything
to survive? Can you stop the hunt before you are taken down? Manhunt by Rockstar Games. Rated M for mature.
Burnout 3 Takedown. Buckle up. Rated T for teen.
EA Games.
Challenge
everything. Papa's back with a brand new bag of tricks.
Crypto's back to probe the world and unleash a devastating new arsenal of alien weapons and mental abilities.
Go out, dude. Destroying humans is my business, and business is good.
This time, team up with a friend and destroy all humans together.
Did you miss me?
Destroy All Humans 2, rated T for teen. Reserve your copy today.
Stay tuned. Filter next.
Do you remember where you were on $9.99? Did you ever think a fighting game could be so addictive, or that a polygonal blue hedgehog could look so good? Dust off that old white console, because it's time to count down your favorite Dreamcast games right now on Filter. And welcome to Filter. A hand-picked top 10 video game countdown is voted on by you, the viewer, at G4TV.com. From Arrow Wings to Zombie Revenge and everything in between, the Sega Dreamcast went from the top of the console world to the bottom faster than you can say PS2. But along the way, the little white console that could delivered some groundbreaking titles that still look and play great today. And this unforgettable console deserves some unforgettable recognition. So today, I stand before you as its most unforgettable character, Ooh La La. So, it's with great reverence, high esteem, and some bittersweet nostalgia that we look back on your favorite Dreamcast games. But before we do that, we thought you might want to know a little bit of the history behind Sega's Great White Hope and what made it so great in the first place.
The Dreamcast was a Sega console that was put out in the late 90s. I thought the system was going to do really well. I was really excited about its release. It had really good hardware for the time.
It was Sega's next big console after the Sega Saturn. The Sega Saturn was a miserable failure for Sega, and they really wanted to get back into the race. So they put out the Dreamcast way before any of these next generation systems came out. Unfortunately, they might have been a little bit too early.
Came at a sort of awkward time and right before the release of PlayStation 2. So unfortunately, it didn't build the fan base that it could have.
It kind of has a special place in a lot of gamers' hearts because there were a lot of great games for it. A lot of very, I guess you could call them gamers games.
It wasn't selling as well, I guess, as the other platforms. Because some of the other consoles were doing better, they could make more mediocre titles, and lots of them, but the Dreamcast had this small library, and a lot of the games were actually really excellent and original.
I kind of wish they still made games for the Dreamcast. I don't understand how 2 years pass and the system still is as powerful as the newer generation systems that are on the market right now, yet nobody's made a game for it in ages.
So now that you know what made the Dreamcast great, let's get to the countdown. We begin with a title that proved country club members aren't the only ones who can enjoy a little racket action. At number 10 is Virtua Tennis.
Virtua Tennis is a fantastic game. It's basically simplicity defined. You know, it's you just move the joystick, press one button. It's about as simple as tennis is itself, and just as complex.
Usually tennis games were kind of limited in terms of movement around the court, but with Virtua Tennis, it's not like a basic Pong type game or a ping pong type game. I mean, it actually required a great degree of skill.
was like the very first tennis game that I played that was actually realistic. The player models looked really real. The speed for the game was just right, you know, it seemed really realistic.
Virtua Tennis is by far the best tennis game I've ever played, genre breaker.
While Virtua Tennis helped take you off the couch and onto the court, our next game helped bring the arcade to your living room, which inevitably put your ass right back on the couch. For that faction of the population who enjoys hunting the undead, House of the Dead 2 is for you.
House of the Dead 2 is a funny shooting game. I think the thing that I remember most about House of the Dead 2 are these kind of ridiculous voice acting.
Please be safe, G.
It was a very fast-paced game, but it also had some really amusing dialogue.
I don't want to die!
The voice acting was terrible, but that made it cool. It made it funny and fun.
Unfortunately, House of the Dead 2 came out right after the Columbine shooting, so Sega was like, you know what, we can't release the gun. There's no way we can release the gun peripheral. Of course, everyone went ahead and bought the import version so you can use a light gun.
If you like the feel of cold steel in your hands, but you also enjoy pummeling enemies with your fists, then you're a prime candidate for our next game. Utilizing power-ups, weapons, and interactive environments, Power Stone was a fighting game that broke new ground for digital pugilists, which is exactly why it comes in at number 8.
Power Stone is probably my most favorite game from the Dreamcast library. It's sort of classic Capcom stuff. It's fast, it's fun, it's colorful, it's got lots of character. It was really a nice mix between sort of complex and simplistic gameplay.
Power Stone is a cool type of game that's a 3D fighter, but for up to 4 people, and throwing not just punches and kicks, but also throwing items, and you have to watch out for things in the environment attacking you and all sorts of stuff.
It was a crazy fighting game. I mean, you could throw stuff around and throw stuff at each other, you know, even throw each other. And it's probably, in many ways, it could also be seen as kind of a precursor to Super Smash Bros.
So, Power Stone is the first fighter to appear in our list, but I have a strong suspicion that it won't be the last. Anyway, we need to take a break, but when we come back, we'll continue our countdown of your top 10 Dreamcast games of all time, and we'll see what some Dreamcasts have been up to since retiring.
Fantasy XI Online. Rated T for D.
My name is Daniel Gleason. Whoa, 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 whoa. My favorite video game of all time would have to be Tecmo Bowl. I whipped many a booty in Tecmo Bowl, and still will. Hot, 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 hot. That's what I'm talking about.
Welcome back to Filter. I'm Diane Mizoda, counting down your favorite Dreamcast games. The rankings for Filter shows come directly from the responses you post on the G4 website. To make your vote count, log on to g4tv.com/filter and select the Filter Rater. Then choose a category, vote on a scale of 1 to 10, and we'll take care of the rest. While you're there, be sure to post your suggestions for topics and games you'd like to see covered in future episodes. But let's get back to this episode. Coming in at number 7 is an RPG that takes the art of piracy to new heights. Literally. You play a cloud-faring scurvy dog who sets sail in the skies of Arcadia.
Scars of Arcadia was a huge RPG for the Dreamcast, and you know, a lot of people, when they think of RPGs, they think during that time it was either a 2D thing or it was a kind of a polygon, characters with pre-rendered backgrounds, but this thing was all full poly 3D, so a lot of people got a real good taste as a different kind of RPG, and it was so popular that it also moved into the GameCube.
Big Dreamcast RPG that introduced a cast of pirates who are actually good pirates, and you can take your ship around and have these really cool ship-to-ship battles, which is probably the best part about the game. And you were always flying from like floating city to floating city, which is pretty much a standby in most RPGs. But this game, just the scope and the scale of it was so grand and cool that it made it really different and fun.
Okay, so the Pirates and Skies of Arcadia don't exactly make your neck hair stand up, but they sure know how to dress. Anyway, our number 6 title is a game that takes good music, amazing visuals, and a unique concept and puts them together in a tight package called Jet Grind Radio. For all you rollerblading graffiti artists, this one's for you.
Jet Grind Radio was probably one of the first games that put cell shading onto the map. It had a really cool art style. It had a unique combination of gameplay, and that whole graffiti thing and the look of the game really complemented each other.
Just the overall style of the game, from the music to the design of the characters to the plot of, you know, you're this group of kids that's going around spraying graffiti all over Tokyo. Definitely had a huge impact on the industry as a whole.
The first time I saw the trailer, I couldn't believe they were making a game based on something like this. You know, when you booted up the game, it had a little warning, you know, please don't do this, or graffiti is art. So, it's just another thing that Sega kind of did differently compared to the competitors.
The Dreamcast made its U.S. debut on September 9th, 1999, and showed a lot of promise. But a mere 4 years later, the system was virtually forgotten thanks to the release of its 3 next-generation console competitors. So where'd they all go?
I still play it. Yeah, so I don't miss it too much. It's sitting in the closet right now, but I still pull it out every once in a while.
My Dreamcast, I have actually like 4 or 5 of them in a box in my apartment, sitting away, disused, covered in dust, unfortunately.
It's hooked up to my TV. I have 2 Dreamcasts hooked up to the TV, a Japanese one and an American one. I still play it every other day.
My Dreamcast is in the basement now.
My Dreamcast is in my cabinet next to my television, probably with my Nintendo 64.
I don't miss the Dreamcast that much because I still have one plugged in, so I still visit it once in a while.
Actually, I still have it. It's still hooked up in my living room. It's hard being a game reviewer to actually find some time to play older games.
We were sleeping one night and a cat came in and took a dump inside my Dreamcast. It avoided all the other consoles, went straight to the Dreamcast. Very sad, really, but there you go. And ever since then, it's never been quite the same.
Probably a couple of them will be sold on eBay. I'll probably just keep one Japanese one and one US one.
My Dreamcast is collecting dust in the basement. You know, there's a whole bunch of other stuff down in the basement too, so I'm sure it's got a lot of company.
Well, those aren't really the creative answers we were looking for. Personally, I prefer to use my Dreamcast as a blender on margarita night. Okay, we're about to break into the sweetest 5 presented by Juicy Fruit, so let's get to it. Phantasy Star Online was the first console RPG to take the action online, and it comes in at number 5. Check it out.
Phantasy Star Online is one of the Dreamcast's greatest games. This is a game that took the multiplayer online RPG and brought it to consoles, and it did it completely different from how people were doing it on the PC. And people have lost friends, wives, girlfriends, you know, to that game. Like any great addictive online game, that game has caused a lot of trouble. Like, just to give you an idea of how addicted I was to this game, the power went out in my apartment. And my apartment had 2 different separate fuses. The refrigerator and one light was on one, and the entire rest of the apartment was on the other. So the entire rest of the apartment, I lost power. I unplugged the refrigerator, like dragged my TV and Dreamcast over into there and plugged it in just so that I could continue playing. Because there was no way I was going to stop. I was going to stop playing Phantasy Star Online.
While the seminal sitcom from the 70s, Taxi, put a human perspective on cab drivers, it wasn't until Crazy Taxi came to the Dreamcast in 2000 2000 that people realized how much fun being a hack could be. And that's exactly why it comes in at number 4.
Crazy Taxi was another arcade game that got brought to the Dreamcast. It was basically a game where you would drive around and pick up passengers and take them places and get money for it. It was a score-based game.
Just kind of crazy. It was downtown San Francisco, and we kind of modeled after that. And it was awesome music, and just basically it was like something you could play for 5-10 minutes and be satisfied with.
You're able to take that fantasy and, just run through and get them out of your car as fast as possible. And you get to listen to some pretty cool music. Offspring's soundtracks in the game.
Crazy Taxi was probably the best arcade to console transition that I've seen. I mean, it really captured the whole craziness of the arcade game, and they had all these brand stores in there, like Tower Records and like Kentucky Fried Chicken and stuff like that, so it's a crazy game, like the name says.
If you're a serious Dreamcaster, then you already have a pretty good idea of what our top 3 games are. But come on, what's the fun in knowing everything? Stick around, because after the break, you may be surprised at which title claimed the number 1 spot. And we'll also take a look at some of the weirdest Dreamcast games of all time. That'll happen when Filter returns.
Defend against the most insidious weapon ever conceived? How do you protect millions of people from millions of possible threats? How do you find the source of our greatest fears? Bring the battle closer. A drop away. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory.
Welcome back to Filter. I'm Diane Mizoda, counting down your favorite Dreamcast games of all time. With 7 down and 3 to go, let's review where we've been so far. Virtua Tennis serves up the winner and aces the number 10 spot. House of the Dead 2 brings arcade action to the living room and occupies 9th place. Fighting its way into the 8th slot is the melding of fisticuffs and fine jewelry, Power Stone. Skies of Arcadia takes to the clouds and flies into the number 7 slot. Vandalizing the competition at number 6 is Jet Grind Radio. The world's first online console RPG claims the 5th spot in the form of Phantasy Star Online. And Crazy Taxi goes off the beaten path to take the number 4 slot. In the number 3 title, there is no beaten path. It's up to you to create the path yourself. In Yu Suzuki's open-ended masterpiece, Shenmue.
Shenmue is still incredibly controversial game. You either love it or hate it.
It was an interesting game. I think it was a little bit too much like real life.
Sometimes the dialogue was a little crazy and you didn't understand because of through the translation.
What do you know about the incident? The incident? Yes. What do you know about the incident? You should ask the old lady. Ask the old lady about the incident.
The day of the incident.
The day of the incident?
So it's really stunted, long-winded dialogue where I'm just like hitting the button like, okay, let's go, let's find the old lady now.
It was was a very different experience for games. We still haven't seen anything quite like it since, but unfortunately, it was a game that was mired with the Dreamcast's failure. It was definitely one of Sega's most expensive games they've ever made, and unfortunately, it didn't do too well for them.
Shenmue was unusual in that the game's environment was completely interactive. While Shenmue was different, the Dreamcast also had its share of flat-out bizarre games. But which ones were the most bizarre?
Dreamcast had tons of cool, weird games. Sega's known for their classic foil.
My favorite one was Samba de Amigo. It had crazy cartoon monkeys.
My personal favorite would be Choo Choo Rocket.
Choo Choo Rocket was the first console online game, I believe. It was created by Sonic Team initially internally as a experiment for Dreamcast's online connectivity, and they decided to release it as a game in itself.
Another one of my favorite ones was Typing of the Dead.
You could use the keyboard and basically play House of the Dead, but instead of shooting, you had to type out a sentence quickly enough so you could shoot the zombies.
Space Channel 5 was another pretty bizarre offering from Sega. It was basically a music game, but it featured Ooh La La swishing around like a model, so this was really quite like nothing that team had done before.
Well, definitely the most bizarre Dreamcast game, without a question, is Seaman.
Came packaged with a microphone, and basically the idea was that you nurture this bizarre underwater creature and eventually developed a relationship with it.
Ask him how his day's going, he'll ask you how your day's going. So basically corresponding with a fish.
And so eventually it would sort of make these sort of unnerving observations about your life, or ask you why you weren't home at the regular time and stuff like that. That pretty much takes the cake in terms of bizarre, though.
Okay, we've reached the point in the show where you determine the #1 Dreamcast game of all time. So are you about adventure, or do you believe in soul? Sonic Adventure followed the exploits of the world's most famous blue hedgehog after his 128-bit facelift. Although the game stayed true to its platforming roots, it marked the first time Sonic had ever appeared in the third dimension. Soul Calibur was the killer app of the Dreamcast launch, and even today it still wows anyone who sees it. But which of these Dreamcast launch titles is the best of all time? The only way to find out is to check out the Filter Face-Off.
Well, Sonic Adventure is, I think, what everyone bought the Dreamcast for when it first came out. They wanted to see Sonic in full 3D. Sonic is a great character to show processor speed. I mean, he's just running full blast, and, you know, the environment's moving really quickly, and it was a very impressive title for the Dreamcast at that time.
Oh, that game was sweet. Sweet graphics, sweet levels, especially the courses. Most of the loops and stuff they have on it, so it makes it fun.
It was just fast and furious when you played the Sonic character. You could play as other characters, you know, from the series. Just kind of a fun game. Some people didn't like, you know, the open environments, kind of the adventure part of the game, but I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Soul Calibur is the game that sold the Dreamcast. It was just incredible. I mean, out of nowhere, this great, deep, gorgeous fighting game.
It was a one-on-one fighting game where the players fought with, like, weapons. It was pretty much the first game of that kind, so it was a pace setter in that genre.
In a certain sense, I think the original Dreamcast version of Soul Calibur was more impressive than the sequels that came out last year for PS2, Xbox, and GameCube.
If there's one game that people still have the Dreamcast and they're still playing it on, it's probably Soul Calibur. People even probably have that super glued into their Dreamcast and they never take it out.
You'd be pretty hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't agree that these are the top 2 Dreamcast games of all time. But only one can be crowned the champion, and based on your votes, the best Dreamcast game of all time is Soul Calibur. The best part of this countdown is that you can buy most of these games for less than $20. Well, that wraps up this episode of Filter. Remember, the opinions expressed on this show are yours, not mine. So make your vote count on future episodes by logging on to the Filter show page at g4tv.com/filter. Until then, I'm Diane Mizoda, and I'll see you next time.
I kind of see video games kind of like the evolution of movies and storytelling. You get to immerse yourself in a world, any world you want. I don't remember a time without games. I mean, I'm 24, Nintendo came out in '85, we had an Atari before then, we had a Commodore 64 before, you know. So I've always been around games, always. Pong, I remember playing Pong. Hours and hours at Galaga. My favorite game, by the way, is Galaga still, by far.
Rated T for Teen.
When you're Brock Lesnar, you gotta watch your back. Chris Benoit tried to take me out in the Elimination Chamber.
You're nothing, Lesnar.
And that punk John Cena,
I run this terrain. Here comes the pain.
Came after me backstage. But no matter what they do, no matter how hard they try, there is nothing and no one that can stop me.
You and me, bra and panties match right now.
I win. No, Brock, we all win. SmackDown, here comes the pain.
Nintendo GameCube.
Hey, I'm Mark McGrath. I know nothing about video games. I'm trying to learn, and you are watching G4. God bless you guys.
What's up,
everybody? I'm Bill Sindel, and you're watching Blister, where you'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll kiss the next 30 minutes goodbye. We're here in Los Angeles at the Los Angeles Convention Center in California for E3, the Electronic Entertainment Expo. Now, for gamers, this event, it is like the World Cup, where makers from all over the world get together to show off their goods, if you know what I mean. So, to prove to you that we care, well, sort of, we're going to cruise the floors and show you what it's like to be in the eye of the E3 storm, Blister style. We're also going to go goth with the dark actioner, Chaos Legion. We'll prove that you don't know jack about Jack 2, and it's Star Wars game time again with the Knights of the Old Republic. But first, take a deep breath and relax. Let us show you the way to pure E3 nirvana. Either that or one hell of a pounding headache. Oh, someone got in with a fake ID. Hey, it's loud. I don't know if you can hear me now, but there are 80,000 fans in the stands. I'm not a booth man, man. Dude, it's Nicolas Cage. All the stars come out of E3. No. Hey, do you guys like this game? Is it fun?
Oh, yeah. It's awesome. It's awesome. We love Tron.
Now wait a minute, you got one of these flower shirts on, so you work for these guys. That's why you have to say it. Let's see your G4 tattoo. But see, she didn't go for the little one. She's a G4 rebel. You want to get a really cool tattoo? And then, what's even cooler is they make you put the G4 right up on top there. See, I got G4 too.
Did?
Yeah, but mine says G4 Pimp. You want to see where it is? No, I can't show you. I gotta shave the hair off first, then you'll see it. When you're here at E3, there's a lot of things that you can do. You can check out the games, you can dye your hair blue and make yourself look like a Smurf. What is it? Maybe as payment for doing this interview, you can shave my
No, that's okay.
From games to booth babes to people that got in under false pretenses, E3 has it all, and there's just so much going on there that it's just impossible to show it all. But don't worry, we won't let you down. But now, let's just do something, like completely nuts, maybe by just showing you a hot new video game. It's time to take a peek at the very dark, very mysterious, and just a little bit intense Chaos Legion. With gothic opera action, Chaos Legion is a game that combines frenetic fisticuffs with lots and lots of melodrama for yo mama.
Good evening and welcome to Unsolved Blister Mysteries. Tonight, we'll be looking at the mysteries surrounding the upcoming Capcom game, Chaos Legion. Chaos Legion is indeed a mystery wrapped inside of a soft shell enigma, dipped in riddles, steeped in secrets, and covered all over in intrigue. In this never-before-seen interview, perhaps Yoshinori Ono, the producer of Chaos Legion, can try to answer these questions.
As much as I would love to tell you more about the story, the more I talk about it, the more it's going to ruin the plot. But I can tell you this much. It's a story where it doesn't have a clear good and a clear-cut bad. The lines between good and bad are blurred, and the player actually is going to have to play through the entire story to understand the different perspective and motivations of the characters. And those that they thought were bad may not necessarily have been bad. And those that seem good may have made a few mistakes and wrong turns in their paths on the way to where they've gotten.
The main characters you'll be able to play in the game were all friends at one time. At least, that's what we've been told. Our staff did further research and found out this interesting bit of information.
Well, there's one main character in the game who you play, and his name is Zeeg. His old friend, Victor Delacroix, he's turned evil. And basically he is who in the end you're trying to fight, and he who is creating chaos in the world right now, and that's what you're trying to put an end to.
Friend versus friend, man versus man. Sieg will spend the entire game tracking down his former friend Victor. You see, Victor has control of a mysterious evil power, and Sieg will have to stop him. The trail will take Sieg through ancient ruins, forests, cathedrals, and other gothic landscapes. The mystery continues.
And you can play as Sieg, but you can also play as a female character, and she is in a very short part of the game.
The young lady Sieg meets on his travels seeks a vengeance for the destruction of her town and family. And yes, she blames Victor.
She has guns and she has karate moves, and those are her powers. And she was put in there as a way to kind of break it up and to kind of really move into the purest action for a short period of time. And then you come back, next level, you're going to come back and play as Sieg again. Once you've beaten the game, you can go through and play the whole game as her if you'd like to.
Chaos Legion has been compared, some would say unfairly, to the Devil May Cry series. However, we can put that rumor to rest right now because as cool as Devil May Cry is, it doesn't have the legions.
I wanted something that would totally symbolize power and not be a human form. So I came up with the legions. These summon creatures that all have some attribute based on a weapon. That way, the main character could kind of feed off of their power, get the strength of their weapon, as well as visually, you can see that they're based on weapons, and they're more powerful than just a plain man. Actually, all the legions have attributes. They all belong to a certain type of class of weapon. So you'll have a group of sword legions, as well as bow and arrow legions, and then there's the power legions as well. All of them have abilities and strengths based on what that weapon in real life, what kind of abilities it would have. For example, a bow and arrow can shoot things long distance.
From what we've been able to unravel, Chaos Legions has been called a gothic opera of a video game.
When I set out to make this game, I wanted to make the best possible game I could, a masterpiece. So for me, it was an opus, an opera of terms. If you look at the structures in the land, they do look rather Romanesque, very Gothic in style. As well as a lot of the backgrounds are dark, a little bit, perhaps, morbid.
Our sources tell us Chaos Legion will conquer video games everywhere towards the end of 2003. Are you ready?
You know, that Chaos Legion is one funky tripped-out game. And, you know, could Capcom have another franchise on their hands? Well, time will tell. And speaking of time, we need to take a few moments to prepare for our next foray into the world of the big Triple E. But when we return, we'll see what gamers are all geeked about and playing at E3. And because I love you, we'll look at the highly anticipated sequel, Jak 2, the follow-up to 2001's Jak and Daxter. All this and a pocket full of lightsabers are coming up only here on Blister's E3 2003 extravaganza. It's time to enter.
Blister Expansion Pack. We'll be right back.
From the makers of Dead or Alive comes the greatest action game of all time, Ninja Gaiden. Rated M for mature. Unleash your inner ninja.
Oh, I'll take a pound of that.
Xbox, it's good to play together.
My name is Dave Kramer, and I'm the world record holder for fastest completion of Parking Challenge number 5 in 18-wheeler. It took me months of daily playing to whittle my time down. On my days off, while my wife and son were sleeping, I poured 8+ hours of non-stop gameplay. For some reason, I picked up this game very quickly. I mean, I'm usually pretty good at driving and racing games, but there was something about this. I guess it was that it was just unique. My favorite movie is a no-brainer, Star Wars. I'm a huge Star Wars fan, and have been ever since I saw Episode 4 back in '77. I basically play games because it's kind of an escape. The same reason a lot of people read books or watch movies. The way I explain it best to those who don't like games is this. You watch movies, right? What could possibly be better than watching a movie and getting to be the lead? You can control the outcome, and you can try things in games you never could get away with in real life because it might cause some harm.
Awesome record! You must be a pro! New record!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Blister. I'm Bill Siniller. Now, we're here in Los Angeles at this year's Electronic Entertainment Expo, a gamer's paradise if there ever was one. And yes, this right here is the very Jeep that you will be drooling over in the latest Lara Croft movie, Cradle of Life, starring my very good friend Angelina Jolie. Now, Angelina and I, we both have something in common. She won an Oscar for Girl Interrupted, and I saw it. Which brings us to the great tag team of Jak and Daxter, the critically acclaimed platforming game from 2001. And now, just when we need them the most, Jak and Daxter return in the sequel, Jak 2. Let the adventure commence. Yes, everybody's favorite fighting elf has returned. Jak is back in Jak 2, the sequel to the acclaimed Jak and Daxter. This incarnation throws Jak into a dingy cityscape filled with evil forces.
At the beginning of the game, you go 500 years in the future through a time rift. You're immediately arrested, you're put in prison, and the Baron Praxis, you meet very early on in one of the interstitial scenes. He's doing experimentation on Jak.
Well, I'm always up for experimenting, but apparently being treated like a lab rat isn't so popular in the elven communities. Luckily, Daxter comes by and springs Jak from the clink. Jak vows to get revenge on the evil Baron Praxis. He heads off into the gritty city and into a most twisted story.
Everything you do in Jak 2 specifically moves a plot forward, and it's a complex plot with characters that change personalities. They could be your friend at one point, your enemy at other points.
There are over 80 missions in the game that bring Jak through the expansive environments, including mountains, caves, sewers, and fortresses. But if you think all work and no play makes Jak a dull boy, then you don't know Jak 2. In addition to his platform pugilistics, Jak's seeking revenge with a whole new bag of toys.
He now has a morphing gun, which allows him to attack enemies in 4 different modes. There's a shotgun mode, there's a rifle mode, there's a sort of a Vulcan cannon mode, and a homing missile mode.
You have a hoverboard, which you can earn, that is always around then. There's dark Jak moves, which are always around. There's vehicles to jump on at any time. You can do all of these things at the same time.
These features are things that you can pretty much use anywhere. It's not the case of this is a hoverboard level. The only thing you can do there is hoverboard stuff for the most part. It's really very integrated.
Jak's favorite integration? The Dark Jak powers, which Jak got as a result of the Baron's Dark Echo experiments. They allow Jak to do combo moves, use smart bombs, and go wacko jacko.
Something's happening to me. Something he did. I can't control it.
You better get low, Jak, on your eyelids, because these graphics are sparkling. The enhanced engine allows for beautiful shading and particle effects, and it keeps you jacked up with super quick load times.
The engine is far more powerful. We're able to push a lot more polygons with more environment mapping. We have much better load systems, so we're able to display a lot more. Our characters, as they speak, are now 10 to 15,000 polygons as opposed to the 3,000 polygons in last game.
The perfect number of polygons for Daxter. The wily sidekick spends most of the game unsuccessfully hitting on the ladies and cracking rude jokes, but is playable in the later levels of the game, giving you the opportunity to be the weasel. But don't let Baron Praxis have all the fun experimenting. Try it yourself. Get on and hit the road, Jak. The road to Jak 2.
Where would you be without me, eh, Dax?
Well, Jak, I probably wouldn't be 2 feet tall, fuzzy, and running around in a sewer without a pair of pants.
With an enhanced storyline and way more polygons, Jak 2 has improved much from the first game, but somebody, will you please explain to me why Daxter cannot have his name in the title of this game? I'm sorry? Oh, it's so interesting, isn't it? All right, well, Blister fans, we have teased and taunted you. Now it is time to show you. Come with us as we dive into the belly of the beast that is E3 and get to know your fellow gamers' perspectives on what's hot and what is even hotter. You have waited, you're in line. They have not said like anything about Halo 2 in like any publications. They've like, even in Electronic Gamers Monthly, they've had like make up what you want it to be like. What are you guys expecting when you walk in there?
Same thing, bigger and better though.
bigger and better? Like
more weapons, more vehicles.
Well, how do you
Online.
There's not too many girls that are here at E3 playing video games.
No.
Do you play a lot of video games?
Yes, I do.
You do? What's your favorite game?
Buffy.
For real? Really? What's different between this one and the other one?
You get to play different characters.
Because you're Willow right there.
Yeah, you're Willow, and you get to be Xander, and yeah, and the graphics are much better.
Thank you,
You're
guys.
on Earth. You're fighting on Earth. How cool is that going to be?
Fighting on Earth?
Yeah.
Yes, because there's never any fighting on Earth. Jerry, you've been playing Rogue Ops here for a little bit. What do you think of the game?
It seems to have a lot of atmosphere, and you know, like the character has a lot of detail. You know, you can crouch, shoot.
It's action, and but there's a lot going on, so you can go through the level many different times, and there's always something new to find. So, yeah.
Always something new to find. Too many games, too many options, too many pixels, not enough Halo 2, sensory overload. I must overact to get out of this. Have you ever heard of a movie series called Star Wars? I'm talking to you, have you? Well, if you have, then we have got the game for you with Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. And later, things are going to get a little bizarre. I mean, really bizarre. Why? Because it's time for the Cindelar to make his presence felt here at E3, and it'll be felt only as a Cindelar can do it, right? Ha, you ready? I'm talking to you back of a trailer. We'll be back right here on Blister.
Yo, what's up? This is Big Shaq. You're watching G4 TV for gamers.
Morning, Tom. How are you?
Morning. How are you?
Washing your car.
Yeah, birds. Ow! What? Ah!
They smell blood. Yours to rock evolution from Acclaim, rated M for mature. The scent of blood.
Okay, Pete here is going to try to hit that target with the Devastator, a rocket launcher designed for Ratchet and Clank.
Oh, man.
Oh! The Devastator. One of 36 weapons and gadgets not fit for this world. Rated T for teen.
I love video games, I love this mall, and I love you!
Get ready! The Dooden's coming to the Mall of America for 8 weeks.
Bring it online.
Shout out at the Code Red Rant Room. Drink free Dew. Battle on Xbox Live Games. And win a chance to be on G4TV.com.
Fantastic!
Rant, play, drink, and win starting June 23rd.
Dooden, yeah!
Welcome back to Blister. I'm Lando Calrissian. The city, Los Angeles. The event is the E3 convention, the Electronic Entertainment Expo. The weather is a balmy 75 degrees, and we are about to go wild at E3. And when, I say wild, I don't mean like Zach Wild, Ozzy's guitars. I mean like crazy, wacky, somebody call the cops, because you are not going to want to miss this. Just kidding. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far, far away. And when I say galaxy, I mean the LucasArts company. A video game adventure was created. Let's enter the time-space continuum, go like 4,000 years into the past, and bond with the Knights of the Old Republic. And then we'll go inside E3. I've stood in lines for hours at the movies. I've been to sci-fi conventions dressed as Hammerhead. And yes, like you, I've hung Jar Jar Binks in effigy. And when it comes to Star Wars games, I've played all the shooters, and I've followed Kyle Katarn on his path from dark to light. I've even rolled the dice in the tabletop Star Wars games, but that all comes to an end now.
Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic is a third-person role-playing game set in the Star Wars universe about 4,000 years before the time of the movies. So it's a time of tremendous numbers of Jedi, tremendous numbers of Sith. And one of the key things about this game is that you can actually play dark or light side. But you can actually be the hero and save the Republic, or you can be the ultimate villain in the galaxy.
It's a really cool period back where the game Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic is situated. And so there's been space travel for about 25,000 years. So the technology has definitely been there. And everything feels just like in the movies, but just a little older. And there's just a series of, I think, 6 or 7 comic books that define it, the Tales of the Jedi. And it's a period of, there's Jedi all over the place. So your role in this game is to figure out your own heritage, to become a Jedi, to roleplay as a Jedi.
Knights of the Old Republic uses a similar rule set to tabletop D&D games. There are 3 character classes that players can choose from with 6 stats that points can be attributed to. There are also 8 non-combat skills that can be leveled up throughout the course of the game.
One of the ways that we're going to innovate in this game, I think, is in the ability to create your own character and really customize that character, so we can have someone choose their appearance and class and gender and really customize all your skills and feats and abilities so that you can actually play the game exactly the way you want to. For people who are new to it, we have basically a sort of surface layer where if you just want to jump in and go straight into the game, it will be very intuitive to do that as well.
Gamers will be able to go into battle in 2 different ways, real-time and turn-based, and you can transition between the 2 as much as you want. There are also 9 AI-controlled allies that you can recruit to join your cause.
Probably the biggest challenges that are present in a Star Wars game is probably, I don't know how unique they are aside from the fact, like they may be sort of unique to what Star Wars is, but also similar challenges that we face in our Dungeons & Dragons games like Neverwinter Nights and Baldur's Gate, and that is that you're dealing with an audience that really knows the subject matter, and so you've got to be very careful that your stuff fits what their vision of the universe should be, and I think that's been one of the unique challenges on Knights of the Old Republic, just trying to make sure that you match the expectations of the audience.
I could go on and on about the details of Knights of the Old Republic, but with a game this massive and steeped in fan lore, you're just gonna have to search for the rest of your answers inside. Which path will you follow, light or dark? I'm guessing dark.
With Knights of the Old Republic, you'll get your Jedi, you'll get your Sith, you'll even get to visit Tatooine, a poor man's Alderaan, one of those peaceful planets with no weapons. Now who's living in a fantasy world? All right, it is time. Blister fans, are you ready to go in? Woo! Can y'all show a little more excitement, maybe? Don't hurt yourselves. Look, I didn't wear a tight shirt. Anyway, I hope that there's more life inside, and more of my fans. Give my own demonstration here on how to whoop some people's some NFL football. It ain't easy being cheesy, is it? Nothing makes me happier than seeing a lady in line to see a preview of a war game. I'm always dreaming of being American Idol. Oh, I want to see this.
Is that camera crew over there, my boys from G4? C-A-D! Yeah, G4 is a mouse. How many of you guys like the idea of a 24-hour video game channel? Don't be like MTV. Keep it video games 24/7. I don't want a video game reality show. No video game characters sharing an apartment. All video games all the time on G4. Maybe we can get a cat-our-own show.
There goes the next season. So why were you at the Backyard Wrestling booth?
I'm gonna check it out.
We know why you were at the booth. Don't lie to the people at home. The camera doesn't lie.
All right, booth babes.
Boobs. Boot Babe, thank you. What are these people?
They're the new characters from Disney Toontown Online.
Disney Toontown Online. So, like, if we were to play each other, like, what's your character name? Do you go by different names all the time?
I go by Cabernet.
What is it?
Cabernet.
All right, I go by the Sindel Stud. So if you get killed by the Sindel Stud online, that's me. Why are the girls from the wrestling throwing out Italian job balls? They've been blackballed. I never thought the Army be booming to NSYNC in one of these things. You guys got a nice system. Anyway, man, if you thought that was wild, well, you need to be on the lookout for our special DVD of Blister at E3 Uncensored with guest star Snoop Dogg. Obviously, I know I'm lying. Or am I? All right, people, now I want to know which game featured at this year's E3 you're looking forward to the most. So log on to our message boards at g4tv.com/blister and let me know. Well, that's it for Blister's look into the wonders of E3 for this year. I feel that we've all learned something and grown as a gaming community. So I'm going to go back in for some last-minute gaming info. So from the Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles, I'm Bill Sindelar signing off for Blister. Now get on out of here. Go on, get out. I got some games to go play. You'll even get to visit Tatooine, a poor man's Alderaan. You know, one of those peaceful planets with no weapons. What now? Oh my God, who is behind me? What? Shouldn't you be a Panda Express serving people some orange chicken? What? Who is it? Get over here. Who? He kicked. He was strong though, boy. What's up? What's up, Panda? All right.
A bit hard to take, eh, Arsenault? Rico. Madeira. The pass is blocked.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! My dream, my destiny, it is all becoming a reality!
Heroes, the city is under attack. We need your help.
It's time for some new heroes. Sonic Heroes. 12 heroes, 4 teams, one new game that never gets old. Premiering on Nintendo GameCube. Rated E for everyone.
That's not a fight. Over 20 unexpected characters in one big brawl. Now that's a fight. Super Smash Bros. Melee. Only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated T for teen.
Two teams square off on the quest for digital domination. Its destination, vacation. Here on Arena! Welcome, everyone, to Arena, the show that turns multiplayer games into competitive sport. I'm Lee Rehrman, and today we start on the road to the land of palm trees, drink umbrellas, too much sunscreen. Every team that competes on Arena this season has one goal in mind, a free, all-expenses-paid vacation.
Team Kaizen has been waiting since the end of last season for its chance to enter the Hall of Champions, but a new challenger in the form of Team Nim stands in their way.
Let's get things rolling and check in with Kevin, who's in the console pit. Kevin.
All right, thanks, Lee. Now, today we're kicking things off with Soul Calibur 2 on the Nintendo GameCube. Now, as the name implies, this is the second game in the fighting series that introduced a new generation of gamers to the genre. Featuring amazing graphics and addictive gameplay, Soul Calibur 2 is the reigning champion of fighting games. Players will fight one round each, and the overall winner will be the team that scores the most knockouts. And that's enough base time for me. Let's check out the action.
And Soul Calibur 2 is underway. Team Kaizen will be fighting as Nightmare with Team Nim as Talim, Kevin. There she is, Talim brandishing her weapons, and Nightmare brandishing, looks like a Buick. About the size of the weapon, it's the motion in the ocean as Nightmare really takes it to Talim.
Keep telling yourself that, Lee. And Talim gets in close, lands a blow on Nightmare. Nightmare spins around.
Ooh.
Lands a punishing blow on Talim. Talim's health deteriorating quickly here in round one.
And Nightmare having early seemed a little clunky.
And with a poke to the ribs, Nightmare sends Talim down.
2. And coming up on round 2 for Soul Calibur 2 for Team Kaizen, it is Mac. For Team Nim, it is Mastermind. And round 2's underway.
Nightmare off to a quick start, pummeling Talim, not even letting her get up off the ground. Very quiet match in the library today.
And here comes Talim fighting back.
Yeah, this round was all Nightmare, though.
Oh, yeah. That's ownage.
As he knocks her down with a quick shoulder shrug and takes round 2.
3. Console round is so far all Kaizen. We had slap shots versus ringworm.
You right there, Lee?
Almost.
Now, I know Nim went with Talim hoping to get at least one quick round. That way they could secure the MVP in the event of a tie, but if they don't win this one...
And as if on cue, however, Kevin, you see slap shots, laying it on the bigger Nightmare.
Slap shoes.
Slap shoes yourself.
4.
At round 4, Nightmare, 2-1 over Talim. This is the chance for Talim to even it up, Kevin.
Absolutely, and in round 3, we saw Team Nim with a quick victory. That could help them with the MVP points if they manage to secure this round. But Nightmare's doing everything in his power, pummeling Talim, and he takes her down. And that'll do it for round 4, Lee.
Kaizen takes the console round.
All right, well, it looks like Team Nim was going for the fastest round knockout, but unfortunately, they couldn't get the tie that they wanted. And as such, Team Kaizen takes the console round and 1 point. And in fact, Stacy Barcelona is with their best player right now, so let's hear what he has to say. Stacy?
Thank you, Kevin. I am here with Eska. Congratulations. Welcome back. How you feeling?
Feeling very good. We did pretty good at that game, and we're going to take them out, I think.
Well, how'd you do so good? You got a 20-second KO in Soul Calibur 2.
20-second KO? I don't know. I just handed him down a little ponage.
Combo meal.
Combo meal. Facial, huh? Facial.
Sounds good. Well, you are taking the early lead toward the MVP race and the 3 points to go with it. But right now, we are going to meet the rest of your team and their opponents, Team Nim.
We've played 3 episodes as Kaizen, and now we sort of think about changing our name to formally known as Kaizen.
We're going to be 8 equals D is our new team name. Team formerly known as Kaizen. We're going to a more of a symbol.
Yeah, the name couldn't capture our actual team spirit.
Couldn't capture our awesomeness.
We played a lot of video games together. We played probably 3 or 4 months worth completely together.
Including yesterday, which was like 48 hours straight.
Yeah.
We ruled Call of Duty.
Played a lot of Call of Duty. A whole lot of Call of Duty.
Yeah, too much Call of Duty. I do not think that Team Nim is as good as other teams we played, like Minority. Still probably the toughest people that we played.
Minority for sure.
They were real good.
They seem like cool guys, but I just don't think they can beat us at video games.
I'm not supposed to say they look like cool guys. They suck! But we're going to beat them. That's what it comes down to, though, right?
I got the team name Nim from an idea I had since I have a few hot mom friends.
our buddies' moms and stuff.
It's like that Stacy's mom song.
No, don't compare us to that. How dare you?
I've known David since we were like 7, and you know, Stan's his brother, so.
I called up a bunch of people. I'm like, hey, you want to kill people and be on TV? And they're like, yeah, sure, we'll kill people and be on TV. So.
You used to get together, play DDR.
David, like, as awkward as it sounds, this guy's amazing. Like,
David's the DDR master.
Yeah, he's just out there sweating and going, bah, 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 you know, getting out all those moves.
Alex is called wild card for a reason. One game he'd have like 80 kills and no deaths. One game he'll have like 1 kill and like 50 deaths. So you never know what's up. I'm here to talk trash and shoot people.
Figured come out here for the day or whatever and play games, have a possibility of winning some prizes and hang out with my buddies and just have a great time.
Team Kaizen is off to a fast start in what they hope will be a road to a 4th consecutive win after dominating Soul Calibur 2. We'll see who snags the 2 points in Call of Duty coming up next on Arena.
Coming up this week, we're telling you about the games of spring.
And don't miss G4TV.retro classic episodes of the show every day at 4 p.m.
Not 8, 4. No, it's 8.
Rated E for everyone. At Rainbow Studios, we wanted even the most dangerous stuff to look realistic. So we brought in our intern, Toby.
Are you ready? Go! Go!
Thanks to him, you can do things in this game you've never done before, like go head-to-head with a monster truck, outrun a biplane, or jump a helicopter. You're the man, Toby. You're the man. MX Unleashed.
Buried Treasure is brought to you by EB Games.
I'm here at EB Games, and I found myself a buried treasure. This is a game that I really loved. It's called Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine. It was out for the PC, and then LucasArts brought it out to the N64 in limited quantities, so it was very difficult to find. It's set in 1947, so World War II is over. Now he's facing the Soviet Red Army. Like every good Indiana Jones movie, there's all kinds of really cool environments in this game. You'll be running around in the snow. You'll go to the ruins in Babylon. You'll go to Egyptian ruins, lots of tombs. He's got some rafting missions that he's got to take care of. The narrative is very good. There's some really cool voice acting in there. The guy actually sounds a little bit like Harrison Ford. The theme music is great to hear again. And there's tons of exploration and action in this game. It's a great find. It's called Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine for the Nintendo 64. This definitely is a buried treasure.
Check out this and other buried treasures at EB Games. We take games seriously.
Welcome back, everyone, to Arena. Now, before the break in the console round, Kaizen turned out to be Nim's worst nightmare, winning 3 of 4 rounds, which means Kaizen is one step closer to winning that all-expenses-paid trip at the end of this season. But hey, they got a long way to go. But not so far away from me is Kevin, who's right behind me. He'll set the stage for our next game. Kevin.
Thanks, Lee. Yes, the game is Call of Duty, and it's a squad-based first-person shooter that drops players into the European trenches of World War II. Now, the game mode is Headquarters, where the objective is to capture and defend a randomly placed radio. The map today is Rocket. Now, Rocket has an extensive underground bunker system which provides the opportunity for some close-range combat, while on the surface, the open environment offers ideal conditions for snipers. So let's see who will claim the 2 points for this round.
1. Call of Duty is underway. Kaizen, posing as those pesky Germans in the Axis, doing a little Sprechen Sie Deutsch, with Nim as those wonderful allies. Kevin, trying to capture the radio.
Team Nim off to a quick start.
Each 45 seconds yields 45 points. Once the enemy has it, if you destroy it, you get 25.
Hey, we gotta take it before 45's out.
Member of Kaizen chucking some grenades. He goes prone behind a buddy and takes some fire. And now he's on the move. Weapon selection is key here, Lee. You need to plan for the close quarter combat with a little automatic rifle. You can go with the sniper rifle for the outdoor long-range firing.
2 down, 2 more to go.
Mac for Kaizen, very nimble here on the landscape.
Got one.
Kaizen just picking off enemies. Woobs fighting his way out of that bunker.
Quick firefight takes down a member of the opposing force, but gets taken out himself.
While Ringworm again seems the aggressor here for Team Kaizen. Here in Call of Duty, it's a 30-second respawn process. Kind of like being in purgatory.
And it looks like Team Nim is securing the radio at this point. And as we all learned in history class, Lee, control of the radio is what turns the tide of war.
Hey, we don't need two you guys in there.
Mastermind prone in the bunker, taking some fire, and he gets taken out.
All right, I'm right behind you, Ralph.
Kaizen on the verge of turning the tables here.
And it looks like Kaizen has successfully destroyed the radio, and now both teams are frantically making their way to the next random spawn.
It's underground.
Notice the communication by Team Kaizen letting each other know where the radio is and where certain enemies are at all times.
Time winding down here in round one.
I'm in there. Capturing.
Ringworm for Team Kaizen is trying to grab control of that radio. He's got a teammate there to cover his back.
First half of this round was spent outside, the second half inside.
Tony Montana chucking some grenades around a corner trying to clear room.
Say hello to my little friend.
And Montana gets taken down, unable to destroy the radio. All Kaizen here in round one of Call of Duty.
2. And round 2 underway, Kevin. Kaizen had been taking round 1. No history here, so they just took it because they were better, I guess.
Well, they had clear control of the radio the entire round.
I think it's underneath. It's underneath, yeah?
Both teams on the move right away.
Tony Montana and Wildcard aggressively moving through the landscape. You can tell these guys know they have to be the aggressor now.
And they've got to watch out for the team killing, Lee. Unfortunately, Nim took out a couple of their own members last round.
Tony Montana going in and out of these bunkers in search of that radio. And down he goes, does Tony Montana. And Eska for Kaizen down in a bunker.
Eska peeking around the corner with his whole body, not taking advantage of the lean feature in Call of Duty. And Woobs for Kaizen crouched atop the hill. Notice they leave him outside of the base so he's able to see which way the enemies are entering, Lee. Excellent strategy.
Hold outside, hold that door. Don't let him go through that door.
Mac for Team Kaizen, prone atop the ladder, controlling the radio for the entire round. Woobs drops down behind a rock for some cover and takes out a member of Team Nim.
Someone's gonna have to take that from the top.
Kaizen's in control of the radio right now, and a member of Team Nim trying to change that. He makes his way up the ladder, but runs into a prone member of Team Kaizen and gets taken out. When your character climbs that ladder, Lee, he puts his weapon in the holster, so unfortunately he's unable to fire until he makes it all the way up, and a member of Team Kaizen took advantage of that. And for the second time, using that same strategy, prone in front of the ladder, member of Team Kaizen is able to defend the radio by taking out an enemy.
Hey, we already won now. So do whatever you want.
A little smack talking by Team Kaizen.
Or stating the obvious, one of the two. And Team Nim finally regrouping around that hole, trying to make one final push towards the radio.
Mac for Team Kaizen has spent most of his time right there just laying on the floor.
Well, a single grenade through the window would be enough to take him out, but unfortunately I don't have a keyboard and mouse in front of me.
I think the radio might blow.
Kaizen was in control of the radio so long, Lee, that the radio decided to self-destruct. It got that bored.
Call of Duty round 2 goes to Team Kaizen.
3.
Hey, game's on.
Round 3 underway here in Call of Duty. I just overheard Team Kaizen calling this a victory lap.
And there's something to be said about a round so boringly that the radio decides to take its own life.
Radio's place.
Team Nim is looking for MVP points and total kills. Tony Montana moving around those bunkers in search of that radio.
Eska for Kaizen went prone behind a tree, but unfortunately was not enough cover for him. And Tony Montana unloading on a member of Team Kaizen. Tony Montana takes down Woobs. Woobs, he did it again.
Whoops.
I'm just kidding, Lee. You working out? Well, it looks like Nim has clearly stepped it up. They've eliminated several members of Team Kaizen early on here. And I believe Team Nim is actually in control of the radio, Lee.
Team Nim hoping to rack up some of those MVP points as well as total kills.
No more trash talking from them, guys.
Hey, we're down 135 to 37. We need this radio.
It's all Team Kaizen here, making a push towards that radio. And Ringworm for Kaizen, prone yet again inside of a bunker, waiting for an enemy to peek his head around the corner. The radio spawns right in front of Ringworm, and he's securing it now. Let's see if Nim is able to take him out. Tony Montana opening fire, but decides to take a little nap in the snow. He gets taken out.
He's outside. He threw a grenade.
And if I'm not mistaken, Ringworm just got blown to
Oh, you're not mistaken, Lee. Eska for Kaizen takes out a member of Team Nim who was at that stationary turret. Two members of Team Kaizen crouched behind those boxes for cover as Tony Montana tries to flush him out, gets taken down around a corner. It looks like a member of Team Kaizen is at the radio. They're trying to secure it now as fire breaks out.
There it is. There's the radio.
And Eska for Kaizen gets mowed down, and Nim is at the radio now, crouched in a firefight, muzzle to muzzle.
No one's left. Get the radio.
Nim goes down. It looks like Ringworm for Kaizen is the last person left in the round. He's there to secure it.
Bodies are everywhere. Nim had to get it going here in Call of Duty round 3.
Yeah, Kaiser lost. Finally.
And Nim takes round 3, Kevin.
All right, well, it wasn't the most exciting strategy of all, but Mac for Team Kaizen proved that a little patience goes a long way. His defensive prowess gave his team 2 points in our PC round, and now he's standing with Stacy Barcelata for his 5 seconds of fame.
Thanks, Kevin. Congratulations, Mac. Let's talk about your Call of Duty defensive strategy.
Well, really camped him out that map. Let the little jabronis come up, take off their heads. Real good fun. 2 down, 2 down.
You did a great job. How do you think the next round's going to go against Team NIM?
Oh, we've been sessing SOCOM 2 real hard. No chance.
Wow, no chance. Big words, maybe, but it ain't bragging if you back it up. Lee, isn't that what you always say, or is it Kid Rock?
Not Kid Rock, it's Kid Hawk. But while our teams prepare for battle in SOCOM 2, you can check out our website at g4tv.com/arena, where you can read player profiles and sign up your team to get on the show. Our final showdown in SOCOM 2 is coming up after this on Arena.
True Crime, Streets of L.A. Rated M for mature.
Learn to drive, dude.
Welcome back, everyone, to Arena. Now, before the break, Kaizen rewrote history and led the Germans to victory in Call of Duty. So it looks like Team NIM needs a near-perfect round of SOCOM 2 and needs that cumulative score bonus to have a chance at the match. Let's go to Kevin to set it up.
Thank you, Lee. Yes, our third and final game is SOCOM 2 U.S. Navy SEALs, and a coin flip before the show determined that Team NIM will be the SEALs and Team Kaizen will be the opposing force. Now, the mode for today's game is Extraction, where the SEALs must infiltrate their opponent's stronghold to rescue a group of hostages. Today's map is Fishhook, which is set in a seaside village that, like Lee, has seen better days. What? Now, this setting has plenty of opportunities for close quarters combat, but it's also a sniper's paradise. So let's see which approach our two teams take as they square off in SOCOM 2 U.S. Navy SEALs.
In SOCOM 2, U.S. Navy SEALs is underway. Kevin Kaizen won the toss and elected to be the bad guys.
I love SOCOM.
SOCOM's cool.
SOCOM is the fun.
And NIM are the U.S. Navy SEAls. Team NIM, their objective is to find the hostages, get them to safety. Team Kaizen, their objective is to keep the hostages.
And Woobs is there.
Don't shoot each other, guys.
Oh, I got shot in the face.
And Tony Montana gets fragged by a member of Team NIM.
They killed themselves.
They did?
Mac for Team Kaizen, standing back, moving the hostages to an alternate location, trying to make things difficult for Team NIM.
Busby, you got downstairs? Good.
Yeah, all right, you got all the hostages?
Yep.
And it looks like Ringworm for Team Kaizen, laying down a couple mines, hoping that a member of Team NIM runs unsuspectingly into a room. Eska for Team Kaizen, now in charge of babysitting those hostages.
The defense here is much easier than the offense.
Absolutely, Lee. Team Kaizen has the advantage on this round. They can move the hostages to wherever they would like and then strategically plant themselves and wait for Team NIM to show up.
Ralph, they're coming your way.
Oh, really?
Ringworm for Team Kaizen, leaning out around that corner, checking for enemies. Slap Shoes for Team NIM, making his way off the beach.
I think you should get farther away.
Once he gets out in the open there, he's a sitting duck, his Slap Shoes. Again, an example of why it's more difficult to be a U.S. Navy SEAL in SOCOM 2.
Team NIM having trouble locating the hostages.
Very aggressive, his Slap Shoes. Again, NIM way behind on points here. And down goes Slap Shoes.
Out. Out. Nice.
Mac for Team Kaizen took down Slap Shoe. And it looks like only one member remains for Team NIM. Will he be able to get to those hostages, Lee?
Well, again, it's becoming all academic for Kaizen, being dominant here in SOCOM 2 U.S. Navy SEAls.
Mac's up on the rooftop.
Oh, wait, I got hit once.
Fire rings out. He goes prone to avoid it.
He's on this roof.
A little bit of communication from Team Kaizen, trying to get a bead on the enemy, let each other know exactly where he is.
Kaizen now playing the waiting game.
Wild card for Team Nim. Leaning out around the corner, he spots a member of the opposing force, and now he's just waiting for him to sneak back out, but...
Hey, why don't you come out? It's already over.
Homeboy talks a lot of noise.
Which corner?
Taking his time, and now some fires exchanged between Wild Card, and he gets taken out. It looks like Team Nim will be unable to take round one of SOCOM, Lee. Oh, and of course a little showboating, a little victory dance there.
Oh, a little moonwalk. Why not?
2.
Round 2 underway? Or am I imagining things? Nim all but beaten and battered here, and SOCOM 2 U.S. Navy SEALs has proven to be no different for them, Kevin.
Slap shoes for Nim, wasting no time. Coming in off the beach. Makes his way across the street, unscathed up until this point.
Busby, where are you?
Don't go downstairs because I have the door set.
The hostages have reset back to their initial starting point. Let's see if Nim is able to locate him this round.
Prior to this game, Kevin, we had talked about Nim needing a very dominant SOCOM 2. Slap shoes just starts blowing up stuff. He's ticked off.
And Eska just took out Mastermind, Lee.
They put a mine on the ground. I can't see mines. It's bullshit.
And fire breaks out, Slap shoes in a firefight. And he takes out a member of Team Kaizen.
I'm down. No, you can go down the ladder.
By the hallway.
Looks like Woobs for Kaizen gets taken out.
You're gonna need a lot more than that, Kevin.
Tony Montana actively searching for those hostages. Eska for Kaizen up top.
You got both of them set?
I'm doing it right now.
Once again, Nim, the U.S. Navy SEAL team.
And Mac for Kaizen with an excellent shot takes down Slap shoes. Excellent shooting by Mac as Mac from up top unloads, and it looks like all of the Navy SEAls have been eliminated, Lee.
Oh, boo.
Yeah.
Like shooting ducks in a barrel.
3.
And it's all over but the fat lady singing.
She's singing about round 3, Lee.
Rounds 1 and 2 all Kaizen. And Nim, only an unbelievable miracle here in the third round of SOCOM 2 U.S. Navy SEALs will salvage any face here for them.
Mastermind and Slap shoes heading out together as Wild Card for Nim makes his way, and he's already in a firefight with a member of the opposing force. It's a little circle strafing in the street, and Wild Card goes down. Team Nim is now 3 strong yet again.
Wild Card went down fast. Tony Montana.
Getting a little choked up. I know it's
getting a little
sad
choked
to see
up.
the SEALs get taken out this way, but...
Tony Montana hoping not to see a similar fate in a firefight with Mac. And down goes Tony Montana.
And it looks like Mac for Kaizen took down Tony Montana, but now he's pausing to reload and takes down yet another member of Team Nim. Mac is on a killing spree.
That was Mastermind for Nim that went down.
From behind.
Man.
And the round is over, Lee.
That's rough.
Freaking spree right there. That's dance time, USA.
And Mac for Kaizen.
Oh.
Doing his best beat it.
SOCOM 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Nim is destroyed. And SOCOM 2 is all Team Kaizen.
Well, SOCOM 2 proved that you have to work as a team to survive here in Arena, and Mac proved to be a Mac truck as he plowed through Team Nim, leading Kaizen to victory. With an excellent performance in Call of Duty and SOCOM 2, there's no doubt who today's MVP is. Let's go to Stacy with our winning team and our MVP.
Team Kaizen, Mac, get on up here. You are the MVP today. You did great in 2 games. How you feeling?
It's complete ownage. They couldn't do anything. Only one of them left. Only one of them left.
You guys did own them. Now, next time you're going for Win 5 and the Hall of Champions. How are you going to make sure that happens?
We're unstoppable. We don't have to do anything. Oh, backflip.
Unstoppable. Congratulations, Team Kaizen. Lee, take it away.
Ownage and unstoppable. I like these guys. Now, it's a new season, but an over result as Kaizen returns and successfully defends his title against an overmatched and an overwhelmed team with a clean sweep. And now they're only one big win away from being the first team in Season 3 to qualify for the Hall of Champions and a chance at winning that all-expenses-paid week of fun in the sun, courtesy of Arena. We'll see if Kaizen has the stuff of champions on the next episode of Arena.
This week on Sweat, Rossi heads to Houston to game with the NFL's best at the Madden Bowl.
What you doing on the ground, man? Come on.
Hang out at the hottest parties.
It's live, man.
And talk NFL fever with League MVP Peyton Manning.
People are going to start beating me now when I play them.
That's why you come to Madden Bowl, and that's what it's all about. Get in on the action with a special pigskin party edition of Sweat, Saturday at 4:30 p.m. Presented by Jeep. If it's not trail rated, it's not a Jeep 4x4.
crystals to expel the mist that poisons your world. Battle alone or with friends by connecting up to 4 Game Boy Advance systems. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated D for teen.
Here we see a wild Pikmin in its natural environment. These strange creatures become attached to whoever pulls them from the ground, loyal and obedient. Pikmin work together to fight large predators like this grub dog, even if it means getting eaten. As night falls, the Pikmin return to their nest to rest for another day of hard work. Hang in there, little guys. Pikmin. Only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated E for everyone.
So many cool things going on at the G4 booth this year, but one of the coolest things is they're giving out free tattoos. Not little fake tattoos that you put on with water. The real deal. Needle and ink going in your skin. One thing is, it's got to have the G4 logo in it.
It shows dedication, that's for sure.
Just like that. No. I'm a little nervous. Yeah, it's first time. Oh, wow. The pain purifies. Hardcore, dude.
My devotion to video games. Yeah. They were like free tattoos, and I was like, well, that sounds good. They were like G4 logo, and I was like, that sounds even better.
They gave that to me, dude.
G4 is a great station.
They usually leave it on 24/7.
It was just insane the first time I saw it.
It's awesome. I need to call my cable provider. I watch it all the time.
I'll start watching it now.
Watch G4 TV for gamers.
You know, Adam, people always ask me, what is Adam Sessler really like? Is he really a geek and a dork like he acts on TV, or is it phony? And I tell him, no way, Adam is no phony. He is the real deal.
Thank you, Tina. I really do appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I mean, it is so true, guys. This guy is truly a geek and a dork.
Stop it. Stop it. I just want the audience to know that you two gals are about as authentic as they come.
Thanks, Adam. That's
People,
awesome. Thank you.
These ladies are exactly as you see them on the show. Catty and annoying. There is nothing bogus going on here.
Thanks, Adam. That's so sweet. I mean, we really respect our audience. We know people can smell what's fake, you know?
Totally. And you guys, there's nothing fake about Tina except those two things.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. I'm just saying.
Why would you say that on TV?
I'm getting a little uncomfortable, so I'm just going to
Nothing.
floss.
Your hat looks ridiculous.
You shouldn't be embarrassed.
Well, you made out with your first cousin. I didn't tell anybody on TV. Can you make a quality RPG using nothing more than a half-assed understanding of Confucianism? We'll find out with Jade Empire.
And we'll take a look at Midnight Club 3 and ask if the world needs yet another illegal street racer.
And I'm Leslie Stahl. These stories and Andy Rooney tonight on G4TV.com.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to the show that changes boy toys more often than Michael Jackson.
Oh,
allegedly.
Hey. You're bad.
Hey, it's true. Anyway, Adam, it's so awesome to have another blonde, spiky hair person on the show. As you know, these brunettes are really bringing us down.
Well, you know, the spiky, that's really kind of, I think it's more like sprouty.
I was being
best effort basis.
You meant bleach blonde, right?
Natural, it goes this way.
Exactly.
Just like this. And you know, I'm a big fan of Morgan. Tina and Morgan.
No, it's not that we get along. We're friends.
Except for all the video evidence to the contrary.
Exactly.
That's all.
We're working through our problems. We're seeing somebody.
You're working it through.
Not the same
television.
person, but we're seeing like therapist type talking to somebody.
Right.
So we're working it out. But how's your show going?
The show is going fine. It's still on the air, and so I just check every night, and then I know, okay, I can go into work tonight.
And it's not just on the air. It's on the air about 70 times a day, Adam says.
That is true. That's true. So if you ever miss me,
there's no lack
which
of
I do,
right.
I know where to find myself.
We miss you all the time, which is why we decided to have you back on a second time.
What games are people playing? What are people talking about?
Well, the big one, it's Jade Empire. This is BioWare's RPG, and of course it's such a big deal because BioWare made Knights of the Old Republic, and we're behind Knights of the Old Republic 2. And the original KOTOR was, in our opinion, on X-Play, the best game of 2003. Yes. I cannot stand turn-based RPGs, and it actually made me love them. Of course, Jade Empire is a significantly different game because it involves combat, and it's real-time combat, and it takes place in a mystical Chinese land.
That's right.
Yes, and
not based on ancient China, but in mystical China.
We talked a little bit about the combat. You had a little bit of problems with it, but let's find out what people on the board are saying. Adam Barnes wrote in, he's from Florence, Alabama, and says the story is one of the coolest things about Jade Empire. Death's Hand is one of the most intriguing villains I've seen since Darth Vader. Now, I may agree it's got a great story, but I just think there's way too much reading in this RPG to really get into. Adam, do you agree with me on that?
Well, I mean, do you think it's more reading compared to KOTOR, or do you think there's too much reading in KOTOR?
I just think it's too much reading in the RPG in general. I'm not an RPG fan whatsoever, so I can't say that it's not a great game.
Right.
It's just not my style of game, but I still feel for an RPG, it just got a lot of, it's very text-heavy at the beginning. But hey, Adam, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I actually played the game with the subtitles turned off, which I kind of liked the experience that brought. But I didn't think that it was really that much of a problem.
That's interesting that you did that, because I actually played it with the sound off so I could click through and read as fast as I wanted to, because the voice acting is too slow for me.
I found that with all of their games, that once, you've already gotten through the sentence by reading it, and they're still kind of lingering on the words. I think it's a problem that in a lot of games, that voice work tends to be a little bit too ponderous. There are a few games that are exceptions.
Right. Now, Adam, did you play KOTOR as well from BioWare?
I did. It was an awesome game.
How do you compare this to KOTOR?
It's not quite as good. I don't think it's the classic that Knights of the Old Republic was, but there's still a lot to like about it. I mean, the story was amazing. The characters were really interesting. And,
well, talk about the combat, Adam, because we're used to seeing the turn-based, and like we were talking about this Adam and Adam. It's real-time. Does that pull you out of it, or do you prefer just seeing the turn-based like we did in KOTOR?
Well, I thought the combat in Jade Empire, it kind of works for the game, but it's not as big of,
It's nowhere near as polished. It doesn't have that. It felt kind of clunky. I don't know, Adam, if you play God of War, but I found that to be the biggest problem. After coming off of this just sublime combat system in God of War, to then go to what felt kind of jerky and unsure of itself.
Almost a half-assed
Jade
fight.
Empire, yeah. And the other thing is,
the combat is definitely not one of the best things about the game.
Yeah.
But I think it does the job that it's really supposed to.
So what do you feel like is the best thing about the game?
Definitely the story.
I would agree with him.
But don't you just want to go and read the book? I mean, it's a video game.
Pick up the novel.
I like to keep my reading in my video game will compare it to like reading the back of your shampoo bottle. Like, we want to keep it just the basic instructions. Otherwise, I'll go buy a novel.
It could be a good book, but when you play a game and you read a book, it's a different experience.
Understandable. Personally, I'm going to have to say that I felt more of a connection with the characters in KOTOR than I did here, because it's text heavy for the first 2 hours, and then it lightens up here in Jade Empire. But the first 2 hours, they just throw so much at you that it was confusing at points. And I'm an intelligent woman.
And they use big words, which you've always had a problem with.
With like multiple syllables.
Yes, exactly.
No, seriously, there was just so much background and so much history that it was like I wanted to take notes to make sure I was catching it all, because part of me just wanted to get to the gameplay that I wasn't reading as thoroughly as I would.
And there's always that fear like, oh my God, am I missing something important?
Exactly.
Because you're still trying to get used to it. I think also I was a little put off at first story-wise, just because the thing was, I kept on feeling it was about to veer into this land of stereotypes. It was me like, even though Star Wars,
I think it totally did.
Star Wars, Star Wars is a world of stereotypes, but they're ones that they're kind of original, of course.
I think Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic, it had a couple of really good characters. The HK robot, he was awesome, but...
Well, we just haven't seen enough Star Wars games, though. That's the problem.
I know,
with
there's
that.
such a shortage.
There is.
Yeah. I wish they do one like based on the Lego.
I also still like 3 more bad movies that I can watch so they can make more games based on
Episode 97. But Adam, so are you recommending people to pick up this as an RPG or not pick this up?
Well, if you really like Knights of the Old Republic, I think you'll probably enjoy the game.
But be disappointed in comparison.
It's not going to match up. I think the thing I find so interesting is that I don't like turn-based games. I thought, oh, cool, real-time fighting, yay. And then I played it, and I really missed the turn-based fighting, because when I was playing Knights of the Old Republic, I love setting up all my neat attacks and then sitting back and watching me just kick butt
Which is what I
all over the
hate
place.
about that game, which is me going, if I'm going to be, that's the one thing I actually really enjoyed about Jade Empire is for me to sit back and go, okay, I'm going to kick your ass, but first I'm going to say I'm going to right punch, left, and then I go, now go do it. There's something about that, it's sort of, it's much more passionate when you go right into combat. Now you're kicking ass, and there's no setting.
I found it
agree. Sister.
Oh, I brought the two of you together. That's not fair. I'm driving away.
All right, we got to take a quick break. Laura has to go throw up her breakfast. But upon our return, we're going to find out if Rockstar delivers with Midnight Club 3.
If you stop calling me fat, I wouldn't have to do these things.
Well, you gained a little
bit.
I'm trying to let you, I don't want you to be embarrassed on television.
That's it. Lip to the right. Oops.
The cold silence of space only punctuates the feeling of death that emanates from this virtually lifeless planet. Only one thing is alive and well here. Evil. And it must be destroyed, decimated, exterminated. But first, it must be found.
It was me and my brother. We were playing like to see who was better. So we like stayed up all night until 3 o'clock to see who's better. Then my little nephew came, he disconnected everything. We started screaming like, God, no, we didn't even save the game. Then my nephew just went running to his mom and I got mad because we spent all day. My God, no, you little bastard.
This is Father Adrian Gonzalez. I just want to say that I will be renouncing my religion of Christianity to worship the Greco-Roman gods, thanks to the awesome video game of God of War. It really did change my life.
Why is every single time there's not a naked chick or lots of violence in the game, people always say, oh, it's kiddie, and don't play it? Is the game fun? Yes? Then shut up and play it.
I want somebody to make a Tony Danza game and call it Extravaganza.
I like the religious one, so it's like the new Kabbalah with God of War.
We're bringing spirituality to the world.
Yeah, there's positive things. Religion, sex,
violence.
violence.
Getting in a car to come over
And the
here
reason
now.
it's a kiddie game is we don't have sex, drugs, and rock and roll, because that's all adults do.
Yeah, exactly.
So
hey, welcome back.
Oh, really?
Adam Sessler of
still a
X-Play
child.
fame is joining us.
Yes.
We couldn't afford Morgan, but we're very excited that you're here.
Well, I heard there's a fruit basket for me afterwards.
Actually, Morgan ate it. But we're really
She
excited
lets
you're
you
here, and you
core.
look great. I love your shirt. We
All
tried
right.
on a couple shirts before.
Yeah, we did.
And this is the one
we settled with
decided
this. And, well, we know what the kids say about my shirts and what it does to their members. And
Yes, but anyway.
Save that for X-Play.
But beyond Jade
M-rated show.
Empire, what's everybody talking about?
All right, so now Rockstar Games put out another game. No, it's not Grand Theft Auto. And no, it's not State of Emergency. Thankfully, it's not State of Emergency.
Yes.
It's their venerable street racing series, Midnight Club. This is number 3 with Dub Edition.
Dub Edition.
Once again, this is illegal street racing. You may have heard of it. If you haven't, I want to hug you.
Wow, what an original idea.
I know, isn't
All right, you guys. Okay, we know that the genre is flooded, but this is a really solid
It's based
game.
on a Vin Diesel movie from 4 years ago.
It's fine, but even though the genre is still saturated, just like there's lots of RPGs and there's
True.
lots of first-person shooters, but if a good one comes out, you got to give it props.
Because I believe, I may be wrong, I believe when the first Midnight Club came out, which was right around the beginning of the PS2, this hadn't become such a fad. I thought it was a cool game. I think I feel a sense of exhaustion.
Okay, well, let's see what people on the boards are saying.
Yeah, let's see what people
All
on
right.
boards. Am I the only one who is sick and tired of seeing one illegal street racing game after another? And that is from Michael Boyd from Breckenridge, Colorado. And Michael, you are not alone. Are you with me?
Yeah, how's it going?
Good. Now, what do you think of illegal street racing games as a whole?
Well, as a whole, I think they suck, pretty much.
They suck, but do
I mean-
individual... Hold up. Tina's about to chew you out, but hold on. I'm gonna get you back here for a second. Have you played Midnight Club 3? Let's start with that.
Yeah, I played Midnight Club 3. I actually think it's, out of all the legal street racing games, it's probably one of the better ones.
Thank you. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you. I just want someone to come up and say, yes, but this conversation is not about the genre in general. It's about Midnight Club 3, because that's what people are playing. It's got online capability. It's got the deepest customization mode that I've seen in a legal street racing game. And I just think it's a really, if you like racing games, which you don't like, Laura.
I don't like racing games. I don't like driving in real life, nor do I like doing it virtually.
Right, and I don't think out of, you're a
People hit
fan
me
of
with
it.
cars.
Yeah. And out of the 3, this is by far the best. I did not like Midnight Club 1 and 2.
Michael,
Very difficult.
what do you like about the game?
But I think the genre as a whole is really it's getting really tired. I mean, there's Need for Speed Underground, they're making a new one, like Most Wanted or something like that.
Let's discuss, what is it that you like so much about it and that makes it above and beyond the others?
Well, I like the customization, like adding all the parts to it and, tricking it out and all that.
Totally.
I like the Xbox Live support.
Yep.
Playing online, because, well, if you play single player, you think you're pretty good, but then you go up against real people and you can kind of better view on how good you actually are.
Right.
They're
I have to
good.
say, though, I was a little disappointed in Rockstar. They're just so becoming cliche. The characters, like, the opening screen comes out, this Latin, like, thug-type guy, and trust me, normally...
Have you played Grand Theft Auto?
I know, and that's what I'm saying.
I
That's a
believe
little
it
played out,
has a department of cheap stereotypes.
they've exhausted...
Actually, the college
In Midnight Club 2, they had characters that were cliche as well, like... like a Vin Diesel character kind of guy, and a bunch of other nonsense like that. And
it is very stereotypical, and I think I get that the whole genre is saturated and stuff, Michael, and stuff, but you just got to give props to a good game that still comes out with solid gameplay. I'm a street racing fan. I like the online. No, it's not completely innovative. It didn't invent something brand new that we haven't seen before.
Tina, you didn't like the other two.
No, I didn't. They were really difficult, and they've got these arrows that are really tough to see sometimes, and they're really, I think they really tackled this problem in
This was the best one I played, probably the best street racing game I played.
I didn't even think 1 or 2 were even playable. It was so frustrating. You got lost all the time.
Well, I think what's going to be sad is, I agree, this other genre is probably one of its best examples, but Need for Speed Underground just somehow has a lock on this, and the people can't seem to look outside of it. I'm really curious to see if Rockstar, by virtue of them being Rockstar, will be able to at least show people an alternative, so it'll force you to try to make a better game. And I think Need for Speed Underground is just it's a disc that's an ad. I mean, it's just it's nearly...
So you prefer this game?
Oh, I would play this game. I would recommend this game to other people who like this type of game, and I would steer them clear of Need for Speed Underground, where the customization there is so superficial, it has no actual bearing on how the car really performs.
But it's missing one thing. It's missing boobs and ass.
Yes, and I'm about to say, and I being a connoisseur of that from a distance. I've never
That's what I've heard about you, people in the office, the girls.
That, and the cars, and a highly colorful character. 2 highly colorful characters are found on the whip set, and that's obviously on Sunday nights here at G4
10 o'clock.
at 10 p.m.
So if you're a car enthusiast, you can actually watch a little bit of
You don't even have to like cars.
Well, you guys won't watch it because you're not car enthusiasts. All right, we got a break for a couple of minutes. Laura has to throw up her snack, but when we come back, it's all about you. We're scanning the forums and answering your really, really, really tough and personal questions about that one thing that you did that one night.
I feel sick.
They found out.
Oh!
Hey, welcome back to the show. We're having a fantastic time. Adam Sessler's joining us. It's been a blast. You look fantastic, by the way.
You look good.
Really?
You look
The minute someone says that to me, like, the hairs in the back of my neck stand up because I know something bad's about to happen.
Well, you have something on your nose, but don't even worry about it. We're not even noticing that.
All right.
I like the hairs on the back of your neck, Adam.
Okay.
Okay, stop. Hi.
Don't make me floss.
All right, on the show, Adam, Laura, settle down.
Tina.
We really pride ourselves in bringing top game developers and company executives to give you guys great previews and to get thoughts on what's coming up, right?
It's important.
But what we're missing are the people on the front lines.
Yeah.
Right? Those guys that know what people are renting, what they're buying, what they're selling, and what they're replaying.
Yes.
It's a gaming trench foot. That's
Exactly what it is. So we decided to go to America's heartland to meet our soldier.
Aye, aye.
His name is Shane Hoffman. He's the manager at Maple Grove, Minnesota Game Zone. So we're going to call him up right now, and we're going to ask him a couple questions. We want to know what the game community is doing.
We want to know.
So we're going to go ahead and...
Can I help you?
Hey, Shane, how are you? This is Tina Wood from G4. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic. So we just want to ask you a couple of questions. First of all, thanks for being on the show.
Oh, you're welcome.
What are people renting right now?
Tons of people are asking for Revenge of the Sith. They just have to wait a few more days, but I think it's going to be an awesome game. A lot of God of War. We were selling out that game like crazy. It just cannot keep it on the shelf.
That game makes people change their religion. I just want to know.
They go monotheistic to polytheistic. I have to say, I was just at Star Wars Celebration 3, and they had the Revenge of the Sith game there. This is the first time I've seen a Star Wars game based on one of the movies that looks like a legitimate game. It's being done by the Collective, which have had some hit or miss, but some pretty good stuff with Indiana Jones and Buffy. But this has real saber
So it's not
combat,
just fanboys being excited about it. It's going to be a legitimate game.
I mean, the best way we could describe it, it's kind of like the Return of the King and the Two Towers games in Star Wars. This was
Now, Shane, what can you not get rid of? What's just stacked on your shelves that you can't sell fast enough?
Halo 2.
Well, it's been out for a while. Let's cut it some slack. And what about, are people returning anything?
Yeah, a lot of trade-ins right now on Time Splitters. It's a great game, but it's incredibly short. People have been complaining about the length of it. And, like, it's all about the multiplayer, but if you don't have online, it's pretty much, you know, just play for 6-7 hours, you're done with it.
So really so we're seeing no replayability in Time Splitters.
To a certain extent, you gotta have the online. Like, it's a total online game. I mean, online is the future of gaming. If you don't have online, you're pretty much gonna get left, back in the Stone Age.
Somebody tell Nintendo.
It's the same thing that we said about Time Splitters actually on our review. If you're aiming for the single player, you have nothing. And if you don't like multiplayer, don't buy it.
Now, we just previewed Star Wars Legos, which I was a huge fan of. Can you tell me anything exciting about Star Wars Legos? Is it flying off your shelves?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I throw it in for like 10 minutes, and a family comes in, they buy it instantly. It's just the most fun game I've played in a long
The
time.
family buys it for their small children. Let's point out that. Thank
you always have something negative to add.
Wow.
Shane, we really appreciate it. And how's your day going? You having a good day?
Yeah, it's awesome. Good weather. People are coming in, checking out all the new stuff that came out this week, so it's a good day.
All right, we're going to all call your store and hope that you get a raise.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you, Shane, so much. We appreciate
we'll check in again
it.
soon.
It's interesting to kind of go out into the community and really find out what people are really spending, because we get the numbers coming in, we get the executives saying,
stats.
My game's great, but this is a guy who's saying, look, this is what people are actually really doing. So maybe we'll call around a couple of different stores. And
if anyone wants Halo 2, now you know where
Get over to Minnesota. I saw that guy. He's like, where can I find it?
I'm glad people were playing it and enjoying and buying God of War because
well, that's fantastic. And it's interesting about Time Splitters. I actually thought that it would have more replayability, that the online would be a little bit more effective, but obviously
the single
not.
player is really, the AI is pretty bad.
Yeah, I do agree with you.
Yes.
Sort of.
Oh.
Do I agree with you?
You do.
No,
You do. Don't make a habit of it.
All right, everybody needs a little tweaking now and then.
Whoa. So dirty.
Maybe you're tired of your old duds, or you're just too old for that short, blonde, spiky hair covered by a multicolored beret. Well, we have a gamer makeover coming your way right after the break, so don't go anywhere. Don't change that dial.
Do I have to go back to the fake issue?
Do people have dials anymore? Did I just age myself?
Dated and
Am I 60?
Hi, my name is Laurent Dobas, and I hold the short mode record for the Elysium Alps course on SSX. It took me only 9 months to achieve this score. 4 friends of mine, also in their 30s, purchased the system and the game so they could play too. When the PS2 came around, my life changed. The first SSX was a revelation for me. Awesome graphics and what video games are supposed to be all about. Once I realized the million points barrier could be broken, I had to keep trying. I had to do it. It was a hot summer afternoon and I was just out of the shower. I turned on my PS2, my VCR, and bang, I hit the million points on my first run. I was shaking like crazy and unable to play after that for a couple of hours. It was pretty insane.
Hi, I'm Jay Smith, creator of Vectrex. Do you know your exercise? Do you know your history? G4, TV for gamers.
Ready to fight! Left and punch, right and kick, hit 'em with your dragon stick! Uppercut! Uppercut! Fireball! Fireball! Finish him!
Next week, prepare for the ultimate trip as we evaluate Tim Schafer's new title, Psychonauts, and we sit down with LucasArts and Star Wars Episode 3.
Good times. Good times. Make sure to tune in. Now, you guys, Axe Body Wash came to us, and they offered a free makeover to one of our viewers. And judging by the gamers that hang around the G4 offices, some gamers could use a makeover. Tina.
You guys.
Yeah. Anyway, a bunch of you guys wrote in. Tina wrote in a bunch too, but that's a different story. But a bunch of you wrote in. So right now, let's take a look at the very lucky recipient of an Axe Body Wash makeover. Roll it. So I want to thank everyone out there who entered the Axe Body Wash Makeover contest. We got thousands of entries, but there was one guy who seemed a little bit more stylistically stunted than the rest of you. His name's Jonah. Here he comes. Now, Jonah, we're going to make you look so good that your girlfriend's panties are going to take themselves off. Come on. Jonah! Now, we're at the the Vaxburg Salon, LA's premier salon for celebrity makeovers. And this here is my stylist, Andy Scarborough. We're gonna make you look so hot. We've gone out, we pulled a bunch of clothes that I think are gonna look really good on you, and I think you're gonna like them. You guys ready? Yeah. Let's do it, all right. Joan's gonna get naked.
Let's do it.
Jonah doesn't know this, but we've secretly flown in his girlfriend Cindy to be a part of this special surprise. What do you think of Jonah's look?
Jonah's look is going downhill.
Going downhill,
You know,
huh?
it seems like there's a scent emanating from his body.
Let me tell you something. We've given him some Axe body wash to take care of the scent, so don't worry about that. And we've given him a whole bunch of other surprises that I really, really think you're gonna like. Okay, have a seat. Let me go get your man. Jonah, we've got a surprise for you. 1, 2, 3.
Hi, honey.
Look how good he looks.
I got my belt,
Oh my God, do you love
my
it?
bracelet. This. I look like Laura Boy. You like it?
Oh my God. You look horrible.
You don't like it?
God!
What's the problem? I did this for you.
Jonah, don't forget your Axe body wash.
Only you would dress somebody up and make them look exactly like yourself.
Well, given the fact that I actually used to look like that as well.
Right, dude, it's a good look.
Yeah, explains why the women ran.
Yes, I'm sure people now are really writing in to be part of the
I think he looked
competition.
great. What more could you want? Anybody, we're out of time. So we want to thank everybody for kicking around the old controller with us today. Especially thanks to the sets for filling in the incredibly large ash cushion left by Jeff
Wait, that was
Keighley.
a cushion? I thought it was an after dinner mint.
That's why we love to have you around, Adam
So
Sessler.
wrong on so many levels. And Tina, I want to thank you for making me look good just by being here.
Absolutely.
All right.
Anytime.
See you next week. Bye.
Thank you, Adam.
I see you out there.
Still trying to be fly with that 10-year-old cassette player? Come on, dog. Join us in the 21st century. How does a $20,000 interior car makeover sound to you? Watch G4 for clues every night from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. Then go to g4tv.com to enter the Whipset sweepstakes. 4 new clues drop every night. The more you watch, the more chances you have to win. Please believe it's the Whipset sweepstakes, May 8th through May 21st.
Tune in, geek out, game on. It's time for E305.
Boom!
We've got an entire week of the biggest, baddest video game event of the year. G4 is teaming up with IGN to bring you 2 hours a day of live coverage from the show floor. Get ready for huge games and even huger gamers.
It doesn't get any more electrifying than this.
E305 Live, presented by Jeep, starting May 16th at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific.
Coming up on Pulse, Lara Croft's next adventure is finally in full swing. But did it take its toll on an IDOS exec?
Plus, there's more to IDOS than Tomb Raider. We'll get a first look at the company's new platformer, Whiplash.
And we went to Northern California to see what Electronic Arts was showing off at Camp EA. That's all coming up right now on Pulse. Welcome to Pulse, your weekly look into the world of interactive entertainment. I'm Ronnie Lynn Riley.
And I'm Patrick Clark. Today we've got an update on the Washington law regarding violent games.
Plus, we'll fill you in on the latest milestone for the Xbox's most popular launch title.
But first, there's a shakeup in the house that Croft built. After several delays in the latest Tomb Raider game's launch and the resulting plummet in stock prices, IDOS probably heaved a huge sigh of relief once the game hit store shelves. But the relief quickly turned to grief as there was more bad news for IDOS and Core Design, Tomb Raider's developer. On July 15th, IDOS issued a press release saying that its development director and Core's founder and managing director, Jeremy Heath-Smith, has resigned. No explanation was cited in the press release, and IDOS declined to comment, only thanking Smith for his 7-year contribution to the company. More news on this story as we get it.
While the week brought bad news for Core and IDOS, it brought decidedly good news for gamers in the state of Washington. A U.S. district judge has issued an injunction blocking the enforcement of a law that prohibits the sale of games that depict violence against law enforcement officers to minors. The law was set to affect games like Enter the Matrix, a T-rated game that includes fight scenes with police officers. IDSA President Doug Lowenstein praised the judge's action, pointing out that, quote, the court made clear the very high burden that governments face when they try to regulate such protected speech. Mary Lou Dickerson, the law's sponsor, saw things differently, saying, quote, it has very little bearing on the final outcome of the case.
A video game law in Washington is the last thing Blizzard Entertainment was worried about over the past week. You may recall that we previously reported that the co-founders and vice president of Blizzard North had resigned to pursue other opportunities. But the news is much better this week, as Diablo lead programmer Rick Sace was promoted to development team lead for Blizzard North. Sace has been a member of the Blizzard family since 1994 and has played an integral role in the company's recent games, including the latest installment in the Warcraft series, The Frozen Throne.
If the real-time strategy of a game like The Frozen Throne isn't your style, maybe you prefer the high-energy action of platformers. If that's the case, IDOS has your next obsession. Featuring two characters that are literally inseparable, Whiplash is this week's first look.
In Whiplash, we have Spanx and Redmond are the main characters. Spanx is a crazy weasel, and Redmond's an uptight rabbit, and they're chained together. Spanx and Redmond are escaping from the facilities of Genron, a high-tech sort of animal testing, product manufacturing facility.
The hamster cannon. That's just plain mean.
As such, they've each sort of been subject to testing within the facility. Spanx specifically has been the victim of electricity testing, like appliance safety and things like that. Redmond's specialty was hair and makeup, so his natural affinity is he's impervious to pretty much anything. And Spanx doesn't dislike electricity. I think he kind of enjoys it. Actually, no animals were harmed, but humans repeatedly get damaged in the process. I don't know if I can specifically relate to weasels in general, but when I get behind the controls of Spanx or Redmond, I can definitely relate to the idea of just kind of reckless abandon. So I think if people go buy this game, it'll just be to have fun.
Yes, it's that time of year again, the time when wild rumors run rampant over the vast electronic smorgasbord we like to call the Internet. This week, the UK development community is reporting that many of its members have already seen a demonstration of the Xbox 2, codenamed Xenon. Also making the rounds among the .com faithful is the story that Grand Theft Auto Vice City will be coming to the Xbox before Take-Two Interactive's PS2 exclusivity contract runs out at the end of next year. Earlier this year, Take-Two's CEO said that a major Rockstar title would come to the Xbox in the first fiscal quarter of 2004, but he didn't elaborate. The subsequent buzz points to Grand Theft Auto Vice City as the likely candidate. In order to circumvent the exclusivity clause, the game is rumored to be titled Vice City.
One game that doesn't need a loophole to come to the Xbox is Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six 3. That's because Ubisoft has announced the game's console launch will be an Xbox exclusive, at least for the time being. Ubisoft has pulled out a future release for the PlayStation 2 and GameCube, like they did with Splinter Cell last year.
There's no question that if Vice City does find its way onto the Xbox around the holiday season, it'll sell better than earplugs at a Jewel poetry reading. But it will face quite a challenge if it wants to be the best-selling game of all time on the Xbox. Microsoft and Bungie Studios announced this week that the Xbox's killer app, Halo, has sold more than 3 million copies worldwide since it was released in 2001. Of course, the torch will be passed when Bungie releases the highly anticipated sequel sometime in 2004.
Halo may have just broken the 3 million mark, but there's no way it's still in the top 10 Xbox games almost 2 years after its release, right? The only way to find out is to check out the EB Games Top 10 Xbox titles for the week. If you think this is a realistic volleyball sim, you've taken one too many spikes to the face. At number 10 is Outlaw Volleyball. Master the art of pillaging and perfect your plundering skills with this week's number 9, Pirates of the Caribbean. At number 8 is the video game equivalent of Richard Simmons. It just won't go away. But in Halo's case, that's a good thing. If your gun-for-hire business isn't booming, keep your mercenary skills sharp with this week's number 7, Soldier of Fortune 2. So you're feeling the need for speed but can't afford an F-16? Try the next best thing in Midnight Club 2, coming in at number 6. For those outside-the-box types, it's the open-ended RPG action of The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind at number 5. Jackknifing into the number 4 slot is a fun trucking game that puts an 18-wheeler in your hands. Big month of truckers. Get the truck out of here. Bruising its way into the countdown at number 3 is the game that lets you bring the pain 23rd century style, brute force. Want to weave through Washington? Or would you prefer plowing through Paris? Do both with this week's number 2, Midtown Madness 3. And topping the charts this week at number 1 is the supernatural Nazi blasting action of Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Coming up after the break, we're hitting the road for a look at the next big thing from EA Sports Big, the football game NFL Street.
Plus, we're headed to Northern California for Camp EA and a look at what Electronic Arts has in store for you. All that and more, only on Pulse.
Join us for Achieving the Glow, a 5-part series showing you the way to enlightenment. This week, athletes find the zone.
My defense is very suspect.
It's all part of G4ia, presented by EB Games and G. Tomorrow at 9 p.m.
This isn't an easy thing for me to say, so I'm just gonna say it. I've talked it over with Wood Elf and Tiger Woman, and we're going with another cleric. Sorry, Padre.
Good luck finding health potions.
In a few short weeks, G4ia, G4's first annual event celebrating games and the people who play them, will take place here in Los Angeles. Celebrities, industry insiders, and 50 lucky G4 viewers will be treated to a slew of games, music, and the Glow Awards, which will honor industry leaders. The soiree will take place at the Henry Fonda Theater in Hollywood, which opens its doors in 1926. In its 70-plus years of existence, the theater has changed its focus from live theater to movie house to music venue. With a state-of-the-art sound system and room for more than 1,300 people, G4ia promises to be quite a party, and we'll be there to bring it to you. You can get on the show by sending us a video of yourself with your pick for the game of the year and why you think it's worthy of the glow. Go to www.g-4ia.com for more details.
If you've seen any of our Road to G4ia specials, better known as Achieving the Glow, then you've probably noticed Adam West is your guide. But TV's Batman is more than just a pretty face. He's also an accomplished voiceover artist. And Ubisoft has announced that along with X-Files X-star David Duchovny, West has signed on to do voiceovers for a character in the graphic novel-inspired 13. Although he's best known as the Cape Crusader from the 60s TV show, West has spent his share of time in the VO booth. His past credits include the animated series Rugrats, Johnny Bravo, and The Family Guy.
So you love football, but could do without little annoyances like rules and referees, right? Well, then EA Sports Big has your game. NFL Street is taking the pigskin from the cheers of the stadium to the smack talk of the urban playground. We recently went to Camp EA to check it out.
NFL Street is a new football game. It's 7-on-7. It's pickup football. Players are playing both sides of the ball. So you have Michael Vick playing quarterback. Michael Vick's got to play defensive back also. That works well for someone who's fast like that, but Peyton Manning might have a great gun on offense, but you look at him on defense, he's not going to be the best player.
It's pretty sweet, you know. I think that it's going to take off a lot. You know, it's definitely non-traditional, so it's going to be fun to see that the guys, and especially the kids, are going to get after this game because they're playing street football still, you know. We want to, but our contract says we can't. So, you know, it's good to see that the kids are out there still playing. Then they're going to have a game that's going to reflect the same level, so that's going to be fun for them.
The essence is just a pure love of football. It's the players. It's all about the players, from their emotion, from what they wear when they're off the field. They're not in helmets. It's just what they love the game. They love football. They're going to play football. They're going to show off. They're going to taunt. They're going to go through their legs when they run. They're going to throw behind-the-back passes and big hits. Football's about power.
It's pretty intense. You know, it's pretty intense. I think it's great to see him go into that aspect of, you know, the street ball that seems to be kind of popular these days, sort of making a comeback.
It's really about style. You look at the players, they're in street gear, they got their hats on sideways, visors upside down, different look, and then when they're running out there, they can go behind the back with a pass, or they can go through their legs when they're making a juke. They can go through their legs on a spin move. We're pushing the level of athleticism with the style.
It's a very rare game. It's probably the only game that people really can pick up and say, this is the more real, you know, like childhood. And when you have that, man, it's just, you can just do anything you want to do on this game. And it's just so fun to keep you occupied for hours, definitely. So it's a great game coming up.
Gridiron goodness wasn't the only thing they had on display at Camp EA. Maybe you're a World War II buff, or it could be that you've seen every James Bond movie, or a sim addict looking for your next fix. Whatever the case, they had it all on display. Took us for a tour of their annual event.
Camp EA is an annual event, and this is the 4th year we've had it. Each year it gets bigger and bigger. This year we have 29 different titles on multiple platforms, and we have everyone from our executive producers and producers to the studio general managers, and a ton of media here checking it out, and we're just so excited with the breadth and depth of the lineup we have.
The new Medal of Honor Rising Sun title is the next evolution of the console Medal of Honor product for the franchise. In the game, you take the role of Corporal Joseph Griffin, and it's a young Marine corporal who's stationed aboard the USS California when Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor happens, and you're thrust into the war from that point on.
Give me that thing!
Some of the new things that we're really proud of, though, we've taken it from a fairly linear game. We've added a lot of multiple paths. We've added a lot of replayability in terms of their secret items that you can find. Medal of Honor Rising Sun will ship this fall on PS2, Xbox, and GameCube.
Everything or Nothing, what's new about it is pretty much everything. And what I mean by that is that last year we were in a first-person perspective mode, and there are a lot of things in first-person perspective that you couldn't really deliver that we thought in third person show off really well. We brought in Richard Kiel as Jaws, as our Bond henchman, because everyone knows the guy from the Bond universe. What Bond's always been good at, bringing the action, the stunts, the driving, even the sexual innuendo. All that stuff you're going to get in this game, and because we're in third person, you're going to see Bond do all that. You're going to be part of that whole action. James Bond Everything or Nothing is going to come out this November in all the stores.
Sims Bustin' Out is the new game of The Sims on console platforms, and this year it's all about busting out of the house. This is the first time Sims own cars and actually drive in the world. The ability to actually jump on a scooter and choose where you're going to go in the world. We're pretty excited about it.
Camp EA is just showing everything that EA has to offer. No one else has the strength and the depth of the lineup that we have, and just looking forward to a great holiday season. It's a good time to be a video game player.
On the new hardware front, Infinium Labs has revealed its plans to unveil its entry into the console wars, the Phantom, at the Ultimate Gamers Expo in Los Angeles in August. Little is known about the console other than downloadable content will be its primary delivery system. Now, while the Phantom has yet to be seen in action, there's another console that's gotten more play than Wilt Chamberlain. Nintendo Famicom, known as the Nintendo Entertainment System here in the U.S., turns 20 years old on July 15th.
That's right, and here it is right here, the Famicom. And as you can see, it's very tiny and very cute.
It looks very old school, almost like an 8-track player, something like that.
I know it does. Well, the controls are set up pretty much like the Nintendo system that we're used to. The only thing that's very exciting is the second controller has a microphone on it, so you can talk into it and hear your own voice coming out of the TV, kind of like Darth Vader.
Very nice. They're going to do a limited edition run of this, but Game Boy Advance SP version of this, only 1,000 of them in Japan.
We'll have to go to Japan to check it out. Well, happy birthday, Famicom.
Well, there's more to come on this edition of Pulse. After the break, it looks like there's a recession in the Star Wars galaxy's economy. We'll explain how players are using the real world to deal with it.
Plus, Lara Croft is returning to the big screen in a new film and to the small screen in a new game. We'll take a look at both. That's coming up only on Pulse.
Hi, gang. I'm Bruce Campbell. You're watching G4 TV for gamers.
Do you consider yourself a star?
I'm the same girl I've always been.
You don't sound surprised about your popularity.
I've been deeply involved in the gaming community for years. It's where my biscuits buttered, so to speak.
If you could describe yourself in 5 words or less, what would you say?
I fall, I get back up.
That's 6 words, actually.
You're a cheeky one, aren't you?
The original Shenmue, which debuted on the Dreamcast in 2000, introduced a massive non-linear experience that left gamers salivating for the next installment. The series moved to the Xbox for the sequel and continued the quest of a man in search of justice. At the beginning of 2003, Sega hinted that the third installment in the series might be released in the form of a movie that would finish the story. But earlier this week, Sega AM2 announced that a third Shenmue game is in the works. No story or platform details are available, but Sega has promised to release more information in September.
While gamers have to wait to get more details on Shenmue 3, the wait is over for people waiting to get their hands on some Steam. Valve Software, the developer behind Half-Life, announced its content delivery system called Steam last March. And now, after a lengthy closed beta, Valve has released Steam to the public. By downloading and installing the software, gamers can use Steam to quickly update games and download exclusive video, like this demo of the G-Man from the Half-Life 2 E3 demo. While no formal plans have been announced, it's likely that Valve's new masterpiece will be optimized to take full advantage of Steam.
They say the best things in life, like Valve's Steam, are free. But in the Star Wars Galaxy's universe, you can pay money for more money. Several entrepreneurs in the massively multiplayer online game have hit eBay and are selling Galaxy's credits for United States Mint credits, better known as American dollars. For as little as $650 in the real world, you can buy 1 million credits in the virtual one. We found pages of auctions currently running on eBay, although the highest actual bid was $255 for 3 million credits. And you thought the exchange rate in Canada was good. It still remains to be seen what action, if any, LucasArts will take in response to the auctions.
Lara Croft is taking plenty of action with the just-released Angel of Darkness game and a new movie on the way July 25th. We caught up with the film's director, Jan de Bont, and Angelina Jolie to get a behind-the-scenes look at the upcoming Tomb Raider, The Cradle of Life.
First I played Tomb Raider, so this is my son. I was attracted to the first one when they decided to make a movie. I said, God, this is like an ideal character.
She's such an adventurer, and she's a great woman.
Here, it's not a guy kicking ass where, you know, you have all ego of being she was still a lady, you know.
I like the fact that she's a strong woman who doesn't use her sexuality to win, and she's not silly and flirty, and she doesn't hate men. She's just a strong woman. I have the good fortune of being able to jump inside the game.
In the game, she's a very active woman. She initiates the action. A lot of the scenes that we created, I think, are based on video game worlds. Like the lab scene, for instance, is could be right out of a video game. And the sequence in The Cradle of Life, where everybody can walk upside down, you can go in any direction. I mean, that's like a total, totally taken out of the video world, where you can move your character any direction you want. It's funny, my daughter saw this, she questioned, Dad, why are you doing that? Why can't you walk upside down? It's impossible. And then Alexander plays the game, said, Anneke, if you play video games, you know how it works. And it was so great that he got I was very proud of that.
Do you ever do anything the easy way?
And risk disappointing you? It was at one point shown the secrets of the game. The most difficult thing is to not disappoint the fans and to make sure that the things they love about Lara exists with the things that you add to make her more of a flesh and blood woman, but to make sure you don't take away what everybody loves.
I think the originators and creators of video games are very creative people. I mean, the characters that they create are sometimes bigger than life, but there's also a lot of humanity to it as well. It's I think there's a lot of very interesting characters that really can take you somewhere. And I think, in my opinion, is that it's going to totally replace the comic books. I think it's a much stronger world. I think it's a more imaginative world. I think it's a world that you can actually take part in, that you can control one way or another. I think that more and more, films will be based on characters on video games than it used to be from comic books.
In-game announcements. What's old is new again, as Sega AM2 has plans for an update to the arcade classic Outrun. The aptly titled Outrun 2 will feature 4 racing modes and is set to be released in Japan later this year. No release date has been set for the game here in the States.
In new releases, it's extreme sports action as Downhill Domination comes to the PlayStation 2 on July 22nd. The gameplay is simple. Customize your bike to your own specifications, point the bike downhill, and stay away from cliffs. Or you can try your hand at stunts in the mountain cross mode.
Coming to the PlayStation 2 on July 22nd is The Great Escape. Based on the 1963 Steve McQueen movie of the same name, you're a POW stuck in a World War II prison camp, and escape is your only hope for survival. Your stealth, driving, and first-person shooter skills will all be put to the test as you do your best McQueen impression. That's all for today's edition of the show. If you've got something to say about today's stories, be sure to head to our website at g4tv.com/pulse and send us an email or join our message boards.
Earlier, we gave you a glimpse of both the Tomb Raider movie and game. And whether you prefer the pixelated Lara Croft or the flesh and blood version, well, there's never such a thing as too much Lara. So as we head out today, we're pushing that concept to the limit.
For Patrick Clark, I'm Ronnie Lynn Riley. We'll see you next week on Pulse.
To be on the top of a volcano, and that's a day at work. It's pretty great. We get to travel the world and learn about other places and people, and all these skills you're trained from the best in the world. Jet skiing or horse riding or spinning shotguns or doing a military rifle drill. All these things that when could you ever get the opportunity to have that kind of experience other than to do these films?
Sorry, I got that receipt in here somewhere. Driver's license, bus transfer, $1 off fish sticks.
Actually?
Floss. Just in case. Movie stub, mint.
Actually, we keep everything right here, just in case.
Right. Just in case.
People lose stuff. That's why we can store purchase and warranty information automatically, so you won't have to search anymore. Circuit City, we're with you.
Floss. Who flosses anyway?
I floss.
I floss too.
It's good to see what you and an Enzo Ferrari can do together. It's good to see drivers from 3 time zones in your rearview mirror together. It's good to show the streets of Florence where true art is together. Project Gotham Racing 2, rated E for everyone. It's good to play together.
Stay tuned. Judgment Day, next.
It's E3 2004. It is the 10th anniversary of E3.
That's right. Here, hold this.
Where are you going?
I'm going to go see the show.
What? You just leaving me here? I'm going too. Okay, we're going to get this party started off with a bang. We're standing in front of the Xbox booth because we're going to talk about all of the stuff that's available for the Xbox this year. And before we get started,
yes,
this is the 10-year anniversary of E3.
That's true.
Which is awesome. It's also the 10-year anniversary of Tommy and I meeting.
That's right.
So I wanted to wish you congratulations, man.
10 years. Do you have a present for me?
I do. We get to talk about all of the games at E3 this year.
Oh.
All right, well, let's talk about the Xbox. What did you like on the Xbox?
It's all about Xbox Live this year around. Prince of Persia 2 looks phenomenal.
Wow.
Some of the lighting effects. You can actually chop guys, slice them right in half this year around. Speaking of Ubisoft, Far Cry Instincts.
Awesome looking
Great game on the PC. Now it's coming to consoles.
They've got Ghost Recon 2, which they put in Unreal sort of engine stuff into, so it looks a little closer to Rainbow Six. And Rainbow Six 3, Black Arrow, an expansion pack. They keep going like this. E3 is going to be like, it's just going to be Ubisoft.
Well, them and EA.
Yeah.
That's the big news.
All right.
All of their sports games on Xbox Live.
I was interviewing somebody and they said that it was actually the gamers' voices out there that made them make the decision to put EA's games on Xbox Live. The spotlight's definitely on EA, and it's not just the sports games. They've also got Battlefield Modern Combat, which is an update to Battlefield 1942, which looks beautiful.
Right.
They've got the GoldenEye Rogue Agent game,
GoldenEye
Xbox
Rogue
Live.
What about StarCraft Ghost?
Yes.
on the Xbox is looking great.
Blizzard.
Fable. I think I'm really going to love Fable. I was playing Fable.
Absolutely.
I think that's the most exciting RPG, I think, to come out.
Did you play Jade Empire, though? Insane. You have all these, you have 30 different martial arts styles in the game. So you get into the combat.
You want to talk about online? You want to talk about Xbox Live? Let's talk about Rocky Legends.
Right. You can
my
fight
boy
online
Rocky.
now, man.
And it's all about Tron! That's
Tron
right.
online.
Tron
Don't
2.0.
scare people like that, man. That's
Killer
freaky.
app.
Well, let's hit on some more of the first-party games from Microsoft, because they've got some real stunners. Of course, everybody's talking about Halo 2. It's not playable on the show floor. I saw it at the press conference. They showed some multiplayer gaming. Unbelievable. Beautiful-looking game. November 9th it comes out. Unreal Championship 2.
Unreal Championship 2.
Looks amazing, too.
Sounds amazing.
For first and third person in Unreal Championship 2.
I loved Advent Rising. I thought was unbelievable.
Very slick.
Very cinematic.
Very awesome storyline.
There's also Men of Valor, which is a Vietnam fighting game, very gritty, lots of blood flying everywhere.
Shell Shock, Nam 67.
Love the new Star Wars first-person shooters. We have two different kinds. Republic Commando is kind of like a Rainbow Six style squad-based tactical combat game. And then I think one of the games, probably in my top 5 that I'm most excited about at E3, Star Wars Battlefront. This game is what I've been waiting for since 1997. It's basically Battlefield 1942 in the Star Wars universe. Incredible graphics. It's from Pandemic, who've been kicking ass. They just did Full Spectrum Warrior.
Full Spectrum Warrior looks unbelievable for THQ.
Doom 3. We haven't talked about the lighting and the shading and the fog effects.
Doom 3 is incredible. It's all about the lighting.
It looks like a movie. Great year all around for the Xbox. I was surprised that there weren't that many first-party games, but it more than made up for it third-party. I mean, even like Spider-Man 2 from Activision.
Spider-Man 2. I didn't even talk about Spider-Man. That's how crazy it is. But there was nothing that like every single person was talking about.
Right.
But overall, an amazing showing. Their best showing yet. I'm giving the Xbox booth an 8.5.
I'm going to give it a 9. I got to say that I kind of agree with you, but a ton of games that I really want to play are coming out on the Xbox. It's getting a 9 from me. So there you go, another very impressive showing from Microsoft on the Xbox.
If there are people out there who have an Xbox and who aren't on Xbox Live yet, you better sign up now. You got to sign up now. It's unbelievable.
Lots of great titles for Xbox. When we come back, though, we're going to be talking about Nintendo, and of course, they've got some very interesting things to talk about. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Tech TV and G4 have come together. And you can get in on the action with G4 Tech TV's Digital Dig Sweepstakes. You could be the winner of a $100,000 tech makeover for your home. From bedroom to living room, the G4 Tech TV experts will tech out your home. It's G4 Tech TV's Digital Dig Sweepstakes starting June 14th. For more info, log on to g4techtv.com/digitaldigs.
All right, we're back. We just came out of the Nintendo booth, and we're about to get down to it because we have so much stuff to talk about with Nintendo. They've got everything coming out this year. All right, well, let's start with the GameCube. What did you think of the stuff on the GameCube?
Well, you know, I mean, to me, it's the same old, same old. They have a couple of really cool new titles. They got Geist, which looks kind of neat.
Geist, I would agree with you, looks very cool.
Look great. You can possess other people.
Yeah.
You can even play a dog.
I like that one very much.
I think my favorite game in the whole Nintendo area was Resident Evil 4.
Looks beautiful.
Amazing graphics.
Yes.
They finally are starting to get the controls right, you know. I saw Toilet Paper Mario 2.
Right.
You know,
Paper Mario 2.
Oh.
There's no toilet in that title.
I saw Donkey Kong Bongo.
That would be Donkey Konga.
Donkey Konga.
And there's Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. So you have two games that take advantage of the new drum peripheral that Nintendo's putting out for the Cube. The GameCube game of the show definitely is Metroid Prime Echoes. That game looks phenomenal. It's got the multiplayer action in there. Another cool GameCube game that I am looking forward to is the Zelda. The next Zelda is going to look like the Zelda that we wanted a few years ago.
No more cell shading.
And Four Swords, this is the game that best illustrates why Nintendo was excited about connectivity. You can hook up 4 Game Boy Advances and you can play together. It's very, very fun.
But if they're
very
so
cool
interested
looking.
in connectivity, why not give us online games? Hello.
Well, you know what I find is kind of strange is that they've done that in the DS, but they're definitely not going for online on the GameCube. Let's move on then from the GameCube stuff to the Game Boy Advance, which, in my opinion, had a more interesting showing than the GameCube stuff.
Now, I'm a huge Mario Party freak.
Yes.
And we got Mario Party on the Game Boy Advance.
We sure do.
I love that.
Now, Mario's going to be in all kinds of games. We've got Mario Pinball. They've also got Mario Golf, which looks fantastic. But definitely the Game Boy Advance game that I am most excited about, it's the new Legend of Zelda, the Minish Cap. It has the Wind Waker Zelda art style in the game, and it looks like it's going to be so much fun.
We love Zelda and the Windbreaker.
We love Zelda. And I love Zelda. There's also a very interesting thing that they're packing in with the new Pokemon games now. We've got a wireless connector, so people that play Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, they can communicate wirelessly on the GBAs now, which is kind of cool. You know, I think the GBA had a very cool showing.
I would say I thought it had a better showing than the GameCube. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
You would agree with that?
I'm looking forward to a lot of the Game Boy Advance games, definitely.
Now, speaking of portable systems, we got to talk about the Nintendo DS.
The Nintendo DS. 2
screens. The new portable. I got to say that this isn't the finished version, but right now the buttons are way too small.
Right.
It's very thick. I want to get your opinion, but to me, the PSP blows it out of the water.
Well, here's my thoughts on the DS. It was the big mystery coming into the show. Nobody knew what Nintendo was up to. And they've definitely come out with something that's very, very innovative. I love the touchscreen applications.
Yeah, you have a touch screen, and it's going to come with a stylus.
Yeah, I mean, there was a game
wireless.
In there. There's wireless networking, Wi-Fi, and a sort of a Bluetooth derivative, so you can be in closer proximity or over the internet and play games.
And thank God they have a headphone jack, which is always nice to see.
But then with the touchscreen, you can do cool things. Like there was a game where you could draw Pac-Man, and he would chase after the ghost. That was part of the game. So you had to draw Pac-Man as quickly as you could to capture all the things.
My concern is this, is that the games that they were showing in there, I personally, as a gamer, I wouldn't buy any of them. But I mean, Metroid, they had Metroid Prime on there.
Metroid Hunters,
running
very
a little slow.
No, I thought it was great. And what was different about that game too is that you controlled all of the weaponry with the stylus. You look around with the stylus and you tap the button on the enemies to kill them.
But I don't think that game is really going to.
Not that one game. No.
One game isn't going to do it because
they had some other cool ones though.
Well, there's the Mario.
Yeah, Super Mario 64 x 4. It's a 4-player game set in the Mario 64 world with all the different Mario characters.
I'm going to wait to see
what the other titles
are. There's other, because I got to be honest with you, PSP, I don't care how much it is, I'm going to buy that thing.
Yeah, not everybody's got your credit card though.
Awesome.
That's the deal.
But if somebody has to make a decision between which one to get, how can you tell them not to wait for the PSP?
I know. I mean, I gotta say, I enjoyed the PSP stuff a little bit more. I like what they were showing a little bit more than the DS. I mean, we just don't know what's coming out yet. So I'm excited. I have faith in Nintendo, especially in the handheld department. I know that they recognize the threat that Sony's putting on there. If you had to score the Nintendo booth and what you're seeing from Nintendo this year and for Nintendo, what would you give it?
I'd give it a 5.5.
Wow, man, you are really disappointed.
Well, hey,
that's a very low score.
Compared to Sony and Xbox and the PC stuff.
Well, I'll tell you this. I am not as excited about the software that Nintendo is showing. I want to play more of the games on the Xbox and the PlayStation 2. But I think the DS is a cool showing. Very impressed with the GBA. And there are definitely some cool GameCube games that I want to play. 7.5 out of 10. So we're done with Nintendo. But don't worry, there's lots more show to come. When we come back, we're talking about PC games.
Double Dash. Drive, throw stuff, switch. Only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated E for everyone. GameCube.
Buried Treasure is brought to you by EB Games. We take games seriously.
I found a classic game that I want to talk about today in Buried Treasure. This is Metal Gear Solid for the Game Boy Color. Now, I know what you're saying. Every Metal Gear game is super successful, and this doesn't really qualify as a Buried Treasure. But I did mention that it's for the Game Boy Color, didn't I? And nobody has that system anymore. But what's great about this thing is that it really pulled in a lot of the details that you're seeing in all of the Metal Gear games out there. You're still talking on your communicator with all the same codecs to Campbell and Mei-Ling and all of the sort of cast of supporting characters that are part of Metal Gear. There's 180 VR missions on this cartridge, so you can actually test out some of the play mechanics of the game. And the levels in the game actually take into account all the stealthy, sneaky spy action that we love in Metal Gear. And of course, everybody's talking about Metal Gear now because we've got the Twin Snakes on the Cube, and we've got Metal Gear Solid 3 coming for the PlayStation 2. So it's a perfect time to go and find the Game Boy Color version of Metal Gear Solid. This is a great game for your Game Boy Color or your Game Boy Advance. Go check it out, Metal Gear Solid.
All right, we're back. we're going to start talking about all of the PC games that we're seeing here at E3 2004. What did you think of the PC showing, man?
I gotta say, last year at E3, we were kind of a little disappointed because there was no innovation, really.
Yes, yeah.
It was all the same RTSs, RPGs, and first-person shooters. This year, I gotta say, big turnaround.
Right.
And we're seeing a lot of cool, innovative games on the PC. I think this is the best year in a long time for the PC.
Well, yeah, I think so too. And I think the two games that really sort of come to the forefront when you're thinking of what's happening in the PC world this year, Half-Life 2 and Doom 3 are finally going to be available.
I'm talking about innovative, though, innovative games like the movies.
Amazing game.
Peter Molyneux's game for the PC.
Amazing.
You create a movie within the game. It's unbelievable.
You can upload the movie that you create, and other people can watch it. Incredible stuff there. NCSoft has got the Guild Wars, which is one of the first free massively multiplayer games out there. Give you a little taste of that role-playing experience, that Diablo type of experience.
Lineage 2. Lineage 2.
Lineage 2.
Another one.
The City of Heroes is already out, but City of Villains was on the show floor. World of Warcraft. That has got to be one of the sweetest looking massively multiplayer games I've ever seen. Also love the expansion to Star Wars Galaxies, the jump to light speed. Now we can fly around in spaceships. You can pilot things like the Millennium Falcon and have people inside the ship and people mounting the turrets and stuff like that. That is going to be awesome, man. Getting your own Star Wars ships.
There's even some third-person games as well, like Advent Rising.
Yes.
Is a really cool-looking cinematic game experience for the PC. You got The Matrix Online.
Matrix Online, another massively multiplayer.
Oddly enough, being done by Sega.
Yes, published by Sega, developed by Monolith, totally different for a massively multiplayer game.
The Sims 2.
That's right.
Which looks really incredible.
EverQuest 2. I just saw characters jumping into the water. That looks incredible. Lots of sweet lighting effects in that game. I mean, these massively multiplayer games, you never think of them as looking so good, but now they're just looking insane. I mean, they've got some beautiful artwork in them.
They announced Splinter Cell 3.
I know.
It's like Splinter Cell 2 just came out.
Well, I couldn't believe how quickly Pandora Tomorrow came out from the previous Splinter Cell.
That's right. The EA stuff had a new Lord of the Rings game, which was like an RTS kind of thing.
Yes, the Battle for Middle-earth.
Not my cup of tea.
That looks incredible.
But also, they were also showing Medal of Honor Pacific Assault, which is going to give Call of Duty a run for its money with the AI. Is absolutely incredible, completely unique every time you play the game. How about Shell Shock Nam 67?
Yeah, that's going to be killer.
IDOS looks amazing.
That's going to be really cool. If we're getting into the shooter department, you can't ignore Stalker, which basically came out of nowhere. It's being published by THQ, and that game looks sensational, man. It's really, really nice. A very close competitor to what's being offered in Half-Life 2 and Far Cry and Doom 3. Stalker looks sick.
I thought Myst 4 looked extremely beautiful. I know that's not your style
Not
of
my
game,
style at all.
but
No.
I think people are really going to freak out over Myst 4. Peter Gabriel, Jack Wall doing the music.
That's right.
Unbelievable. But check this out. Playboy, the mansion
I knew
game.
you were going to like that one.
That is awesome. You go around
Is that your new Tron this year?
You go around Playboy.
It is. I knew it.
Playboy.
I knew it would be. Talking about real-time strategy games, it was cool to see Ground Control 2.
Dude, I'm surprised you haven't mentioned Dungeon Siege 2.
Great game from Microsoft.
Damn.
Totally cool game. I think the console still won the attention.
I agree.
But this was a very fun year for playing PC games. 2004 is going to be great if you're a PC owner. I'm giving it 8 out of 10.
Exactly what I give it. We finally agreed on one.
All right.
An 8 out of 10.
Sweet. Well, stick around. We're coming right back with a look at the PlayStation 2 games coming out this year.
The greatest commanders don't just deliver their men to victory. They deliver them home. Full Spectrum Warrior, rated mature, played on Xbox Live.
What are your dreams? Do they include playing video games? Or making video games? Or both? Stop dreaming. Pick up the phone, call Collins College, and start a career doing what you love in the new game design program. Call 1-888-256-1200 now. That's 1-888-256-1200.
G4 TV for gamers and Tech TV are connecting to form G4 Tech TV. Stay connected. For more information, go to g4techtv.com.
All right, we're back. back. We're here at the PlayStation booth, and man, is Sony having a huge year this year.
I mean, once again, Sony shows why they're so dominant in the industry, why they are the top in the world. This is the best booth here at the show. Hands down, Gran Turismo 4.
All right.
The best looking driving game we've ever seen.
What about Burnout 3?
Burnout 3 is
on the
incredible.
PlayStation 2.
I mean, it's Hollywood.
So beautiful.
It's Hollywood filmmakers getting together with video game makers to create all these amazing crashes
Incredible.
and everything.
And now Need for Speed Underground 2 is there. So if you're a racing fanatic that has a PlayStation 2, not only are you going to get incredible games, you're going to be able to play them online.
Final Fantasy 12,
Very,
exclusive to PlayStation 2.
Developed by the guys that did Final Fantasy Tactics series.
Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. You want to eat my snake? You can do it now. How about God of War?
Looks great.
Another exclusives game.
Next
Looks
year.
like an Xbox game.
Coming very sweet looking
That's
game.
the thing, is that all the PlayStation 2 games
Sequel
to Marker Creed.
Rise of Kasai.
Right.
Sweet looking game. Rao is back. He's killing people. He still looks like a little cute cartoon, but he's vicious.
How about this?
Awesome.
Sly Cooper.
Yes.
We got Sly 2, and it looks unbelievable.
Yes. And we're talking action platformer style games. You can't forget Jack 3, which is incredible now. They've added more vehicles.
Tons of, you can get on monsters and ride them around the city.
You've got online in Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal, where they named it for Tommy Tellerico.
They did.
It's a very cool game.
But it's
huge,
online.
It's single player, and you get an online thing, so you've got cute cartoon creatures kicking the living out of each other.
You can't say that.
Did I say that?
Rumble Roses,
yes,
which is an all-girl hot chick fighting
Wrestling game. I know. It looks crazy.
G-strings, bouncing boobies, tons of iToy support this year. Harry Potter game from EA has the iToy support.
I like the Sega Superstars. You're beating up on the zombies from House of the Dead and the Virtual Fighter dudes.
That's right.
I also dug the anti-grav game, which is kind of like
it's like Slip Groove or something.
Yeah, exactly. I was also digging Mortal Kombat Deception on the PlayStation 2. Great big fighters, lots of gore, exactly what you want. Now, in terms of shooters, got some killer ones. Killzone. From Guerrilla Games. They did the Nom Shell Shock 67.
25 to Life, which is like Grand Theft Auto from IDOS.
That's actually, it felt a little bit more like SOCOM to me, but
You're
it's
right.
SOCOM in the hood kind of deal.
Prince of Persia 2 on the PlayStation 2.
Beautiful.
Incredible. You can slice guys in half now. The Incredibles looks amazing. The new Pixar Disney film.
There are also some really great sequels to see again. Really big fan of ATV Off-Road Fury.
That's
Number 3.
Online.
Voice communication now, finally. That's going to be awesome. And also awesome to see the Getaway Black Monday. I really enjoyed the ambition of the last game.
Yeah, true.
But this time they're sweetening everything up.
Hopefully the controls are better.
And of course we have a brand new Grand Theft Auto game, San Andreas. So, you know, all in all, PlayStation 2 lineup is unbelievable.
Well, here's the thing. We've talked about all the iToy support.
Yeah.
We've talked about all the exclusive games on the Sony. But factor all that in, and we have the announcement of the PSP. It is the most incredible handheld system ever.
It was very surprising to me because I was at the press conference and it looked larger when you saw it on the big screen.
It is so cool looking.
But it's tiny.
They got clear. There's clear buttons on the top. It looks so amazing.
EA has announced NFL Street, NBA Street, Need for Speed Underground 2.
Gran Turismo 4, Twisted Metal's up and running right now.
Yeah, we saw
Metal
Wipeout.
Gear Solid up and running right
We
now.
saw Wipeout on there, very cool.
So what do you give the whole Sony area then, my friend?
Incredible showing for the PlayStation 2, but it was really about the PSP for me this year. Sony kicked ass again, 9.5, an incredible showing.
I'm with you, absolutely. 9.5 on the Sony area.
So there it is, E3 2004 is all over and done. Thousands of people streaming out now. They've seen thousands of games. What did you think of the show overall?
I gotta say that Ubisoft booth was, to me, the best booth in there.
One game you want to play the most?
Splinter Cell 3, maybe Prince of Persia 2. But for me, the 3 greatest things in my life, Spider-Man, Tron, and Rocky.
Oh, Rocky.
Best E3 ever. I know we say that every year.
This was an incredible
but
E3.
This is the best 3 ever.
The PSP is the most exciting thing about E3 2004 for me, but I'm also very excited to play games like Half-Life 2. Very surprised by the quality of Pandemic's titles. Destroy All Humans looks incredible.
I'll tell you what I think the most incredible thing at the show was.
Yes.
The Unreal 3 engine technology.
Yes. Can't wait for next year. Lots of great games to play until then. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys had as much fun as we did. We'll see you next time.
you to choose which games win at this year's G4ia, the award show for gamers. Go to g4techtv.com/G4ia and decide who gets best game, character, soundtrack, and more. Press, vote, and make your voice heard. It's all part of G4ia, presented by EB Games and Jeep.
What's up with that?
Hi, my name is Laurent Dobas, and I hold the show-off mode record for the Elysium Alps course on SSX. It took me only 9 months to achieve this score. 4 friends of mine, also in their 30s, purchased the system and the game so they could play too. When the PS2 came around, my life changed. The first SSX was a revelation for me. Awesome graphics and what video games are supposed to be all about. Once I realized the million points barrier could be broken, I had to keep trying. I had to do it. It was a hot summer afternoon and I was just out of the shower. I turned on my PS2, my VCR, and bang, I hit the million points on my first run. I was shaking like crazy and unable to play after that for a couple of hours. It was pretty insane.
Separate worlds. One shadow, one light. Where the difference between life and death is a few inches of metal. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated T for T.
G4 Tech TV is giving away a $100,000 home tech makeover, brought to you by Circuit City and Yahoo. For the next 2 weeks, G4 Tech TV is collecting entries.
Watch every night from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern now through the 27th, and look for the sweepstakes commercials because they contain secret codes. Every time you see a code, go to the website and enter.
And remember, for all the news in the world of games, make sure to watch what you play, right here on Pulse.
Bikini-clad Kasumi and a big pair of... You're about to embark on games that have everyone from Senator Joe Lieberman to your grandmother up in arms. They're the most controversial games of all time. I hope you have the balls to hang because the hits the fan right now on Filter. I'm Diane Mizoda, and welcome to Filter, a hand-picked top 10 video game countdown as voted on by you, the viewer, at G4TV.com. Now, when I was a kid, I thought Pitfall Harry was hot and E.T. was rebellious. Well, a lot has changed since then. Today, gamers would rather pee on hookers than chase pellets and swing from vines. And thanks to that yearning, we have before you the most controversial games ever made. But before we get to your top 10 reasons to be a menace to society and gawk at scantily clad women, we cornered some of you to give us your take on what makes a game controversial. Let's see what you said.
A game's controversial when people talk about it, I think. I mean, whether it's violence, whether it's sex, a controversial game is one that people are interested in talking about it.
It's hard to say. I mean, it depends who's doing the judging. I mean, what I may think is controversial is certainly different from what other people might think is controversial. The game games that get the most controversy are the ones with the violence or sex. But there's not many of those games, so there's only a few that are really getting all the attention.
The thing that appeals to many gamers about controversial games is being able to do things in the game that you couldn't get away with in real life. And a game like Grand Theft Auto that involves sleeping with a prostitute, you get all the fun of the experience without having to worry about seeing the doctor for antibiotics afterwards.
The appeal of the games is, something you can't do in real life. Might as well do it. Blowing apart your neighbor, running over the old lady on the street. It's controversial, but hey, it's fun.
Do controversial games have an influence on society? I think to some degree, sure. I think much like a movie you watch or a TV show or a book you read, I think what you see in those games influence your views of the world to some degree. But I think it's all within the context.
Much like other forms of art and entertainment, those games that may be considered controversial are aimed at an adult audience, and that's the appeal of these games.
You play these games and you experience them as escapism, and you realize that they're sort of alternate realities. So I think in the right context, they can be seen as sort of games that in some ways let you get aggression out inside of the game world instead of in the real world. I think they do have some impact, absolutely, but I don't think it's necessarily a correlation where, a violent game makes people more violent or a sexual game makes people think more sexually or anything like that. I think, they're entertainment experiences and should be treated as that.
Now it's time to get to the boobage. Let's face it, there are certain games you don't want your mom to know you're playing. Like a game that puts raunchy, bare-breasted women on BMX bikes and has you fantasizing about what it would be like to touch their hooters. BMX XXX is at 10.
XXX was controversial because it included these sort of in-between scenes of these scores strippers that would basically strip for you inside of the game.
Here, riding a bike. Oh, hey, there's some strippers.
Most people were attracted to the controversial aspects of it.
There were female topless bike riders and stuff like that inside the game, so they really just tried to shock you.
Toplessness, dogs humping, urination.
Swearing for no reason, and pimps and hookers and dog crap. And why?
Controversy is great if it's on top of a great game, but if it's just controversy for the sake of controversy, gamers see through that, and they didn't buy the game.
We go from the depths of a woman's anatomy to the depths of mortality. Carmageddon has everyone up in a hoo-ha because it rewards you for running down pedestrians. I say if you can't handle the heat, then get your fat out of the kitchen. Carmageddon blows up at number 9.
Carmageddon is a cool game, but it's blatantly controversial. It's just basically a driving game where you run people over for points. It's a funny game, it's got a morbid aspect, of course, to it, but it's so gimmicky, it's so fun.
Gruesome, and it was kind of old technology. What they were trying to do is going to come out more with the new technology. It was very ambitious.
Carmageddon was awesome. You could basically beat the game just by running over hundreds upon hundreds of people, blood splattering all over your car.
Carmageddon, one of my personal favorites, and that's, again, the graphic nature of the subject matter. I mean, being able to get extra points for stylistically splattering a pedestrian is pretty big.
Carmageddon allowed you to run over people, kind of like that great old movie Death Race 2000, and any game that allows you to do that, it's +5 in my book.
Sure, Carmageddon has the ethics of a dog-killing mailman, but don't forget about our favorite 4-letter pile of carnage, Doom. The game gained just as much notoriety for its graphics and gameplay as it did for its violence and gore. id Software's classic shooter upsets PTA moms everywhere, but who really gives a what they think? It's at 8.
Doom was really one of the first gameplay experiences where it kind of put you, face first person into the action. It really was a revolutionary game.
Doom was, I think, controversial because it was just such a great game, and it was really, really visceral. It was a first-person action game with incredible graphics. And when you saw these incredible graphics, people said, hey, this is really realistic. And I think for some people, it was a little too realistic.
Doom was a controversial game because it was the first of its kind, first to shoot someone to have blood, first to see heads on a stick in a game. And, but it was quickly followed up by a lot more of them, so it lost a lot of it.
The funny thing about Doom is that you were a guy going into hell and killing demons. id Software got numerous letters from religious groups being offended. No one grasped the concept that you were actually killing demons. That was the point. You were on God's side. It wasn't as controversial as people think.
If the regular version of Doom isn't offensive enough, you can always blow up Santa Claus, Barney, or Jesus thanks to mods. Just kidding about Jesus. If that doesn't turn you on, then you may want to go spend some personal time so you aren't so uptight. After the break, we have more cleavage than you can sink your teeth into, and we're going on a panty raid. Oh, so now you're interested. We'll be back.
This portion of G4 is brought to you by PlayStation 2.
This movie stinks! This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen! Come on! That's a guy in a rubber suit! Look! My mom can make a better movie than this! Are you talking to me? I'm not gonna shut up! You shut up!
War of the Monsters. Tough claw-to-claw combat, where only the meanest monster survives. Rated T for teen. Twisted Metal. Black.
G4 TV for gamers and Tech TV are connecting to form the only network taking digital entertainment to the next level.
Sound fun?
I love video games.
Plugged in to every aspect of games, gear, gadgets, and gigabytes.
That was unexpected, right? Okay. You're watching G4 Tech TV.
G4 Tech TV. Stay connected. For more information, go to g4techtv.com.
Welcome back to Filter. I'm Diane Mizota, and we're counting down the most controversial games of all time. The rankings for Filter shows come directly from the responses you post on the G4 website. To make your vote count, log on to g4tv.com/filter and select the Filter Rater. Then choose a category, vote on a scale of 1 to 10, and we'll take care of the rest. While you're there, be sure to post your suggestions for topics and games you'd like to see covered in future episodes. But screw the Filterator for now, and let's get back to the countdown. What's better than a bunch of babes wearing next to nothing and having their flying around while they straddle trees? Well, I guess actually dating one, but you take what you can get. Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball jiggles its way into number 7.
Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball was controversial, but it certainly was, pretty trippy. And then it was, all these sort of beach volleyball girls who were, really sort of, attractive in these skimpy little bikinis and playing beach volleyball.
I mean, the only reason people buy it is to see the bikinis and the jumping and the stretching and the different bikinis you can get.
It's a swimsuit edition of, volleyball games. It's actually a fun volleyball game, and they have a sort of social aspect to things. Whatever. It's beach volleyball. What do you expect?
Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball is controversial because the women are so hot, and there is implied lesbianism there. The girls have relationships. They apply sunblock on one another. They hang out. It's good.
Not all offensive games are about babes in bikinis, blood, and gore. Conker's Bad Fur Day for the N64 is a 3D platformer starring a foul-mouthed squirrel named Conker. So in true Conker fashion, this little crawls its piece of attitude into the damn sick spot. Enjoy.
Conker's Bad Fur Day was just funny. At the beginning of the game, he wakes up and he's drunk, and he has a bad hangover, and he's just saying bad words all over the place. And this was on the N64, which was at the time didn't really have very many bad games.
First of all, it's a cartoon, so, parents are gonna think, oh, it's a sweet game. Get a couple minutes into it, you're a drunk squirrel running around.
Conker's Bad Fur Day is controversial for many reasons. The one that I think is the best is having a boss monster called the Great Mighty Boo, who is going to throw his doo-doo at you while you are throwing toilet paper in his mouth in order to defeat him. comedy platinum right there.
It was strange because you had this sort of cartoony Nintendo game, yet it was this really mature content. It was actually a really fun game when it came out, but yeah, it was controversial, I guess, because it had, you know, some suggestive language and some suggestive scenarios, and it was pretty violent.
Beauty isn't the only thing that's in the eye of the beholder. What may go over the line for me may be just fine for you. We asked around to see what people consider to be the most controversial thing they've ever seen in a game, and we couldn't find anybody good, so we went with these guys.
Probably the most controversial thing I've seen in a game is probably Vice City. Just everything society deems wrong, you can just do at the drop of a hat.
I think a lot of controversial games that are out nowadays is, you know, some of the war games, you know, you got terrorists and the whole politically correct, or they call the opposing forces instead of terrorists now because of what's happened.
That's tough because I don't consider wanton violence very controversial. In the game Metal Gear Solid, it opens a lot of issues about nuclear arms and nuclear buildup, a lot of current issues.
There's a game called Narc coming out soon. Part of the game is taking drugs, and you take weed to turn everything into bullet time because it slows it all down. Speed gets your energy up, and there's other stuff as well. But I mean, that kind of game will attract so much controversy.
One of the most controversial things I've ever seen in a game was actually from a Sierra game called Phantasmagoria. This was a live-action video game, and I mean, it included sort of full-on sex scenes and nudity and stuff like that. It really just sort of pushed limits, and you know, that game to me was defined as basically trying to shock you. It definitely made me say, wow, I mean, the game industry, they really want to shock you with this game, and they definitely accomplished that.
Tired of listening to you guys, let's get back to the vulgarity. Sitting snug at number 5 is a game that's more controversial than Michael Jackson. It's the Postal series, and it's caught in the middle spot.
Postal is that great game that features none other than Gary Coleman shooting random people. It's made by Running with Scissors, and it uses the Unreal technology, and we're proud of it.
Postal was a game that just basically was just controversial. They were just trying to make people mad. You know, you can take off people's heads and piss on their bodies and all that other stuff, but you're just killing people.
I heard that was inspired by the postal workers because like a bunch of them had gone on shooting rampages at work. That makes it more topical and more sort of touching, especially to people who've been hit by that kind of event in real life. That could really push some buttons.
The game is just insane. Like, you can just walk up and piss on a person, light them on fire. You can do basically anything you want.
I don't think the games were ever very good, so I don't think people, you know, really like them. But yeah, they certainly were controversial.
So, if lighting somebody on fire and having your way with them isn't your thing, then how about secretly photographing a group of models in their underwear? Pervert! Panty Raider from here to immaturity peeps in at number 4. Pervert!
Well, Panty Raider, if I remember correctly, is a game where you basically save the world from aliens by throwing objects at girls to get them to take their clothes off.
Well, Panty Raider is pretty much controversial because it's pornographic, it's explicit. That's pretty controversial to me.
I don't see why it's so controversial. Everybody got their own opinion, you know? If you don't want to play it, you ain't got to play it.
At a certain point, you would take a picture, and your picture would be judged based on, I guess, the sexiness of the picture. That's pretty controversial for when it came out. I don't know if it would be as controversial now. At that time, I don't think Americans thought the games were for anybody but kids. So the idea of like a mature subject in a game might have gone against the grain of typical society at that time.
If you're not offended yet, don't worry. The sickest is yet to come, so stick around. Fine! Don't come back, but you're gonna miss out. I'm serious. We're gonna rag on your mom and...
For Kit Yoon, the only way out of the Hong Kong underworld is to go back in. Jet Li in Rise to Honor, rated T for teen.
Around every corner, behind every door, deep in every shadow, terror waits. PlayStation 2. Resident Evil Outbreak. Rated M for mature, only from Capcom.
G4 TV for gamers and Tech TV are connecting to Born G4 Tech TV. Stay connected. For more information, go to g4techtv.com.
Welcome back to Filter. I'm Diane Mizota, counting down the most controversial games ever. So far, we've managed to assemble a list that would make any juvenile delinquent proud to be a gamer. Here's a recap of who is totally offensive, in case you weren't listening, you little bastards. BMX XXX offends its way to number 10 after a quick stop at a local strip club. Carmageddon plows its way into 9. Number 8 insults everyone with Doom. Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball bumps, sets, and grinds its way to number 7. Number 6 is that son of a conquers Bad Fur Day. Lock and Load with the Neighborhood Mailman, the Postal series, is number 5. And at number 4 is a trio of aliens looking for some sweet lovin' in Panty Raider From Here to Immaturity. While all the games on our list so far have managed to upset their fair share of protective parents and politicians, they're just second-rate compared to what's up next. When Rockstar first announced Manhunt, it was shrouded in secrecy. All that was shown were some grainy-ass videos and full screenshots, kind of like Paris Hilton video. When the game was finally released, gamers were treated with one of the darkest and grittiest games ever made. Manhunt kills at number 3.
Manhunt, that's pretty much everything. Violence, profanity, creative killing. Yeah, I would say violence is the biggest thing on that, the gore factor.
Manhunt was, the violence, I think, was what shocked everyone. It was that whole kind of running man, people watching over you while you're forced to fight thing. So that was just the different nasty ways of killing people.
I didn't think Manhunt was that controversial, that they were really basing the controversy aspect to sell games when they didn't really need to. The gameplay was really solid, really good.
Bottom line is the violence, and basically come up with the most creative and graphic ways to use certain objects to eviscerate people.
Manhunt is a game in which you can kill someone with a plastic bag by like putting it over their head and they're suffocating them, and apparently that's pretty controversial. I hear in the sequel you're going to be able to use a spork.
Before we get to the 2 most offensive games on the planet, let's take a look at some of the titles that tried to be naughty but just weren't bad enough. Here's who got filtered out.
I'm really disappointed that Custer's Revenge didn't make the list. That was that old Atari 2600 game in which you could have your way with a Native American woman. Very horrible for the time.
Leisure Suit Larry was controversial back in the day. It was the first game with like a sexual theme because you were just like some loser from the Marina Del Rey with like a leisure suit going around trying to get hold of women in some late car. It was just like, ooh, wow, adult theme.
Final Fantasy VII. Honestly, you look at the game and it's simple RPG, but if you just look into the background story, there was so many controversial things today. Like there was cloning in the game, there was death in the game. I mean, you kind of got to look into it a little bit more open-minded, but it's out there.
We've gone from Postal to Peeping Toms, and just when you thought we couldn't sink any lower, we do. Mortal Kombat introduced the Fatality, a finishing move that ranged from ripping out your opponent's spine to tearing off his head. Sounds like a good time, but that was the past. Today, the Grand Theft Auto series has managed to offend politicians, minorities, and even evil stepmoms. So who comes out on top? Is it the bloody beat-em-up action series, or are you into modern-day urban violence? It's time for me to shut the f*** off and show you this.
Grand Theft Auto is controversial for many, many reasons. The one that everyone is obsessed with is picking up a prostitute, having sex with her in your car, having her get out and then running her over and taking the money back. I mean, if you ask me, it just sounds like you're a thrifty guy in that game.
You know, Grand Theft Auto has become synonymous with controversy. I guess because of the level of violence. I guess because of the fact, you know, there are these hookers you can hire, you know, in the game and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it was a really, really great game. Not because it was so controversial. I think that's something that people really have to remember.
GTA has just got so much attention in the press. Mortal Kombat, I mean, it was controversial. It kind of kicked things off in terms of government scrutiny a few years back. But GTA, you know, it's a great game.
Most controversial game in the filter face-off is going to definitely be Grand Theft Auto.
Mortal Kombat was controversial because it was the game that introduced fatalities to the fighting genre. You could pull out someone's spine.
It was all done in fun, but for some people it was seen as much too violent and much too controversial. I think for its day, actually, Mortal Kombat was probably a more controversial game than Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto got a lot of attention, mostly because it was such a great game and everyone was talking about it. And Mortal Kombat was a great game too, but I mean, that inspired congressional hearings. Joseph Lieberman was giving speeches about how violent it was and stuff like that. And that was by far the more controversial game. I think it was just at a time when a lot of people didn't know a lot about video games. So the mainstream media, they really picked up on that and they really just sort of started talking about it. And, you know, it was a controversial game and in some ways much more controversial than Grand Theft Auto back in the day.
The polls are closed, the votes are counted, and the most controversial game of all time is the Grand Theft Auto series. That's right. Grand Theft Auto humiliates the competition and is officially the most controversial game ever made. That wraps up this episode of Filter. Remember, the opinions expressed on this show are yours, not mine. So make your vote count on future episodes by logging on to the Filter show page at g4tv.com/filter. Until then, I'm Diane Mizzota, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, my girlfriend gets upset when I'm playing it in the nighttime.
He will stay for hours in front of the TV. He will not eat anything. He will not go to the bathroom unless he has to.
Yeah.
I've seen this guy. He's like 10 hours, man. He's still playing.
It until like 2 o'clock, and it's like I gotta go to work. I'll save it here, and it would be an hour later until I'd save it. And then I wouldn't eat or anything.
3 o'clock in the morning, this guy's still up, man.
It's good to compete 8,000 feet up and 8,000 miles apart together. It's good to try a frontside 7 stale fish to improve your worldwide rank together. It's good to laugh at gravity together. Amp 2, rated E for everyone. It's good to play together.
Customize your own machine and race through 20 gravity-defying courses at ridiculous speeds. F-Zero GX. The future of racing is in your hands. Only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated T for Teen. GameCube.
This week on Pringles Cheat Sheet, we take you to the Big Easy for NCAA March Madness 2003. Few sporting events rival the intensity and pressure of tourney time. But with X's and O's from top coaches like Billy Donovan and Roy Williams, your chances of cutting down the nets after the final buzzer just got a lot better. So whether you're into half-court sets or running and gunning, we've got the skinny on how to take home the title. NCAA March Madness is customizable, allowing users to fine-tune the gameplay for a more accurate sim of college hoops. Either during a game or from the main menu, you can go to options and adjust the game settings. Regardless of what skill level you're playing on, scroll down and change blocks, layups, dunks, accuracy, and aggression to 25, approximately 1/4 of the slider bar. Now players' skill levels will be more true to their position. The key to success is in executing offensive plays and calling defensive sets. You'll have to use teamwork to create an open jump shot or to smother them with a pressing zone defense. On offense, press the D-pad up to run a post-up play and feed your big man the ball in the post. Click the D-pad left for a three-point play and rotate the ball in the perimeter till your best shooter is open for a three-pointer. D-pad right will run the highly effective pick-and-roll play, where a teammate will screen your defender so you can roll free to shoot or to pass. Finally, the D-pad down will call for an isolation play with your teammates drawing the defense away and leaving you one-on-one to beat your man off the dribble. On defense, don't waste your time on man defenses. A good zone defense will be your team's basic set. Double tap the D-pad right for a 2-3 zone. Remember, you're part of a team. If you freelance and chase the ball, the defense will break down. Stay home and guard your zone for whatever position you're playing. Double tap the D-pad down for a half-court trap, and double team the ball handler on the perimeter to create turnovers. In for 3! That's it for Pringles Cheat Sheet.
Today on X-Play, Kung Fu and nudity in Girls. And something gets lost in translation in Mobile Suit Gundam Encounters in Space.
Whose rectum is that?
Did he say rectum? It's game time. Please welcome the hosts that stay crunchy in milk, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Yep, some of them are soggy.
We're crunchy.
Welcome to X-Play.
On today's show, we have Mobile Suit Gundam. Yes, giant robots piloted by anime teens in space.
And a wave riding game for fans of aquatic fun.
And we have a racing game with licensed cars that actually show damage.
Plus the re-release of a survival horror classic from the Dreamcast. Now, how has it held up after all these years?
But we kick things off with something the fanboys really seem to enjoy. Scantily clad women. It's all you, Adam.
Thank you, Morgan. Konami's new game, Girls, is based on a line of attractive, anatomically exaggerated action figures. There's a busty thief and a busty ninja. And, just watch this review.
In a dark future world, the only hope in the struggle against an evil, faceless corporation is a reject from a shampoo commercial. Oh, and a hot ninja chick. Because nothing says futuristic stealth action like a hot ninja chick raiding a feudal Japanese mansion. Meet Ice and Asaka, stars of Girls. They don't mind the fanboys leering at them. Really.
We are nothing but puppets anyway. They use us up and throw us away.
Girls gets its name from the character's ability to dive into cyberspace to retrieve files nobody can get from the outside.
And not even the best hacker in the world can get in from outside.
Didn't I just say that?
I'll make sure to charge them plenty for this.
And yes, if you play this game, you'll pay too. To get to cyberspace access points, you have to negotiate dozens of bland corporate hallways, filled with dozens of bland corporate guards and cute robotic vacuum cleaners. Which, taken by itself, would be mildly amusing. Ice is a crack shot, and Asaka has some kick-ass finishing moves. But wait, there's more. You also get lots and lots of annoying puzzles.
It didn't do anything, huh?
Okay, well, then let's run over here and try this switch. Okay, now we're in business. And here's where the game comes to a screeching halt, over and over.
You remember the control room on the way here. Go back there and operate the shutter.
In what can best be described as completely ass-backwards level design, you are forced to backtrack huge distances over and over to find some random switch or another.
Piece of junk!
Yeah, our thoughts exactly. But when you finally do find the advanced computer terminal hidden in the feudal Japanese mansion, you get a few minutes of the best this game has to offer. The cyberspace levels are a welcome change, giving you all sorts of neat cyber superpowers to play with. But they are very short, and then you're back to the bland corporate hallways to hack your way through a few more guards. Really, really smart guards. Hey, you never know what's gonna jump out of that corner. And what's with all the robotic vacuum cleaners? It's kind of sad when the best product placement your game can get is the Roomba.
Let's not be any more stupid than we already have been, all right?
Time to wrap things up. So we're just gonna hit one more switch puzzle and let loose a 2 out of 5.
In an interview with Play magazine, the costume designer for Cygirls said, and I quote, "When a female character's level of skin exposure is high, users will tend to view that character as stupid."
So Ice must be dumb as a bag of hammers.
But hey, who's to say that a highly intelligent and technologically proficient super spy can't have her bosom hanging out when she's kicking ass? I mean, aside from the basic laws of gravity, I mean.
Darn puritanical laws of gravity.
Right.
Pooh.
Well, anyway, if you aren't into cleavage, maybe you're into giant robots in space. It's based on the long-running Mobile Suit Gundam, and it's got a title I love to say. Here's our review of Mobile Suit Gundam Encounters in Space.
Space. Amuro, let's do it.
Mobile Suit Gundam has been around for about a billion years. There are 80,000 different storylines, plot arcs, characters, and giant robots to memorize.
Use the cannon and the swammel to get the Trojan horse.
So, if you don't have a PhD in Gundamology, Mobile Suit Gundam Encounters in Space is going to be confusing.
A battle in North America ends the life of Garma Zabi, a son of the ruling Zabi family. Later on in Asia, guerrilla warfare expert Ramba Ra leads the Zeon forces.
Oh good, it's the opening cutscene and I'm already completely friggin' lost. Let's just say that big robots carrying guns, swords, and shields turned out to be the best implements of war the Japanese could think of.
Through the fates of war, the Federation ship is crewed and operated by civilian youths.
Oh yeah, and they're all piloted by children. Joy. The single-player campaigns followed the events during and after the 1-Year War. You don't know what the 1-Year War is? It doesn't matter. It's giant robots fighting each other.
Whose Rickdom is that?
I don't know, dude. You take control of a mobile suit and fly linear missions. Sometimes you'll be whizzing through space taking down targets. This on-rails part of the game plays a little bit like Panzer Dragoon Orta, except not as good. Most of the time, you're given complete control of your mobile suit as you square off against a bunch of enemies. Basically, you just shoot and dodge. Or whack things with a lightsaber and dodge. The shooting part is easy. Too easy, actually, thanks to a targeting system that makes aiming pointless. You could be surrounded by enemies, and your targeting computer will cheerfully zero in on some guy picking his nose halfway across the galaxy. You can't turn auto-aim off, but that would mean you have to steer your mobile suit yourself. And you don't want to do that because the controls suck.
Are you coming?
You also have a secondary weapon that has all the power of an intergalactic pea shooter.
I can't stay depressed for the rest of my life.
Way to look on the bright side, kid. At least during some of the more harrowing battles later in the game, you're accompanied by cheesy J-pop. That's always a plus. It's good stuff, isn't it? Mobile Suit Gundam Encounters in Space is a mediocre action title coasting on the popularity of the Gundam franchise. It gets a 2 out of 5. Okay, so the game sucks, but here's some explosions for you.
There!
That is one catchy bit of J-pop. Yes, my sweet, yes, my sweetest.
Hey, let's save it for the single. Okay, Gundam is a game with more explosions than naked ladies. Now, do the Cygirl developers know about this?
Well, I hope not. Well, at least they aren't giant robots with metal cleavage in space. No one wants to see an Autobot with a rack.
Boobies in disguise.
Coming up, wave riding in Carve. Yep, that's the real title.
Rated M for mature.
Hey!
Play with a friend or play with yourself. Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. Tecmo. 100% games.
For hot beaches, there's no power greater than X.
Two hosts to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
That sounds sinister and bondagey.
Yeah.
Welcome back to X-Play.
In our never-ending quest to bring you every extreme sports title the gaming industry has to offer, we once again find ourselves reviewing a wave riding game.
Oh, it's one of the first wave riding games since the unfortunately titled Splashdown, Rides Gone Wild. And this one also has a sad title. Here's a review of Carve.
The world needs another jet ski simulation like it needs another hole in the head. And then enters Carve.
Okay, so this is X-Play, right? So you're expecting me to make some silly pun about the name Carve, like I'm gonna carve a turkey with this game, or I'm gonna carve my initials into Adam's forehead. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna do it.
Morgan?
Yes, Adam?
You already did?
Oh, right. Well, back to the review.
Okay, the action in Carve simply revolves around outpacing opponents and placing as the top-ranked contestant in competitive events. First off, if you're out for an immediate thrill, stick to the quick start or arcade mode. But tournament is where the meat of the experience lies. This is where you'll get right down to the crucial business at hand, unlocking tricks and tracks. Before hitting the surf, though, you'll have to choose a team and alter ego from 4 groups. The Venta are whizzes at pulling off stunts. The Tsunami are the speediest, Para Riders have the strongest defense, and the Inferno are the most effective at ramming. Although every driver is ranked on speed, blocking, and tricks, you won't notice a lot of changes in how a character handles. A bleach blonde white guy in shades? Aggressive African American chick? A lot of originality went into these people. While courses aren't exceptionally large, they do have character. Gunning it through icy caverns, shipwrecked oil tankers, and city canals is definitely fun. Plus, you need to carve around obstacles such as the narrow pathways and destructible crates. Yes, crates. What the hell are crates doing floating in the water? What is this, Jersey's new waterfowl? Successfully doing tricks off ramps or during brief moments of grace awards you speed boosts, known as rush bonuses. Now, there is some strategy to the experience. Whether you're avoiding foes' wakes, which slow craft down, or skirting around colored buoys, which deduct from the lap timer, you'll soon realize Carve isn't just a mindless exercise in throttle revving. While the game does have a few aces up its sleeve, like Xbox Live support, this is largely a pedestrian offering in an already tired genre. But given the $20 price tag, there's much worse in the bargain bin. X-Play gives Carve a slightly soaked 3 out of 5.
Well, at least it's cheap.
Well, cheap is good, but you know what's better?
What?
Visiting our website, techtv.com/xplay.
Wow, we really have no shame when it comes to plugging ourselves.
That's right. Ladies, I'm a winner.
Up next, keeping it simple in Toka Race Driver 2.
The vaunted Imperial walkers do have a weakness. Slice open their gut, and you'll bring them to their knees. Be smart. Be victorious.
Rebel Strike. Rated T.
Hall of Famer. Top seed. Choreographer. Mastermind. Hero. World champion. Pilot. All-pro. Entertainer. What do you want to be when you grow up? Rated E for everyone. PlayStation 2, the only place to play.
Finally, Destructo is now complete. Destructo, come to me. Entering attack mode. Attack mode. Attack mode. No, attack Destructo. Mode. No. Attack mode. Hold. Attack mode. No, Destructo, hold. Attack mode.
Because you're too lazy to change the channel. It's Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to X-Play.
We are back with a sequel to 2002's Pro Race Driver.
Except the sequel is called Toka Race Driver 2. It's a European thing.
So is being stinky. Anyway, they changed the name, but that's not the important part. The important part is that it has licensed cars that show damage and it affects performance.
Yes, after playing game after game where you can drive a Mustang into a wall or off a cliff with nary a scratch, it's nice to see a game where you can totally destroy real cars, and it feels good.
Oh, so good. Here's our preview of Toka Race Driver 2.
Left, right, accelerate, the basics, check. So, do you remember last year's Race Driver? Huh? Nonetheless, Codemasters is back with the sequel anyway.
You want to change a view? Hit the white button.
This time, however, Toka Race Driver 2 has a real chance at leaving a lasting impression on the minds of race car-loving gamers.
I'm out of control! I'm out of control again!
There are easily just as many different types of races as there are games that emulate them. And in an effort to please, well, pretty much everybody, Codemasters is going to jam as many different kinds of races and cars as they can into just one game. Set to be anything but forgettable, Toka Race Driver 2 is a significant step up from its predecessor, sporting a hefty 31 separate championships, a wide array of racing events, 35 cars, and 48 tracks. This is far from a lightweight racer.
What was that? What exactly was that?
You'll play an up-and-coming race driver with a very opinionated coach and skilled team of mechanics.
Here's where we are now, and here's where we want to be.
Before and after each race, you'll be treated to cinematic advice and performance commentary to let you know exactly how well you're doing and what you need to improve on.
Right now, my friend, you have got potential, but that's about it.
Although career modes are common in racing games, an actual storyline is certainly unusual and should give the game a nice distinction.
Thanks for the drink, Scotty.
Are you always this annoying, or is this a treat?
The new game promises an awful lot of vehicles to jet around in, but more importantly, while the physics ride the usual line between simulation and arcade, for once, smashing your car up actually makes a difference with performance.
Careful, son. You won't get away with crashes like that.
Not only is it hard to navigate with the cracked windshield, but banging your car up will affect handling and power, and eventually stop you dead.
Jeez! That's no driving, son. That's vandalism.
Toss in the ability to compete online via the Xbox Live, and you have all the elements for one sweet little racer. And we were able to play a little game I like to call Bring the Race to a Crawl or None Shall Pass. None shall pass. None shall pass. Definitely shaping up to be a contender on the Xbox. Toka Race Driver 2 should hit stores very soon.
Now, this game does have one of the most detailed story modes we've seen in a racing title, so it'll be interesting to see how that portion of the game winds up when it comes out.
Yes, look for a full review of Toka when it comes out.
Until then, prepare yourself, because after the break, we have the re-release of a survival horror classic.
It was scary back in the day, but then again, E.T. was scary when I was little. Now he sort of looks like a short, naked guy with a pot belly and a fondness for Reese's Pieces.
No, that's pretty scary. What?
Coming up, putting the fun back into the Oedipus complex.
And now, the competition you've all been waiting for, hand-to-hand combat. Your wildest dreams come true in Dead or Alive Ultimate and Xbox Live. Real-time online action across town and across the globe. Get your double disc collector's edition now, rated M for mature. Dead or Alive Ultimate, fighting for global peace one kick at a time.
Ready to fight! Left and punch, right and kick, hit him with your dragon stick! Uppercut! Uppercut! Fireball! Fireball! Finish him!
The #1 cause of eye strain on cable. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
That means you're watching. Ha. Welcome back to X-Play.
Think back all the way back to the year 2000. Bill Clinton was still president, the Thong Song was a huge hit, and Resident Evil Code Veronica was a success on the Dreamcast.
I asked the Dreamcast, it's like an old girlfriend you broke up with a long time ago, but you still think of them fondly until you pay those legal fees.
Anyway, in the year 2000, Code Veronica looked fine.
We were all like, dude, check out these sweet graphics and ignore that crappy camera.
Yeah, 4 years later, the game is being re-released on the GameCube, and, well, we might have been wearing beer goggles.
Big beer goggles. Here's a review of Resident Evil Code Veronica X for the GameCube.
Enter an odious realm where evil is always in residence. A horrible world of corporate cannibalism. A place where you'll be chewed more than your mother's Salisbury steak. Where bodily fluid will flow more liberally than A1 on flavorless meatloaf. Enter the aging game space of Resident Evil Code Veronica X, where everything is as it was and nothing has been made current at all. Umbrella up, game fans, it's raining guano as Veronica X plods from a GameCube near you in all its year 2000 original release splendor. It's moaning zombies ahoy as you navigate the endless archipelagos of dimly lit dread, killing and collecting on the road to salvation. In the year 2000, this game had a creepy charm as evil perverted innocence and mangled corpses leapt at you from the shadows. In 2004, fear is replaced with brain-clearing frustration as you flip the switch on some gizmo, only to realize you're missing the butternut squash of destiny necessary to spring someone from a locked room or door. This means backtracking through a bazillion doors, ladders, and giant worm obstacles to get back to that damn thing you forgot in order to continue. Walking and running mechanics are also made faithfully frustrating as you move, stick, and press buttons wildly, trying to target the wandering Legion-covered skin suits that block your path. Of course, if you're packing enough heat, none of that will really concern you much. As you immerse yourself in the drama of the storyline, you'll discover Claire Redfield has to deal with this whimpering post-puber.
I can't!
And this sadistic fun guy with a wicked sense of humor.
You don't fool me!
All clothed in the fruity sweetness of a Days of Our Lives melody line. Welcome to the Days of Our Deceased, brought to you by your friends at Lime Away Corpse Cleanser. Cut, stop the game, I want to get off. Awkward controls, sleepy puzzles, aggravating targeting, and endless backtracking. What's to love here, folks? Especially for the less than reissue price tag of $39.99. For those of you this game gave that creepy feeling to all the way back in 2000, you can have that nostalgia back again. For us, its expiration date is long past. We give it a 1 out of 5.
Father!
Yep, that's a unique dramatic twist. This game looks older than the zombies in it.
You know, they totally remade the first Resident Evil for the GameCube, and it looked great. But they couldn't be bothered to spruce up Code Veronica, which is arguably the best installment in the series. Okay.
Okay, normally at this point we'd open up some sort of angry or scathing viewer mail, but we've had enough horror today.
So instead, we're opening something nice that one of the fans sent to Adam.
A fan sent me something? Have we checked it for explosives or powder or
No.
knives?
No. Today's viewer mail is from Jonathan. He writes, "Hello, Mr. Sessler. My name is Jonathan D. Gordon. I'm one of the nation's top artists. I did this portrait of you a while ago. The chance to create the image of my favorite TV host with a video game spin was just too good to pass up. Isn't that nice?
That is nice.
So then he sent you this. It's you as Sam Fisher. I like the night goggle look on you. It's very rugged.
No, I look like rugged and cool. I mean, I have this look on my face like I could kill you in the shadows all silent, but I'm going to sit here in the corner and preen because saving the world isn't that important to me.
Yeah, well, apparently you're wearing brown contacts because Adam sort of has blue eyes, but...
I don't really have blue eyes. Oh, they're brown.
Yes,
anyway,
I
it's
do.
very kind. You're the first fan to send me a flattering portrait, and it's by one of the nation's top artists. So
That's
thank you very
impressive.
much. You don't know how actually happy that makes me.
If you'd like to send Adam some fan art of your own, visit our website, techtv.com/xplay, and send him some nice things, please. He likes to be tall and rugged.
And yeah, make me feel better. Tall. I want a couple of muscles.
Yeah.
And women draping off of me, like it was like a
Now we're just
members
getting a
only
little
jacket.
ridiculous, Adam.
Or maybe like a sweater tied around
We're
my
hitting his
neck.
fantasy
All
world.
right. Anyway, go to our website. Also, sign up for a newsletter there.
Yes, and we have an archive of feature segments, like, of course, Naked Write-In.
Anime porn.
And we even have cheat codes.
Plus, we have some outtakes. If you liked our Lifeline review, the voice-activated game that had me screaming at my PlayStation 2, we've got a whole lot of extra gameplay from that. It's entertaining if you like to watch me suffer.
It actually is absolutely hysterical, and I do like to watch Adam suffer. So go to our website, techtv.com/xplay. Till then,
Doodle
keep
me
gaming.
something. Just scribble me a happy.
Good night.
Ready, go team! Lock and load because the search for our new arena champion begins with a clash.
Gamma starts the round off by showing some gymnastics skills. They are getting tons of kills and they even tied up the second round.
Look at that!
Cade is not giving up.
Ryu lands a major hit on Keo. The pressure is on.
Arena, tomorrow at 11 p.m., powered by the Intel Pentium 4 processor.
I kind of see video games kind of like the evolution of movies and storytelling. You get to immerse yourself in a world, any world you want. I don't remember a time without games. I mean, I'm 24, Nintendo came out in '85, we had an Atari before then, we had a Commodore 64 before, you know. So I've always been around games, always. Pong, I remember playing Pong. Hours and hours at Galaga. My favorite game, by the way, is Galaga still, by far.
Become one with the game. iToy Anti-Grab, where your whole body is the controller. Rated E for everyone.
This is a story about pioneers.
There's going to be no way there's not an id chapter when they get around to writing the history of interactive entertainment.
Every title that they release becomes a reference standard for the industry.
Demon killing.
You're a space marine fighting your way to and through hell and back.
Incredible graphics.
The new engine for Doom 3, it's really revolutionary in the fact that it gives us the power to really create just about anything that we can imagine.
They're just sitting there sometimes with their mouth open, just going, this is incredible.
And a legendary gaming franchise.
If you're going to list now the top 5 franchises in video gaming history, Doom's going to be on the list.
Every gamer on the planet right now wants to get their hands on Doom 3.
This is the history of Doom. It's May 5th, 1991, and a small company in Mesquite, Texas called id Software makes a big impact with Wolfenstein 3D.
It was not the first 3D game. It
was not even id's first 3D game, but it was the first 3D game to really hit a national and even international audience. And it was done in a way that had impact. People weren't ready for it.
Games that to this point really hadn't looked anything like Wolfenstein did, and compared to today's standards, that's not that great. But at the time, this was just a revolution.
Wolfenstein 3D was the first real good example of id growing into a role as the originator of a genre and feeling confident about their humor level and their talent level, and really, unloading a lot of those skills on the genre they'd invented.
But Wolfenstein is just a warm-up. On December 10th, 1993, id Software releases an even bigger blockbuster, Doom.
The original Doom was really good because it was kind of the first game that kind of gave everyone a glimpse to the future of what games, would be like.
Deathmatch was an id terminology. The word probably existed beforehand, but was popularized by Doom. When people talk about frags and all the other terminologies, they're hearkening back to things that were set in place by Doom.
We enjoyed the jump to the more kind of horror action with Doom, and of course it was also driven by what we were watching at the time. Doom was always about aliens and Evil Dead.
There is no real way, to my knowledge, to estimate how many people have downloaded and played Doom Shareware. I think you could make a very, very good argument that Doom was probably the most played computer game of all time, just because of all the people who downloaded it for free.
Doom will rack up more than 10 million downloads in its lifetime. id follows up with Doom 2 1 year later, but then takes a break from the franchise to release Quake in 1996.
Quake in its day was an absolutely phenomenal engine to debut with. It was just raw technology that you would look at and say, we haven't seen anything like this on the PC before. And then they took it a step further. It was actually brilliant fun to play in multiplayer, and really created the multiplayer shooter as a phenomenon event.
id Software's games in general appeal to fans because they put out next-generation technology with their new big games, and they're able for PC gamers to take gaming where it hasn't been before.
I was certainly a strong advocate of getting good 3D acceleration in early on, and we went out of our way to do some of the early things like the rendition version of Quake, the original GL Quake, being freely released.
id continues to push the boundaries of technology with the release of Quake 2 in December 1997 and Quake 3 Arena in 1999.
Quake was central in convincing every serious PC gamer you had to have at least a decent 3D card, and preferably the latest and greatest.
Really, the big thing was when we went to Quake 3 requiring hardware acceleration on there. And that was, again, a somewhat gutsy move at the time, because there had been a few hardware-only games, but they had been these small niche products that generally hadn't been very successful.
But once you were past that hurdle, you were never going back, and PC gaming changed forever, because that was the only way to play a shooter if you were serious at all.
And Quake 3 was looked at in a lot of people's eyes as a bellwether of, is this going to be okay to do this at this time? And while Quake 3 wasn't our largest success, it was certainly a big enough success that everybody looked at it and said, yeah, you could still take advantage of the hardware features and still be very successful.
Every title that they release becomes a reference standard for the industry. It raises the bar once again.
id Software is ready to start its next game, but the small developer must first face its inner demons.
The
only thing faster than his meteoric rise to fame was his tragic fall from grace. Given a second chance at G4, Pocan takes his life off pause and gets back in the game.
Yeah, he definitely has his bad days, you know, like when he forgets to eat and stuff. These young guys could learn a lot from this Pocan. He's a real pro.
It was his game experience that really caught my eye. Well, that and the fact that he's Panda Bear.
The new millennium is just around the corner, and id Software is going through some birthing pains.
Every project for the last couple ones we had been considering, well, you know, is it time to remake Doom with new technology and all that? At the end of Quake 3, we did have a little bit of an internal spat over where we were going with the next project. The only kind of foregone conclusion was that it was going to be single-player focused because there was a good contingent in the company that wasn't happy with the Quake 3 kind of activity level of gameplay.
We wanted to really create this scary, intense, action-packed horror game, and everybody is much more afraid when they're alone.
But there was still debate over exactly what we were going to do, and it did come down to a point where, you know, we had a big forced issue about it where I wasn't at all comfortable with the alternate project that was being pushed on there, and it wasn't clear that we could come up with a clear, unified company direction on something brand new. And every project for the last couple ones we had been considering, well, you know, is it time to remake Doom with new technology?
John, when he was doing research on what the next generation of technology from id was going to be, came to the conclusion that he was going to be able to realize sort of the vision that he had in his mind's eye when he came up with the original idea for Doom, in that we could use and leverage that technology to really create this intense action horror game and make a really scary version of Doom.
Originally, I was opposed to the idea. I was a bit concerned that the team that we had, which was a bit in transition, wasn't going to be able to really push Doom in a direction to sort of live up to the title.
So I just kind of made that the stand and said, now's the time. We can do some really radically better stuff with new technology now.
In hindsight, my opposition was absolutely wrong. The decision was great.
Bringing back Doom is an exceptional challenge.
We've got you, Dark Star. You are set for lockdown. Welcome back.
If there was a hall of fame in computer gaming, I can say with all the humility in the world that there's absolutely a place at the top, or certainly near it, for Doom and Doom 2. And, you know, there's almost a reluctance to go back and mess with the formula, almost like, you know, a Hall of Fame running back coming out of retirement. Is he going to just sort of destroy his legacy?
Doing Doom 3 was a very tall order because Doom was such a mega successful game that we really had to evaluate what we wanted to do. What do our fans really want us to bring back from the original? And then what can we add to the new Doom 3 to make it, you know, so much better?
You have a game that people become it becomes a part of their life, and they spend so many hours playing with it, they almost develop some sense of a relationship with the game itself, that they have some ownership of it. And so they feel like that they almost have, you know, some say in how the game ought to be taken going forward, because, hey, look, I played this game for, you know, 1,000 hours of my life.
People get obsessive with everything that comes out of id. People are obsessive about id. Id's games are great. One of the reasons people respect id is that id never turns its back on quality. Everything that comes out is going to be good.
People get so emotionally attached, and then they get afraid of, well, if it's not the exact game, or if it's not as good or better, if it's not their interpretation of what the next game ought to be like, and they get afraid that we're going to do something different with it. They don't want to see the next game come out because they just want to sort of freeze time and have Doom be the way it was when, you know, they had all these great experiences in their life, and don't want to have anything to sort of spoil that memory. We definitely understand, you know, people's emotional attachment to the properties, because we feel it too, and at least as strong as they do.
On June 1st, 2000, work begins on making Doom 3 a worthy successor to the legendary franchise.
You're not gonna live. It will be painful.
You're doomed.
Doom 3, rated M for mature. Now on Xbox.
G4 TV for gamers and Tech TV are connecting to form the only network taking digital entertainment to the next level.
Sound fun?
I love video games.
Plugged in to every aspect of games, gear, gadgets, and gigabytes.
That was unexpected, right?
Okay. You're watching G4 Tech TV.
G4 Tech TV. Stay connected. For more information, go to g4techtv.com.
It's the new millennium, and id Software is hard at work on Doom 3.
The first year of Doom, after I had laid down the very basic technology, I was always saying that there's kind of like a tripod of features and technology that's going to make Doom what it is. There's the unified lighting and shadowing. There's the more complex animation and scripting, which will show off that lighting and shadowing on there. And then there's the GUI surfaces, which add the extra level of interactivity to the game. And all of those really proved out correct.
The new engine, for Doom 3 is it's really revolutionary in the fact that it gives us the power to really create just about anything that we can imagine.
Okay, there's a few things we need to take care of first.
And id pieces together the game's new storyline with the help of science fiction writer Matthew Costello.
We actually contracted a professional science fiction writer to help us with the story. That was a first for id.
He left you no choice. True. But this is the last time.
After we laid the basic story foundation down, we storyboarded all the action. That also was the first for id.
We knew we wanted to take the Doom story, the original Doom story, and the Doom environment, and sort of bring that into the future.
Amazing things will happen here soon. You just wait.
The story in Doom takes place as if the first two never happened. So it's very important that fans realize that this is not Doom 3, after Doom 2 Hell on Earth. This is Doom 3, whereas Doom and Doom 2 never happened.
And so we knew we had those elements to work with, like the UAC, a research facility, Martian landscape.
The player is back on Mars, and the UAC is conducting some super secret teleportation technology.
UAC scientists have made discoveries that will forever change human existence. Then something went terribly wrong.
Through some miscalculations and some arrogance, the UAC opens a portal to hell.
When we started thinking about what direction to go with that, we looked at different movies that we felt like that would portray those demonic elements, monster elements, the Martian landscape, the weapons that we felt we'd have, things like that.
We really kind of take a new approach on the old story. We've answered some questions like, where did the UAC come up with the technology? What's the demon's motivation? I mean, we really expanded all of those aspects and made a really, engrossing story.
And some old enemies make a return, along with a few new surprises.
With the ultra-realistic looking, textures and monsters, we could bring those original demons that people love so much from Doom back, with just larger-than-life quality.
There's quite a few little elements that popped up here and there in Doom 3. There's a number of textures, from little tech textures or some evil wall textures or satanic symbols and things like that.
The original Doom demons are very classic in themselves. We knew that we had to bring the great ones back, like the Cyber Demon and the Pinky Demon. We decided which ones we wanted to bring back, and then Ken Scott took those and started to draw the newer, updated versions in concept art.
The imp character people remember from the original Doom, the Cacodemon, which is that big, it's like a big strawberry in the original Doom. He's quite a bit more scary in Doom 3.
But besides bringing back some of the original classics, we actually came up with some new ones and some brand new, fresh demons that no one's ever seen before.
But gamers won't be facing these demons empty-handed.
All of the weapons from the original Doom are in Doom 3, and we've added a few new ones. It's a good feeling to bring up that Doom shotgun, bust open a door, and go into a room with demons. So I think fans of the original will definitely appreciate that.
In 2001, Doom is revealed to the public for the first time at Macworld in Tokyo. But the game makes an even bigger splash when id Software takes it to E3 in 2002.
The year that Doom 3 came out, people couldn't sit still. You would come out, you would tell people about what you had seen, how real it looked, how it was maybe Shrek quality animation and graphics. And they'd look at you blank-faced because there's no way it could be real.
We had a 15-minute in-game kind of demo play, and we had seats, and it was real dark, and it really kind of made the fans realize that the game's scary, that the game has movie quality, that, you know, it's over-the-top action. It really helped kind of deliver the message that, you know, what Doom, you know, was. Everybody knew what Doom, the original Doom was, but then they never knew what direction that we were taking with Doom 3. And this gave us the opportunity to show that direction.
When it went out there and it just had this amazing reception on there, they're just sitting there sometimes with their mouth open, just going, this is incredible.
People didn't believe it was real. The E3 judges, they had to come up to us and say, okay, would you like to go try it? Or would you like to see us play it so we can prove to you that this is not a fake, this is a real thing?
We received great feedback. We won 5 awards that year at E3. It was a fantastic E3 for us.
But just as id Software returns from a triumphant E3 showing, the unthinkable happens.
Q, we have a competitor in the world of high-tech gadgetry.
I'll investigate. The fox is in the henhouse. Superior communication devices. Sophisticated surveillance equipment. Advanced combat simulators. Activating camouflage.
See the latest technology at Best Buy today. Get Die Another Day on DVD June 3rd.
Not long after E3 2002 wraps up with a phenomenal showing for Doom, a leaked version of id's new project appears on the internet.
We would get mail from people saying, I played the demo and it had all these problems. Whatever, it's not a demo, it was a stolen, leaked executable.
The notorious sort of Doom 3 alpha wasn't really even an alpha at all. It was actually a build of the game that had been built up for E3 that I'm not exactly sure how it got out. People got a hold of that, and of course, you know, it began to distribute over the internet.
We'd obviously prefer that something like that never happen, but it doesn't really hurt us that much. It's a distraction when we have to worry about running damage control and spinning some of the issues in there.
Today, we can look back on it, and as bad as it seemed at the time is that we've certainly been able to overcome.
But I don't think that there's going to be anybody that got a hold of that for some reason that won't buy the game because they saw that. You know, it's obviously too far away, too much of it has changed since then.
Id forges ahead, making advances in a new area.
They took my baby.
Audio in our games has always been, clearly second fiddle to rendering. But as computers have gotten faster and faster, that couple percent that we devote to audio has gotten more and more capable.
One thing that we've done in Doom 3 that's very cool is we have a true 6-channel surround sound. And that gives us the ability to have sound and audio cues that happen around the player. So, like, for instance, if a demon is sneaking up behind you, you can hear them. You're walking through a dark corridor and you'll hear whispers that circle you. It really kind of gets the player into the game because they're like in a wave of sound.
And Chris Brenna, the former drummer for 9 Inch Nails, is brought in to lend his talent to the music in Doom 3.
In Doom 3, the music is a little bit different than what we've done in previous titles. Usually, what we had is like a soundtrack that looped throughout the entire level or area that you're in. But in Doom 3, what we try to do is kind of make the world around you almost musical in its ambient sense. It's all kind of very, very different, very fluid, very changing and unique.
Id's new game is also being developed for the Xbox.
The original core rendering decisions for Doom were influenced very specifically by the capabilities of the Xbox. We knew at the time what the Xbox was going to be like coming out, and the rendering of what we do with geometry and surfaces and textures and all that was crafted around something that was going to be efficient on the Xbox.
One of the great things about the Xbox is the technology in the Xbox is very similar to the technology that John looked at when he architected the engine. So All the features that you see in the PC version will be in the Xbox version. Dynamic lights, the physics, the bump mapping. Now, of course, there will be things that are different, but I believe that people that don't have a PC that have an Xbox will still be able to enjoy what the PC people will be raving about.
Doom 3 is shown again at E3 in 2003 and 2004. Each time it appears, attendees are awed. Work on the game begins to wrap up.
I'm sure it's going to be a huge release when everything gets out here, but everyone should be really looking forward to getting the game out on the shelves because the response should be just really phenomenal.
Every gamer on the planet right now wants to get their hands on Doom 3.
What I've been most proud of in Doom is the way that the technologies all kind of come together and really provided a seamless experience, whether you're playing the game, searching, fighting the monsters, or interacting with the GUIs. It's all come together to be a very nice kind of seamless package for the player.
The thing that makes me the happiest is when people come to id, they play the game and they say, you know what, that was great. It was better than I thought it was going to be.
And before Doom 3 is even out the door, the team at id is already looking to the future.
We have decided we're not going to go back and do a Doom 4 or another Quake game, which is, Quake 4 is already in development at Raven, and Return to Castle Wolfenstein, basically the sequel to that, is a project that's already in the works in another studio as well. So our job will be making something new, and we've decided we're going to do a new IP, a new brand for id.
After any project, I've usually got a pretty big list of technologies to explore. There's other just wild research ideas that I'm going to be pursuing on there.
The next project is actually already in the works. We have some rough ideas. We started on some very simple concept art. We are a small team. We make games to stay in business, and that's what we need to do. So we will start on the next title relatively quickly.
I think 20 years from now, we're going to look back at id as being a fundamental source for all that is great about interactive entertainment, and that there's going to be no way that there's not an id chapter when they get around to writing the history of interactive entertainment.
Phone, 1.2 megapixel camera and holds 5,000 MP3s.
Wow, that's really impressive. Hold on a second, sorry. Hello? Yeah, hey, I'm in the middle of lunch. Can I call you back? All right, cool, thanks. So that's a lot of MP3s.
Yeah.
See the best, greatest, biggest, shiniest, coolest, and blinkiest new stuff coming next year when the Screensavers goes live at the Consumer Electronics Show January 6th and 7th at 7 Eastern.
Hold on, let me put you on speakerphone.
No.
That's it. Lip to the right. Oh. Oops.
My name is Dave Kramer, and I'm the world record holder for fastest completion of Parking Challenge number 5 in 18-wheeler. It took me months of daily playing to whittle my time down. On my days off, while my wife and son were sleeping, I poured 8+ hours of non-stop gameplay. For some reason, I picked up this game very quickly. I mean, I'm usually pretty good at driving and racing games, but there was something about this. I guess it was that it was just unique. My favorite movie is a no-brainer, Star Wars. I'm a huge Star Wars fan, and have been ever since I saw Episode 4 back in '77. I basically play games because it's kind of an escape. The same reason a lot of people read books or watch movies. The way I explain it best to those who don't like games is this. You watch movies, right? What could possibly be better than watching a movie and getting to be the lead? You can control the outcome, and you can try things in games you never could get away with in real life because it might cause some harm.
Wow! Awesome record! You must be a pro! New record!
You cannot steal our Pokemon!
Who will save the Pokemon? Gotta save them. Gotta save them all. You can save the Pokemon. Gotta save them. Gotta save them all.
Some Pokemon have fallen under the spell of an evil organization, and you need to snag them back, make them good again, and train them for battle. Pokemon Coliseum, new for Nintendo GameCube. Rated E for everyone.
GameCube.
Fellow creatures, our world needs you. The time is now. Let us team up. Let us power up. And maybe even blow up. And stink up.
Odd World. Monsters Odyssey. Rated D for teen.
Two teams remain, but only one wins the game. We'll find out who's got the goods on the Tournament of Champions final episode of Arena! Welcome to Arena, everyone, the show that turns multiplayer games into competitive sport. I'm Lee Raymond, and you're watching the most exciting episode of the season, perhaps the most exciting half hour of television in the history of the medium. Thousands of frags and a trail of false hopes and broken dreams have led to this, our Tournament of Champions finals. We've separated the haves from the have-nots, and all that's left are these two teams, Kaizen and Rednecks. And when all is said and done, only one of these squads will sit atop the perch as the ultimate Arena champions. And they'll also be headed to the land of the luau, Hawaii, as the winners of Destination Vacation. Our teams will start out coconut to coconut in DDR Max 2. Then it'll be Jedi Knight Jedi Academy, and I'll bet you it will all come down to Unreal Tournament 2004. So let's get to the action, let's get to the teams, and let's get to my co-host, Kevin, in the console pit. Kevin.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bojangles. Now, these guys may be in the finals, but that does not mean that we can't embarrass the hell out of them because we're getting things moving along today with DDR Max 2 on the PlayStation 2. Now, Rhythm is the name of this game, so it goes without saying that this should be pretty damn interesting. Each player will get a chance to shake his moneymaker on the dance pad, and the team with the highest score wins the round. But enough talking, let's get to the boogieing. That's my boogie, bitch. I'm Rick James.
What? Divas, a close relative to D's nuts.
See you every day, just around the way. I'm gonna know the lyrics by the time they play the song.
And here we go, Kevin. DDR Max 2. Eska had established a slight lead, and then a quick flurry by both players puts them dead even.
How is it possible to have a quick flurry when the song moves slower than my bowels?
Well, the thought of your bowels moving will haunt me to the end of the show. And Eska pulls away here.
On the split jump. Both teams missed a split jump, but Kaizen gets it on the second attempt. Excellent job, buddy. And we got a little combo going on for Inano. He's up to 8, but he misses it on the up-down Watusi. And they're holding hands, at least, to show of good sportsmanship. Oh, and out come the tongues. That's disgusting, boys.
So are we.
I saw Remyan dancing to the song at Good Hurt one time. Half-naked, electrical tape over his nipples. It's quite a sight.
And it was Eska for Team Kaizen taking the first round of DDR 2.
You ain't hardcore unless you're wearing a flannel. Oh, yeah.
And round 2's underway.
And finally, a song that requires a pulse, believe it or not. So far, doing very well, very even match. A perfect split jump by Woobs. I'll make mother proud, make father weep.
I was interviewing some of these players earlier prior to the championship, and Woobs says that because they had DDR in their last game, they've actually been practicing, Kevin.
Yeah, that's a good excuse. Just like, oh, because I saw a boy once, that's why I practiced tongue-kissing man. Never mind. They're playing DDR! Men don't play DDR.
And Woobs with some fantastic point totals. And then practice pays off as a stellar performance by Woobs.
3.
Is there such thing as good boy band tryouts? And Team Kaizen can wrap it up here, Kevin.
I'm getting a kick watching Gazebo. Looks like he's stomping cockroaches. $5 says he falls flat on his ass by the end of the song. Apparently forgetting that he has 2 legs, Gazebo just using the right foot to tackle all the notes.
Well, guys, he is actually ahead on points.
Well, that doesn't bode well for Ted offensive dancing skills.
He looks like Yao Ming at the first day of Houston Rockets training camp. These dance animals are dead even.
And here's a split jump. Gazebo. Oh! Gazebo pulling a little extreme DDR move.
He mixes it up a little bit.
They need to insert a bendy guitar note there. Wow!
You can't get any closer than this, ladies and gentlemen. These point toters are almost identical.
Gazebo's tapping away with it. Oh, perhaps one of the most even matches in DDR we've seen. 20 points is going to make all the difference. And Gazebo dancing around like he belongs on the Domination Creation Station Nation team.
4. Last round, DDR Max 2. Mac, who apparently is going shoeless or has borrowed a team member's shoes as he started the day in flip-flops.
Track name is Succuguts. I drive one of those.
You're only 21, you idiot.
And this is a tough one. It takes patience to nail that one.
And you
that
can steal
massive note, Mac did not get it.
You can steal another man's shoes, and you can steal another man's dance moves, but you can't do dance moves in another man's shoes.
Mac doing an excellent job of keeping up with the fast tempo of this song. This is the left one, and he catches it on the right.
Mac is running away with this.
Apparently you can dance in another man's shoes, but you shouldn't sleep in another man's bed.
Looks like he's having an allergic reaction to a swarm of bees. Save yourselves. Your firearms are useless against them. Bees. And that'll wrap it up. Shoeless Joe Mac takes it for Team Kaizen.
Well, I know from looking at the scores that Team Kaizen won, but in terms of rhythm, there are no winners here on the arena because that was just plain ugly. So let's go to Flo, who's standing by with Team Kaizen's Minister of the Macarena. Whoops!
Well, Kevin, I am so excited because today is the ultimate game. But you know what? You didn't seem too happy. You looked actually like you're going to have a little hissy fit there. What was going on?
Well, they set the difficulty to light, and that's just way too easy for me. I mean, standard at heavy would have been way better for me.
Well, you're feeling pretty cocky today, aren't you?
Well, because I know I'm going to win.
Oh, okay. I can't wait to see this. Is that confidence going to carry over into Jedi?
Yeah, we got a few tricks up our sleeves.
Oh, really?
That'll make us win for sure in this game.
You know what? We met the rest of your team, and also your opponent's Team Rednecks. Let's check them out.
When we first entered this tournament, our opposition, they really weren't that good. We just knocked them down one by one by one. But then as we got to the harder people, we figured out it won't be such a cakewalk, and we'll have to work our plans out and our strategies for each game to come out victorious.
When we went up against Kaizen in the Onslaught, we knew they were going to be good because we've seen them play before. So we didn't want to show them what we're going to do. We didn't want to play too hard, and we wanted to see what they would do. And they work really fast, and they have good aim. So hopefully they'll try to take us on easily, and we'll surprise them with something. When we win our vacation to Hawaii, we'll set up our computers in a way so that we get a nice tan, and maybe have a view of the beach while we play.
Rednecks round up!
That was so awesome.
The qualifying games were really easy. These guys don't play very much, and so we took it to them fast and got it over with so we could play in the finals.
The Rednecks, they really sucked, and they're going to go down really easy. Really easy.
Rednecks obviously don't have a chance. Did you see the other Onslaught map? What was it, 2 minutes? Those fools are toast.
We've been playing Jedi Knight Academy a lot recently.
Me and Mac played online on Xbox Live, and we were so good, everyone thought we were cheating at the game. We were going to have a great time in Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, I guess Kaizen has never been accused of being humble, but at this point, they're bordering on downright arrogant. We'll see if that attitude comes back to bite them in the ass later. Now, our teams look like the Star Wars kid on the DDR pads, but that could come in handy in our next game, Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy. And later, they're going to lock horns in the game that I bet you will decide it all. Unreal Tournament 2004. It's all coming up in the Tournament of Champions Finals here on Arena.
I built this car with my own 2 hands.
Nous avons subi de terribles pertes
et remporté des victoires magnifiques.
Hemos ganado muchos amigos, pero aún más enemigos.
多くのライバルに圧勝してきた。負けないよ。
Ecco la mia macchina. Credete di riuscire a batterci?
You are the designer. You are the driver. Forza Motorsport. You are what you race. Rated E for everyone.
Hey, what do you got?
Desktops
Take delivery of a Gateway PC with an Intel Pentium 4 processor with HT technology, just $799.99. Act now and we'll throw in a 17-inch flat panel monitor absolutely free.
Oh, hurry up, man. Boss is coming in.
Dude, almost got it.
Hey guys, finished testing that game yet? I've got another one I need designed.
We just finished level 3 and need to tighten up the graphics a little bit.
Great.
Hey, I can't believe we got jobs doing this. I know. And my mom said I would never get anywhere with these games.
Call Westwood College online, 800-914-8582. That's 914-8582. Call now.
Baby, do these jeans make my butt look big?
No, you just have a really huge ass. The jeans are fine.
Brutally honest, watch X-Play. Today at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Tournament of Champions Finals here on Arena. Now, we're playing for all the marbles, and we've enlisted the help of a member from last year's Ultimate Arena Champions, Ray of Team Zombie. Many of you know him well, and we will meet him in just a minute. Now, it may not have been pretty, but Team Kaizen built up a sizable lead in DDR Max 2. Although you'd be hard-pressed to find a gamer who'd be impressed with their dance moves. So, let's get to a game that will challenge our team's real skills in Jedi Knight Jedi Academy. And a real host, Kevin, is standing by the Xbox Command Center to get it really going. Kavinsky.
Rareman with the quote fingers. It's a beautiful sight. Jedi Knight Jedi Academy is set in the Star Wars universe, and it features all of your favorite characters. Now our teams will go at it in 2-on-2 action, and the weapon of choice, of course, it's the Jedi's bread and butter, the lightsaber. Today's map is Tatooine City, where the tight quarters ensure plenty of action, so grab your colorful shaft of light. Oh, not you, Lee. Let's get to the action of Jedi Knight Jedi Academy.
Yeah.
1.
And Jedi Knight Jedi Academy getting underway here. Joining us here in the booth is Ray of Team Zombie. Good to have you, brother.
Thanks, nice to be here.
Same game plan.
This is the first time both teams have played Jedi Knight here in the arena, so it'll be interesting to see what strategies they employ. And we see a little Force Lightning right away coming out of a member of Team Kaizen.
Electric to his face.
And it's 2-on-2 action as all 4 members converge into a central room, splitting off for 1-on-1 battles. And leaping off the wall, a member of the Rednecks. It's Master Shake in hot pursuit of his enemy.
130.
And a quick 1-0 lead by the blue team, Team Kaizen.
Ray, we've seen time and time again in the arena that once a team gets off to an early start, they can carry that momentum with them. How important is that for the mental game?
It's important to get the first key point, just because if you're on top, you can always just change your strategy to defense or just pummel your opponent.
And Kaizen with the 2-0 on top advantage right now.
They prefer the missionary position, and clearly they are dominating here.
What happened?
Eska use a force push, knocking members of Team Rednecks off the wall, and they ricochet under the lift. -2 for the Rednecks as Master Shake and Inanno both get crushed by the elevator.
And a 4-point lead for Team Kaizen here in the Championship of Championships, Kevin.
Inanno's in hot pursuit, spots a member of Team Kaizen.
Get him.
And it's a 2-on-1 battle. And Eska, with an excellent use of his force powers, mows down Inanno for Team Rednecks. It's now 3 to -2.
You guys are gonna stay together.
And Ray, you tell me, is this lead too much?
I'd say if it was 3-0, but 3 to -2, that's 5 points. That might be too much. That'd be the knockout blow that they're looking for.
And now both teams have split off. We've got our 1-on-1 battles here. Eska running away, taking some Force Lightning to the back, but he's using his speed power up, and he is running away, and that, to me, Rareman, seems like an excellent strategy. Oh, my Lord, and going for some last-minute points, and the Master Shake and Inanno gets humiliated as Eska single-handedly eliminates both of them.
I smell an MVP.
What's the score on this one, Big D?
That's 5 to -2.
2.
Jedi Knight Jedi Academy back underway.
We'll meet you by the X-Wing.
And for Kaizen, if they take this round, Kevin, have all but cinched their name on the plaque.
The plaque, of course, being an 8x10 sheet of printer paper scribbled with crayons, thanks to the arena show budget.
No Stanley Cup, but it's ours.
And Rednecks is off to a blaring start, -1 right off the bat.
Stay away from
By the way, Ray, we'll validate half your parking.
Thank you.
So, Ray, if you're sitting in I'm Freaking Bad and Gazebo's seat, what do they have to do to turn the tide here in Jedi Knight?
I'll tell you what, I saw a lot of double teams the last couple times we played this game, so they got to stick together and watch each other's back.
Saw a bunch of double teams. We don't want to know that you were hanging out by the airport last night.
Mac and Woobs are taking it to a member of Rednecks. Looks like it's I'm Freaking Bad getting taken down by Mac and Woobs.
Stabbed into his groin.
Oh, walks right into a saber to the fuzzy coin purse. Finally, Gazebo comes to the rescue with a little force lightning and scares the cockroaches away, but
if I'm Team Kaizen, I'll do like hit and run attacks. Maybe go try to like split them up, hit on one guy, back off, grab some health, whatever you got to do.
And they just took it. The blue team, Team Kaizen, 2 quick kills. Celebrating a little bit.
In and out.
They're doing their virtual version of DDR Max.
Oh, look at that, a little twirl of the lightsaber.
I feel like I'm watching an episode of Queer Eye for the video game playing guy.
Sniper fire.
And Kaizen content to play hide and go seek.
And Kaizen's gonna take the round.
In style, might I add. Well, the trash talking is reaching an all-new high, or perhaps it's a new low, as Team Kaizen was not shy about letting Team Rednecks know that this match was getting out of hand. In fact, Kaizen spent more time posing and earning style points than fighting, and Ray, I don't actually remember the Rednecks scoring any kills. I mean, is this the end for their team?
Well, I'll tell you what, Team Rednecks look worse than a Warren Sapp touchdown dance. At this point, you got to pull something out. You got to make something happen.
All right, well, you know, they're down and out, but Team Zombie's been down and out before. How can they actually turn this one around?
We've been down before, you know, get out to a quick loss. And what you got to do is wipe the slate clean, say, okay, we're going to win this next match. No excuses, let's go.
And the official Ray opinion on Team Kaizen's tactics, was that low ball? Was that highbrow? What was it?
A little showboat, a little overconfidence. I'm worried that if they don't watch out, they can get upset in the final round.
You heard it, a little concern from Ray, but right now we're going to go down to Flo, who's standing by with Team Kaizen's Eska.
Thanks, Kevin. This does seem like a massacre at this point, but were you messing with them at the end? I mean, do you think you're getting a little too cocky?
We were definitely messing with them. They didn't really bring anything today, so why not just have some fun with them?
Yeah, but do you think that overconfidence is going to hurt you in UT?
Definitely not. I know we're a lot better at UT than we have been at the other games, and they really haven't improved throughout the day, so I don't think so.
So you're already smelling the sunscreen and feeling the sand in your toes, I guess, Lee?
I don't know, Eska and friends, it seems like they can almost hear the engraver putting Team Kaizen on our imaginary Ultimate Arena Champions trophy, but this match is not over, young man, because Team Rednecks, they've been known to dish out their own brand of humiliation Unreal Tournament 2004. So when we come back, we'll see if the improbable is possible when the Rednecks try to salvage the match, and it's all coming up right here on Arena.
Celebrate 20 immortal years of Highlander with a spectacular limited edition 20th Anniversary Sword Collection. Now available in Highlander's free 20th Anniversary Sword Catalog. Richie's Rapier, Duncan's Rapier, the Kronos Sword, Amanda's Sword, Ramirez Katana, and Kathix's Sword. Each blade crafted by renowned sword artisan Marto. Perfect for collectors and investors. Order Highlander's free 20th Anniversary Sword Catalog now.
This Wednesday on the G-Spot. It's a hard knock life. Cinematech looks at games from the street.
Hey, chill!
Then X-Play plays doctor with Pariah.
Have a virus.
And enters the scrum with Rugby 2005. Find the G-Spot. Weeknights starting at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific.
Welcome back, everyone, to Arena. Now, before the break, Team Kaizen moved within one round of winning Destination Vacation and the title of Ultimate Arena Champion 2004. But still got a little work to do before they start packing their bags for Hawaii, because Team Rednecks, they're no slouches when it comes to Unreal Tournament 2004, our last game of this season. So let's see who will emerge with the crown in that final game as we go to Kevin for a final time in the PC ring. Kevin.
All right, thanks, Sparky. Our third and final game today is Unreal Tournament 2004, the newest title in the squad-based first-person shooter series. Now, the mode is Onslaught, where each team must capture and defend nodes while trying to destroy their opponent's power core. Today's map is Dawn, a primordial planet that's still in the early stages of life, so please don't take Raremin's advice and go chomping on the giant mushrooms. All right, let's get to it and see who will emerge, score the PC points, and take the title as Arena Champions in Unreal Tournament 2004.
1.
Everybody's into these nuts. Game on.
Let's do it.
Unreal Tournament 2004, it is Onslaught.
Mac and Eska taking the Manta out together. Eska riding one of the fans, using the link gun to build that node.
Teamwork. They're moving fast already. They're going to have it built in no time.
We got a Raptor at our #1.
Buddy Nano swooping on in there with that Raptor, taking some pot shots. Is that a good strategy to send one person out to distract the other team? Or should you be really focused on building up the nodes for your own team?
You should definitely cover each other. I mean, here, the nodes are key, so you got to stick to the nodes.
Be focused on these nuts.
Thank you, Raymond. I love you.
Bring in the big. And Gazebo in the Goliath.
And Gazebo's taking some serious damage, and that Goliath hops out in time, and he's trying to use that shock rifle to take down Eska and the Raptor. Eska hops out, goes on foot, and with a single flat cannon blast, mows down a member of Team Rednecks. And Inano trying to get a little roadkill there, and that cost him as he bounced around in that little node area and finally got taken out by a shock rifle to the ass.
Right now, it's a lot of melee. Just, getting the only vehicle you see, jump around. Well, as soon as it gets blown up, jump out of it. Just try to get that node.
He's at 3 right now.
And both teams are attacking each other's power nodes right now. We see Eska and the Manta trying to take down one of the red team's nodes. They'll be unable to spawn there, and that's an important strategy here, Rehrman.
Overtime.
The red team, Team Rednecks, their power core has taken some damage, and because of that, it's all but over for their team as Kaizen is going to run away with this round.
He's going at #3.
And we challenge Team Rednecks to come in here and not lay down and die. They did just that. They sent this first round into overtime, but
our seconds left are precious. Should we start making out now, or do you want to wait till the after party?
You can make it now.
Okay. Oh, awesome.
Kaizen takes the first round of Unreal Tournament 2004.
We did pretty good.
Destination vacation, huh?
Oh, yeah. Spread the chocolate starfish.
And round 2 is underway. This is the last chance for the Rednecks.
I ran all more of myself, I guess.
Ray, thanks for being here, buddy.
Happy to be here, guys.
Now, how has being an arena champion changed your life? I know you did a book signing at JCPenney's, but other than that...
Well, after the endorsement deal settled down and, I got my life back together, I, reevaluate for a little while and, get to know some people that were close to me.
And did you finally secure a sexual preference? Ray, anything you'd like to say to your American Idol, Cliffy B?
I think the fans want to see a zombie race skin in the next Unreal Tournament.
Oh, yeah. Modeled in 500,000 polygons, and that's just from the waist down, baby.
Get it up.
Use some bump mapping for down below. Oh, yeah.
These guys are still playing.
Oh, are they? Inano, peeking through the crack in the rock, takes out a power node. Now he's running on foot. Gazebo's there in the Goliath to defend it.
I got it.
I'll tell you what, I hear Team Kaizen talking to each other, just talking, getting that teamwork down. I haven't heard a peep at a Team Rednecks.
Mac on a Goliath.
Let's roll together.
Gazebo on a Goliath for the Rednecks.
It's hot Goliath on Goliath action. Backstage at a gladiator show.
Oh, yeah.
Did you have groupies on gladiators? Yeah. Seriously. You're just banging the snot out of something? Ray, did you ever get any groupies outside when you were done with your arena matches?
I got a lot of groupies online. I got a Zombie Junior fan club. We had some things happening.
Oh, and a Redeemer Blast takes out a node in a single shot, and Ted Offensive swoops in on a Raptor. That is excellent communication and excellent teamwork. And it's a little unfair. I mean, we heard Kaizen come in talking about how they are professionals. They've earned, I think, upwards of $750, maybe $10 on a good week.
This is going to OT again.
And we're in overtime.
This is really interesting here, Lee, because neither power core has really taken any damage, but oh, just as I open my mouth, Team Kaizen sticks a little sausage in it, doing a little damage to the red team's power core. And as we've seen in previous arena matches, a single shell is all that can spell the difference in overtime.
Kaizen takes rounds 1 and 2.
Oh, bank smokers.
Nice game, guys.
That was crazy close.
All right. It was really just a formality because for all intents and purposes, the match was over after Jedi Academy. But hey, at least Team Rednecks took Kaizen to overtime in both rounds of UT. Now, Ray, you picked Kaizen before the semifinals even started. I mean, what stood out?
Well, I've talked to a couple of them on the boards, and I like their style. They got confidence, and I think confidence is the first step to being the Ultimate Arena Champion.
Now, did you see any flaws with Team Rednecks, or were they just overmatched?
I think they were outclassed here today. They need to brush up on some old Team Zombie episodes, see what they need to do next time, so maybe they can come in here and recompete.
Nice. So Kaizen is one of those rare teams that can talk the talk and walk the walk as they completely dominated the match from start to finish. Now, even though Team Rednecks got shut out, they are not walking away empty-handed. Oh, no. They get copies of Ray, help me out here, buddy. DDR Max 2 on the PlayStation 2. What else? Little Jedi Academy. How about that, lightsaber boy? And the 2 DVD special edition of Unreal Tournament 2004, and that only leaves one more award after leading his team to victory with his consistent play all day. Today's MVP is... Say it, Ray. Mac, let's go down to floor with the Ultimate Arena Champion.
Aloha and congratulations. You guys are #1. It's awesome. Cool. So walk me through today's match. How did you do it?
Well, we started off dancing, been practicing a lot, kept our momentum all the way through and brought it home.
Well, it all worked for you. So what are you guys going to do in Hawaii?
Oh, I don't know, get some sun, scuba dive, I don't know, I've never been there.
You got any room in your luggage for me?
Probably not.
Oh, okay, talk to the hand, Lee.
Well, here is a copy of their boarding pass. We finally reached the end of the road on our journey to destination vacation as we've crowned the new 2004 Ultimate Arena Champion. Team Kaizen, they're going to the land of the luau, while Team Rednecks, they're kind of going to the land of the lost. But congratulations to not only our champs, but to all the teams that have competed on the show. For Kevin Pereira, for Flo, thank you to our special guest, Ray. I'm Lee Rehrman, and we'll see you next season when we start down a new road in the hunt for a new Ultimate Champion. Right here on an old favorite, Arena.
Yeah, get some.
I see you out there.
Still trying to be fly with that 10-year-old cassette player? Come on, dog. Join us in the 21st century. How does a $20,000 interior car makeover sound to you? Watch G4 for clues every night from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. Then go to G4TV.com to enter the Whipset Sweepstakes. 4 new clues drop every night. The more you watch, the more chances you have to win. Please believe it's the Whipset Sweepstakes, May 8th through May 21st.
Wow, can you feel the spirit of the holidays in the air?
The Patriots are going to the playoffs. I can feel it. I do.
You always got to bring football into it.
I love the Patriots.
Today is a very, very special day.
Yeah.
It's our very first 1-hour episode.
They wanted an hour.
They're going to get it.
You ask, you receive here at G4TV.com.
And Scott and I spent a little time before the show. You don't know this. And we were sort of thinking, what can we get Laura for the holiday? Maybe some money?
No.
A new car? Yeah. You don't need any of that.
Any of that.
We decided. Why don't you tell her? Why don't you tell her?
The best gift of all we could give the big thugster over here is a spot right here at the big table. Come on over here,
Join
you.
us today. Come on. We're not even
Bring
gonna wrap
over
it.
the scarf, the vest, the whole thing. Don't bring any kind of smash. Come on.
Just don't sit too close. Can I sit right here? No, get off my lap. Get over here.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
Welcome to the big table.
Shut up the console and put down the remote, because G4TV.com, the show that's got the good, the bad, and the ugly from the past year, starts now. Hello and welcome to a year-end, hour-long edition of G4TV.com. I'm Scott Rubin, and joining me for this digital deja vu is everybody's favorite playable character, Tina Wood.
Oh, that's me.
That's
you.
you.
Welcome.
And joining us right here at the big table is the video game's most challenging boss character, the thug, Laura Foy.
Yes, welcome.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
And we're very glad to have you at the big table.
Guys.
I feel closer than ever.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. It's good to be this close.
We should come together for the
hour long.
48.
What was that, Sinky? Something?
She's saying it smells a little different over here than it does at my nice, clean air little table.
Yeah.
Well, we were hoping to actually start off on a good foot, Laura.
I love you guys. We've been together this is our second year.
Yeah.
And we've been together.
It's
and it's been
almost 80-something shows.
Nothing but a pleasure.
Nothing but a pleasure. Lots of fun. Lots of games. Lots of guests.
Yeah.
Lots of good and bad memories. Some good.
Mostly good.
Mostly good.
Whenever you seem to leave the show, Laura seems to be destructive and violent.
I don't want you leaving, though.
Whenever she seems to leave, we don't seem to miss her.
Yeah.
It's all really the same.
Just like
But today is sort of a melting pot of things that we've done wrong, things that you guys haven't seen, things that we think are highlights, things that aren't so highlights. So you got to stick around for the whole thing, because there's lots of very fun
good stuff that you've never seen before, and some stuff that you definitely want to see again. In fact, Tina, tell them what they're about to see.
Well, I think first let's show you some of our favorite moments over the past year.
You enjoyed your experience here at the big table?
Want to know what I think about the big table? I'm going to show you what I think of your stupid big table.
Oh, gee, Laura, no. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, Laura.
Ah! Take your big table and you can just keep it.
What kind of an agent has a mullet, really? Snake looks like Jeff Foxworthy fell into an army surplus store.
Here's my Sam Fisher impression. Would you like some flood insurance with that? Come on,
Snake sounds like a
Ooh, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. It's Solid Snake.
I'm scared of a guy named Sammy. Hello?
Okay, look, because Terminator was evil, now he's good. You just go in there and play with his little wires, and that's it. Next thing I know, Terminator's going to be knitting sweaters for Grandma because I just got to push a button.
Number 2, second best.
Your guy, he's second best. Put him in his graveyard.
He spins.
He's 40, he's fat, and he's a sewer worker.
I'm
That's
spinning.
Right. He's taking off. He's so fast.
Heisman.
What's your guy doing? Hanging out with toilets? And
Heisman.
I'm sorry, the flame war's over. You lost. Let's move
My
on.
turn to beat up Tina.
Okay.
Hey, it's time for a little something we call 2 hot chicks and a couple of blindfolds, which is pretty exciting. Thug is cheating already.
Okay. Pac-Man.
All righty, we haven't started yet.
Okay.
You may think it's odd to play a play. Tina was first. Alrighty, it's time to play Word to Your Mother, the popular, exciting word association game where 2 beautiful co-hosts will go head-to-head with their moms.
Mom?
Yeah.
The clue is burglar.
Burglar. Thief.
That's correct.
Gangbuster.
Lori,
Mafia.
that is correct.
Fishing.
Close.
Okay.
Mom, do me a favor. Wipe that clue out of your mind. Okay, Mom, your clue is tribes.
Attempt.
Mom, the clue is outlast.
Survive. Survivor.
Survivor is correct.
We're rolling. Contestant Charity, come on down.
Ooh, I hope the prize is a pony. I have lots of ponies. I have a brown pony, and a white pony, and a black pony, and a red pony, and another brown pony. and
That's
a purple pony.
great. Your mommy and daddy must love you very much. Or feel very guilty about something.
Ew, are you a pony?
No! I'm a game show host.
I think you're a pony. My pony. My pony. My pony.
Isn't she cute, folks? Say, who wants to see how a stun gun works?
Don't worry. G4TV.com, the show that has everything under control, starts.
Oh, I broke my own table.
Yeah, you did.
Scott.
Let's go.
Oh.
It's all over.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Take her away.
Oh,
man.
those were some, it's
That
okay,
is
Laura.
good.
If only we could tie her up and mask her up more
might
shows
like
out
it.
of the year.
Absolutely. I think looking back at that, I think the cutscene theater was one of my funnest, definite.
Cutscene theater
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
great. Sometimes,
Yeah.
Tina,
Yeah.
sometimes you do some stuff on the show that's good, bad, ugly, adorable.
Okay,
In
all
fact,
right.
a whole mixture of everything. So we've
Okay.
gone ahead and put together a little,
Little something, something.
Well,
the
something.
best, the worst, all of Tina. So let's take a look at some
It's the
Tina
dub.
moments.
Some Tina moments. Let's do it.
Come up with weapons. Dangerous Deluxe, developed by the guys that made Mafia. Oh, there.
Go ahead, caller. What's your question? Flippity flip flip. Hey, happy Thanksgiving. I love it. I hate it. It's buggy. I love it. I love it. I want to marry it. I hate it. Show the cleavage, Laura. Let's go.
What's that?
Who's the top, babe? Flippity flip flip. Bring out the hot dog. What's up, swingers? You're a sharky shark. Gonna get you.
Close of just how cozy Hollywood and games have gotten.
And then on Saturday, I'll take it off. We roll! I don't like this show. Okay, what's...
And Pig Floyd.
I'm Lauren Scott, you guys. Woo. What? I'm gonna be that drunk teacher, like, what's up, class? That is nasty, right there. This is a nasty show, and the people that watch it are nasty.
This is so wrong.
I'm gonna go kill a cat.
What?
Thank you, come on.
vicious.
great. We're going to have the ASPCA on us going, I'm going to kill the cat.
I don't know why I said I was going to kill a cat. I can't remember. But some of that was some of the stuff you guys didn't get a chance to see. And there's a lot more that we couldn't show.
You did so many stupid things.
I know.
Someday they will. Someday on G4's 24th anniversary, they'll unearth all the other archives of embarrassing, humiliating moments. Alrighty, hey, stick around. There's a lot more foolishness ahead. But before the break, let's take a look at some of the stuff that happened.
Go ahead, just roll with it. Roll with it. Off camera, outtakes. There we go.
But the only person that should be talking is Scott, okay? So no other voices, otherwise...
Tina.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not naming any names, Tina. So, all right, here we go.
You're just gesticulating.
Fine. I'm just going to pretend like I'm drunk.
5 seconds, 4, 3, 2...
I was going to say something. Take off your clothes.
Hey, coming up with an endearing playable character in a video game is no easy task.
Hey, you did it to me again.
You did it.
What did I say?
You did.
You
made a noise.
I did make a noise.
Yes.
I know.
No noises. Just talking,
you
not even
just
noises.
told me not to. Okay, this is the same problem my parents had. I totally get it now.
That you were telling me earlier, 82% of Americans don't fold their toilet paper before they go to wipe. They crumple.
Yeah, only 24% crumple.
More crumple?
Yes.
No, more fold.
More fold.
I'm a crumpler.
Yeah.
But you were telling us, Scott.
Yeah.
Scott.
Is this really where we want to take conversations to the folding and the crumpling on the birthday show? Hey,
wow.
Really?
Who would have thought such intellectual conversations happen
at this have to roll with it. You got to get my back at times like that. I talk about things
We
that
do.
you
In
want to
fact,
talk
I got
about.
your back. I've been folding just to get your back.
Having your back costs too much money.
That's too far, line crosser.
Hey, crosser. Hey, you know.
The line is a dot to you.
It's a dot. Hey, when you're a student, the end of the year can bring good or bad news in the form of a report card. The better your performance, the higher the grade. So we thought it'd be fun to turn the table and let our viewers hand out the year-end report cards to the game publishers. They posted to the boards, we averaged the score, and here are the year-end report cards from you, the game-buying public. Let's start with the companies that you have placed on academic probation. It's Eidos, right off the bat.
Wow.
Yeah, that Lara Croft game.
Tomb Raider really put them
Let's
on
see the
academic
GPA.
probation.
What they get? Ooh,
Well, let's see why some people
1.3.
said the Stag at 17 gave him a 1.5. He says, why, oh, why in the... Did they do Tomb Raider like that?
Yeah.
They did ruin Tomb Raider, but I like backyard wrestling.
Just came out, so
Don't
maybe
try
that'll
this
help
at
bring
home.
up the average
Bring
for
it
next
on
year.
up,
All
get
right,
it.
let's look at the next company. It's Atari.
Oh, let's look at Atari.
What'd they end up with? What is the GPA? Civilization? No. Terminator 3? Unreal 2, they released it without the multiplayer.
Ooh, they better tighten it up.
1.0.
For a company that's been around
good.
so long, you think they know how to make a better product?
Or Ben of Zens, or
Yeah.
Ben of Frozen, or Ben of Zen, however one. It says The Matrix was a glitch-filled, bland graphics
That's an issue.
disappointment. So
Yeah, and they should have released the multiplayer with Unreal 2, but they didn't. All right, let's look at some of the, well, there's only one. They've been expelled.
You're out of here.
You're out of here. Who is it? Who is it? Oh, yeah.
the poor
Studio.
3DO. And now why?
Man.
Because they don't put out anything ever.
Well, because they're
All
bankrupt.
they put out is Army
They got
Men.
a
I think there's been
0.0.
26 Army Men games or something like that.
And they're
it's
not
that
good Army Men
So
games.
done.
Let's
You're
move
off the block.
towards companies that made the honor roll.
Good things, good times,
Good thing, good
products.
times. This
let's
company
do
made the honor roll. Who is it?
Is this weighted or unweighted?
It is Activision, of course. Call of Duty, great game.
Absolutely.
Tenchu Wrath of Heaven, of course. Tony Hawk's Underground
Tony
and True
Hawk
Crime Streets
getting
of
off
LA.
the board, True Crime.
What'd they
great
get?
game.
Yep.
What'd they get here? What's their grade point at?
But look at even more. X2
A 2.6.
Yeah,
That's not that great.
I would have given them a higher. 2.6 was not on a roll. 2.6 was grounded. In my
Yeah,
house.
well, people are a little upset that they didn't have any Xbox Live for support for Tony Hawk.
Well, Doom 3. The governor says Doom 3 was supposed to be out this year,
Supposed to be
but
out.
was delayed, you bastards.
Alrighty, next. What's the
Didn't
next
say
company on the list here? Let's see
I
who
didn't
else made
say
the
it.
honor roll. It's LucasArts.
Yeah.
LucasArts
You know,
was
RTX Red Rock
always
didn't
good.
do that well. I didn't like Knights of the Old Republic, but a lot of people did. What'd they get for their GPA?
Well, we know how you...
3.3. Not bad.
You know, it's because it's got the name Lucas in it. That's how I
And they got
feel.
all those Star
Nobody's
Wars
gonna
games.
fail
Jedi
Lucas.
Academy came out.
And we know what a big fan you are of Knights of the Old Republic.
Yeah, Scott actually gave them a 4
Turn-based,
points.
turn-based. Alrighty, next. Let's see what's next in the honor roll category. It is Sega.
Sega.
They added the ESPN
Monkey
sports
Ball
games and
Jr.
all the integration, Monkey Ball, Virtua Fighter 4. What'd they get for a GPA?
3.3. They tied
Not
with
bad.
Lucas.
Hanging in there. They might be. We'll have to stick around. Let's go. A little more. We got a couple more minutes.
I can't even
Next.
What's
Next.
next?
Yeah, Microsoft, I believe. They did okay. XSN, all that kind of stuff. Dungeon Siege. Project Gotham Racing 2.
Kung Fu Chaos was a good quality game.
What do we got here? What's the GPA? 3.2? Not bad.
Project Gotham 2, have you guys played it? Because it's a little bit, a lot like the first one.
You know what? Wait.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. We're running out of time. We got to keep going.
Zip it. Scott's moving on.
That's right.
His timer's
next.
down.
Next, we got
G4TV.com. Wow, they got it.
EA. How can you go wrong? You figure they'd be in the honor roll with all the James Bond games and the Return of the Ring. And, of course, all the EA Sports games. But...
Was Dead to Rights this year?
3.3.
But the problem is, they didn't... I think they were kept from getting the 4.0 because of the Xbox Live. None of the sports games could be played on there. Next, I believe, is Square Enix, which really, this company benefited from, well... a Final Fantasy orgasm.
This is what Eidos is trying to do with Tomb Raider and Lara Croft, just monopolize.
What's the GPA here? 3.5?
Can you imagine if they didn't have that franchise?
They'd be dead. All right, we're all out of time. We got to run right to the valedictorian, head of the class. Who is it? No, not G4. It is Ubisoft. Man, almost a perfect score from our viewers. I think the Batman game was the one that might have knocked him out of a 4.0. Perfect. Prince of Persia, 3.8. Damn good. Splinter Cell, Rainbow Six.
For Game of the Year, by the way.
Yeah, I agree with you.
If we were having an award show, I'd give it to Prince of Persia.
Prince of Persia, Rainbow Six, Voice Command, it's all good. It's Ubisoft. They get valedictorian honors, and there you go.
And Halo Master Chief says, these guys get my full respect and honor. They should win Company of the Year in my book.
Now, and while Ubisoft heads to the top of the class, Laura spent a lot of time in detention this year. So let's take a look at the essence of being thug.
Because,
Amplitude.
Chart busting to the games. It's Game Boy. Good.
And,
Good game. Xbox deserved Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Why haven't you played Unreal?
Unreal?
Or Half-Life? Why haven't you played Half-Life?
I've played Unreal.
Ain't nobody in GT. Can I start over? I'm sorry. You're worried that people are only playing Xbox Halo? My turn to beat up Tina. Play the play. I can do the do. As long as you can sit the sit. Did you call me the SimCity slut?
With Mario fanboy.
Broke the screwdriver. My controller's not working. Welcome back to the only show that Tina farts on. And I'm sorry, my prompter wasn't up, so I got up. Yes.
Look at those thug moments.
Awesome. Looking at you, kid.
A lot of fun moments.
I can see men across America recording this show and just between the two of you rewinding and forwarding and rewinding and forwarding all the best thug and dub moments.
Who knew we acted so stupid all the time? I
Tina, it's no wonder we don't let her at this.
At the big table. Yes, it's okay. Settle down.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. Hey, we're just getting started. There are some holiday gifts that you will absolutely not find under your tree this holiday season when G4TV.com returns.
And it's the gift that I got you.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
Wow.
Nothing. I ain't giving you nothing.
Keep on giving.
Because we are broke. Big broke.
Hey, ladies, each Christmas, hundreds of products flood the marketplace. Some are guaranteed hits, others, not so much. Here's a look at some of the gifts that are not worth being on your holiday wish list. Dumb idea.
Let's start off with the very first, almost dumbest idea, right? Technology, moving forward, everything's becoming wireless.
Right.
Can be a great thing. This company comes out with a wireless controller that's also buttonless. So it's got a nice, sleek design, but the gameplay really, really stinks. Really, really stupid idea.
Not a keeper. Well, you guys remember last year, Tina so bravely demonstrated the game shower, so you can shower. You never need to stop playing your games. Bring your GameCube into the shower with you. This year, they've come out with an accessory for it. It's the soap and mouth.
You can
lather while you play. Right-click shampoo,
your hand never gets
left-click
dirty.
conditioner. No surfing porn sites when you're using the lather mouse right there.
Can I add that to my GameCube shower at home? Do you mind? I'll trade you for the wireless controller.
That's pretty cool for the dirty
You
gamer.
can swap with your friends, too.
I got something for the hungry gamer. The condiment controller. You would think it would be a good idea, but it's really stupid. It basically got ketchup and mustard, so if I want to have a little ketchup, maybe a little
Yeah, that's why it's stupid.
Yeah,
Get that all over your game.
Yeah, it's a mess. It doesn't really work. And so
When you're done with that, you could use the lather and mouse.
And you could clean it up. All right, well, you know, right now, you go to the store, and everything is sort of like integrated.
Yeah.
Telephone is a camera. Your telephone is an MP3
You got
player.
to multitask
Your
at all
telephone
times.
is a computer. That's what the world is about. You are not going to believe what I found. I kid you not. It's just a phone.
What do you mean?
I mean, you can only call people.
Can you? Are there downloadable ringtones?
There's nothing else. It's literally just a phone.
But can I play games on it?
No.
Yeah,
I really don't recommend this this holiday season.
I don't get it.
Dumb.
Yeah.
So maybe you're out with your friends, you're out with Tina, you had a little nippy-dippy, sippy-sippy, and you got some breath, or perhaps Tina's one of those friends who doesn't tell you when you got a little something, a little nugget in the teeth. You're on the phone, you're talking, you look in the rearview mirror because you're driving too.
A flosser.
The phone and floss right there, good breath and clean teeth, and awfully hygienic. People weren't buying it though.
No, stupid idea.
Yeah, it's kind
Nobody flosses anymore.
Nobody flosses
That's true,
anymore.
nobody flosses anymore.
I got for you the fanboy game girl. That's right. She's cute. You're alone. It's Saturday night. Nobody's coming over to talk to you. But you're really not alone because not only will she sit with you the whole night while you play games, but she's got a little something to say to you as you're playing.
Really?
Like this. Check it out.
Oh, baby. Just one more game?
But then
Just what Scott's needs.
the night gets later.
Mind if I have some friends over for some multiplayer?
Not at all, baby. How about this one?
You are the dungeon master.
Sure am. One more. Come on, baby. Give it to me.
Why can't all men play turn-based strategy games?
That's true.
Actually, that's not really a bad idea.
It's kind of stupid because you look stupid, but
you
Saturday night, you're alone.
But if you're by
Nothing wrong
yourself,
with that.
really, who cares how you look, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Speaking of looking stupid, boys and girls, sometimes, just like Tina's doing right now, we can't control ourselves. And we start laughing.
Oh, this is a bad
Because
one.
we have good times here on G4TV.com.
We do, but we should first of all make a mental note or just a note that if when you watch this next segment, basically during one of the shows for about 30 minutes, the three of us could not move forward because we continually kept laughing. Laura tries to save the day a couple times.
I try to be the professional that I am known to be, but Scott said the word thespian.
I was trying to set up a cutscene theater by introducing a couple of thespians.
But you know what? Why don't we just show you guys
take a look.
exactly how it went down?
In case you were wondering.
Hey, when are we going to see another one of those great cutscene theaters?
I actually emailed you that.
Back by popular demand.
Yeah, it is a chance to see the thespians in this show. And so later on in the show, you get your popcorn together.
Are you 12? You can't say Thank you, Phoenix. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Pretend you're here to go.
I'm sorry. Okay, seriously? Okay, keep rolling. I got this. I think I'm okay.
Sad, quickly, think of something sad.
Sorry.
Dead babies, dead babies.
Dead babies. All right, thanks a lot, Phoenix.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hey, you know, I get a lot of email each and every week, a lot of it asking me to get you two in wacky, wild, blindfolded situations here.
Yeah, let me
But
just-
actually, a lot of the requests are coming for more cutscene theater. A chance to feed the thespian in both of you up on the stage. And
want it.
It's a
Back by
competition.
popular demand.
It is. So get your...
Come on, man. Trying to be professional.
Tighten it up, please.
4, 3, 2.
All right, thanks a lot, Phoenix. Appreciate the call.
Phoenix.
Checking out the Matrix. Hey, I got a lot of email each week, a lot of it requesting that the two of you. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2.
This is retarded.
Not my fault.
Okay, keep rolling. Okay, seriously, hold on. I'm sorry.
Somebody give us a shot.
Come on. She's crying.
Tom, smack her. Tom.
Okay. Dead babies, dead babies. Okay, it's good.
Makeup gal went
No,
home.
I'm cool. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was like the only one that was my fault. Okay. Thanks a lot, Phoenix. Just looking at you, kid. What do I do? I have tears. Okay. All right, let's keep rolling.
4, 3, 2.
All right, thanks for the call, Phoenix. It wasn't on me. I can't see because
A year and a half, this is not happening.
Oh, God. This is awful. Oh, my God, Ken's not coming out, is he? It's them, too.
Baby.
I'm sorry.
I know. What is going on?
So much. I'm sorry. This is so unprofessional. Money's on the table, guys. I got
Money's
it.
on
I got
the
it.
table.
2 strikes in 3, 2.
All right, thanks for the call, Phoenix.
Thanks, Phoenix. We get a lot of mail.
Yeah.
People more than anything that they want to see you do, they want to see us do cutscene theater.
You
Thank God,
I would
Laura.
have lost
You
it.
saved us.
Can we note?
It's a daily occurrence here on G4.
Can we note the lipstick and hair during that
Yeah.
episode?
With
Now,
the
one
good
of my
luck.
co-hosts could say,
That's
by
really
the way,
what we were laughing
you
at.
look like ass.
That's really what we're laughing at.
I like how
I
the
think
lipstick matched the shirt.
Yeah,
or
that was
whatever
good times.
going
That was
on.
like I just
That's pretty
went
much how it is
swimming.
here every day down here on the set.
No, but
Just
that-
good times, laughs, and giggles.
It was actually a lot. We cut that down because we couldn't show you the entire 30 minutes, but it was a very, very fun. And I like how I blame it on you guys.
I think you're actually blaming it on the crew.
Or the crew.
Hey,
Whoever,
don't
anyone
go
but her.
anywhere. We've got more moments that never made the air, more humiliation right after this. Humiliation's coming up.
Yeah. Whose is it?
Humiliation.
Your
Hang in there.
humiliation? Wickable? I'm still gonna snap you in half. It's all right.
Yes.
I'm good.
Here we go. Coming out of the naval scheme graphic. And
Looking good.
5
Make
seconds.
love to the
4,
camera.
3,
Tiger.
2.
And welcome back to G4TV.com. It's a year-end look back, a little looky-look at the year that was, and games, and G4TV.com, and Thug, and Doug.
And all of us, and
Yeah,
some
you
good
know, because we
moments.
had some really fun times on this show, right, guys?
Absolutely, yes.
A lot of
And our
Absolutely.
shows only air once, and they're
Yeah,
gone.
they're gone.
They're gone. Well, they are for 1 week.
Right.
Or
But that's
once.
Still not
if you,
enough.
Yeah.
Still not enough.
Not enough Laura
Because some of the
time.
moments need to be relived.
Yeah, and that's
So?
what we're doing today.
Let's do that.
Let's relive some of our second package of fabulous good times here on G4TV.com.
Turn on the Wintronic 2000!
The famous girl group Ram a Banana.
You need to pay more attention to your girlfriend. It's like if you have a dog and you bring home a new dog, the old dog hates the new dog. Well, she's the old dog, man. And you need to give... Are you okay? You need to pet your old dog.
My grandfather died this morning.
I am so sorry, Laura.
Yeah. And I slept with your husband. See ya!
Tina doesn't have a chance up against 2 Scots with 1 T. I say, we kill her. Shh, somebody's coming.
Oh my God! Captain Emmy, it's Laura from the Sims Estate. Please, we need help. Tina's been shot.
Oh, no! Is she okay?
No, she's been shot. Please, just leave.
Why?
Because I'm pregnant. Oh, Tina, We weren't expecting you home so soon.
Yeah, we were.
Patrick, what are you doing here?
I came to spend some quality time with the mother of my baby.
Don't you mean the mothers of your babies? Patrick, you're not running around telling everyone I'm having your baby, are you?
Kind of.
Are you having Ronnie Lynn's baby, too?
Maybe.
Diane Mazzota?
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'll pick you up at 3.
So the plane is fueled and ready, and when Tina gets home from prison, we'll kidnap her. Yes. And then the Sims Empire will finally be ours. And what about the rest of them? Well, if they get in the way, we'll kidnap them too.
What was that? Oh no, the engine. We've lost power. We're gonna die.
I don't want to die. I love myself way too much.
Fixed your door. It was sticky.
Look, I don't want no trouble. Just let me out of this mess.
You know what would look better on your nose?
What?
The bar! Don't mess around with me!
Yeah, when I say happy birthday, make sure that Happy Moose gets a cake, too.
You two truly are the prettiest birthday girls I've ever
I want to do helium.
You got a winner?
No, I got it right. I'm cool.
There it is, the old Wintronic 2000.
Wintronic, Tina,
Never to
between
be seen
the
again.
hair in the Wintronic,
yes,
the outfit in the Grandma Banana, and the gut in the cutscene theater, you are truly a video game fashion mogul.
Yes, I absolutely am. Not to mention you.
Yeah.
I saw a little holding in the old boobage on the old.
I think we're going to find you on Mr. Skin at some point.
We're not even going
There's
there.
some
We're so not even
definite
going there.
I think that was close. No, a lot of those were really, really
And
some
we
fun
have the same
moments.
birthday. How great is that?
That is bizarre.
What are the odds, Scott?
I think we talked about that in the show.
We did talk about the odds, and we sent everyone
All right,
cake.
so looking back, what are some of your favorite moments as we come in every Friday and we shoot this show?
I have to say, I really enjoyed working with those 3 very special people, Shrug, T-Dum, and Scott with 2 T's.
They were good. They were good.
Not as good as us.
No, but they were all right.
They were good looking, though.
And E3 was a lot of fun. Getting a chance to meet a lot of the viewers at E3 was great.
Yeah, that was great. Because really the show, we can't do without the people that post on the boards, the people that chat, the
and we've
guests
had a lot of great guests
board.
that come down and people who call into the show.
Yes.
A lot of good callers.
Yep, a lot of great callers, a lot of great posting to the board. What about you? What's your favorite moment from the past?
Let's see. You know, I love the cutscene theaters. Those are always a good time.
Yeah, those are probably your favorite because you're always pushing those. I'm always like,
no,
no,
it's always my theatrical inside of me trying to perform.
Right.
And I like it when I win at host challenges.
Yeah.
Losing, not so much.
Yeah, which he does often. So
Yeah, we're going to see some of that, too.
Yeah.
What about you, Tina? What are your some favorite moments?
I think some of my favorite moments is when we begin the show on Fridays. I love the little quirky things that Scott comes up with on Fridays, how he introduces us before the starts now. I think that's something that I look forward to every Friday.
Those are cute.
That's kind of what gets us going, and I think gets us in the mood to really have like a great, fun show.
I like when Ken yells, "That's a wrap."
And Ken yells, "That's a wrap." And the saloon after.
That's a wrap.
That's a hell of a good time.
That's right. And we should, remember that this show, although the 3 of us are out here, there's so many people that make this show happen.
There are.
We have the crew,
Captain
actually.
Amy and the crew here.
Which we very much
and back
appreciate.
in the control room and all that kind of stuff is very cool.
Yeah.
But with so many introductions, it's really just a given that eventually I'm going to screw up. So here is just a glimpse.
It is a given.
At some of my teleprompter tongue twisters. Alrighty, this fox, this May fox. See
This
Fox
fox
run.
right over here.
See Jane spot dick.
I'll do it.
Mall of America for another... It's the ass cushion for losers.
Here to answer your questions about the game are blah, 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 and his sidekick, blah, blah, blah. It's a... Sorry, I forgot. Hey, you know, when you're down, you're dumb, you're
broke.
You're broke.
You're dumb.
It's called glitch. Try again.
Glitch?
No.
No.
Metal armor.
Metal armor.
There you go.
Glitch in the system.
That's it.
Okay.
This is the most pornorific show we've ever done.
I vote that we rename the pointless poll to the filthy, dirty, filthy poll. What if games were a part of the curriculum? Curriculum? So let's take a look at a game that is soon to be released, or is it like that?
Ultimate Baseball Online is about to plant...
Oh, we were going so good.
Jeez, this another 40 times.
What's the poll on G.I. Joe banging Barbie? Is that the results for that in?
Because you didn't have
My local arcade. I'll get...
He messes up
Every time. Every time.
Yeah, he tends to mess up a lot.
That's great, Scott. And if you notice, you have a bevy of hairstyles.
So, the hair's getting longer. I actually had to grow more hair out of my face just for this episode. Why not?
You look rugged, you look wintry.
A little winter thing
winter
going
thing.
on.
Hey, before we go to break, a big G4 welcome to the folks at RCN Washington, D.C., Cox Lafayette, Cox Las Vegas, and Time Warner Cable in Middletown. They finally get G4.
Welcome.
This show can catch you up on all the stuff you missed earlier in the year, and of course, all the reruns that are coming. But we got some more outtakes, Laura, right?
We sure do. Some things that happen between the cameras are rolling. Why don't we just show it? Tina more of Tina the best. Is it? Great.
Wait, 1 second. Do you need a prompter on this camera?
No, I don't need prompter at all.
We got no prompters.
On the fly.
You need to do one on this one?
We don't have prompter at all.
You don't have prompter.
We're like that. We're like this and like that and like this, Anna. Like that and like this. Is that right?
And like that
and like that, Anna.
Perfection.
Word.
It's the end of the year. We got some lids on.
It's chilly in here. I'm going to go sit by the fire.
You know, over the past year, the battle between the hosts has been waged on a variety of platforms and ended with a variety of humiliating consequences. So put some plastic over your television. Here come the host challenges.
Foot again. I think you have to throw it a little bit harder against the... Time and practice. Come on, get some oatmeal.
Take it to the stable.
Take it to the stable. And I just won the game. Oh, my God. 1, 2.
Pull harder.
1, 2, 3. In the morning, is it cold? Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it's cold already. You guys all ready? Go, just do it. Oh, I meant to hit the apple. Oh, all right, well, thanks so much for watching, and...
2 faults. You had 2 faults.
Scott, tighten up. It's just a scratch.
Where's the other hand?
That's all right. 1 scoop of mashed potatoes down the pants. Give me some mashed potatoes. We're all in this together. All right, whenever you're ready. Get out of here. Oh, Vinny.
We're going to go grocery shopping.
Could you do me a favor and pick up a side of bacon?
It's gonna hurt.
No, it won't hurt. It only hurts for a second.
No.
Make sure it's
the
tightly.
sticky's coming through.
Yeah. Now,
Okay, 1.
you gotta pull from the bottom up. Bottom up.
I'll punch you that way. Just pull it. Let's go with Gas Giant, but I think I'm gonna add a little something. I know you do. A little jelly hot dog.
Take a big bite of the Gas Giant wiener. Chew.
It's all right. So bad. Speed bumps! Laura, you don't look half as bad as I thought you would.
But I take this up a little too seriously.
I don't think so one bit.
Till next time, take me to the hospital.
Take her to the hospital. Come on. She shouldn't have played me.
Oh, wow. Good times. Good times.
Tina, you don't have to get so rough. You're so violent all the time with that.
I was just,
So how did it all end up, the host challenge?
I was pretty much the same. So what do you want to go want to do next? I think we got some stuff going on.
I'm glad that you asked that because I actually won the host challenges this year again.
Wow.
9-8. I beat Laura by 1 game.
I don't believe it. First of all, I'm calling for a recount. I'm calling for a recount. I don't believe it. I think Tina cheated.
Bring out the trophy.
Do I get a participant to it? No, I guess not. Hey, it's the end of the year, and that means it's time for our final road report. Can you believe it?
We're gonna miss
It's
Jim.
the final road report from Jim Murray, who's finishing up the 2003 EA Sports Madden Challenge. So let's take a look at Jim's final report.
Hey, what's up? It's Jim Murray. Now, we got a whole lot of ballers out here today to prove who's the best on the virtual gridiron. But it takes a whole lot to set up the EA Sports Madden Challenge. Let's meet the faces behind the scenes. Tell some of our viewers a little bit about yourself. I mean, you're one of the best Madden ballers in the country. How come you're not playing? How come you're working for EA this summer?
Well, see, it's hard for me right now because I see all these guys out here and I want to be out here kicking their butts, but I'm trying to be nice this year. But after I get off of this, I'm going back to the tournament scene. If you ain't played your A game today, you're going home. It's 21-0 in the first quarter. If you let somebody score 21 points on you in the first quarter, guess what? You stink. Who's St. Louis? You St. Louis? I guess that's why you ain't smiling. Get a shake. See, that's the sad face. That's a fake smile right there. That is the sad. Hey, is there a doctor in the house? I need a doctor. No, I'm not playing because y'all ain't good enough to beat me. I don't want to hear no crying. If you lose, you lose. You get your butt kicked, you got your butt kicked. See, you about to go home real early. You are about to go home. And you know what? I'm going to follow you home and talk about you over there. You said you were going to beat him, though. Know my plays, man. No, I had to play my friend. He know all my plays. Well, guess what? That means you know all of his plays, too. Y'all must be tired of me talking about y'all. Hey, somebody give me the money next. Hey, give me the money in the house. I told you, if you come out here with that mouth, we gonna put you on G4 TV. We're gonna make you crack like a head. We're gonna give y'all a few hours to let what I said soak in and marinate. We'll check y'all back in a few.
So, Tina, the end of the year is coming up. We're wrapping up. This is our final show.
It's our final show.
And frequently at the end of the year, cheers, big ears, 'tis the season. Anyway, people make resolutions. Tina usually breaks them, but people make resolutions, they make hopes, because they want to have the next year a little bit better than the last year, in case you had a bummer of a year. So, I mean, what would you like for this new year coming up?
I think, I'm one of those people who think big. I want, like, the world peace and... and maybe, a couple of Xbox games, something like that. But really, world peace,
world peace
maybe
is
an
a good
end to a war that we've been involved in, and
it's a little beauty pageant, but I'll go with world peace.
It is a little beauty pageant, but this is where we are.
Okay.
What about you, Laura? What do you think?
I think my wish for the new year is that everyone who is out there looking for love finds love. Because
that's so Hallmark of you.
Did you like that? It's awful if you're alone on the holidays and you don't have any love. So I hope anyone who wants love finds love. And if you need love,
there's always Match.com, right?
I'll give you some love. Hey, Scott, what's up?
Scott, what do you want for the new year?
Well, I'm actually just filling out my little stocking vigil here. This is for George Broussard. George, founder and president of 3D Realm. We're all fans of Duke Nukem. We're waiting for Duke Nukem forever. We've been waiting forever.
I'm coming to get the rest of you aliens back.
Give us something.
That's great, Scott.
That's
some
great.
Give us something. Give us a screenshot. Give us a video.
He wants the game.
Give us something to hold our hands onto. Duke Nukem forever. We'll be waiting, George. We're not going to stop. The vigil stays strong, George. We're not going to stop.
It's just you and I.
Yeah,
I'm thinking we could do just the Laura and Tina show.
All right, Scott, come on. I think Duke Nukem's going to come out next year.
There you go. That's what Scott wants.
It's time for us to say goodbye.
Should we sing?
We can.
Should we sing a little something?
We can sing.
I can't sing. Hey, thanks for being with us all year long. A special thanks to everybody behind the scenes who make this show happen.
Yes, especially to Ken and Kevin and everybody here in the studio. And
you guys.
Yes, the amazing crew over at post-production. And to the suits, we can't do it without you.
And thank you so much to all the guests who've made the trip to our studios to make this show happen and to be a part of it. And the number one, numero uno people guys, the viewers. We wouldn't be here if you guys did not watch.
Viewers, the boards, the chatters. Until next year,
Take it to the boards. Should we dance? Happy New Year, you guys. Are you gonna dance? I don't know.
I would if I could.
Do a little music? George to the world? A little
I can
virtual
play
pop
my
music?
Duke Nukem music again.
Can I try your hat? You can try my hat.
Oh, my. I'm trading hats.
Congratulations.
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 Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
So what's the difference between Madden football and Blitz?
They all kick touchdowns.
These We Sell Everything stores don't take games seriously. You gotta talk to gamers.
Oh, man. Blitz is like an arcade game. Helmets flying off, bodies piling up. Madden's more like being in a real game.
Sweet. Reserve the hottest new releases. Pre-owned games and equipment at big discounts.
If you're serious about games, talk to the gamers at EB Games.
Weeknights, late night. Hold on tight.
Get a load of this.
At 11, go crazy with Video Game Mania on X-Play.
The biggest video game event in the world.
To take a walk on the wild side of technology on Unscrewed with Martin Sargent.
I'm Martin Sargent, and I like to ramble. That was fantastic.
It's back-to-back action. Weeknights, X-Play at 11 and Unscrewed at 11:30. Only on G4 Tech TV.
You've just seen G4ia, the award show for gamers, but you're about to get a look at it from the inside.
Now, our reporters are on the floor, behind the scenes, and in the mix, and they'll be giving you a taste of G4ia you didn't see.
You'll get a wrap-up of the awards and a peek at some of the exclusive titles from this year's event.
And it's all happening right now on the G4ia Insider, presented by EB Games and Jeep.
Welcome to G4ia Insider, brought to you by EB Games and Jeep. I'm Patrick Clark, and she's Morgan Webb. We're here at the Shrine Expo Center, Los Angeles, where the G4ia Awards have just been handed out.
But the party is just getting started, and we've got people everywhere to give you the behind-the-scenes look at the action. Whether you want to get an up-close look at Halo 2 multiplayer action, or a recap of the awards, you have come to the right place.
So let's get things rolling and send it down to Kevin Pereira and Victor Lucas, who are probably sandwiched somewhere between Carmen Electra and Dave Navarro.
All right, thanks, Patrick. You know, we're not exactly rubbing up against Carmen Electra or anything like that.
Yeah, what happened with that?
I don't know. We always get the shaft around here. But however, we are still surrounded by industry insiders and celebrities. So
Absolutely.
It's very cool.
And actually, throughout the night, we're going to be talking all kinds of industry luminaries. But first, we're going to kick it to Adam Sessler, who somehow managed to sneak his way backstage.
He's Splinter Sessler.
Yes.
If you will.
He Sam Fishered his way in there, didn't he?
Totally.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Well, some people came to G4A for the games, some for the celebrities, and others for the food. But I came here to work. And if that means I have to spend my evening talking to beautiful women, well, then so be it. Hi, my name's Adam, and I play games for a living. Look what they have. There's plates, cups, foliage, and Casper Van Dien. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Would you ever think about doing like a play-by-play or doing a show that was only about the video games and people playing that?
No, that's my entertainment. I want to enjoy that, you know? That and a good porno movie.
Hi.
I was in Vice City last year, and I was also in Tony Hawk. I won an award last year.
See, look at that. I'm with the famous game character. They're not pretend. You have kind of the cowboy theme, and your theme is more, how would you describe it?
I'm a race car driver.
Of course.
I have 3 kids, and I'm married, so my game time is limited when I'm at home.
You should understand, kids, if you want to have more time to game, don't go, learning about the facts of life or nothing like that.
Exactly.
I just came up with this new skater term. Okay, it's called tonar for totally gnarly. What do you think? What do you think?
If you got that G4 kind of vibe to you, you might get lucky.
You know what? There's something else that just occurred to me right now. I have the distinct feeling that in about 3 seconds, the screen's going to go wavy. I'm going to be in bed hugging a pillow.
You know, if you play the Playboy Mansion game, you might get to hug these.
So as you can see, with all the bling, celebrities, and booty action, everyone's having a good time. Oh, there was that Interplay CEO who did ask if we could borrow $10, but hey, another story, another show. Anyhow, let's go back up to Patrick in the skybox.
Thanks, Adam. This year's G4 featured 22 awards, and all the winners were chosen by you, the G4 Tech TV community. Throughout tonight's show, we'll show you who won and what they had to say about winning. So let's get things started with a look at the winners for Best Adaptation, Best Cinematic, and Best Easter Egg.
I think the award for Best Adaptation means a lot to us because at BioWare, we really worry about taking care of properties like Star Wars and LucasArts. We really care about making great games, taking something really valuable like the Star Wars license and adding to it, seeing if we can make it even better. The team working on it is tremendous. Both on the LucasArts side and on the BioWare side, a lot of really dedicated, passionate people that cared a lot about the game, worked really hard to make it happen.
Final Fantasy X-2, to begin with, is the first direct sequel in our entire series, and I think there was a lot of questions and not necessarily doubt, but a lot of thinking in our fans' heads that, how the game was going to come out. But knowing that our strengths are in storytelling and the cinematics and the graphics and sound and music, this is really a great feeling to win Best Cinematics. And at the same time, I feel like X-2 has offered so much more in terms of a variety for the Final Fantasy's franchise that this is a great honor to win this award.
We're really excited about this. I mean, the game did just so well, much exceeded our expectations, and to get an award as well is great. Well, he's a character that everybody can identify with. The idea of actually being able to play as a real-life person that everybody has such knowledge of is exciting for a lot of people. And so we really asked him originally just to do music and original songs. He's a gamer, and he was excited about the idea of actually being in the game, so we found a way to make that happen.
Feels good to be the D-O-double-G.
When it comes to creating strange characters in strange worlds, few do it better than the aptly titled Oddworld Inhabitants. And with a mysterious new game on the way, the company is once again creating quite a buzz. Let's take a look at what we can expect from Stranger.
I think you better stay out of my way.
Now that you've seen the trailer, let's throw it down to Victor, who's standing by with Lauren Lanning, the co-founder and president of Oddworld Inhabitants.
Thanks, Morgan. Look who I've got here. I've got Lauren Lanning from Oddworld Inhabitants. How's it going, Lauren?
It's going great, Victor. It's great to see you.
This must be kind of cool for you because you came from Hollywood, and now that was about 10 years ago that you started making games. Now look at games infiltrating Hollywood. Is it kind of weirding you out, or is it cool?
Well, the truth is, this is what we saw coming, and yet we saw more opportunity in games 10 years ago. So Sherry McKenna and myself, it took a while to convince her, but I said, this is what it's going to be. And I was a little bit prophesizing at the time, and here it is, manifesting. I think we can move ahead further in games than we could have in Hollywood. Now we're coming back to Hollywood.
Ain't that the truth? You guys are working on Stranger, and Electronic Arts has picked that up. I have to congratulate you on that. I think that's a great partnership there. Tell us about Stranger. It looks like a complete departure for you guys, different from Abe's and Munch's.
Yeah, it is. We wanted to do some experimentation. We wanted a clean slate to work with. We want far more action. We want a lot more edge. We want to up the intensity level of Oddworld. And so we created Stranger. Been working on it for 2.5 years. Really great crew, a lot of smart people, a lot of passion. And this time, this development's been a pleasure. So,
are we going to see Abe or Munch? Are they going to pop out? You're going to blow their heads off or anything like that in this action-packed thing? Or?
They won't be in this game. No? They won't be anywhere to be seen. No, this is a fresh new area for Oddworld. But it's on the same planet. So it still retains a lot of the humor sensibilities. But the gameplay is a very new direction for us. But I think people will find a lot of things familiar and a lot of things different. And I think they'll be surprised on a lot of levels.
You know, I can't wait to play it. It's called Stranger. It's coming out next year. Lauren, thank you so much.
You bet. Thank you, Victor.
I got to throw it to Patrick and Morgan. Sworn landing.
Thanks, Victor. As any Oddworld Inhabitants game has taught us, characters are what drives the story. That helps immerse you in their world.
And tonight's winner as your favorite character is a ninja who's got a serious chip on his shoulder. Let's take a look at Ninja Gaiden's Ryu Hayabusa.
Ninjas kick ass. I mean, seriously, everybody loves them. It's part of especially for guys, I think it's part of everything we always wanted to be when we were kids. And, you know, you take ninjas and let them throw fireballs and, you know, fight gigantic demons. I mean, how could that not be the coolest thing ever?
I think Ryu kind of made a comeback. I think a lot of people actually forgot about him. People know Ninja Gaiden and they know they were playing as this ninja guy. I don't think they knew the character.
He's not some crazy superhero. He's not some crazy guy with powers. He's just a normal guy, a ninja. Everyone loves ninjas. So he goes on, he kills everybody, and people can relate to that.
If you grew up playing games, you probably knew about Ninja Gaiden, and you played the hell out of it. It was a great game back in the day. I think it kind of personifies this badass ninja character that, there's nothing wrong with that. It's the old school. You run around, you do the combos, you beat the crap out of everybody. And, what's not to like about that? It's a classic video game hero.
G4 Insider is just getting warmed up. After the break, we'll give you a behind-the-scenes look at all the action before the action as we show you how the shrine was transformed for G4.
And we'll also give you a look at what you can expect from Half-Life 2 and Counter-Strike Source when we talk with Valve's Doug Lombardi. That's all coming up right here on G4 Insider, presented by EB Games and Jeep.
Oh, thanks, Marge. Sorry.
There's this guy named Murphy. He's got this law that says whatever can go wrong, will. So that's why the trail-rated Jeep Grand Cherokee is tested on Earth's toughest terrain. It's your loophole in Murphy's law.
Mike, stop!
Trail-rated capability, only in a Jeep 4x4.
Now you should listen to this, because this concerns you.
In Volume 1, Quentin Tarantino took us right to the edge. In Volume 2,
I am gonna kill Bill.
we're going over it.
I'm sorry, that was rude of me, wasn't it?
Revenge gets twisted.
I have a welcome gift from the management. Pretty cool, huh?
Uma Thurman, Kill Bill Volume 2, only this Tuesday on DVD.
Singular is having a huge back-to-school sale on camera phones. We're all getting Motorola's with Bluetooth technology.
The Samsung with Zoom.
Wait, I thought we agreed on the LG. It downloads games.
It's a Zoom.
You know what, guys? We don't always have to do everything alike.
Celebrate back to school with up to $150 off a super wide selection of the coolest new camera phones available.
We call it our Now You Can Tell Us Apart plan.
Great savings on camera phones. Another reason Singular fits you best.
Your reign ends right here.
Yep, tear it up.
Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. Come here, let me show you something. You like this? You feeling them?
Yeah.
Go give me a pair.
The rookie is back. Check out the shoes. The hats, the match, the shirt. It's all good.
Hey, rookie, where are my shoes? Get the Reebok Classic Clip Groove only at Champ Sports, where sport lives.
Come on, guys.
For the next 17 weeks, I'll be bringing you the hottest in Madden action. The 2004 EA Sports Madden Challenge Kickoff Show, Monday, August 9th at 10:30 p.m.
Welcome back to G4 Insider, presented by EB Games and Jeep, where we're giving you a unique look at this year's awards.
You know, Patrick, now you and I get to come here and have all the fun, but for the past week, crews have been here transforming the shrine from an expo hall into what you see tonight.
So let's go down to Kevin, who'll take us behind the scenes for a look at how it all happened.
Thanks, guys. You know, just about a week ago, the Shrine Expo was nothing more than a big empty room, but in the last 7 days or so, our crews have really transformed these four walls into the player's paradise we like to call G4ia. Here I am outside of the Shrine Expo Center, where 30,000 square feet of floor space have been transformed into G4ia. Let's go inside and meet some of the people involved.
It's overwhelming. Just, 4 days ago I was in here and it's blank floor with nothing, and now here it's all up and pretty close to camera ready.
We drew maps of the building, hundreds of maps of the building. Literally every cable that you see running on the floor prior to it coming here was drawn out.
You're gonna be a very popular slab of tile. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Hey, look.
What we've done this year is we've taken this stage that you see over my shoulder here, and we've packed all of our production value onto the stage. As you know, gamers are used to a lot of stimulation, so the philosophy in the stage is have as many looks as possible so we can shoot in many areas.
We're looking at over 130 moving lights and probably about another 150 to 200 conventional lights. We program the show every step of the way.
So, from conception to perfection, really. That's where we've come, right?
When G4 contacted me, they wanted, their whole new set for the G4ia look. Last year's very organic. This year's very tech-driven. It sort of looks like an iPod is what I was motivated by. There are hundreds of people whose hands have touched this and who've made it better every time.
Just imagine this right here. Tons of music, big lights, booming sound, fans, screaming celebrities. It's going to be insane. It's going to be intense. And right now, it looks like there's a lot of work left to do. So if we could get on that, that'd be great. Someone could just... Can we get somebody out here to turn something on over there? Anybody? As you can see, everybody behind the scenes of G4ia has been working their asses off for the last week trying to make this show happen. Except for me, of course, because I just came here for the game. So why don't you take it away, Morgan, and I'll let you know how Metroid is, all right?
Thanks, Kevin. Now, so you've already seen who you chose as your favorite character.
But there are a lot more games that were given G4 awards tonight. So let's take a look at our next group of winners.
Voted to be the best RPG award was really a great honor for Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Again, there are a lot of games this year that were great RPGs that we're competing against. And, it's a tradition for us at BioWare to make great RPGs and really push the envelope, and we were really happy how it turned out. We also had great support from LucasArts to do that.
Very exciting. It's sort of the culmination of a lot of efforts from our team and our partners, and we really love to see not only one of our products win, but a multiplayer product win in this space.
The fact that it's multiplayer is very exciting to us. The game is real-time multiplayer and really kind of represents a milestone for products like this. It's really a new genre, and it's very exciting to be part of it.
We're very honored to have won this award because we put our heart into the work. Our soul and the heart and our passion, went into creating this graphics. I think it only proves that people recognize good work. Our belief is that video games should always have good graphics, and we feel vindicated.
Well, for Unreal Tournament 2004, to win Best Multiplayer Game is a great honor. We put a lot of work into the game. We think it's a lot of fun, and the gamers, they recognized it. They're playing it, they're buying it, they're loving it, and they voted for it. It means the world to us. I think the sheer amount of variety we managed to pack in Unreal Tournament 2004 attracted gamers. It's like, one minute you're in space, the next minute you're driving the tank, the next minute you're running over somebody in a buggy, or fighting on foot. It's that kind of variety that a gamer in 2004 and beyond is going to look to expect.
We've all had a bad day at work at one time or another, but nobody's worst day at work can compare with one day Gordon Freeman had in 1998. And just when he thought it was safe to go back to the job, along comes Half-Life 2. So let's go to Victor, who's with Valve's Doug Lombardi.
Thanks, Patrick. I am standing here with Doug Lombardi from Valve Software, and we're talking, of course, about Half-Life 2. When's it coming out?
Well, we're in the final days of Half-Life 2. We're planning to finish the game in August and hand over the release candidate to Vivendi Universal, and hopefully we'll see the game on store shelves this fall.
Awesome. Now, listen, I want to ask about the source code theft. There's a lot of talk about that out there. What happened? Was everybody apprehended? Everybody caught on that one?
Yeah, actually, we found out what was happening, I believe it was early October last year, and asked members of the gaming community to help us in any way they can. And actually, arrests were made earlier this summer of the people involved.
So you're telling me that gamers actually helped catch these guys?
Absolutely.
Now, you've been working on this game for a long time. You've seen all of the ins and outs of it. Is it going to have the impact that the first Half-Life game had?
Gosh, I really hope it lives up to people's expectations. We're playing it a lot, and we've spent a lot of time to get it right. We're feeling pretty proud of what's been done.
And you guys aren't just putting Half-Life 2 in the box, you're also shipping it with Counter-Strike Source?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
What you have is, a completely overhauled version of Counter-Strike, optimized for the Source engine, so you get physics, the rendering, the shader, the better lighting, etc.
Well, I have a prediction. I predict that next G4, it's going to be all about Half-Life 2. Doug, thank you so much, man.
Good to see you.
Get that game out, all right?
Will do. Take care.
All right, you too. All right, I'm going to kick it back to Patrick and Morgan.
Thanks, Victor. Every console has a cornerstone franchise that helps generate interest and, more importantly, revenue for a company.
Right, now franchises are wonderful things, but there's a new kid on the block, and he's beautiful. So let's take a look at this year's best new franchise.
Beautiful Joe is a revolution in bringing back 2D aesthetics to 3D gaming, and it did it without breaking a sweat. It was incredibly stylized and detailed while retaining all the 2D elements that made 2D gaming great.
He encompasses all that kind of superhero, successful superhero character that he is, and that, and he's kind of also got that super deformed look, and he's cute and cool at the same time, and I think he combines both those things, and he's a very successful character.
Came out of left field, it's it evoked everything that people remember about their gaming childhoods or their gaming youth, but brought it to a whole new level.
A lot of people notice it because of the style and because the gameplay was so old school. It's a great side-scrolling action fighting game, and the special moves he's got, man, those are cool. Slowing down time, speeding up time, and just like the zoom-in special moves, just beautiful.
We've got much more to come on G4 Insider. After the break, we sent Adam Sessler on a mission to hell, and he'll give us a full report on what his Doom 3 experience was like.
And we'll also get an up-close look at the man behind the snake, Hideo Kojima, as the mastermind of the Metal Gear Solid series receives a special award.
That's all coming up right here on G4 Insider, presented by EB Games and Jeep.
Kennedy, I'm from Kelso, Washington. Out in the fresh gum, icy cool breath.
Winter Fresh Network, where icy cool breath is always on.
What was that thing? We're in the middle of a war.
AVP, Alien vs. Predator, rated PG-13, August 13th.
Find a way to make the cut. Only at Champ Sports, where sport lives.
When you scan me, what do you see? Just another futureless pot-smoking teenager? Like you can just look at me and know what I am? What I'm worth? Well, you're wrong. I'm an artist. I'm a therapist. And the last time I took a hit, I was kickboxing. Drugs aren't me. My life is my decision. I am my anti-drug.
Break out of the ordinary into a crispity, crunchy, peanut buttery Butterfinger from Nestle.
So I go to Singular for a prepaid phone, and the sales guy hands me this phone with a color screen. And I was like, get out. And he says, yeah, and I can get the latest ringtones and games. And I was like, get out. Then he threw in unlimited weekend minutes, and I was like, get out, get out, get out. And then I got out of there before he changed his mind.
Singular announces a new way to pay as you go. Get features you want, great phone deals, and unlimited weekend calling.
I call it my, this phone is loaded plan.
Cool phones on prepaid. Another reason Singular fits you best.
Get a little closer, Eric keeps you dry. No odor, no shy, just dry.
Arid is unsurpassed. It helps stop wetness so odor can't start.
Eric keeps you dry.
If you want to make tons of money on the internet, then you need a powerful website. Get your very own free website now that features over 50 ebooks ready to sell like hotcakes. Go to freebookwebsite.com now and instantly start selling the hottest ebooks like No Money Down Real Estate, Making Money on eBay, Golf, Internet Wealth, and many more. Over 200 million people online and $47 billion spent last year alone. Cash in on the high-profit electronic book explosion right now. Go to freebookwebsite.com and sign up free in total privacy. Guaranteed. No monthly cost ever. Get your free website instantly, right now. No waiting. It's all 100% totally automatic. There's no inventory to buy, no selling, no order taking, no customer service, no shipping, and no hidden costs. Go to freebookwebsite.com. We call it a cash machine on autopilot. But hurry before it's too late.
Whether you're playing for bragging rights or making a run at 50 grand in Vegas, prepare for the hardest-hitting video game tournament in America with the 2004 EA Sports Madden Challenge Kickoff Show with tips from Madden experts.
Pick the team that's right for you. If you catch the person at the right time, that could be a real punishing shot.
Advice from tournament veterans.
You gotta keep everybody off balance.
And a look at the kings of the controller.
I'm gonna shock some people tonight.
The 2004 EA Sports Madden Challenge Kickoff Show. Tune in Monday at 10:30 p.m.
Welcome back to G4E Insider, brought to you by EB Games and Jeep. I'm Patrick Clark here with Morgan Webb in the skybox high above the action.
You may have seen the awards show already, but we're giving you a unique perspective of G4E from both behind the scenes and in the middle of the action.
But before we get back to the party, let's hear from more of tonight's winners.
The Tony Hawk franchise is known for having amazing soundtracks, and we always just try to get an eclectic group of bands in, old, new, rock, punk, rap. You don't get tired of it as easily when you've got such a variety. We've always had amazing soundtracks for our extreme sports titles, so let's get a win.
It feels great when any team works hard. You really want fans and players to like it, so when they vote for it, it's awesome. I think the game is successful too for us because, first off, it's got a great gameplay. So we didn't rest on the license. EA always focuses on gameplay as the most important factor, and then it was also helped, of course, because Lord of the Rings. Everybody loves that.
I think the EB Games Award award was a great award for Knights of the Old Republic to win. It's such an honor to be recognized by such a preeminent franchise of gaming. EB is well known as a company that supports gaming, and to win their award means great things. We're really pleased about that.
To make Star Wars Knights of the Republic be, really loved by the fans, again, it's delivering on a Star Wars experience. I mean, just from, the voice acting the game, the music, cinematics, and really pulling that story together. Those things really resonate with the fans, and they wanted that Star Wars experience.
It's been on pretty much hiatus for Final Fantasy to be available on the handheld, so to win this award means a lot. Final Fantasy in recent years have only been released on the console, so to know that we have fans also on the handheld market is a great feeling.
For more than a decade, id Software has constantly raised the bar for 3D action games, and their newest creation, Doom 3, is no exception. Let's go to Adam, who's standing by at the Doom 3 pod.
Oh, that's right, Morgan. John Carmack and all those other smart people that work at it, they pretty much spent 4 years putting together a game engine that's designed to make me poop myself with terror. So we're standing outside of the Doom 3 pod right now. I'm heading in to check it out. To get some better insight on why this game makes me soil myself, we have Marty Stratton from id. So in making a game that is scary, what were you trying to go for first?
Well, the artists and the designers have a lot of influences. We look at terrifying movies, a lot of scary games, and just pull it all together into a game that we love to play and that scares us.
Don't reload, just shoot.
We've really exceeded our expectations. We all had really high hopes. You talk to anybody at id, you ask them what's the best game id's ever made, and it's Doom 3.
Man, he's hurting me.
This is intense. I'm gonna leave for a little bit, so let's throw it back to you, Patrick.
All right, well, Kevin's got something interesting from the floor, so Kevin, take it away.
G4 is the video game event of the century, and you can't pre-order your way in here, but here's an EB Games fan who made it here. David, how did this all come about?
I don't know. I was just at the mall and I was entering. My girlfriend didn't want me to because she told me I'd have no chance of winning, but I won anyway, so yeah.
So now you're a guy with a girlfriend and you're in EB Games. How does that work?
I don't know. She actually likes video games. She forced me to try out Final Fantasy X, actually.
Nice. And was it right for you?
Yeah, I haven't finished it yet, but I will.
And how's the party been so far? Are you enjoying yourself tonight?
Yeah, it's been really great. My friend got a hug from Anna Nicole Smith, and he's been talking about it all night.
And there's a lot of guys who got a lot more from Anna Nicole Smith tonight.
Yeah, I know.
The Jeep Legend Award was created to recognize the pioneers of the video game industry. This year's winner, Metal Gear creator Hideo Kojima, definitely fits that bill. So let's go down to Vicar, who's with him right now.
Thanks, Patrick. I'm standing here with Mr. Hideo Kojima, and I have to say, congratulations on winning the Jeep Legend Award. That's a very big honor. How does that feel?
I'm still very excited. I'm really, really happy.
All right, listen, we all want to know about Metal Gear Solid. What was the inspiration for Solid Snake? Where did you come up with that character?
Since Solid Snake is a character that the player controls, I tried to make him as colorless as possible because I didn't want his personalities to interfere with the personalities of the players. And I think making him colorless is what appealed to the players.
Now, with Snake Eater, is this going to be the end of your Solid Snake stories? Or is this the last Metal Gear we're going to be playing?
It'll probably be the last Metal Gear Solid that myself, Hideo Kojima, would work on as a director, script writer, and game designer. But as long as people desire more Metal Gear Solid games, I'll probably work as a producer to come up with more Metal Gear Solid games. But it could be the last Metal Gear Solid that I put together myself.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. I cannot wait to play Snake Eater. Thank you very much. And it's back to you guys.
Thanks, Vic. And there's no question that Kojima truly is a legend. After all, who could create a sexist, chain-smoking, mullet-wearing super spy that people actually like?
But what is it exactly that makes Kojima and Solid Snake legendary? Well, we talked to some of tonight's attendees to find out.
What Hideo Kojima has done for the industry is that he's really brought in a film and a cinematic element to video games.
One of the things that sets him apart from a lot of other developers is that he really pushes the envelope. Every game he does is something new and something innovative, and he's going in his own direction. He's not following, he's leading. I think that makes him an extremely unique developer.
His sense of irony about games and his sense that gaming exists in a cultural landscape versus simply, in its own circle is unparalleled. Kojima has a sense of pacing and timing and style that the rest of the industry could learn a lot from.
He just made an unbelievable franchise that spanned so many years, and it was a franchise that always grew and introduced new things, and the polish and the production values and the immersion, not many people can pull off what he was able to pull off.
What's really exciting about Metal Gear is they found a way to blend action that's appealing to the West and drama that's appealing to the East and bring the two of them together in a way that both our audiences appreciate.
He keeps pioneering, and he kind of keeps taking the genre farther and farther, and that's what I think really sets him apart from some of the other designers out there.
Our coverage from this year's G4 is far from over. After the break, it's been in development for what seems like a decade. But is Psychonauts finally on its way to the Xbox? Well, we'll talk to the game's designer to find out.
And we'll also give you an exclusive first look at Sam Fisher's next assignment, Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. That's all coming up right here on G4 Insider, presented by EB Games and Jeep.
You guys ready for this? Let's do it.
Introducing the new Jeep Wrangler Unlimited with a Sunrider soft top. With more passenger room and twice the cargo space, you'll be able to bring so much stuff that you're bound to forget something.
Hey, what's up?
Got everything, right?
Yeah, we got everything. Why? Thanks.
Trail-rated capability, only in a Jeep 4x4.
Save on all your favorite music this week at Circuit City. All CDs are on sale for just $11.99 or less all week long. So now's the best time to save on rock, R&B, rap, and country from today's biggest artists like Brandy, Velvet Revolver, the Beastie Boys, Jadakiss, and more. You'll find thousands of titles to choose from, so hurry in and save today. All CDs are on sale for just $11.99 or less this week only at Circuit City.
Put a spell on you. Because you're mine. I put a spell on you. What's up? Because you're mine.
Navy, accelerate your life. On DVD this Tuesday.
I've killed a hell of a lot of people to get to this point.
The bride is back and has taken a solemn vow.
I am gonna kill Bill.
Only this Tuesday on DVD.
You know that buddy list you love? Now you can take it with you on your Singular phone. Because no one makes it easier to use mobile instant messaging than Singular. Your buddy list goes with you everywhere. And right now, get unlimited instant messaging for $2.99 and a great deal on I Am Ready Nokia phones.
I call it my buddy list goes with me plan.
AOL Instant Messenger, another reason singular fits you best.
Weeknights, late night. Hold on tight.
Get a load of this.
At 11, go crazy with Video Game Mania on X-Play.
The biggest video game event in the world.
So take a walk on the wild side of technology on Unscrewed with Martin Sargent.
I'm Martin Sargent, and I like to ramble. And that was fantastic.
It's back-to-back action. Weeknights, X-Play at 11 and Unscrewed at 11:30. Only on G4 Tech TV.
Welcome back to G4ia Insider, presented by EB Games and Jeep. I'm Morgan Webb, and alongside Patrick Clark, we're giving you a look at tonight's event from a unique perspective.
We've got all of tonight's winners, along with exclusive looks at some upcoming games. So right now, let's take a look at a never-before-seen trailer for Tim Schafer's Psychonauts.
At a unique summer camp for the paranormally gifted, young cadets perfect their powers.
Don't you train Psychonauts here?
And the counselors have secrets to hide.
We're gonna have to remove your brain and make it shoot down innocent civilians with its psychic death beam.
A deranged madman is building an army to take over the world.
Oh my god! Let's make out!
Now he must fight like a warrior and stop an evil genius from leaving the world brainless. Get ready for the one game that goes mental.
You will find yourselves on the path to becoming international secret agent. In other words, Psychonauts!
Microsoft first showed Psychonauts behind closed doors at E3 in 2002. But 2 years later, Psychonauts finds itself in development purgatory, still searching for a publisher. Now that hasn't stopped the game's designer, Tim Schafer, from working on his masterpiece. And he's standing by with Victor right now.
Thanks, Morgan. You guys look like you're having too much fun up there. You better calm down a little bit. I'm standing here with Tim Schafer, who runs Double Fine Studios. These guys are making Psychonauts. And originally it was being published by Microsoft, but that's not happening now. What happened there?
As of pretty recently, we just started a new relationship with Majesco. I don't know if you know about that.
Cool.
It's not quite announced yet.
So we just got a G4ia exclusive right here, didn't we? It's coming out from Majesco. And
really check on that. Yeah, I know. Yes, that is yes.
Beautiful. You're among friends and family here. It's all good, man. It's all good. Now, for the people out there that don't know what Psychonauts is all about, can you give us a nutshell kind of description of what it is?
Yeah, Psychonauts is about a young psychic who has the ability to jump into people's minds. He doesn't just read people's minds, but he jumps into their imaginary worlds and runs around. So the levels of the game are just these crazy mental worlds of these crazy characters you meet.
Now, Psychonauts is a very out there kind of concept. How did it come to you? Were you you have somebody in a hospital that you know and they told you some stories, or what happened?
Well, I always liked how in video games you can do anything, right? Like in a Mario game, you can have a bullet with a face on it. It doesn't completely abstract and surreal. So when you're in someone's head and you see some crazy monster, and then you come out of their head and you realize that's something going on inside someone's brain, all of a sudden it gives the game kind of an emotional depth and a weight to it that hopefully will be more intriguing and put you deeper into the story and into the characters.
All right, Tim, when is Psychonauts coming out? When are we going to be able to play this game?
Early in 05.
Early in 05. How early? Like January 1?
Crack of dawn.
Crack of dawn on the first day. Cannot wait. Thank you, Tim. Now I got to throw it back to Patrick. Hope you guys are having fun up there.
Thanks, Vic. If and when Psychonauts is released, I'm pretty sure Tim Schafer will be here accepting his own award. But there are still awards from this year's G4ia that you haven't seen. So let's take a look at our next group of winners.
Who are you?
Bond. James Bond.
Oh, it's exciting. It's really great. It's an honor. I'm terribly thrilled. I mean, this game was a huge effort, and we're really proud of it, and we're really happy that people are excited about it as we are. And I mean, a lot of people said the game feels like an interactive movie, and that's what we were setting out to make, right? And it felt like it, right? I mean, when Pierce Brosnan comes down and starts talking like James Bond, well, you start feeling like James Bond, and that's really what we're shooting for.
Oh, grow up, 007.
The Matrix is like a really special kind of case because everyone involved with it is a AAA actor, Hollywood star. So what she brings to that is that the Hollywood feel, that Hollywood talent that you expect to see out of a movie, So people see the game, they're like, oh, you know what, this is a cinematic experience just as much as any movie is.
Jada Pinkett Smith brought character to Enter the Matrix, and I think that's something that maybe it lacked. She brought some sort of real human character to it.
I was
say equally, you know, me personally, Riku, Yuna, and Pain, all three girls in Final Fantasy X look hot and they look sexy. But I think it's just her personality and the role that she played in the game was not only hot, but really cute, and it brings out her personality. I think Tara Strong did a really great job voicing the character. I'm just happy that she won the hottest character. You know, our gamers, I think a lot of our fans get so attached to a character in a certain Final Fantasy game that to sort of keep her going, in this case, you know, from Final Fantasy X to Final Fantasy X-2, I think that it had a lot of curiosity. You wanted to really see what Riku was going to do next.
Sometimes we want more than just eye candy. Sometimes we want something new and fresh. Sort of like the multiplayer experience of Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow, which is this year's winner for Best Innovation.
The important thing about innovation in video games is that you create a benchmark. And when you create that benchmark, that becomes the game to beat. And it raises the entire industry and all of games to a higher level. So that's why I think innovation is a very, very important category.
Splinter Cell took a different approach. Their multiplayer, it seems so simple, you know, when you first think about it, but it's ingenious. It's brilliant. Like this first person with third person, it's so natural.
I think people automatically assumed if you had a third-person game, kind of a stealth action game, you couldn't do multiplayer, because multiplayer traditionally was all about versus lots of shooting, and now here comes this game where you have stealth versus first-person shooting. I think a lot of people have to go back to the drawing board and just say, hey, wait a second, this game I thought I couldn't make in a multiplayer mode, I can do it now.
When we were first introduced to Sam Fisher in 2002, most people were impressed by his arsenal of weapons and gadgets. And then, of course, there was the split jump, which led to many a groin pull among Fisher wannabes. Now he's back for his third tour of duty, and here's Kevin with a closer look.
That's right, Patrick. You know, Sam Fisher has become somewhat of a cult hero ever since he first appeared on the Xbox, and now he's up for his third assignment in only 2 years, and I got a chance to get a little pre-mission briefing on Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. All right, so Sam Fisher is definitely back in action, and I'm here with Xavier. Can you tell me, what's the guy up to this time?
Well, Sam Fisher is back, as you just said, and you know he's going to get a lot of new cool moves, and he's going to have new weapons, but the most important of all is that it's really going to be a totally new experience.
All right, so you just said something really important there. I love the online component of the last Splinter Cell, but the one thing that I was missing was that co-op aspect when it came to taking down the bad guys. So tell us about co-op and Chaos.
Well, the cooperative mode in Chaos Theory is totally different from what you experience in Pandora Tomorrow. You're going to be two spies working together within missions that are actually linked to the single player in terms of storyline, and you play against NPCs, computer. So you don't play against real players.
Now, right now, our viewers at home are actually seeing exclusive footage of Chaos Theory. I mean, can you describe what they're looking at?
Well, the graphics are simply amazing. The first game was really recognized as being some of the best lighting effects in video games. This time the lighting effects are even better, but also the textures are a lot better. We introduced the bump mapping in the franchise, which makes everything really realistic.
Can you give us the platforms and the expected release date?
Well, right now the platforms that are announced with release dates are PC and Xbox for Christmas.
There's still more to come. After the break, we'll talk to some of the industry's biggest names and get their thoughts on how things have changed since last year's Euphoria.
And Kevin and Adam will give you a glimpse of what to expect with Halo 2's multiplayer. It's all coming up right here on Euphoria Insider, brought to you by EB Games and Jeep.
Jeep Liberty. With its Command Track 4-wheel drive and dynamic suspension system, it'll get you out of the most impossible situations. Trail-rated capability, only in a Jeep 4x4.
Your reign ends right here.
Yep, tear it up. Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. Come here, let me show you something. You like this? You feeling them?
Yeah.
Go get me a pair.
The rookie is back. Check out the shoes. The hat, the match, the shirt. It's all good.
Hey, rookie, where are my shoes? Get the Reebok Classic Clip Groove, only at Champ Sports, where sport lives.
Come on, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, climb aboard the manipulator. Did you know tobacco companies add ammonia to cigarettes?
This summer, in these woods, there's bad.
You can't outrun that bear.
I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you. There's ugly.
Hey, guys, you need to use your phone.
And there's just plain wrong.
Bacon. Squirrel. Squirrel.
Without a paddle.
Help, man! There's a grenade up here! No!
Rated PG-13. Starts Wednesday, August 18th, only in theaters.
You know that buddy list you love? Now you can take it with you on your Singular phone. Because no one makes it easier to use mobile instant messaging than Singular. Your buddy list goes with you everywhere. And right now, get unlimited instant messaging for $2.99 and a great deal on I Am Ready Nokia phones.
I call it my buddy list goes with me plan.
AOL Instant Messenger, another reason Singular fits you best.
Check this out. This is what we do for a living.
We're video game designers.
And we're game programmers.
With the training offered at Collins College, you can learn to design, code, and test games like this.
And this.
Game design is a growing career.
For a brochure on a career in game design, call Collins College at 1-888-256-1200 now. That's 1-888-256-1200. Call Collins College now.
You ever think you might have worms? If your computer is slowing down or crashing or just acting weird.
E-acceleration with the full power of Stop Sign can make it like new again.
Stop Sign gives you virus protection, second to none.
With a spam blocker and spyware remover.
Pop-up blocker.
And the Stop Sign firewall for all the protection you'll ever need.
Guaranteed.
You may be infected and not even know it. Go to StopSign.com for a free virus scan now.
Whether you're playing for bragging rights or making a run at 50 grand in Vegas, prepare for the hardest-hitting video game tournament in America with the 2004 EA Sports Madden Challenge Kickoff Show with tips from Madden experts.
Pick the team that's right for you. If you catch the person at the right time, that could be a real punishing shot.
Advice from tournament veterans.
You gotta keep everybody off balance.
And a look at the kings of the controller.
I'm gonna shock some people tonight.
The 2004 EA Sports Madden Challenge Kickoff Show. Tune in Monday at 10:30 p.m.
Welcome back to G4A Insider, presented by EB Games and Jeep. I'm Patrick Clark, alongside Morgan Webb. We're giving you a look at this year's event from the inside.
G4A is one of those rare occasions when you get some of the top names in the industry under one roof at the same time. Those go down to Victor, who had a chance to catch up with a few of them.
Thanks, guys. As you can probably tell from the success of G4A here tonight, the video game industry is more popular than it's ever been. As a matter of fact, I managed to sneak out there and talk to some of our guests here tonight about where the video game industry is now and where it's headed to in the future. Take a look.
The most important trend in gaming right now is understanding the impact of the next generation consoles. You know, the tremendous power that they're going to bring to bear. We're going to have to become much, much closer with Hollywood and bring some of the best talent, some of the best, direction that we can get from that market, bring it together with what we're currently doing in gaming. Over the next, 4 or 5 years, we're going to see, a real revolution in the way that we build games, and I don't even know what that's going to look like at the end.
Graphics are getting to a point where you're not going to impress people as much as you did in the past. It's going to have to be content, and that means innovation, that means incredible licenses, and that means something very unique that brings the player into your game. So I think more than ever, you're going to see a competition for quality.
When we go into the next generation of consoles, how many small developing companies are going to be able to hack it? I mean, it's going to become more and more expensive to make video games, and some of these smaller developers, design boutique developers, are going to have a tough time reaching budgets to create these next generation games. And companies like EA and the larger companies, they'll have no problem, but what's going to happen to the smaller guys? There might be a little bit of a shakedown.
There are a lot of issues facing the game industry today. Games are becoming more expensive. They're taking longer to make. Getting a profit out of any game is becoming harder and harder. The hits make it. Anything that isn't a hit fails. And it's becoming harder and harder to attract the attention of the gamer.
I think the great games sell. No matter how much marketing goes into it, you're not going to push a bad game, and there's always that opportunity for the title to break out.
This season's so crowded with such huge sequels, and there's so much good product coming out there, you just can't get attention as a small developer introducing a new original franchise. A lot of original franchises that were slated for this fall are now being pushed out till next year to give them a fighting chance.
It becomes harder and harder to rise to the surface in the game industry. This year, more than any other year, if you're not absolutely at the top of the heap, nobody knows you're coming.
Well, that's it for me from G4. I had a fantastic time. Let's go back to Patrick and Morgan in the skybox.
Thanks, Victor. Now, it used to be that if you wanted to play a sports game, your choices were pretty limited. But that all changed a few years ago when a guy named Hawk McTwisted onto the scene. So now we've got winners for both traditional sports and alternative sports, along with the winner for best racing game.
The team, they wish they could be here to accept this. I mean, the team just put so much effort and work into the title that to be recognized by G4 and the G4 viewers is such an incredible honor. It was something that people could really click with. I mean, the tuner cars, how you can upgrade your cars, just the street driving, the nighttime, it was something that people could relate to.
It's awesome. Neversoft really makes the game for their fans, and they always pay attention to feedback year after year, and they want to make the best possible game every year. So, they try to cram as much good stuff in every time. We definitely just took it in a new direction for the franchise and added in the story mode, and it's the most customizable video game ever, which is probably why it won, because dropping your face into the game and making yourself the main character, what kid wouldn't want that?
It's a huge honor for Madden NFL franchise. I mean, every year the guys at the EA Tiburon studio, they all just work their heads off to make the best game to come out. And so to do it year after year, it's just a great accomplishment. We're just glad that the fans were digging it. I think the real innovations in the 2004 product were the playmaker control, so just all new gameplay control. And then people were just blown away by owner mode, being able to set your ticket prices, setting the price to your cheese curds in Green Bay. It's just unbelievable depth.
Morgan, while you and I have been here holding down the fort all night long, Kevin and Adam have been doing their own thing.
From what I've heard, they've developed quite an intense rivalry in Halo 2. So let's check in with them and see if they can work things out.
Thanks, guys, and yes, it's very true. Adam and I could not settle who's pace here. We've been arguing for hours, so we decided it's coming down to a Halo 2 match.
And, like real men, we can't do it for fun. So there's a wager involved, and there's quite a bit at stake.
Yeah, we'll find out about all that later, but right now, let's get to the Halo 2 action.
Yes, let's do that. I'm gonna try and make you lose.
X-Play, more like X-Lame.
Oh, yeah, right. Kind of like, hey, I'm Kevin. I've hosted more shows than I've had women.
I have, actually.
Oh, whoa. Oh, yeah.
It's too easy. I don't even need to touch it. Are you still talking? Because I'm busy killing you. Hold on a second. I'll listen to you in a second.
Oh, I'm so good.
Who's got the flag? Sessler? That's me with your flag. That right there? No. It's all right. I know where I'm going.
You can't see.
I don't even need to see. I ain't looking. 3, 2, 1. That's game, ladies and gentlemen. That's game, Sessler.
Are we really serious about that whole wager thing? I mean, that was just kind of a joke, right? PSP is gonna own you.
That's cool. I think the bargain called for the loser to shout that, though, at the Nintendo booth. So let's hear it.
PSP is gonna own you.
Oh, no. Oh, why do I ever leave
love Nintendo fanboys. Oh, this is my victory sandwich, Sessler. It tastes so good. Come on, have a bite. Have a bite of victory. Oh, you wish you could taste victory, don't you? Back to you, Morgan.
Yeah, Adam always loses.
You know, this entire evening culminated with one moment, the award for Game of the Year. There were 6 very worthy nominees, but in the end, the choice was clear.
Because when you take the Star Wars universe and turn it into an amazing RPG, you created something huge, which is exactly what BioWare did with Knights of the Old Republic.
Knights of the Old Republic deserves the award because RPGs and role-playing games have always kind of been seen as the territory of the Japanese, and finally, you know, a Western developer creates a very excellent RPG, and I think for that reason alone, it deserves that award.
Lots of games set out to reach heights. KOTOR was one of those games that didn't skimp in any area. KOTOR is one of those games that delivered your expectations.
KOTOR has this grand storyline and these amazing characters, and then it wraps it all into this beautiful Star Wars package. Once you start building your own lightsaber, that's it, man. You're not going to stop playing.
With BioWare, you're dealing with people who deal with like an RPG world, and they're really comfortable with dealing with a hardcore Dungeons and Dragons style role-playing player, and so they were able to like connect with these sort of hardcore gamers, and yet bring in a world of casual people who just love the Star Wars universe.
Everyone loves Star Wars, and unfortunately, you know, there haven't been that many good Star Wars games. Knights of the Old Republic really took that universe and made it real. Do you want to be evil? Do you want to be good? And you have that choice. This is the first game to actually realize that universe and let the player do what they want to do. And every aspect, you know, was successful.
So that just about does it for G4 Insider. It's been another great year for the industry, and there's no better time to be a gamer.
Now, whether it's the roster of next-generation consoles and handhelds coming in the near future, or the killer list of new games on the way, I'd have to say you're absolutely right, Patrick.
Well, thank you.
But you know what? Let's wrap this up so I can go show Kevin how it's really done in Halo 2.
All right, then. For Morgan Webb, I'm Patrick Clark, and we'll see you at next year's G4.
Welcome to Game On. I'm Matt Gallant.
I'm Randy Kagan, and what were the odds, Matt? I'm on a golf course. Make sure my friends don't see me, please.
Let me tell you, dude, you look good. He's got the golf hat, the shirt, even the spikes.
I feel retarded. You know, what do you need spikes for in a golf game? I mean, what's your hurry? We're golfing.
Well, dude, we're not just golfing today, man. We're going to play a game that you're going to love.
What?
Outlaw Golf on the Xbox.
Sweet.
This thing's kicking.
I like that one.
You're going to like it. We're also going to play my all-time favorite game on PlayStation 2.
I know what it is.
What is it?
Grand Theft Auto 3.
Because we're playing these games, today's show is rated M.
Right. For mature audiences only, I can't even watch the show. I have to look to the left of the show. I'm very immature, if you haven't noticed.
Oh, not at all. Don't put yourself down. Anyway, this show is all about the consequences at the end, and today's consequence
The worst.
involves the Men of Game On calendar.
Whoever loses has to be in the calendar in one of those Speedo banana hammocks with the little package and you're greased up. I'm not losing this one, Matt.
Dude,
no way in hell.
I'm not losing either, but you know what we need to do, I think, to play a little golf?
Get some outlaws.
We need to find some outlaws.
Game On, brought to you by EB Games.
Hey, Randy, you know what? It's time to meet the outlaw golfers.
I think this is going to be my team. This is summer, and this is autumn, and I need no other seasons, Matt.
I'm going to go with the dominatrix, Misuki here, and,
Pudding?
Unfortunately, with Misuki comes pudding.
Yeah, good luck with that, Matt. He's sweating a lot. It's not that easy pudding, easy pudding.
Easy pudding, easy with those sticks, my friend.
Only for me.
Dominatrix, do something about your renegade pudding over there.
Anyway, Randy, let's explain how the game works.
Well, here's the beauty. It's not like any other golf game. I mean, this golf game allows felons, arsons, total carnage you would not normally see on a real golf course.
Now, when you play the game, say you get frustrated, you start playing poorly, your composure starts to go down. When your composure goes down, the game gets harder. The way to get out of that, Randy, is to beat down your caddy.
How do you like that? And here's that.
If you beat your caddy down, you get your composure back. We're going to be doing that today. In fact, mano a mano.
That's right. Pudding to pudding. Let's do it. After you dominatrix.
We're going to whip your ass. Get it? Whip your ass.
I don't get it, Matt. I'm sorry. I don't get it at all.
We're going to play 3 holes of golf. First one, video. Second hole is an actual golf hole. And the third hole is back to the video.
What about cake hole?
Or pie hole.
Sweet, sweet pie hole.
If you lose, you get to spend the night with pudding.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's pudding. That's pudding with a G, not the good pudding.
Inflicting maximum punishment on every ball she hits is Mistress Suki.
You ready? Pudding.
Wait a minute.
Oh, no, they're spelling it pudding.
They stole my pudding.
Now you know when he says pudding, he's talking about...
First up is Summer.
Remember, if I lose, I have to get greased up in baby oil and a Speedo.
Oh, look at that shot.
Nice shot.
Mistress Suki is ready for action.
Mistress Suzuki stepping to the first tee.
I don't think it's Suzuki.
Suki. No. All right, Suki, follow through.
She smacked it.
Oh, that's a good ball.
Cleavage just heaving everywhere.
Look at the bounce on that, Randy. She hit that, into the rough.
I thought you liked it rough.
Oh,
I do like it rough, but my leather's chafing.
Okay, now you gotta bring the club back with the stick.
Oh.
Hey, okay, so she's a little ditzy. Look at her. Okay, it evens out.
Just like my girlfriend, this green is fast.
Going across the lawn. How do you do play-by-play on golf? There's the hole, there's the ball, it's rolling.
It's the hole. Too bad.
Bad shot, bad shot, bad shot, bad shot. Can I have another?
Suki, you sucky.
Hey!
Oh, sorry, pudding. Sorry, pudding.
Plus 7, we got an 11. No. Play reaction.
Lie down.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see her do that. I didn't see Suki do that.
Yes, someone does.
Summer, you were great. Now, can you actually golf? Can you really golf?
Of course.
I sometimes wish I could do that to Randy. Hey, Randy, you know what I'm thinking? You guys won the first hole.
Yeah, let's just get to another hole
Let's
quick.
play the second hole, but this is going to be real golf.
Nice.
The real thing, baby.
Sweet. More holes. More strokes. More holes. Here's a 3-iron, right?
3 wood.
This is the 3 wood. I can relate to this wood. Now there's a lot of wood. Okay, here's some more wood. Now, what you need to do is take that ball and just hit the crap out of it that way.
Oh, too bad.
Sweet! Look at that! That's not good. Wait, that wasn't good. That wasn't very far. Do over!
Can we?
Things are not looking very promising.
That's it?
good out there, folks.
Bad shot! Bad shot! Someone has to pay. Hit! Hit!
All right, we're in trouble.
I'm Mr. Suki,
And I'm Pudding.
and you're watching Game On.
And we'll be right back.
Don't talk unless I say so!
Every day, around the world, thousands of caddies are needlessly abused.
Very nice shot, sir.
The Save the Caddies Foundation is helping stop these abuses, and with your help, we can succeed. Sponsorship is just $4.95 a day. That's right, for the price of a grande iced latte, you can make a difference in a caddie's life. This is Joe. He was severely beaten caddying a corporate tournament. His recovery has been slow, and caddies like him need your help. As a sponsor, you will receive a signed scorecard each month from your caddy and a personalized letter saying that he is okay. Stop the needless violence against caddies. Call now. Sponsor a caddy.
Well, 007, how did you come to ruin this little beauty? And where exactly is the rest of this? And I suppose you can explain this.
Oh, James.
It's not easy being Bond on Nintendo, GameCube, Xbox, and PlayStation 2. Rated T for teen.
This week on Real Time, presented by Coca-Cola. 6 back-to-back episodes of Players.
I rule at Pac-Man.
Now you're talking to the best Madden player.
You trying to follow that, son? Sunday at 7 p.m.
Randy, let me tell you something. These lovely ladies sure can hit the snot out of the ball.
Oh, I think her ball's still in the air. I mean, it's flying miles away.
You know what we ought to do? Let's get in our motorized golf carts and hit our second shot.
Way down there. Let's go.
I'm sorry, it's my fault, it's my fault, it's my fault!
Yeah, tap that in, tap that in. Step it in.
You don't want to that way. You don't want to that way.
Yay!
It's my fault. It's my fault.
Okay. Suki was great, but I gotta say that Summer, she really shocked me out of nowhere. Not only is she luscious, but she can golf. I mean, unbelievable.
Randy, all I want to say is that we're down 3 strokes, which we're going to make up when we play our 3rd hole in the video game. I got to tell you, though, this one hole was longer than my entire 4 years in college.
It really was. I saw Haley's Comet go back around, but you know what? They wiggle a lot, and it made the time go a lot quicker. It's close. Anything can happen, Matt. Anything can happen.
Here it is, 3 strokes. Suki, if we make up 3 strokes, we beat them by 3, we tie. If we beat them by 4, we win. Oh, here we go. Look who's up. Little sexy.
I'm up. Not you, Pudding. You're big sexy.
Oh, wow. Hope those pearls are living there.
That didn't look good. Did you hit a birdhouse?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, baby! Yeah, it's on the green! Yeah! Yeah! Oh! Hey, whoa! Yes! Here we are, baby! She did good.
Oh, whoa, that looks
Past
good.
the tree. Nice. You're right, not far from her. It's a little better. Nice job. Great job. Oh, yeah. Gonna shake it. Gonna bake it. Don't. Ouch.
That looks really good. Oh!
That was good, though. Suki, that was good.
It's like this far from it.
You're familiar with that distance. Nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What's your name?
I'm so sorry about that shot. Oh, my. Ow!
Are you kidding this guy?
Come on, Miss Lee. Oh, Miss Lee.
Gordon.
I'm so excited.
That shot. When will he learn?
Well, Randy, I have to say congratulations.
I am shocked. Not only is Summer luscious, but she's awesome. I mean, she's a gamer.
Randy, you have a point.
So I'm up by 1.
You're up by 1, and I'm hoping our criminals tomorrow can save me in
On Grand Theft Auto
3.
Come on with it.
I've got to release some pain.
No, Mr. No.
Way to go, girl.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Not only did I lose
Yeah, you did.
in Outlaw Golf, we couldn't get a ride back, so we were forced to steal this
Yes.
car a la Grand Theft Auto 3.
Yeah, you know what, kids at home, I know a lot of your parents tell you not to steal, but sometimes it's just easier. Why work when you can take? Am I wrong, Matt?
I think you might be wrong, but here's what we're going to do, mister. We're going to go inside, we're going to play some Grand Theft Auto 3. Let's go
Oh,
in!
sorry. Okay, hold on.
What would a Grand Theft Auto 3 game be without classic cars? I mean, look at this place. We're at Cars with Class in Santa Monica.
This is awesome.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to have 2 rounds. We're going to have a racing round where these guys are going to be racing around. Our second round, these guys are going to be taking policemen's wives
Right.
to the ball.
Yeah, you know these rent-a-wives
You know,
with
curvaceous, with short
with
skirts.
tremendous opportunities.
Loser this. If I lose, I'm wearing the, little skimpy bikini bottom and being in the big calendar.
All right, this is Waldo. Waldo? What are you in for?
Giving Martha Stewart some tax tips.
Oh, so you were the one.
Yeah.
And now this man, don't let him deceive you. He looks like a geek, but he's a criminal. He's an outlaw. How do you feel today?
Feeling good. We're gonna win. We're gonna take them down. Why don't we meet my team? Look who it is. It's Herb, not Herb, everybody. Herb. Herb, what were you in for? What was your felony?
I stole an ice cream truck.
You stole an... Wow. And look back here. It's Dude. Now, Dude, you ready to play a little Grand Theft Auto 3?
I'm ready, man.
All right, Matt, let's do it. Outlaw to outlaw, felon to felon, geek to geek. You, my friend, are going to be wearing a banana hammock.
Stop at the blue. Just stop there. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, you're going straight. Go straight. Hit the gate. Hit the gate.
What gate?
See the blue thing?
Those blue arrows?
Yeah. Where the heck are we? Shoot.
That's
back
a
up, back up,
40
back up.
car pile up there, Matt. Your dude's a dud.
Okay, there goes my
Maybe he's trying a little your other guy.
There, right. Stop. Back up, back up, back up, back up.
Sweet.
Back up, back up.
Before I get to the intersection.
Okay, back up, back up, back up. Go this way. Go straight. There's a gate. Go, go, go. Okay, that's 2 gates. Back up, back
Tell
up.
him how to do the entire process.
Randy, I'm coaching him. I'm helping you out. Go left. Go to that gate.
No, you don't want to
Go, 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 go,
kill you.
Okay, that's gate 3. Okay.
Sit on his lap, Matt. You want to.
Try it. Yeah, it is. There you
Trying.
go. Yeah. We have 4 gates.
Go to the light.
Oh, we're in trouble.
Dude, you're dead.
Come on,
Dude,
go,
you're
go.
dead.
All right, Randy, we had 4 gates
Not
before we
bad.
crashed and burned.
Billy's in. Dude, you're out.
Okay. All right,
Can you walk
dude.
a straight line there, dude? Hey,
4 gates, here
go
we
look
go.
at that strobe. Go look at the strobe light over there. All right, Billy, all you got to do is get 5 gates, we win. So just relax and follow the pink dot. 3, 2, 1. Nice job. You can see you're going. When you don't want to get wrecked, you want to go see you win.
Oh, he's already smoking.
Yeah, dude, you got to. You had to go back and get
car
that blue.
smoking already.
You missed the whole. You ran into a wall and you missed the whole blue thing. Wow. Now you know this isn't demolition derby, right? Okay, there you go.
there's
Now,
one.
you don't want to smash up your car because you're gonna lose. And yeah, you gotta quit hitting stuff.
Oh no, his light's on fire!
Now listen, Billy, you might want to tell me you had a suicide, a death wish before you did
Maybe
this.
I needed the glasses.
Were you
Maybe I
trying
think
to-
I needed the glasses. Maybe I
Are
needed
you
the
having
glasses.
problems at home? I mean, are you trying to die?
Well, hey, it's not
I've never seen anybody kill themselves that quick in my life.
Randy, it's not over yet because we have to
Jesus.
go to the policeman's ball
Dude,
now.
you reached a new level of stink.
You're watching Game On,
man.
We'll be right back.
Be right back.
prescription is to keep Dragon Johnson. It's time for you to produce. I'm tired of your excuses. That report was due on my desk at 9 o'clock this morning. 9 o'clock this morning.
Introducing Metal Gear Solid 2, Substance, only on Xbox. The original smash hit, plus loads of extra gameplay, like over 500 new missions, exciting new storylines, and all new playable characters. Not to mention some of the meanest bosses you'll ever encounter. Metal Gear Solid 2, Substance, only on Xbox. Rated M for mature from Konami.
What the?
G4ia, the award show for gamers, is starting soon.
Randy, have you noticed how my mood has just enhanced since the last round?
And you know why? It's because you're picturing me in a Speedo, and that's obviously putting a skip in your step.
Or as I like to call it, a grape smuggler.
Exactly.
Or in your case, a marble bag. All right, here we go. Here's what's going to happen, all right? Both of our players are going to act as chauffeurs. They're going to be picking up some lovely ladies and taking them to the policeman's ball. The person who picks up the most ladies and drops them off is the winner.
Is the pimp, the player. Whoever gets the most pudding, a lovely librarian, for instance, wins the game.
Waldo, let's hope you're saying where, because I don't want to be wearing that suit.
I don't even know what that meant, but
Where's
we're gonna
Waldo?
kick butt.
Get it? Where's Waldo?
Oh, okay, I get you. Anytime you gotta explain your jokes, that's good. Okay, let's go. Kick some butt. So you know you're going to the green dots.
Shut up already. Let me drive.
For me, I got some good tips for you.
No, you keep spooging on me. I'm going to need a technician.
Can I drive?
Yes, sir. Wow, you got a big voice.
Can I hit start now?
Yeah, it's great. You get to be
You
this
got
guy.
5 minutes, buddy.
You got to get into the car. How do you get in the car?
Hit the green square. Hit the triangle.
We can't even get in the car.
I'm in. Shut up.
Oh, this is a bad sign. I wonder what color Speedo I should wear.
I'm looking for the lady.
Yo, lady! I'm looking for the lady. Your car is being demolished.
Wait, you pull up.
Wait, here's one. Hold on.
I wonder if it'll be a tight Speedo
that's a man.
or a loose banana hammock. You just slaughtered somebody, Waldo.
Hello?
She had her whole life.
I will pull over and make you just wear the Speedo
Pull over, you just blew up. You hit a pole. You guys just want to see my weenie.
I'm stuck.
Your sweater is lucky for Matt's
Wait,
team.
I got out of the car. I'm not getting in the car until you shut up and help me.
Hit the triangle.
This is like a bad family trip. Listen, sweater boy, you're gooing on me. Now, I don't know. Quit spooging on me.
Apologize.
I give up. I'm giving up. This is the first time I ever gave up. I give up. Can I have my Speedo now, please?
Can I just drive?
You can do it.
You know what? I picked the 2 biggest losers in the history of gaming. The one guy's screaming how he's Grandmaster Gamer and he stinks. I'm saying he stinks like a landfill.
Oh, he's burning up. He's going to crash. That's
He's
it.
on fire. He's on fire and he just blew up. Okay, great. I'm going to be wearing a banana hammock. Great. Now everybody's going to see my package. This is great. Great gig. You know what? Maury Povich doesn't have to do this. Huh? Why should I? Regis Philbin doesn't have to do this. I have never, ever seen anybody so lame at gaming.
Hello, Mr. Next Street Bar Driver.
Forget it.
You are useless. It's tits on a ball. Useless.
How am I useless?
You're useless. You're sitting there.
Admit it, you want to see me in a banana hammock. Admit it.
I want to see him in banana hammock.
Okay, then why did you stink so bad?
You're supposed to coach us.
Randy, it comes down to this. My guy has to get one lady to the ball, and I'm going to have a ball watching you in that suit.
My guy doesn't even like ladies.
Okay, go right.
You're bad.
Go up. Go straight.
Why don't you just do it for him?
I'm trying to coach him.
Do it like a ventriloquist act and put your hand up.
Go right.
Go faster.
Go right. Go to the right.
Go to left. Go to left. Go to left. Go to left. Politically, you want to go politically
listen to me. Go
the
straight.
left.
Go
If you
straight.
go to the right,
Go
you're
straight.
going to be the wrong kind of
Keep
person.
going straight.
Like an old lady.
Yes, there she is. Just pull up next to her. Yeah, pull up. Stop. Let her get in. A little more. Let her get in.
No, that's not
okay,
right.
Okay. Left in the parking lot. Pull into that blue spot. There it is. You get out. Yeah, that's it. We got it. Yeah. You kicked my butt in that golf.
Am I supposed to fill all this up?
Yeah. Well, we get some socks.
Can I get a sock? Yeah. A big one. I better not get athletes.
Your team whooped me on the golf course.
What? Yeah, but these are the worst gamers I've ever seen.
Where the phone?
I'm getting heckled by a gay gamer.
Let's see Randy's white butt in that thing.
It's a little too much detail, Matt.
Oh, well, you know.
You're scaring me. This is supposed to be funny.
All right, baby, I want you to make love to that box. You've done it well. Give it a little slap. Show
Who's your daddy, baby?
Set right on. Give me a big
what?
bicep. Big bicep.
Oh, I got it. These guns go bang,
Show
baby.
that gun, baby. Load it up.
Boom!
Yeah. Put you on the right
smells
nipple.
like urine. You got the package going?
I got that package. Beef up the chest. Let's see a little bit of those pecs.
Oh, wait. You know what? I think I got caught in the coax.
You've seen the women of Game On. Now, by popular demand, the real heroes of gaming. The men of Game On. Hot, sexy, hardcore gamers greased up and ready to give you the days of the month in the new Men of Game On calendar. Order now and get this free behind-the-scenes video. You'll get to see all the hot, greasy gamers up close and personal.
Gaming gone mad, baby. You are about to get it all. There it is, right there.
War Gamer. Fantasy Gamer. X Gamer.
Tony Hawk's got nothing on you.
Arcade Gamer.
Backside the Game On again. Let's get a good shot of your asteroids.
Even the ultra hot, ultra hip, ultra gamer.
Give that boy some more grease.
Supplies limited, so call now. Operators are standing by.
Oh, Summer, it's your birthday. You gotta show me how to do that booty dance. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on. Oh, yeah. I can't do it like you can.
Give me Blue Steel, dude. Give me Magnum, dude. Give me Blue Steel.
What?
Blue Steel, Magnum.
I don't even know what that is.
Powder, you're sexy.
I'm getting pink steel in a second.
Trent, you ready to go? I'm ready. We've had some great subjects so far, but I think Randy might be the best one we get yet. You ready to get geared up and go?
Oh, this is great. This guy's from a faraway land. He's gonna take a picture of my package. Just don't expect a plantain.
Plantain? What the?
It's a big banana.
Oh, I get it.
Gaming certificates provided by EB Games.
Isn't that Kathy McGuire? You could win big in the Build a Big Mac game. Win instantly or collect to win. Toyota RAV4s and Toyota Camrys, Toshiba plasma displays, Nintendo GameCube systems, millions in cash and prizes.
Yeah, I remember that day. 32 against 2. Slow day for yours truly. I'll let Jack handle these workers. Once in a while, I throw him a bone. Yeah, I let him have these ones, too. He's been a little rusty, so,
Hi, Jack.
Hey! I was just talking about you.
A new legacy is born, ready for everyone.
My name is Wolf Morrow, and I'm the world record holder for the fastest time through the Tomb Raider 2 obstacle course. My family's been deeply involved in gaming since the late 70s. I started entering video game contests back when it was considered a geek's passion. My father and brother are avid gamers as well. They're both currently working on the fastest possible completion of The Legend of Zelda. Eventually we ran out of ideas and couldn't get a time faster than 105.7. I was convinced I could do better. Using an approach similar to the late Bruce Lee's philosophy, I took only the most effective parts of each method or style I could find through extensive research on the internet. I then made a solution set of these techniques and started applying them to the game. It took me 6 hours of constant attempts before I could finally nail 103.9 on videotape. I never gave up until I got the record without any cheats.
Gosh, that was my best time yet.
football season on Judgment Day.
Blue 58.
That's right. Today on the show, we're taking a look at Madden NFL 2004, ESPN NFL Football, NFL Game Day 2004, PN 03 for the GameCube, and Voodoo Vince for the Xbox. All right, first game we're going to talk about is Madden NFL 2004. We're going to focus on the PlayStation 2 version, but of course it's also available for Xbox, PC, GameCube, Game Boy Advance, Intellivision, ColecoVision, and
the Telstar.
The Telstar, right. Okay, what'd you think of Madden NFL 2004?
I didn't like the Odyssey 2 version, though.
The Odyssey 2 version of this game.
Graphics weren't as good.
No, they're not very good. What'd you think?
Well, I gotta say that this is by far, I gotta say this up front, this is by far the best football video game ever done in the history of video games.
I'll beat that, man.
How can you possibly beat
I think this is the best sports game ever made. I don't think there's been a better,
You did beat that.
more authoritative, more detailed, more refined sports game ever designed. This is fabulous stuff. EA's added a thing called Playmaker Control, which utilizes the right analog thumbstick, and this is what definitively will stop gamers from cheating and always pulling off that one play that gets them the touchdown every time. Now you can't do that anymore because when you're playing against an opponent who understands how to use the Playmaker Control, you can adjust things on the fly. You can move your defenders over right away. You can tell if they're going to do a passing play or a rushing play. Definitely an incredible addition to the gameplay this year.
Some of the in-between animations aren't as smooth as some of the other games. You'll go from like a running position kind of and just kind of jump to another shot. The Madden heads and faces have always been a little weird. They always kind of look like little plastic mannequins. They still blink and they do that kind of thing, but some of the faces in the other games are done a lot better. You also had a comment about the sliding.
Yeah, it still has the slippery kind of control on the ground. You never get the sense that your cleats are connecting to the dirt and you're digging in, and you can make those, you know, on-the-fly jukes and spins around.
Ice skatey almost.
It's still a little bit skatey. It's always plagued the Madden series. I loved the online capabilities of this thing. I love all the tournaments that EA is setting up. Definitely an extra added bonus, gotta love feature of Madden 2004.
But I want to see Madden on the Xbox Live. No backroom, secret, sneaky deals with Sony. It's got to be for everybody. But the thing we got to talk about the most is the amazing owner's mode in this thing.
Right.
It's absolutely
very cool.
Unbelievable. Let me tell you something. Do you realize you can take a team, right?
Right.
And you can decide how much you're going to charge for hot dogs and sodas. I charged $700 for foam fingers at one point.
And your team had one season, actually one game.
$7,000 for parking.
Right.
I don't care.
Right.
I didn't have anyone show up at my stadium, but still.
Yeah. Madden NFL 2004, I think, is the best sports game ever made. I'm going to give it a 10 out of 10.
I'm going to go with a 9.5.
On the positive side, this game features a much improved online experience on the PlayStation 2. The owner mode is a fantastic addition to the gameplay, and Playmaker Control means that you can stop the cheating. This is a fantastic new addition.
On the negative side, the players' faces don't look as good as the other football games out there. A lot of the players' animations and motion captures don't connect as well and blend as easily as in other football games. But finally, my biggest beef with Madden is that they didn't make it Xbox Live compatible.
All right, now that we've talked about Madden, which is the best football game out there, we're going to talk about some of the competitors that are available as well. This one's ESPN NFL Football. It's from Sega.
Now, one of the most unique things that this game does that I don't know if any game's ever done before, and I've always kind of thought that this would be a cool idea to do, and they did it.
Yeah.
Helmet cam.
Yeah, right.
So if you wanted to play the quarterback and see it first-person perspective through his eyes, you can do this. Now, the major problem with this is that you nearly want to puke playing this game.
Well, watching it more. I mean, when you're playing, you can.
If you're watching someone play this game,
impossible.
you're pretty much vomiting all over the place. I mean,
they should put that as a little feature on the back.
I barfed on your couch. I puked on your rug. You know, it is great when you get hit and tackled, though. Yeah, I mean, your head goes crazy in a big flash. I mean, you really feel like you're on the field and getting tackled, which is great.
This is a fantastic playing football game. And actually, there's a lot of things that I enjoy more about playing this game than playing Madden. I really like the way that the players connect to the ground. I think the running game has always been better with Sega's game. You really do feel like your cleats are digging in and you can make those juke moves and you can do the stutter steps and you can get around defenders.
Now tell me what you thought of the crib.
With the crib, what you're doing is basically you're collecting your rewards and you can keep track of the accomplishments because that's when you get the little extras that you can fill up in your crib there. I like that very much.
You should be able to pick up cheerleaders and then every time you bring one back to your crib, you can, like, you know, have a trophy for that. Well, I commend Sega and ESPN for having both consoles online. You can get online on Xbox, get online on the PlayStation 2.
Yep.
That's cool. Unlike other companies, EA, you know what I'm talking about.
It's definitely a contender. It's just not quite the polish and shine of Madden NFL 2004. What are you going to give ESPN football?
If Madden didn't exist,
yeah,
this game would have got a higher score. But
yes,
the fact that Madden's out there to compete with this and just does everything so amazing, I'm going to give this an 8.
Right. I'm going to give it a 9. I mean, this game's still got lots of gameplay. It's got a franchise mode. It's got the crib. It's got the first-person thing. It's got online play. It's the game to get on the Xbox, but it still doesn't beat the PlayStation 2 experience of Madden. On the positive side, this is a game that you can play online on both the PlayStation 2 and Xbox. The crib feature is kind of funky. It's a great way to show off all the rewards you've won. But the best part about this game is it's very tight gameplay. Action on the field feels exactly the way you want it to.
You know, on the negative side, there's nothing really specifically wrong with this game. It's just that a lot of the stuff isn't as in-depth as the Madden game. Oh yeah, and one other thing, although I love the concept of helmet cam, it makes me want to barf all over the place.
All right, there's one more football game that we've got to talk about. It's from Sony. It's PlayStation 2 exclusive. It's 989 Sports NFL Game Day 2004. What'd you think of this one?
Now, the Game Day franchise took a huge dive back a couple years ago.
Yeah, as soon as it hit the PlayStation 2.
On the PlayStation, as a matter of fact, they just stopped making the game. They've brought it back now, and they've done a lot of improvements. I really like the animations of the players. Their shoulders move when they walk. You know, they strut around, they breathe, they blink. I freaking died when I saw one of the refs get hit by one of the players.
There are some severe problems in a bunch of different areas. Let's talk about the art first. There are moments of just this herky-jerky thing, like it's stuck in between trying to figure out what it's supposed to do next. I also didn't like the fact that they've gone to the trouble of creating these really detailed environments. There's players and people all over the sidelines. And then the play will happen right around the sideline, and there's no animation at all.
They're like mannequins.
It does have a very good online experience, so there's all kinds of ways to create tournaments. You can chat within little rooms within the online interface built into the game.
You know, I think they did a lot of things right.
Yep.
They did some things even better than the other football games out there.
Yep.
But overall, it just fell a little short. I think this is a franchise that over the next couple years could get to greatness.
To bring it back again, yeah,
right?
Which is nice to see.
So hopefully they'll focus on the positives, get rid of the negative stuff.
Yep.
But overall, I'm going to give this game a 7.5.
I'm going to give it a 6. I think it was outclassed, but I do think that Game Day is on the rise again, and the competition will be a good thing.
On the positive side, the online play was done extremely well. The players' faces and animations and walks and motion captures are really well done. And there's nothing funnier than watching a ref fall down right on his bum. I nearly blew the cereal out my nose.
On the negative side, there's some problems with stuttering and slowdown in the animation. The characters along the sidelines aren't animated at all. And generally, overall, this game doesn't deliver the same kind of satisfaction that you can find from EA or Sega this year. Stick around, we're going to be right back with a new GameCube shooter called PN3.
Ah, new winner of the Stupid Name Award. right, are you ready for this? I'm talking about Madden NFL Football 2004. Now, I've been waiting for a good football game on a portable system for a long time. Now, it's not like most sports games that they port over to the GBA, which just has like the actual game itself. As we all know, the Madden franchise is all about, you know, training and building your team and choosing your players and trading players and, you know, all these kind of franchise modes. Well, guess what? This game cartridge actually has all of that inside of it. You can even create your own player. It has all the NFL teams. It even has a bunch of voice bits from Madden, and Al Michaels in there to cheer the crowd is really good. Now, the camera angle is a little weird sometimes because after you hike it, it kind of zooms down on the field and the players look like they kind of get a little weird and distorted, and the animations aren't as smooth as you're used to seeing, and they're actually not even as smooth as the old Genesis games from the early 90s, but still, this is by far the best football game ever done on the GBA. It has very clear and concise menu screens, very easy to read. The running game's okay, the passing game's pretty cool. It's got all the Madden extras you're used to, and you can even link it to your GameCube to unlock special Madden cards. I'm giving it a 9.
All right, we're back, and we're going to talk now about PN3. This is product number 3 from Capcom for the GameCube.
Congratulations, Capcom, on the worst name award of the year. You play a character, and her name is Vanessa. Now,
that's right.
Vanessa has one of the tightest asses I've seen on a video game character in a long time.
An incredible butt.
And as she does dances while she's shooting people, but you never find out why or how or anything like that. And to make things worse, they don't have any cool cinematics and dialogue things. It's all just reading.
Right.
And you know how I feel about that.
Yeah, you get your mission, you get a shot of the boss that you have to go beat up, and you go in and you beat up all the little bad guys, and then you beat up the boss, and you do that over and over again. There's only 11 missions in the game, and the bosses are actually repeated in the game. So you'll see the same boss enemy creatures over and over again, and basically all you're doing is beating up on robots and machines and stuff.
What you're beating up on is floating icons.
Yes.
Because that's all you see in the game.
It really is.
Obviously, if a ship is flying and it's shooting at you, obviously, yes, that is one of your enemies. But
right.
No, there's these games out there that put a big, giant green icon on the ship so you know that you have to shoot that. Well, duh.
Yeah.
As well as they modeled Vanessa and her tight buns, they forgot to model the rest of the environment.
And everything's sort of white and clean looking. It's very futuristic. It gets boring because they reuse the art so much throughout the game.
It's a very repetitive game to begin with.
It's a repetitive game in terms of the action that it delivers, but it's sort of oddly addicting as well. Like you get sort of caught up in all the blasting. It's like every Twitch shooter game that you play.
I mean, it's no Devil May Cry.
No way.
Let's put it. You know,
it's not even. I mean, it's nowhere in the realm of a Resident Evil. It's nowhere near a Beautiful Joe. The controls are the rotate in position and then move forward kind of thing. So if you're like sideways to a platform and you have to jump up to the platform, you have to rotate your character and then jump up. It's very frustrating for that kind of thing. But in terms of like doling out the firepower, you get some pretty cool special powers and stuff like that as well. You collect all kinds of things to sort of amp up your power and stuff like that. It's a typical shooter environment. It's got a good butt and some music that you can dance to.
Good music, good butt, gets a 6 from me.
4.5 from me.
On the positive side, the music is really cool in this game. The concept of a dancing assassin is kind of neat. And Vanessa's character moves and motion looks great.
On the negative side, the control can be very difficult to deal with. There's barely any story there, and this game's got the most ridiculous name we've ever heard. All right, we're still on our search to find the perfect racing wheel for the Nintendo GameCube. We found a pretty cool one. This is called the MC2 Microcon steering wheel, and it's from Mad Catz.
What they've done is they've made it to where they've put a little lap humps in your thing so that you can jam the thing in your crotch and steer it around and it won't slide off your crotch.
It's like you're reading the instruction book right now.
Yeah.
It's also got the retractable holder thing so that when you lap hump it, you can stick the retractable holder thing.
Gentlemen?
Now, the thing about the steering wheel is that it's the perfect steering wheel if you're wanting to train your 3 to 6-year-old how to drive.
Sure.
Because the steering wheel is very small. It's really micro, just like the name says. If you've got, you know, fairly large hands, you're going to feel all scrunched up in there. It still has the paddle shifters. It's got all the buttons on the steering wheels, and you can program them to whatever you want. The pedals are nice and sturdy. They're also very small as well.
I must say, though, that like the paddle shifters and I mean, it does feel a little flimsy.
Yeah.
It isn't one of these heavy-duty, hardcore,
No, not at all. No.
kind of thing. If you're looking for a wheel to travel with,
Yes, actually, that's a good point.
that's a great thing.
And of course, the best thing about the steering wheel, too, is that it's only 30 bucks. I'm going to recommend it.
Yeah, I'm going to recommend it as well.
On the positive side, the price point's not too bad at 30 bucks. It's a pretty small wheel, so it's easy to store, and you can take it with you if you go traveling. And both Tommy and I love the way it hugs your lap.
On the negative side, if you have huge hands, it's going to be hard to control this thing. Some of the parts, especially the paddle shifting, seem a little less than sturdy. And finally, it's really hard to control Super Mario Sunshine with this thing.
Stick around, we're going to be right back with Voodoo Vince for the Xbox.
I live the life, the bright lights, the tight, the crowd, that's where you at,
Buried Treasure is brought to you by EB Games. We take games seriously.
Hey, I'm here at EB Games, and I've got a buried treasure that I saw on the Judgment Day forums. You guys are recommending this one. It's called Courier Crisis for the PlayStation 1. I love this game. It is a very ugly game, though. Don't be shocked by the pitiful graphics of this game. It is very, very bad looking, and I will admit that by today's standards, it falls very, very short. But this is still an incredibly fun game, and I haven't really played another game like this one since. It's sort of like a 3D take on Paperboy. Remember Paperboy from the old days in the arcades? Similar kind of thing. You play a courier, you're racing through a city, you pick up packages, and you have to get to where the package has to be delivered, and all kinds of crazy stuff jumps in your way. You've got pedestrians that have to stand in your way. You've got cars that want to run you over. You got incredible stunts and jumps that you have to pull off. The challenges also change depending on what part of the city you're traveling through. For instance, if you're going through sort of the bad part of town, you might have drive-by shootings happening, things like that. The game's definitely got that sort of extreme sports vibe. It's not too dissimilar from the whole Tony Hawk feel that's happening and still very, very popular in games today. Go check this one out. It's called Courier Crisis for the PlayStation 1. All right, we're back, and we're going to talk now about Voodoo Vince, which is from Microsoft for the Xbox.
A lot of these developers and publishers, they put out these third-person platformy 3D games,
Right.
and they're all kind of the same. Well, this one is actually really unique. The great thing about it is that level design is really well thought out. You do a lot of things in this game that you wouldn't normally do. You're not a living person, so your thinking kind of has to be like a little whack.
I was impressed by the imaginative kind of approach that everybody took. I think
Yeah.
people think that making these character action adventure games is really simple because there's so many of them, but it's very hard to get it right. It's very hard to make something distinctive that stands apart from the competitors that are out there, but also gives you all the control and camera stuff that you want out of a 3D thing. Very sort of mature type humor in this game.
Innovative stuff, though, as well.
Very twisted, very weird looking bad guys. You got mutant frogs with wings. You've got beetle bugs that are dropping bombs and stuff all over the place. You've got this giant sleeping pig that you have to wake up with cymbals. And then lead them over to this like anvil thing to crush them and make them all flat, and then you can get past it. He's like the laziest boss in the world, isn't he?
He's sleeping.
He's sleeping the whole time.
And they have some great like special move animations as well.
I love the music. The music was one of the best parts of this.
I mean, you get this whole kind of southern, Cajun,
jazz,
Creole jazz thing going on.
But you're in for a song.
A song? Isn't this a science museum?
Hey, this is the Big Easy. Come on, I just want somebody to jam with.
The cinematics are really well done. Problem is that you can't click through,
the cinematics. Not all of the character constructs are that great, and let's be honest, I mean, Voodoo Vince, great textures and great sort of nice little details, but a fairly simplistic looking character.
Well, that's the biggest problem I have with this game is, you know what, I really don't want to play a voodoo doll.
No.
Crash Bandicoot's a cool character, Sonic's a cool character, Mario's a cool character.
No,
Voodoo Vince,
I disagree. I think
not a cool character.
I think that's a great character, and I think that a lot of the great sort of art design and stuff like that that went into this game is very clever, but there are some limitations. The environments...
Like it's darker, it's New Orleans.
It's darker, and it's also more claustrophobic.
I mean,
you don't feel like
that's for sure.
You don't feel like you have as much room to breathe and run around. And
very innovative in the level design. I really like this game a lot.
I enjoyed this game too, and I think that Xbox owners should do themselves a favor and check this game out.
Absolutely.
I'm going to give Voodoo Vince a 7.5.
I'm giving it an 8. On the positive side, this has some of the coolest and unique Cajun Creole jazz music you've ever heard. The graphics and cinematics overall are very well done, but most of all, it's the unique level design and the character Vince himself which really shines.
On the negative side, the environments feel a little bit claustrophobic. There's just not enough areas to explore in each of these levels. You can't click through the cinematics, bad move there. And as innovative as Voodoo Vince is, it doesn't rank with the Banjo-Kazooies, the Mario Sunshines, or the Jak 2s of this world.
Today on the show, we took a look at Madden NFL 2004. This is an incredible sports game with tons of detail. We love the playmaker control and the new owner mode, but where's the Xbox Live support? We also looked at ESPN NFL football from Sega. There are some terrific tight controls in this game, and we love the ESPN presentation. We weren't too crazy about that first-person mode, though. Exclusive to the PlayStation 2, we looked at NFL Game Day 2004. This series is getting much better. We like the online play and the voice support, but this game is still not up to the caliber of Madden or ESPN. On the GameCube, we looked at Piano 3. Very strange title, but we like the music and the very cool dancing assassin, but we didn't like the controls. For the Xbox, we looked at Voodoo Vince. Excellent music in this game and some clever character ideas, but the gameplay just wasn't as fun as some of the best platformers out there. In hardware, we looked at the MC2 Microcon racing wheel from Mad Catz. This small wheel works pretty well and it's a good value, but if you've got big hands, you want to be looking somewhere else. On the Game Boy Advance, sticking with our football theme, Tommy reviewed Madden NFL 2004. He loved all the cool Madden extras that you get in this portable game, but he thought the animation was a little bit sluggish.
Well, that's the end of the show. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to catch you guys next time on Judgment Day.
Cool things going on at the G4 booth this year, but one of the coolest things is they're giving out free tattoos. Not little fake tattoos that you put on with water. The real deal. Needle and ink going in your skin. One thing is, it's got to have the G4 logo in it.
It shows dedication, that's for sure. Like that. No.
I'm a little nervous, yeah, it's first time. Oh, wow. The pain purifies.
Hardcore, dude.
My devotion to video games. Yeah. They were like free tattoos, and I was like, well, that sounds good. They were like G4 logo, and I was like, that sounds even better.
They gave that to me, dude.
G4 is a great station. They usually leave it on 24/7.
It was just insane the first time I saw it. It's awesome. I need to call my cable provider. I watch it all the time.
I'll start watching it now.
So watch G4 TV for gamers.
It's good to taste the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field together. It's good to throw a 5,000-mile post pattern together. It's good to make your entire league beg for mercy together. NFL Fever 2004, rated E for everyone. It's good to play together.
Two teams converge, but only one will emerge. It's time to find out who's got the stuff of champions on another episode of Arena! Hello, everyone, and welcome. This is Arena, the show that turns multiplayer games into competitive sports. I'm Lee Raymond, your host, and we've got two teams that are about to go to battle in pursuit of digital domination. Today, we'll get the adrenaline pumping on the console with F-Zero GX. Then move over to the PC with Unreal Tournament 2003. Finally, we'll wrap things up with America's Army Special Forces, which we will play on Atlantis Cyberspace's virtual reality pods. But before we get started, let's go to Kevin Pereira, who will explain the law of Arena.
Thanks, Lee. And here on Arena, there are 9 possible points to be won. The console game is worth a point, while each PC game is worth 2. Now, the team with the highest accumulated score will also pick up a point. And finally, the team with the MVP will rack up an additional 3 points. And those good citizens are the new laws here in Arena. Now let's check in with Stacy Barcelata for our player introductions.
Thank you, Kevin. On the last episode of Arena, Team Minority's dominance in Unreal Tournament 2003 carried them to a 3rd consecutive victory. Today, they're going for their 4th win in a row, but Team Kaizen is looking to end the streak. Here they are.
I'm Nick. I used to watch anime, so I got that from Escafone. Right now I'm a junior at San Diego State University. Pretty much play video games and party. Throw a lot of parties at my house, go around, party around states, go to some frats. I was gonna join a frat, but I quit that because it turned out to be kind of lame because it was a pretty frat.
Everyone when I was little called me Mac, so short for McKechnie. We hang out and LAN a lot, play games together, that's about it. I play video games instead of watching TV, pretty much. It's my entertainment. I'm all about the offense. I like killing people.
When I used to be in wrestling, I got ringworm, and the 3 other team members were supposed to be Mac, Infinite, and Eska. Infinite couldn't make it because he's playing in Korea for the World Cyber Games, but he just lost today.
I probably spend more time on my computer and at the arcades than I do in the classroom. Unreal Tournament is really fast-paced, frag shooting. And then America's Army, it's actually almost like Ghost Recon, where it's one-shot kills. We already just took out G4 staff. We're just going to take you guys next.
My teammates I went to high school with, and I've been friends with them for probably like 5 years, and we've been gaming at local LAN places mostly. Pav, he's my current roommate. I live with him, and we game every night. I like to play capture the flag as much as I can.
Cameron brought me into video games, and after that, it's been golden. Actually, we play different games. Like, I'm more into, like, DoD, like, more realistic. Cameron's more fast-paced, like Tribes. Goal is to win, to kick some ass.
My relationship with Unreal Tournament hasn't really been a relationship. I sort of played on and off. Oh, America's Army, it's a great game. I like a realistic game more than oh, I can shoot you 1,000 times and you won't go down.
I know the team by my brother and 2 of his friends. They're my friends too. We don't usually play other teams, but yeah, if you get into Go, you're usually like, oh, no, I'm better this, no, I'm better that. Oh, good luck. Hope we win.
All right, we're starting things off here in the console pit, where all 4 players from each team will get a chance to make a difference as they'll each take a turn at the game. Today's game is F-Zero GX on the Nintendo GameCube. Now, F-Zero is a racing game directly from the future where excessive speed and enhanced power-ups are the name of the game, so don't blink or you'll end up sucking exhaust.
1. And Kaizen, the newcomer challenger, will be in red with Minority in blue. Eska for Kaizen and Wild Arms for Minority.
That's right, Lee. Right out of the chute, Wild Arms off to a strong lead here, hitting every single turbo pad. Hasn't touched a single wall yet, Lee. He has not missed a single speed boost. He is full on energy, and in a moment here, he'll be crossing the finish line.
Usually in the POV of the challenger, you can see the leader in front of him. Not in this race, as Wild Arms pulls away. And there it is, Minority takes round 1.
That was a spank.
2. Starting round 2 with our champion, Minority. Having taken round 1, it's 0 limits for Minority. And it's Mac for Kaizen. Again, Minority in blue, Kaizen in red.
And Mac taking a page out of Eska's book. Lee, before the match, we saw them customizing their racer, going for speed over balance. We'll see if it helps him here. Didn't seem to help his buddy last round.
But he's gotten out to a brief lead. Here has Mac, the challenger, hoping to state their claim.
And Zero Limits cuts his speed down to 0 momentarily while slamming into a wall, but he's back on track now.
Zero Limits in hot pursuit.
He's got to crash.
But Mac holding on to that lead.
Mac with a solid finish takes round 2.
3.
And counting down to round 3, for Minority it will be Cool Spot, and for Kaizen it will be Out Phase. And the red car is out to a quick lead.
And a little bit of friendly contact there, Lee, as Cool Spot gives Out Phase a little nudge.
But now Out Phase has taken over, is now, although hitting a rough patch there, but then...
And Cool Spot pulls ahead.
Goes back into first place.
Excellent overtake by Cool Spot, taking advantage of Out Phase's piss-poor driving.
Do something. Muscle hard.
This round 3 is anybody's game so far.
Cool Spot running into a little trouble there on the turn. See if Out Phase can capitalize here. Not a whole lot of track left, Lee.
Better make a move quick, and not quick enough. As Cool Spot, the captain, victorious.
4.
And round 4 will either determine Minority as the winner or send us into a tiebreaker. Magic Stick in the blue car for Minority and Ringworm in the red car for Kaizen.
Don't turn too much into the wall.
And Magic Stick out to a quick lead, Kevin.
That's right, Lee, but Ringworm for Team Kaizen. He did customize his racer for max speed. And Magic Stick bounces around, and Kaizen could take advantage of that right here, hitting the acceleration pad. He's catching up on him, Lee.
And there it is.
Ringworm overtakes Magic Stick.
He came, he conquered. And now in red for Kaizen, Ringworm.
Flying down the track like a greased weasel, Ringworm. And it looks like we are going into sudden death, Lee.
5.
And our tiebreaker will determine the winner here with Mac for the challenger in red and with Wild Arms in blue, and he's out to an early lead.
Perfect, dude. That's perfect.
I am on the edge of my seat, Lee. We could see a first right here. Minority has yet to take a console game in each one of their arena appearances.
But with Wild Arms in first place, they may be on the verge.
And Mac bumping into the corners there. Oh, getting knocked around.
There we go, baby. There we go.
Mac is not going to be able to catch up with this much time left, Lee. This one's all Wild Arms.
And there it is. And the console game goes to our defending champion.
What is this?
And what a disappointing maiden voyage for Kaizen. They come in here thinking they got a great chance, lose the tiebreak.
That's right, Lee, and I think it's because Team Minority customized their rides for acceleration, which helps when you bump those turns.
And Stacy's with a wild man, Wild Arms.
I'm with Wild Arms. You had the fastest time on the console round. How'd you do it?
Ran a perfect race. Watched the sides, got all the boosts. It went all well.
Now, it's your 4th time on Arena. You've yet to win a console round. This is your first time. Are you worried it's going to throw off the rest of your game playing?
Yeah, I'm a little worried it's going to throw us because it's sort of tradition. We lose the first and then we win everything else. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, yes, we will. We'll see how it all turns out. Lee, back to you.
He's wild, he's crazy, and somebody stop the presses because Team Minority has broken its console curse. But does that mean they've jinxed themselves for Unreal Tournament 2003? We'll find that out in a minute. And later, we'll see if they can complete their mission in America's Army. That's all coming up right here on Arena.
This portion of G4 is brought to you by PlayStation 2.
Today we're going to test the tractor beam from Ratchet & Clank Going Commando. Oh, nice, dude. Nice job, nice job.
No, turn that thing off! No, turn it off!
Sweet.
The tractor beam, one of 51 weapons and gadgets not fit for this world. Rated T for Teen.
Welcome back, everyone, to Arena. Now, before the break, Minority and Kaizen had to go to sudden death to determine a console winner, and Minority finally has a lead going into Unreal Tournament 2003. Let's see if they can keep that lead going or if they'll lose it. Let's go to Kevin in the PC ring.
Thank you very much, Lee. Yes, the game we're playing is Unreal Tournament 2003, and the mode is Capture the Flag. Today, we're playing Elect Fields, where the static towers of the Mark and Flow stand majestically above Purgatory, where one false move will drop you straight into hell.
1.
And round 1 is underway in Unreal Tournament 2003. and Minority going in here with a lead, Kevin. Let's see how they fare. It might throw them off.
I was watching these guys during practice, and Team Minority was playing a lot more D than we're used to seeing.
Mac of Kaizen grabs the blue flag and is immediately dispensed of with some of that D that you spoke of, Kevin.
Lee, I actually think he was taken out by some friendly fire that time.
I got it.
At the same moment, Cool Spot was over there grabbing his team's flag.
Cool Spot has a red flag. We've seen that many times here.
And look at Cool Spot with that minigun, quad damage, and flag in hand.
Attempting to capture that flag.
Cool Spot plants one, making this a 1-0 game here. Mac for Team Kaizen with the flag, using that shield gun.
Where's that Dogo?
Picks up a quad damage and switches to the shock rifle. Takes down a member of Team Minority, and now he's making his way back, Lee.
And this is one of the longest periods of time we've ever seen anyone have the flag against Minority.
Oh, and serves up a combo meal with that shock rifle, but unfortunately goes down.
They're not even pushing, though. I think they're just stacking their base.
More life out of Kaizen than we've seen out of many of the opponents against Minority.
Everybody D up! Everybody D! Everybody D!
And fantastic defense by Minority.
They know what it takes to defend their flag. And there's Eska for Team Kaizen with the flag, Lee. I don't know how much time he has, but...
He better hustle.
I'm still at their base, dude. Hey, kill that dude, outface.
He's taking his time to do battle instead of just hustling to the flag. He's just standing in place with the shield gun, and he pays for it, Lee, dropping the flag.
Got him. Keep flag home.
That'll just about do it as time runs down.
There we go. That is how it's done.
2.
And round 2 underway. The defending champions, Minority. One flag capture was enough to win it last round.
Outphase picks up the quad damage and tries to chase down Cool Spot, who has his flag. Cool Spot gets taken out.
Sometimes defense is the best offense.
Lee, if you keep saying things like that, we're going to be into overtime. You know how we all feel about that.
Guy right side, middle, up the middle.
Excellent communication from Minority as they spot an intruder in their base. And Mac is tap dancing around the enemy flag, trying to take out Minority's defender. Decides it'd be better to just grab it and run, and unfortunately he grabs it and moonwalks right off the map.
Cool Spot grabs a flag, but coming under heavy fire, goes down.
Okay, regroup. We just gotta keep trying.
Wild Arms on Minority back to defend his flag, and Lee.
And into overtime we go. Magic Stick for Minority grabs a red flag. It's sudden death.
Minority goes
down. Is what Magic Stick got.
Dude, they are freaking good.
Mac with the flag for his team. Quad damage and a minigun in hand. Slip-in slides in the rain and bleeds green, dropping the flag.
Cool Spot for Minority has a flag.
But he is taking fire.
And he goes down. Mac for Kaizen, taking a shot at the title.
He's got an enemy from Team Minority on him, 2 now.
And he goes down, and this game is going nowhere fast. Reminds me of 2 19th century prize fighters when they used to fight 50 rounds.
PK, I can't do this alone. How many times I gotta tell you that?
The first time any of these gamers have been able to last this long in anything, Lee. Cool Spot for Team Minority grabs a flag, but guess what happened shortly after that, Lee? He died.
God almighty. For Kaizen, it's Mac.
Arena host trying to sound excited about it. Outcome certain.
For the love of God.
You are now in hour 3 of Arena.
For Minority, Cool Spot grabs a flag.
Got it. Go.
Magic Stick for Minority dropping the flag bearer for Team Kaizen. As Cool Spot making a run, he's getting shot with rockets, and he goes down. The flag is returned.
The team becoming a factor for players and or on-camera hosts.
Can we call it a draw and switch maps?
As Mac takes down a member of Team Minority, he's making his way. He's got double damage. He dodges a rocket, uses the adrenaline power-up. He is regenerating on the way back to the base. My fingers are crossed for this.
I need help.
Zero Limits for Minority grabs a red flag.
Which means that Mac for Kaizen will not be able to score. Story of his life, Lee.
Oh, pick up the flag!
Oh, but Zero Limits goes down. Oh, but Cool Spot is there to pick it up. Oh, thank you so much, Cool Spot.
Mac for Kaizen, Cool Spot for Minority. We've been here a week. Somebody placed the flag, for crying out loud.
Mac for Kaizen goes down, dropping his flag, but his teammate is there to pick it up.
Mac, guard real quick.
Eska has the flag. He is taking damage, though, using his shield gun, and he goes down.
Cool Spot has a chance, and that's it.
The flag.
Yeah!
3.
And round 3 is underway after that marathon round of round 2 that went 26 minutes, Kevin. Minority pulled one out, and I don't know about you, but I've had enough. This one goes into overtime. I'm going to get a show on the Food Network.
Let's make it an hour this time.
And Magic Stick for Minority grabs the flag.
And unfortunately, he gets taken out right away. We're in for a repeat of last round, Lee.
Coming up left side, left side, left side.
Outphase with the flag for Kaizen. And you notice a team member in the distance there to draw the fire and escort him. But, Outphase does not notice the minigun. Okay, Lee gets the score here early in round 3.
It's a goose egg to goose egg.
Just get ready to go in overtime, dude.
Magic Stick weasels his way in, grabbing the flag, and he gets taken out faster than a California governor. As Ringworm for Kaizen steps it up, we are in overtime, and he is off the map.
And if history is any guide for us today, Cool Spot will go down in maybe 1, 2.
Cool Spot broke his personal best record, Lee. You are right. 4 seconds with that flag.
Eska for Kaizen.
Pops a member of Minority with the rocket and grabs the flag, Lee. He stands a chance, at least for the next few seconds, as a member of Minority rounds the corner, minigun in hand, and mows him down.
Defensive battle for those scoring at home. Although a lot of these MVP points are being racked up. Cool Spot grabs the flag, moves toward the base, loses his ass.
That quad damage is ownage.
Someone, dear goodness, please score a point so we can go home. Eska for Kaizen grabs the blue flag, making the way back toward the base.
Eska doing an excellent job dodging that fire. Takes a little damage there. Leaps onto the rail Tony Hawk style and gets taken out. Unreal Tournament style. As Mac picks up the slack, grabbing the blue flag.
Defense, defense, defense.
And the red flag for Magic Stick.
Probably not for long, but cross your fingers, kiddies. Mac for Kaizen using the adrenaline power-up. He's got speed.
Dude, I'm dead.
And he falls off the map. The flag is returned, and Magic Stick plants one.
Well, Kevin, it lasted forever. It wasn't pretty, but Unreal Tournament 2003 once again in the hands of Minority.
That's right, Lee, and once again, Magic Stick and Cool Spot able to step it up deep into overtime. That's what got him the win.
And Magic Stick, that last flag capture, is with Stacy right now.
Thanks, Lee. I'm with Magic Stick, who managed to pull off a win for his team in the last moments. How'd you do it?
It was incredible. It was long. Last 2 rounds went on OT. It was painfully long. I just got the flag, had my buddies next to me. We capped the flag.
After all that play, you feeling optimistic heading into America's Army?
I seriously thought we were going to lose, but looking good so far.
That's the word from here. Lee, back to you.
Now, don't get too excited just yet there, Mr. Magic Stick. Now, Minority keeps the shutout streak alive in Unreal Tournament 2003, although that was their toughest battle so far. But Team Kaizen isn't throwing in the towel just yet. And we'll see what happens in America's Army Special Forces coming up next, right here on Arena.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Kevin Wiseman from ABC's Alias. You are watching G4, TV for Gamers.
Roswell, New Mexico, 1947. UFO wreckage is discovered and seized by military personnel. It is speculated that the alien technology recovered has been applied to modern-day innovations. To this day, the government denies any existence of alien technology.
Financing available on Alienware Systems.
Welcome back, everyone, to Arena. Now, before the break, Team Minority survived a marathon session in UT 2003 with, as Mike Tyson would say, an impetuous style and an impregnable defense. But there's still one more round to go, so let's check in with Sergeant Hansen for the briefing on America's Army Special Forces.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Sergeant First Class Hansen, and this is your brief for the rescue mission. The enemy conducted an ambush this morning. They injured one of the key leaders of the resistance. That resistance leader was able to escape and went to a neutral hospital in order to get treatment. Your mission is to infill into this area, proceed to the hospital where you can enter through the lower or upper levels or through the garage and make contact with the resistance leader. You are then to escort him out of the building to the helipad where you'll be exfilled. You must ensure that you do not injure any civilians or any staff in the hospital. Are there any questions?
No, sir.
Good luck.
Team Minority was chosen to go first, and the team is suiting up right now. And once these virtual soldiers are ready, they'll have 10 minutes to complete the mission. Now, our players will be immersed in the ultra-realistic environment of America's Army Special Forces through the use of Atlantis Cyberspace's VR pods. Well, it looks like Team Minority is in position, so let's see how they do.
And first up is Team Minority here in America's Army. Cool spot, a familiar sight as captain.
I got behind you. Alex, go ahead.
I have a feeling that their experience in the pods might help them pull this one out, Lee.
Their objectives are to extract the VIP to the helipad, minimize casualties.
Most importantly for this team, Lee, as we've seen in the past, minimize team kills.
I'm shooting.
Excellent teamwork right off the bat as Magic Stick taking some pot shots on an enemy. We've got Cool Spot behind a truck as a team makes their way outside. But it looks like two members of Team Minority get taken out early here. They were standing out in the open.
Oh, this is bullshit.
They're down to two.
Wild Arms and Cool Spot.
And now Minority will have to adapt on the fly as they have before, Lee, as Wild Arms goes behind Cool Spot, who's actively mowing down a member of the opposing force.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Follow me, follow me, follow me.
Excellent communication between Wild Arms and Cool Spot at all times as Cool Spot clears the way. They have just entered the hospital, Lee. Wild Arms and Cool Spot in tandem.
And sometimes, as we've seen here, it's almost easier to travel as a team of two than it is as a team of four.
Cool Spot peeks out from behind a corner, did not notice the enemy to his left, but he spots him now and opens up fire.
Did you get him? I don't know yet.
Cool Spot enters a room and within seconds takes out a member of the opposing force. Wild Arms joins him around that corner. They are now moving in tandem, Lee. Having played this map before, they know exactly where the VIP is and they've met up with him.
And now this group of three, Cool Spot, the VIP, Wild Arms.
Oh, and poor strategy on the part of Cool Spot and Wild Arms.
Whoa, what the where?
They walk right by an open door and do not manage to peek around the corner, and Wild Arm pays dearly for that mistake.
Cool Spot's on his own.
Oh, and it looks like Cool Spot eliminates the VIP.
Rule number one, don't shoot the guy you came for, you dumbass. And for our reigning champion Minority, the wheels came off right from the beginning in America's Army.
That's right, Lee. They started things off with a team kill and then followed up by killing the VIP.
Let's see if Team Kaizen fares any better. And Kaizen up here in America's Army. And Kevin, with the bar being so low, what an opportunity here for Team Kaizen, attempting to enter the hospital, rescue the VIP, get to the helipad.
Slow down, Buzz. Slow down, slow down.
They're communicating fairly well. However, one major mistake could be that they are not sticking together as a group, Lee.
It's not easy to come in here as a newcomer.
But so far, Lee, these guys are doing an excellent job, and they're using the pillars for cover. Excellent strategy. Outphase is making excellent use of the VR pods, Lee. He's leaning physically, which is causing his character to peek out in the virtual world, and that gives him a well-covered bead on the bad guy.
Yeah, I'll throw a grenade. Where at?
A little bit cautious so far.
Team Kaizen chucks a frag grenade into the fray, and it explodes, taking out a member of the opposing force. Matt goes on the run, mowing down another member of the op force, and he makes his way into the entrance of the hospital.
He's dead, he's dead, he's dead.
All four members of Team Kaizen are now in the building.
And look at Outphase, staying behind, making sure no one sneaks up on these guys.
I saw him. I got him pinned down.
And Max spots an enemy in the doorway, alerts his teammates who come right away to his side. Lee, they have adapted incredibly quickly to America's Army and the VR pods.
Fantastic job so far here by Team Kaizen.
And a firefight going on in a crowded hallway.
And Outphase goes down at the hands of a bad guy. Our first casualty for Team Kaizen, but the VIP is within reach.
Get the VIP. I'll watch that door where he went.
Mac gets up as the VIP exits the room.
The VIP is firmly in hand now for Team Kaizen.
I think they loosen their grip a little bit.
Mac, Ringworm, Eska now attempt to find the helipad.
All right, everyone come this way.
Guy at the front.
And Ringworm spots an enemy, alerts his teammates right away as he strafes around that corner and opens fire on a member of the op force.
It's garbage. He got behind us, man.
And down goes Mac.
And they are making their way to the helipad, Lee, but I have a feeling that more bad guys still remain despite an excellent showing. Eska is out in wide open territory right now, Lee, and he spots a remaining member of the opposing force, takes him down, and now Ringworm is at the helipad as well, and they're trying to bring the VIP into the garage, and it looks like they have completed their objective here, Lee.
Wow, so in what might have been beginner's luck, Team Kaizen rescued the VIP and won the round. And in Unreal Tournament 2003, two evenly matched teams went into overtime in 2 out of 3 rounds, with Minority finally pulling it out.
Which is exactly what happened in our console game, too, as Minority had to go down to sudden death to win, but Kaizen, in the end, they picked up the bonus point for the highest cumulative team score.
It came down to the MVP to decide today's winner. And clinching it with his performance in America's Army Special Forces and helping his team to pull off an upset of epic proportions is
Eska of Team Kaizen.
Let's go to Stacy with our new champions.
Thanks, Lee. I'm down here with our new winning team and new MVP, Eska. How's it feel to knock the reigning champs off the throne?
Pretty good. We pumped him in the face. We gave him some facials at UT. Knocked him out at America's Army. We took him out.
Now, you guys did a fantastic job. It was your first time. You're the rookie team. Do you have any advice for the team that's come in to compete against you next?
They better practice.
You heard it here first. We'll see how they do next time. Lee, back to you.
Congratulations, men, having won this truly monumental battle. We'll just have to wait until next time to see if you can defend your title as the newest arena champions. For Kevin Pereira, Stacy Barcelona, I'm Lee Rehrman. We'll see you next time on Arena.
Well, now that you've seen the competition, we want to see if you've got the stuff of champions. So if you're at least 18 years of age and live in or near the Los Angeles area, then throw your hat into the ring by going to our website. Visit us at g4tv.com/arena and sign up to compete on the show that turns multiplayer video games into a competitive sport. And we will see you in the arena.
From the mean streets of Chicago to the perilous plains of Texas. The best players in the land locked horns at the EA Sports Madden Challenge for ultimate bragging rights and a chance at 50 G's.
We get down, man. That's all we do.
Now the Sweat Madden Challenge wrap-up takes you on a year-end tour of gut-wrenching finishes engineered by the greatest players the game has ever seen.
He let a 14-year-old beat him by a touchdown.
The Sweat Madden Challenge wrap-up, Friday at 10 p.m.
That's it. Lip to the right. Oops.
Games have come a long way. The stuff that kids were playing on their consoles and computers 10 or 15 years ago bears practically no resemblance to what people are playing today.
What was that?
When you look past all the technical wizardry and graphical polish, have games really changed all that much? Well, yeah, they have. Specifically, they changed back in 1998, the single greatest year in the entire history of gaming.
No.
98 was a watershed year in which virtually every popular style of game was defined or redefined. These and other instant classics proceeded to shape and define gaming history forever after.
Back then, it looked like Bump and Jump with swearing. You guys remember Bump and Jump, right? Grand Theft Auto was released to lukewarm reviews and raised a few eyebrows along the way. But we all know what ended up happening to that little series of games.
It's the best you got.
Looking back, GTA's influence is undeniable. It was the game that proved just how exciting life in the big city could really be.
Is that it?
Although real-time strategy games had been popular prior to 1998, Blizzard's StarCraft was a groundbreaking hit that set the stage for all RTS games to come. Leading up to StarCraft's release, some skeptics assumed the game would be little more than orcs in space. In other words, a sci-fi coat of paint splashed onto Blizzard's popular Warcraft series.
At once,
StarCraft achieved a perfect balance, making it one of the greatest games of all time.
The Sega Saturn, rival to Sony's PlayStation, ultimately didn't succeed in knocking newcomer Sony back into the realm of consumer electronics. 1998 was pretty much the Saturn's last hurrah, a relative low point in an otherwise amazing year for games. But with outstanding games like Panzer Dragoon Saga and Grandia, both of which were released late in the system's life cycle, it went out with a bang.
Metal Gear Solid was the highly anticipated successor to the old 8-bit stealth games, and quickly became a breakthrough hit for designer Hideo Kojima. battle with Psycho Mantis, for example. You actually needed to unplug your controller in order to keep this psychic freak from reading your mind.
I just wanted an excuse to kill as many people as I could.
Metal Gear Solid's cinematic presentation and great storytelling was a cut above anything else on any system that year, and even surpassed a lot of what was being done in movies at that time.
Who are you? I like you. I have no name.
Metal Gear Solid may have been flashy, but Thief: The Dark Project did stealth gameplay better than any other game out there. Thief lived up to its original concept, with terrific execution, highly atmospheric sound effects, and some truly creepy levels, combined to give you the feeling that you were really in some fantastical medieval world. Robbing from the rich and keeping the loot for yourself, while unintentionally saving the world in the process.
No, you can't. You put my gun down.
I need 7 guys and 2 cars by the time I hang up.
Fastlane, Sunday night at 9, only on the Whip set.
Yes. Pie?
I love you.
Oh, yes!
Wouldn't you rather cross the land of the dead in your own sports car? Maybe try a luxury ocean cruise? Or, if you led a very good life, you may even be eligible for a ticket on the number 9 itself.
The number 9?
That's our top-of-the-line express train. It shoots straight to the 9th underworld, the land of eternal rest, in 4 minutes instead of 4 years. But very few people qualify. Let's take a look at your records. Well, the bad news is the train appears to be just out of your reach, but I still got a couple of tricks up my sleeve here. Yaha! Yes, that's the ticket. The Excelsior line. Yes, she's a beauty. That compass in the handle will sure come in handy, too. Oh, you're going to have a great trip. Wish I was going.
Why don't you? You could give me a lift.
Oh, I can't leave here until I've worked off a little debt to the powers that be.
Community service, eh? Well, I guess there are some folks worse off than me.
Oh, I'll be leaving here soon enough. No thanks to dead and no commission low-life cases like yours.
Since it was coming from then-unknown developer Valve Software, expectations for Half-Life weren't all that high prior to the game's release. Simply put, Half-Life was incredible. The way in which it wove together realistic scripted sequences with thrilling shootouts and mind-bending puzzles was truly amazing. One of Half-Life's innovations was the way in which it never took you out of the experience. It was a class act that made all other first-person shooters before it pale in comparison. It became the game that everyone tried to emulate, but no one could quite live up to. Considering how predominant the first-person shooter has become, that's saying a lot.
Velociraptor.
The transition from the 2D days of the 80s to the 3D days of the 90s wasn't a smooth one. But the textbook case for showing how it's done came in the form of The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time for the Nintendo 64. The big revelation in Ocarina of Time comes when you realize how much sense lock-on targeting makes in a third-person action-adventure. Since the game would pivot the camera to keep your target in front of you, you could stop fumbling with the camera control and get on to the task at hand. Between its innovative techniques, great story, and interesting puzzles, it was nearly impossible to find fault with Ocarina of Time when it landed in 1998. That's why it's not only our game of the year, but it's also the first game on GameSpot to receive a perfect 10 score. Even at the time, we knew we wouldn't need hindsight to declare this one of the greatest games of all time.
Killzone, Outlaw Golf 2, and in Versus, it's Conflict Vietnam against Men of Valor. Some of the games we look at in Reviews on the Run are intended for a mature audience. Please pay attention to each game's ESRB rating. Okay, it is arguably the biggest PlayStation 2 game of the year. Everybody's been waiting for this one. Everybody's talking about this one. This is Grand Theft Auto San Andreas from Rockstar for the PlayStation 2. What'd you think, man?
Now, there's going to be a lot of people out there who are going to object to the content of the game. And, you know, and I'm a pretty hardcore guy when it comes to this stuff.
Yep.
Some of the violence and the material in the game, I mean, I got to be honest with you, it did kind of go over the top, and it was a little shocking.
Yeah, but listen, man, the guys at Rockstar have always worked within the parameters of the fiction that they're dealing with, and this time they're taking it to the hood. They're going to the hood, and they're emulating things that you've seen in Boys in the Hood or Menace to Society. You know, these sort of gangster rap kind of movies, you know, and that kind of lifestyle.
I mean, it's very realistic. They really went realistic.
Absolutely,
with it.
And they're just emulating the fiction that they've seen.
And I would agree with you. It's just that as I'm playing this game thinking for the first time that, you know, there is going to be younger kids who are going to be playing this game, and it's like...
And they shouldn't be.
Wow. Now that we got all that political stuff out of the game, let's get into it. Boy, is it fun to do a drive-by shooting.
It is fun. It's ridiculously fun. All of the chaos that you can create in this game is going to blow you away.
It is absolutely amazing, all of the things that you get to do at your own pace.
Yes.
You know?
Well, what they've done is they've amplified the action sort of elements in the game. Now you can climb up walls, and it really feels like you're being...
swim.
You can swim. But I love the fact that just climbing, what a difference it makes that you can sort of scramble up walls as you're being chased by cops, you know? The Grand Theft Auto universe here now is broken up into 3 distinct cities. You've got the Los Angeles type city, the San Francisco type city, and then you've got the Las Vegas type city.
The big news in this game is that they've kind of added a bit of the Sims element in here a little bit. You now have to eat, and you have a stat meter as well that you can bring up at any time. Now you can work out in the game, and you can start to get ripped, and if you don't work out and you constantly eat, you'll get fat.
You're right, it kind of feels a little bit like The Sims, but I was also kind of reminded of Fable in that, you know, all of these things, all this customization of the content really comes into play, and it was amazing to see how deep of an RPG type experience this is.
One of the things, though, I would like to have seen them do a little differently is have the map in the little left-hand corner. The map, I would have liked to have seen it a little bigger.
It's a little confusing.
It was kind of hard in order to get, because the city is so big, it was kind of hard to, like, work your way around sometimes.
Absolutely. You've got some amazing voice actors in the cast. James Woods is in there. Samuel L. Jackson is in there. You got music by guys like Dr. Dre and
Willie
Tupac.
Nelson.
Willie
Don't forget
Nelson.
Willie Nelson.
Axl Rose is one of the DJs on the thing.
Right.
The script is the strongest script we've ever seen in a GTA game.
When you go out and start terrorizing average people, like I always do, you know, the dialogue as well, they have a lot of, you know, voiceover.
Gets a little repetitive.
It gets a little repetitive, but there's so many people.
There's some frame rate issues where it sort of bogs down a little bit, but man, you have to forgive this game for the amount of content it's delivering.
Yeah.
It's going to have a few little technical kind of snafus. If you own a PlayStation 2, if you're over 17, this game definitely has to be in your library. I'm giving GTA San Andreas 10 out of 10.
I'm giving it a 9.5.
On the positive side, this game features the best storyline in the GTA series so far. The voice acting is incredible. And really, the fact that you get 3 huge cities to travel around in, plus all of the countryside to see, this game will just blow you away.
On the negative side, this game really is close to perfection, but there were a few things that we would have liked to have seen better. The cities are so huge that we would have liked to have seen the little map icon cover a little more area. And finally, the content is so edgy and adult-orientated, it may turn some players off. Make sure you're 17 or over.
No question about it, Grand Theft Auto rocks. But when we come back, we're talking about another big PlayStation 2 game, Killzone, after the break.
Rockstar Games presents Grand Theft Auto 3. PlayStation 2 and Xbox as part of the double pack with Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Rated M for mature.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I've got my DS out here, and I've got the weirdest combination of games. I have Super Mario DS and Grand Theft Auto Advance on the same machine. I'm going to talk about Grand Theft Auto, which is one of my favorite topics in video games. I love the GTA games. And I got to say, I'm really impressed for the Game Boy Advance version of Grand Theft Auto. They've done a very good job. Rockstar went to the developers of Digital Eclipse to create this game, and it's using the top-down perspective. It's the same kind of stuff that you would get on the console versions, on the Bigger Brother type versions, but this time, you know, you're looking down on all the vehicles. And of course, you can hop out of your vehicle and pick up all kinds of weapons and start blasting away at enemies, pedestrians if you're a psychopath, cops that start chasing you. GTA Advance is a lot of fun. It's definitely something to pick up for your DS or your Game Boy Advance. It is a mature rated title, though. Keep that in mind. It's a terrific game, though. I'm going to give it an 8.5 out of 10. We are back, and our look at gigantic games continues with Killzone. Right. This one is developed by Guerrilla Games and published by Sony for the PlayStation 2. And Killzone has been hyped as the Halo killer. Nah. It doesn't even come close to the original Halo, in my opinion, let alone Halo 2.
Well, the thing is, when you're so used to seeing the Xbox in all its glory, you look at a game on the PS2 like this, which has good graphics.
Beautiful graphics.
But it's just that it's a
choppy.
little... And it's not so choppy that, you know, if you never played the Xbox stuff, you'd probably think it was fine.
Absolutely.
You know?
And if you don't have an Xbox, then you're looking at one of the sweetest-looking first-person shooters for the PlayStation 2. And Killzone, although it has a lot of interesting elements and there's a lot of really nice finesse to this game, it also brings a whole bunch of problems to the table, you know? I mean, my biggest gripe with this game is that just the fact of reloading your gun in between getting attacked by the enemies.
It takes a while, doesn't it?
It takes way too long.
It really kind of put me into this battle that was going on.
Yeah.
You know, like
the war is going on around you.
In games like this, you want to be sucked in. You want to be drawn in, and it does that.
And they use great technical things like, you know, blurring video as all of this shell fire is coming in.
Right.
You've got awesome audio effects. Now, speaking of the levels, they did mix things up quite a bit. They have beautiful kind of beachfront sort of attack situations like this where the water is crashing in against the shore. I thought that was awesome. They've got beautiful tundra kind of environments, jungle, swampy kind of levels, lots of urban levels. And the other cool thing that they've added in this game through the single-player campaign is you're able to play as 4 different characters at the start of any given mission. So you've got the main guy who's named Templar, who's kind of like, you know, the guy that can do a little bit of everything. Luger is the stealth chick who can walk in. No, like the handgun Luger, not the Loogie. Rico's the giant guy that carries the big guns. And then you've got this mutant dude named Haka.
My biggest problem, though, with this game was I thought that the targeting was a little too touchy.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
that is the biggest downfall of this game is that, you know, I want to be able to...
especially, man.
The sniper mode is near... Now, it's cool mode, but it's near impossible to get your crosshair exactly on the spot you want to.
It reminded me of playing ESPN basketball and trying to get, you know, sink the free throws.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Where it's just like... It's so frustrating that you can't line it perfectly.
A lot of times the companies don't put the production money and value into this.
Yeah.
This game has all those things. It has the great music. It has the great menu.
Well, they were
art,
going after Halo. It's easy to see that they were targeting Halo. One thing that drove me nuts, there's no jump button in the game. And you'll be walking up to like curbs, and you have to find an alternate ramp to get up to like, you can't make first-person shooter games without a jump button.
Yeah, what's the problem
I'm
there?
sorry, man.
Well, why not?
But they do have the context-sensitive action button that lets you scramble over top of things every once in a while.
Right.
Just only what they want you to scramble over.
You know, problem I had was that it was actually hard a lot of the times to figure out who was on your team and who wasn't. I mean, it was hard to...
They're all this gray, blocky shapes
and they're all kind of black and dark, and I didn't know who was on my... I didn't know who I was supposed to be shooting and who I wasn't, you know what I mean?
I'm giving Killzone an 8.
That's exactly what I give it as well, 8.
On the positive side, the production values of Killzone are very impressive. Some good multiplayer gameplay in there. And although it's not a Halo killer, it's still one of the best first-person shooter experiences you can find for the PlayStation 2.
On the negative side, the frame rate isn't as smooth as other console games. The aiming is a little too sensitive, and it's hard to tell who your enemies are.
All right, now we've got a PlayStation 2 controller to tell you guys about. This is the Pelican Afterglow controller. We looked at the PlayStation 2 version, although they've made ones for the GameCube and the Xbox as well.
I got to be honest with you, we're getting close for me to get the Tron controller.
Absolutely.
This glows blue.
Yes, it does.
Like
Tron
what?
Blue.
That's right.
Pretty much patterned exactly after the regular DualShock analog controller that Sony's made, except they've got the R2 and L2 buttons are shifted underneath, more like the Xbox trigger kind of
which feels good.
It's
you know,
right.
I mean, you're not used to it because you're so used to this on the top.
Yep.
But it actually feels good.
What I like about it is that it differentiates the buttons quite well so that you can memorize the exact location. Because I don't know about you, but I've pressed the R1 when I've wanted the R2.
That you're right. All the buttons are tight. The joypad is tight. The sticks are nice.
The little face buttons are, I think, a tad too close together, so you can hit.
See, I like that because I got smaller hands, but I didn't mind that too much.
It's not that big of a difference. I mean, I played some GTA with the controller, and I thought it was pretty good. The price point's only $20.
I gotta say, for a gimmick, it's fun.
If you want something that glows in the dark, this is your controller. I'm going to recommend it.
I'm going to recommend it as well. I like this one, and it's the closest thing I have to Tron! On the positive side, this controller feels really good in your hands, even with the L2 and R2 buttons being lowered. It's only $20, but the best thing is that it glows like Tron.
On the negative side, who else is sick of hearing Tommy say Tron? Did I mention I'm sick of Tommy saying Tron? And I really hate when Tommy says Tron. Stick around. After the break, an old favorite game returns with some new enhancements.
Pong?
And we're not just talking the silicone variety. Outlaw Golf 2.
Ooh. Humana, 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 humana.
Buy the Nintendo GameCube for only $149.95 and receive The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Go ahead, take it. Shh. And a playable bonus disc. Free.
Games. We take games seriously. All right, now this game, Deus Ex Invisible War, or DX2, it was unjustly criticized for not living up to the original Deus Ex, which is one of the best games of all time. Now this one's, it's not just a shooter. There's all kinds of weapons and cool objects that you pick up, and you can blast away at bad guys, but you play an augmented anti-terrorist dude, and you can actually do all kinds of great things with all of these internal kind of augmentations that are built into yourself. One of the decisions that they made that kind of screwed things up a little bit is that they used ammunition that was useful for all the weapons in the game, which kind of sucked because you would run out of sniper bullets all of a sudden, but it kind of used up all of the ammo for all your other weapons at the same time. Incredibly detailed, intense script with some decent voiceover acting. This one is going to keep you engaged. Deus Ex 2 Invisible War, or DX2. We are back, and we are talking about the sequel to one of Tommy's favorite golf games of all time. This is Outlaw Golf 2. And we're taking a look at this one on the Xbox, although it's available for the PlayStation 2 as well. What did you think of Outlaw Golf 2?
Well, I gotta say, like, right off the bat,
yeah,
you choose all these characters, and it's wacky. It's a wacky golf game. You gotta pick summer,
yes,
and autumn as your caddy.
Right.
I gotta say that this is the hottest and most beautiful video game character. Better than Tomb Raider, better than Lara Croft.
Yes.
Can we do me a favor here?
Yeah, I just want to run some of the...
Let's appreciate even the menu screen. I'm sitting on the menu screen for like 10 minutes. Roll tape. I'm speechless. Go ahead, talk. I'm just thinking about it. Don't expect Tiger Woods. Don't expect Mario Golf.
That being said, though,
this is Grand Theft Auto meets golf.
The golfing isn't that bad. You think it's going to be just a little throwaway kind of golf experience, but it actually is kind of fun to play. The thing is pretty challenging. The AI is pretty solid. There's some online play, which is impressive.
But the best thing is you can actually take the ball and hit it into the crowd.
Oh, and they're running away.
And it knocks people over, and you get points for that.
You get bonus points.
And when you get enough bonus points, you can take your club out of the bag and start whacking the hell out of your caddy. This is a beautiful thing.
It's impressive that they came out at $20 US for the game, and they're giving you more than twice as many courses to play on than they did in the first Outlaw Golf. You get 8 now instead of 3.
Right.
And the variety in the courses is pretty cool. You get like the Jersey one, and you get the desert one, and there's like an ice one and a haunted house.
Freeway.
I like the psychedelic mushroom one.
I bet you did.
With kind of like Mario-esque kind of weird, you know, psychedelic
Because it
mushrooms.
Reminded you of Mario Golf? Is that why?
It kind of did. It kind of has some of those
especially with
looping.
those strippers in the game.
Yeah,
that kind of reminds you of Mario Golf too, didn't it?
The strippers and the bikers, and I like the rappers, the Ice Tray and his homeboy caddy, Fresh Fruit.
One of the biggest problems in the game I felt was that the camera angles, I would have liked to have seen a little farther back. You never really get that Tiger Woods really good sense of how you're hitting it. And then once you do hit the ball, the camera follows you like exactly behind the ball. And the problem with that is that I want to see the ball going so I can see kind of relative to where I am at the hole.
Where your next shot is going to go.
Exactly.
I found putting was quite difficult, actually. I thought that it was very tricky. I could never really get the sense of it. You can press the X button, and you get a
This is revolutionary.
Line for a second, but then if you move it, it disappears.
That's right. But the big thing is that they give you 3 tries. So a lot of the holes will have like a curve to it. And you have to figure out where this white line goes. It was difficult. It was so unique in that you could have 3 tries to line it up, and then you just had to guess after that.
Well, I guess what was tough, though, is that you play against the AI, and it's not dumb. All the computer-controlled characters are actually pretty good players, so winning the single-player tournaments takes some practice, but you do feel like you are getting better as you play the game.
Now, there's a lot of good humor in the game, and then some of it's iffy. It's about 50-50.
We're about to witness some senseless violence, my favorite kind.
The best thing that you can say about Outlaw Golf, too, is that it delivers a good golf experience.
It's funny.
And it's value-packed, and it's better than you think it's going to be.
I'm giving it a 7.
I'm going to give it a 7.5. On the positive side, the graphics in the game are really good, especially when you're looking at summer and autumn. The online play is pretty robust, and the cool mini games like beating the hell out of your caddies never get old.
On the negative side, the camera angles are a little tough to deal with, and although there's some good jokes in the game, there's some dodgy ones as well.
All right, we're going from wacky golf to Vietnam. We've got Men of Valor versus Conflict Vietnam after the break.
Hopefully Summer will be in that game as well.
I don't think so.
Damn.
Our favorite sci-fi flavored first-person shooters. Number 1 is Red Faction 2. Number 2, Unreal Tournament 2004. Number 3, Time Splitters 2. Number 4, Halo. And number 5, Doom 3. All right, we are back in the jungles of Vietnam, and it scares me that we are, because all the Vietnam games we played have been really bad. But here we are talking about 2 new ones, Men of Valor against Conflict Vietnam.
Yes.
We looked at both of them on the Xbox. How do you think the visuals are for these 2 titles?
Well, I gotta say that Men of Valor is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, when you're in the jungle brush, it really gives you a sense of, you know, being in this in the thick of things. One thing that really bothered me about Men of Valor was the water.
Yeah.
What the heck were you thinking? It looked just like a glass. It didn't move. I'm like running.
I know.
Through it, and it just...
There's things in both games where they kind of dropped the ball. The characters moved really weird, I thought, in Conflict Vietnam. Thought they were a little bit too cumbersome, and yeah, exactly.
And you're like trying to move this way, and they walk this way.
Totally, absolutely. That drove me crazy. And also in Men of Valor, because it's from the same guys, 2015, that did the Medal of Honor Allied Assault game for the PC. It looked like that. It looked just like they took all of those models and that kind of look. But they did add some great visual effects to Men of Valor that I was very impressed by. I mean, when you see the big explosions and everything is shaking, and you know, or you take a bunch of hits.
It puts you there.
Yeah.
I mean, it really puts you in the experience, which is a scary, awful experience, but it's real.
And I thought in Conflict Vietnam, I thought that was pretty cool as well, because
to me that played more like a video game because it was more third person.
Right. So what do you think? What are you going to say visually?
I got to give the visual nod to Men of Valor. I really do. Even though I hated the water.
Yeah.
Still, they did everything else really nice.
It was the effects for me in Men of Valor that I liked the most, that really made it bring everything to life, but I didn't mind the look of Conflict Vietnam at all.
No, me either.
You know, by a hair, I'm going to give it to Men of Valor. Audio-wise, how did these 2 stack up?
Well, you know, it's all about using the F word.
Yeah.
I find
lots of swearing
in these Vietnam games.
Authentic dialogue.
I like the authentic languages as well in Men of Valor. Were incredible. I mean, you heard the Vietnamese
Definitely Conflict Vietnam is a little cleaner than Men of Valor. It's not as
gritty and edgy as it is.
Now, for the music, both games use some licensed music and some original music as well. But the interactive score was recorded with a live orchestra by Enon Zur.
Awesome.
Isn't that a fun name to say?
I love that guy.
Say that name.
Awesome. Enon Zur. Wasn't he a character in Robotron?
No.
He was one of the dudes, wasn't he? No? Men of Valor wins the audio award there. Now talk about gameplay. How do you think these two stood up against each other?
I gotta say, I loved Men of Valor.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt like I was in that war. Like, you know,
they've added a lot of the scripted kind of stuff that we're seeing in Call of Duty and Medal of Honor. These guys know that kind of
world. If I'm in a field or in the brush, and then all of a sudden one of my guys would just boom get cut down.
Both games presented that.
Screaming
but
and stuff.
I agree with you. Men of Valor did a very good job at doing that stuff. Conflict Vietnam gave me some of that same rush as well.
See, the problem with that though is that the controls were so lame.
They're very cumbersome.
I mean, I couldn't even figure out the map screen. It was so screwed up. Like they have this map screen, but you never really know where you're pointing. So every 3 seconds I had to pause it and go in this direction. And am I going the right way? No. It was very confusing.
There's just too much action going on. It's a very easy game to play, but you have to take control of all 4 characters when you're playing by yourself. And it's just too much going on. It is a split screen up to 4-player game as well, and you can play through the game together, everybody taking on different roles. People can be medics and sort of support you in these battles. And all that stuff kind of adds some real fun to the game. But what Men of Valor counters with is they actually have online support. So even in the multiplayer arena, I think Men of Valor wins that one, too.
I agree. Out of all the console games out there, I gotta say Men of Valor is the best one this year for Vietnam. I'm giving it a 9.
I'm giving Men of Valor an 8. And what are you going to give Conflict Vietnam?
I'm giving that a 6. The controls really blew it for me.
I didn't mind it that much. I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10. So there you have it. The Vietnam games are getting better. If you're looking for the best one to get right now, pick up Men of Valor.
Today on the show, we took a look at Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. This is the best Grand Theft Auto game so far with the most things to do, but the edgy content is definitely not for kids. Killzone. Great production values in this first-person shooter, but there's some lame frame rate problems that bog things down. Outlaw Golf 2. It's always great to see summer and autumn, and the online play is pretty good in this one, but there's some dodgy jokes in here as well. In Versus, we took a look at Conflict Vietnam, which allows you to play as 4 characters at once in some pretty chaotic gameplay, against Men of Valor, which delivers solid first-person shooter action not too dissimilar from Call of Duty or Medal of Honor. The Battle of the Vietnam games this week was won by Men of Valor.
You can play single-player bot matches as well, so you can kind of get prepared.
Bot matches.
Bot matches.
Oh.
Bot matches.
That would be pretty funny. Look, it's a butt match.
Yeah,
it's a butt match.
Insanity, a strange twist of fate has forced Crash and the evil Dr. Cortex to team up.
And there's some sweet moves in this game like Roller Brawl.
Allow us to demonstrate.
Take control of an orange daredevil and evil genius using bone-crushing team moves. Just because they're working together doesn't mean they gotta like it.
Something went wrong.
Crash Twinsanity, rated E for everyone.
Hey, my name is Jada Pinkett Smith, and you're watching G4.
Two teams step in, but one team's gonna get knocked out. It's time to find out who's got the stump of champions on another episode of Arena! Welcome, everyone, Welcome to Arena, the show that turns multiplayer games into competitive sports. I'm Lee Raymond, and we've got two teams that are about to go toe-to-toe in our own virtual squared circle. Today we'll drop the hammer on the console with Burnout 2. Then we'll shoot on over to the PC with Unreal Tournament 2003. Finally, we wrap things up with America's Army Special Forces. We play it on Atlanta Cyberspace's virtual reality pod. Before we get started, let's go to Kevin Pereira, who's got some explaining to do. The law of Arena. Kevin.
Thank you very much, Lee. Here on Arena, there are 9 possible points to be won. The console game is worth 1 point, while each PC game is worth 2. Now, the team with the highest accumulated score will pick up a point, and the team with the MVP will rack up an additional 3 points. And those, my good citizens, are the laws here in Arena. Now, let's check in with my good friend, Stacy Barcelata, for our player introductions.
Thanks, Kevin. On the last episode of Arena, Team Kaizen made its first title defense against Team Augury, and Max UT 2003 skills were just too much as Kaizen successfully retained the crown. So today, they're going up against a new challenger, the Last Minute Men. Let's take a second look.
I got my nickname from a team player who was a good friend of mine back in Puerto Rico. Used to play a lot of land, and I kill silently. And I usually go out at night, so that gave me the Silent Night. I like to play games. I started playing games since I was little, since I think 8 years old. I will eliminate you.
It's kind of a inside high school joke. My friends used to laugh about the prospect of me driving a Pinto. Thought Pinto Extreme sounded pretty funny. I game for fun. It's my hobby. As a job, I sell knives, which is the most kick-ass job I've ever had. We're gonna open up a can of whoop-ass on you guys.
I go to school, I come home, I talk with friends. I'm a typical teenager, I guess. I like games like Counter-Strike if they're played for real, so to speak. I don't think a player's good if he just, like, finds some cheap tactic and exploits it. I don't know, I play for real. I don't like doing all these other things.
Sandwichi means sandwich in Japanese. Last Minute Men is because we kind of just all got together at the last minute. I think we have a good chance.
You guys are gonna die. I'm gonna kill you all.
I play video games instead of watching TV, pretty much. It's my entertainment. And instead of sitting and wasting an hour watching a movie or something I've already seen, I'll just play video games. Nice escape. We're just gonna win.
First game I ever remember playing, probably Street Fighter 2. It's the most memorable game from the past. Right now I've been playing a lot of Star Wars Galaxies. Still play a lot of Unreal Tournament. It's gonna be,
I play video games about 10, 20 hours a week. My girlfriend thinks I'm a dork, pretty much, but she supports me. If I had to choose between video games or my girlfriend, I'll choose my girlfriend.
I've cut back lately in video games. I play water polo. I've been having a lot of water polo practice in school. Probably only playing around like 5 hours a day, max. Which kind of sucks.
All right, we're starting things off here in the console pit, where all 4 players from each team will get a chance to make a difference as they'll each take a turn at the game. Today's game is Burnout 2, Point of Impact, and it'll be played on the Xbox. Now, this paint trading title is part racing game and part demolition derby. It may not be pretty, but hey, neither is Lee, so it's a perfect fit for this show. So let's get to the action in Burnout 2, Point of Impact.
1. And first up, for our defending champions, Kaizen is Eska, and right into the back of a bus he goes.
And sadly for his team, that's the only place he went, was right into the back of that single bus.
And even with the bonus of a multiplier of 2, a tragic score for Eska, a little over $400,000. And Silent Night behind the wheel of the blue car for Last Minute Men.
Going full speed, using all of his boost meter, as he slams into the back of a white van.
And somehow his bonus multiplier is only a factor of 1.
Hold on. Oh! And just in the nick of time, taxi cab sneaks in there, gives him a love tap.
Approximately $200,000, but that'd have been much worse, Kevin, without that last slight impact.
So he lost anyways?
Lost anyway.
Okay, just check.
2. For Kaizen, it's the Mac Daddy. Oh!
Perfect timing as he T-bones the Greyhound, Lee.
And as dramatic as it was, unfortunately, the impact was prettier than the damage it inflicted.
And apparently the truck driver was paying a little too much attention to the initial incident as he slams into the guardrail, giving Mac and Team Kaizen quite a break.
Damage assessment at just shy of $416,000. It'll be about $1.25 million. And Pinto Extreme,
flying through traffic, clips the back of a taxi, and that causes a chain reaction with 2 vans as the taxi skids its way, hopefully into oncoming traffic.
His number to beat is $1.25 million, and he'll do it.
Pinto Extreme easily taking round 2 of Burnout.
3.
Woobs for Kaizen.
Coming into the thoroughfare.
Taking his time, not wanting to use the boost just yet, or perhaps at all.
No spectacular scores at all. Some initial impact. Bonus numbers picking up.
Good damage thus far. Multiplier really picks up as the rest of the cars slide on in there, Lee.
We're closing in on about $2 million. There it is, damage at $1.8 million.
Looks like Endrick up for the last-minute men. Approaching on the shoulder, hitting the back of the van, and sends a van into oncoming traffic. His car is still spinning out, Lee.
It appeared as if he had a pretty good chance of inflicting some incredible damage, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to get there, Kevin.
You're right, Lee.
And Woobs will take the round.
4.
And our fourth and final round hits Ringworm for the red team, Kaizen.
Using his boost at the last moment to gain a little extra speed as he slams into the side of that bus, spinning out into the middle of the lanes. This could help him as this semi-truck rolls slowly on in.
But unfortunately for him, he spun himself away from the other vehicles. Very low score for Ringworm.
This will be last-minute men's chance to tie it up, Lee.
Sanduichi steps behind the wheel.
Choosing to split the lanes for a moment as he sends a taxi into a van. And unfortunately for him, that taxi clipped the stoplight and did not fly into oncoming traffic. He does not get that last-minute flourish of foreigners slamming into the accident.
Ringworm takes the round, and the red team Kaizen takes Burnout 2. Call it experience or call it dumb luck. Kaizen takes Burnout 2.
That's right, Lee. Poor performances all around. I think a busted headlight was all that gave Kaizen the win on this one.
And one person who did not even that great, but he did decent, was Woobs, who's with Stacy right now.
Yes, Lee, I am here with Woobs, and you heard Lee, not the highest scoring round in arena history, but you managed to win. How are you feeling about the level of competition?
Real confident with these guys. Doesn't look like they know what they're doing. That's it.
A little bit of smack talking. So tell me, exactly how are you going to make this a three-peat today?
We're just not going to lose in one time. Just going to win all day.
It's all about victory down here. Lee, back to you.
I wouldn't be counting your chickens there yet, Mr. Woobs, because you and your buddies of Team Kaizen took the console round only because you were less bad than the last-minute men. But let's just hope that the action is more exciting as we move on to Unreal Tournament 2003. And later, we've got America's Army Special Forces using Atlanta Cyberspace's VR pods. That's all coming up. Where else? Right here on Arena.
That's it. Lip to the right. Oops.
Ma'am, is Final Fantasy in your used game section?
Used games? You really do like fantasy, don't you?
Toy stores don't take games seriously. You gotta talk to gamers. Final Fantasy breaks the role-playing mold, and you can save some cash if you buy it pre-owned. Cool. Pre-owned games and equipment at big discounts. Save on new games by trading in old ones. Try them before you buy them. If you're serious about games, talk to the gamers at EB Games.
Hi, my name is Laurent Dobas, and I hold the shove mode record for the Elysium Alps course on SSX. It took me only 9 months to achieve this score. 4 friends of mine, also in their 30s, purchased the system and the game so they could play too. When the PS2 came around, my life changed. The first SSX was a revelation for me. Awesome graphics and what video games are supposed to be all about. Once I realized the million points barrier could be broken, I had to keep trying. I had to do it. It was a hot summer afternoon and I was just out of the shower. I turned on my PS2, my VCR, and bang! I hit the million points on my first run. I was shaking like crazy and unable to play after that for a couple of hours. It was pretty insane.
Welcome back to Arena, everyone. Now, before the break, Kaizen banged out an ugly win in Burnout 2. Let's see if they can find their mojo in time for Unreal Tournament 2003 as we go to Kevin to get things going. Kevin.
Thank you very much, Lee. Yes, the game is Unreal Tournament 2003, and the mode is Capture the Flag. Today's map is Avarice. It's a desert wasteland that once stood as the crown jewel of a mighty empire, and now this abandoned shell of its former self acts like the final resting point for those warriors vanquished in the tournament. Let's get to the action and see who'll be left in the dust.
1. And Unreal Tournament 2003 is underway. The last-minute men have their work cut out for them, Kevin.
That's right, Lee. In just a few moments, we'll see if they're really going to be stinking up the joint. And a member of Team Kaizen drawing first blood here early in round 1 as Eska, true to his form, making his way into the enemy base.
Dude, where's our flag?
Eska in control of the flag, trying to find his way out of the base, and gets dropped as Endrick for Team Last Minutemen takes him down.
Franklin, oh yeah, dude.
A lot of talking going on over there from Team Minutemen. However, no offensive performance at all so far.
All right, I'm going out ahead.
Pinto Extreme is trying to prove you wrong.
We saw Mac for Kaizen in our last show perform exceptionally well in this game.
That's right, Lee, but you notice there's a slight strategy switch up here as they leave Mac home to defend the flag. Eska sneaks into the base, picks up the flag, rocket launcher in hand, makes his way out the right-hand side. Pinto Extreme for Team Last Minute Men, also in possession of the flag.
He goes down, which leaves Eska for Kaizen.
He took it, I was alone.
And Eska, he's outside now, spinning around using the shield gun, trying to avoid taking max damage from that member of Team Last Minute Men. Oh, Eska goes down, and Last Minute Man is able to return the flag.
Big defense early from Last Minute Men.
No, I need you to be on the offense. All right, who's defending? You two, go out. Franklin and I are defending.
I think Last Minute Men is still reeling from that loss they took. It was ugly. Eska can grab the flag for Kaizen.
He also grabs some adrenaline as he makes his way out of the base, running into a member of Team Last Minute.
Don't let him take you out.
Jumping, strafing, and dodging as he's able to avoid that lightning gun fire. He is outside now.
You need help?
Nah.
You got it?
Should have it.
We're getting precariously close to our favorite overtime.
Got that thing, dude.
Eska grabs some health and drops in on his own flag, planting one for Team Kaizen. 1-0 here. And Eska wasting no time, Lee, turning right around, grabbing a shield power-up.
And if history is our guide, with Kaizen, one may be enough.
Dude, they got nothing. They're not even coming into our base.
And Eska, on cue, grabs the flag. And that's it.
2.
And round 2 is underway. Team Kaizen continuing this reign of terror here.
Sandwichi left home to bake some brownies and camp the flag. That double damage power-up and lightning gun in hand as Mac for Kaizen does the same.
Hey, you guys got at the base? I'm gonna go. I got double.
We watched Mac navigate around the map. Last time we saw him, he was fantastic. But so far in round 1, he was pretty much non-existent. Let's see if he could pick up his game here in round 2.
Sandwichi defending the flag with a lightning gun, and to be honest, I don't believe that's the best strategy. Generally, when left to defend a flag, I would say go for rockets or some sort of weapon with splash damage. That way you can catch your enemy, even if you do happen to miss them.
I'm in their base.
If Kaizen's looking for Mac to pick it up, Last Minute Man is looking for anyone to pick it up.
Good job.
Pinto Extreme hoping to change up the pace here. He's in the enemy base, Lee, taking fire from all angles.
There's 3 of them here.
He goes down without even touching the flag. Nice attempt, Blanco Nino. Too bad your ass got sad.
Well, we're more than halfway here into round 2, and if Last Minute Man wants any chance, or having lost the console game, they better start thinking about a little bit more offense.
Well, clearly between rounds, Lee, they switched up their strategy as we see Pinto Extreme and Silent Knight both heading out for the flag. And there's Mac for Kaizen.
Dude, I got it.
There he went, Mac for Kaizen.
And Pinto Extreme trying to even it up, grabs the flag, but gets taken out.
And once again, a defensive battle for the first half of the round, a late score by Team Kaizen. And Eska grabs the flag one more time, as much to prevent the opponent from scoring, although he's taken out quickly.
Get the flag back!
Last Minute Men musters up something here with time running down.
Well, that's exactly what they've got, Lee. They've got the last minute to make something happen.
I'm running.
And Pinto Extreme tries to do just that, flag in hand.
Oh, there's no way I'm gonna make this.
Teammates cheering him on.
You better hurry.
As time ticks away here late in round 2 of Unreal Tournament.
Oh my God, I had it. I had it.
Be late, be left.
3.
And round 3 is underway. It's all academic in terms of Unreal Tournament 2003 and who will win it. But, Kevin, the all-important MVP points still well in play.
How about I get a couple caps so I can get MVP points?
A lot of D so far.
And Mac for Kaizen on D as Endrick makes his way into the base. He doesn't make it far, though, as he gets dropped.
Mac for Kaizen.
With the flag on cue yet again, Lee.
I think he realized he had a chance to speak with our lovely Stacy Barcelona.
If I get this one cap, I can, I know. I'm gonna score it just for her.
And Mac for Kaizen, the blood rushing out of his brain, has a little navigational error.
I can't find our base.
As Endrick for Team Minutemen taken out.
There it is. The Mac Daddy stakes his claim.
That secures the interview right there.
And there's Woobs for Kaizen, still on D. Ringworm doing the same, and Silent Knight for Minutemen, trying to put some points on the board.
Oh, that was too easy. Too easy.
Mac grabs the flag. One last chance to score, perhaps. Also means one less chance for Sandwichi and the Minutemen to score. Mac places the flag.
Hendrick, you suck. Yeah, well, I keep killing my own teammates. What can I do?
Woobs wants in on that action as he grabs the flag. Switching it up, making his way back to base now is Ringworm for Kaizen. Tangles with a member of last minute.
And if Woob scores here, Kevin, I don't know who we're going to send over to Stacy.
Dude, if you score...
Oh, you jerk.
And down he goes.
Thanks for helping me out.
Crushing his hopes.
You're all about the interview, aren't you, man?
I'm all about the interview.
Moments ticking away.
As I nod off. Hendrick was able to make it into the base. And if he makes it back, he could be pulling for some MVP points.
But too little, too late. And Kevin, there was a time when we talked about Kaizen as a challenger. They're just toying with the last minute men.
That's right, Lee. It wasn't even about points for their team. They were just all competing for a little alone time with Stacy.
Well, Mac's going to get a little bit of that with Stacy right now. Stacy.
Thanks, Lee. I am getting pretty used to talking to Mac over here, who's pretty happy with your performance in UT 2003.
I'm pretty happy. I felt like we really dominated them. They didn't have a chance.
You know, they were pretty upset while you guys were playing. Were you purposely trying to get a rise out of them?
When you lose, you get upset, and they lost pretty bad.
They did lose pretty bad. We'll see how they do in America's Army. Lee, back to you.
Stacy, I'm not even going to say it. Kaizen's dominance was apparent early, and the game was academic as the last minute men were taken to school in UT 2003. Oh, but we're far from done. We'll see how things play out in America's Army Special Forces, which we will play on the VR pods from Atlantis cyberspace. That's all coming up, and it's right here on Arena.
I'm Lawrence Fishburne. You're watching G4 for Gamers.
How much are you paying for internet service? $21? $23? Aren't you being charged too much? We think so. With People PC Online, you get unlimited internet access for only $10.95 a month. Go to peoplepc.com now to try us free for 30 days and compare us with your current ISP. With People PC Online, you get internet service for less than half of what the big guys cost. And that's just the beginning. You also get more local access numbers than AOL. Plus a smart dialer that automatically chooses the fastest, most reliable number. So you always get the best connection. All for just $10.95 a month. Try People PC Online free for 30 days and see for yourself. Go to peoplepc.com for a quick 3-minute download of our easy-to-use software. Or call 1-800-748-7986. People PC Online, a better way to internet.
Welcome back, everyone, to Arena. Now, before the break, Kaizen cleaned the last minute men's clock in UT 2003. But let's see what happens as we strap into Atlanta Cyberspace's VR pods for America's Army Special Forces. Right now, let's go to Sergeant Hansen for the briefing on today's mission.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Sergeant First Class Hansen, and this is your brief for the rescue mission. Enemy conducted an ambush this morning. They injured one of the key leaders of the resistance. That resistance leader was able to escape and went to a neutral hospital in between enemy and friendly lines in order to get treatment. Your mission is to infill into this area, proceed to the hospital where you can enter through the lower or upper levels or through the garage and make contact with the resistance leader. You are then to escort him out of the building to the helipad where you'll be exfilled. You must ensure that you do not injure any civilians or any staff in the hospital. Are there any questions?
No, sir.
Good luck.
All right, I'm here in the VR Command Center where Team Kaizen was chosen to go first, and the team is suiting up right now. Once these virtual soldiers are ready, they'll have 10 minutes to complete the mission, and then the last Minutemen will step in. Now, our players will be immersed in the ultra-realistic environment of America's Army Special Forces through the use of Atlantis Cyberspace's virtual reality pod. Well, it looks like Team Kaizen is locked and loaded, so let's see how they do.
And Kaizen is up first, our reigning champions with Eska as their captain.
All right, I'm gonna go in this room real quick and try and check it out.
Almost nonchalantly calling out their orders.
This is where we got put down last time with the lag. Watch out.
Look at how smoothly the returning champs transition from room to room, Lee.
There's a guy, like, on the ground.
And Max spots an enemy prone. Ringworm tries to take him out.
I'm watching the rear.
An excellent strategy on the part of Eska. Notice him leaning out in the physical world, causing his character to lean in the virtual world and give him some coverage and a better beat on his enemy.
I can't see. Help me out.
Good communication, asking for help.
Shots are still ringing out, though, so they are unable to advance to the hospital until they eliminate the enemy threat.
I hate how they pin us down right here. It's so lame.
Mac and Woobs holed up behind those two pillars.
Smoke grenade has been tossed.
You guys, we gotta get moving.
But obvious urgency, time is limited.
A couple members of Team Kaizen taking a little battle damage, and they have yet to advance past these columns.
Follow me on 3, ready? I'll lay down cover. 1, 2, 3, move.
An excellent strategy yet again. Communicating perfectly, one member of Kaizen laying down cover fire as the rest move out. And Woobs runs right in front of the rifle of Mac. Not quite sure if he took any damage there, but they've got to be more careful than that, Lee.
In search of that VIP. Usually by this point, Kevin, we've seen very few times where all 4 members of any unit are this far along.
Don't get me wrong, Lee, I'd love to be making fun of these losers, but they're performing excellently.
That's VIP.
And the VIP has been found. Will one of these guys please make a mistake?
Wait for the smoke to clear.
Momentary confusion.
I don't know, which way? I think we did a U-turn.
And they are running short on time here, Lee, as they try to escort the VIP to that helipad.
All 4 members of the unit still healthy and contributing.
And they are bunched up, so any rifle fire here could result in a team kill, Lee. They're going to have to be extra careful.
I'm down.
And there it is.
2 members of Team Kaizen taken out late. They were doing so well, Lee. I'm not quite sure what happened there. They got bunched up for a moment, and I think in the confusion of the enemy fire, they were just not able to get a bead on the member of the opposing force.
Ringworm and Eska still moving with the VIP, and Eska goes down.
Notice to the left-hand side of Ringworm, he's opening fire, and he's completely ignoring the enemy. He did not scan the sector before he walked up the stairs. Finally, Ringworm takes out that member of the opposing force who was able to eliminate almost his entire team. And it's all Ringworm as he escorts this VIP safely into the hangar. Excellent teamwork right up until the final moments of the round, Lee.
And Kevin, Team Kaizen, they did achieve their objective, but at a heavy cost.
Absolutely right, Lee. Textbook performance until the very end where they got bunched up outside that hospital.
And now it's last minute men's last chance. And the last minute men have their last chance to not become the last minute meatballs.
Bravo, taking positions.
Led by Captain Silent Knight.
Enemy.
Where?
Where? Location.
And right off the bat, decent communication for the newcomers here.
He's at the truck. He's running.
We've heard more chatter out of the last minute men in this first 2 minutes of this round than we had the whole previous 20 minutes of the show.
And Sandwichi leaning out, peeking from behind those pillars, taking a pot shot in the general direction of a member of the opposing force.
All right, let's move to the hospital.
Silent Knight likes to feel that grenade launcher against his shoulder because I don't know where the heck he's going to use it in that hallway.
Right, you are, Lee. In fact, I'm confused as to why we're even seeing Silent Knight in that hallway. It's the rest of his team who's down by the hospital, and Silent Knight is finally playing catch-up.
It was shot. Where'd it come from? The roof.
There's fire. Pinto Extreme opening up fire. Not quite sure exactly what he's trying to take out.
All right, let's clear the lobby.
Well, and he was dangerously close to his teammate, Silent Knight, there. I don't know why he was shooting in that direction so haphazardly. We saw what happened to 2 people too close together last time.
Exactly. That exact same scenario happened at Team Kaizen.
They've now entered that hospital.
And at a disadvantage, they have not acclimated themselves to the layout of this building. Endrick and Sandwichi staying back to cover the front as Pinto Extreme and Silent Knight move out in tandem, trying to find that VIP. And Sandwichi runs from around the corner, finds a member of the opposing force. Smart move as he strays back for cover behind that wall and reloads his weapon. And Sandwichi spots some enemy fire.
We're dead. Who's dead?
And Sandwichi apparently has killed all 3 of his teammates.
First words out of the VIP's mouth, Lee. I thought there were 4 of you.
Okay, Sandwich, meet me at the exit.
And actually, Endrick is still alive. It was Pinto Extreme and Silent Knight that were taken out.
Sandwichi is outside the hospital covering the front doors as Endrick snakes the VIP out. Decent strategy for the 2-man crew here. As shots ring out, Sandwichi has a beat on him, and he takes down a member of the opposing force.
Careful.
Sandwichi going prone behind some barrels. Unfortunately, Sandwichi was covering the wrong place at the wrong time, and Endrick gets taken out from behind, and the VIP crouches behind a set of boxes to piss himself as he knows he's not in good hands here.
The VIP and Sandwichi making their way into that safe zone.
Just like Team Kaizen, 1 member left for last minute men, and that's all they're going to need to bring that VIP to safety.
And Kevin, the rare team kill suicide combo was fatal for the last minute men as the penalty cost them even though they did save the VIP.
That's right, Lee, and Kaizen was on a roll until they lost 3 men late in the mission, but Ringworm led the VIP to safety and Kaizen won the round.
Earlier, our teams duked it out at Unreal Tournament 2003, but Kaizen was once again on a roll and unstoppable.
And with a win in Burnout 2, Kaizen completes its 2nd consecutive sweep of all 3 games, and with the bonus for overall high score, they win the match.
So the only thing left is the MVP, and based on his razor-sharp precision in America's Army Special Forces and his good, or was it bad, driving in Burnout 2, it's
Woobs of Team Kaizen.
And Woobs!
Thanks, Lee. Congratulations, MVP and clinching the victory for your team. How'd you do it?
I think teamwork's what paid off. We kind of strategized before the game what we're going to do, and we did it, and it really paid off well for us.
It did. Any advice for the team who tries to compete against you guys next?
Don't try too hard, you're just going to get hurt.
Ouch. Well, that's going to do it from here. We'll look forward to their next time on Arena and see if they can go for 4 in a row. Lee, back to you.
Gonna get hurt, are they? Woo! I'm excited for the next episode because there was never really any doubt in this one, as the last-minute men couldn't stop Team Kaizen. They could only hope to contain them. But you know what? They couldn't do that either. So Team Kaizen lives to see another day. Until next time, for Kevin Pereira and Stacey Barcelona, I'm Lee Raymond. We'll see you here next time on Arena.
Well, now that you've seen the competition, we want to see if you've got the stuff of champions. So if you're at least 18 years of age and live in or near the Los Angeles area, then throw your hat into the ring by going to our website. Visit us at g4tv.com/arena and sign up to compete on the show that turns multiplayer video games into a competitive sport. And we will see you in the arena.
My name is Dave Kramer, and I'm the world record holder for fastest completion of Parking Challenge number 5 in 18-wheeler. It took me months of daily playing to whittle my time down. On my days off, while my wife and son were sleeping, I poured 8+ hours of non-stop gameplay. For some reason, I picked up this game very quickly. I mean, I'm usually pretty good at driving and racing games, but there was something about this. I guess it was that it was just unique. My favorite movie is a no-brainer, Star Wars. I'm a huge Star Wars fan and have been ever since I saw Episode 4 back in '77. I basically play games because it's kind of an escape. The same reason a lot of people read books or watch movies. The way I explain it best to those who don't like games is this. You watch movies, right? What could possibly be better than watching a movie and getting to be the lead? You can control the outcome, and you can try things in games you never could get away with in real life because it might cause some harm.
Awesome record! You must be a pro! New record!
Today on X-Play, hello nurse, it's R-Racing Evolution. Inappropriate use of a shiv in The Suffering. And anime porn of the highest quality in Sexy Beach 2. Get ready to pander to the lowest common denominator. It's game time. The fact that no one understands them doesn't make them artists. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
What doesn't make it?
Confusing. Hello and welcome to X-Play, the show where we give the people what they want at least 2% of the time.
And what the people want, judging by our message boards, are sex and violence. So today we grant your wish, you joystick twiddling Caligulas.
The violence comes in the form of a survival horror game set in a haunted prison.
Because regular prison isn't scary enough.
Oh. And then there's the sex.
Thankfully, it's not in the prison game.
Yes, thankfully. Later in the show, we take an in-depth look at one of Japan's top anime porn games.
And for those with less prurient interests, we have a Magic the Gathering game.
It's an expansion pack for Dark Age of Camelot.
But we kick things off with our review of R-Racing Evolution, a title for people who like a little sex in their racing.
That just sounds dangerous. Not very satisfying either.
sound of roaring engines, the smell of burning rubber. This must be a racing title. Oh, goody, it is. Pop culture tells us beautiful women and fast cars are a perfect match. Even though I have no direct experience with either, I can tell you our Racing Evolution cashes in on this combo.
I feel sorry for the other racers.
He'll take on the role of Rena, an ambulance driver turned race car driver. Just because she can drive an ambulance, this means she's a great race car driver? Oh, hello. The trip to the ER never looked so good. I wonder who the developer was targeting here. Could it be male adolescents? Someone, please tell me, who are these women?
The name's Rena.
Our Racing Evolution comes from the same folks who made the arcade-friendly Ridge Racer. Don't get confused, though. Our Racing Evolution isn't the next Ridge Racer game. If you have strong opinions on how a racer should play, you may find that this game does not quite meet your expectation. First, the cars handle like my grandma's Studebaker. They corner like whales. And with the default auto braking system, it's like driving with your parking brake on. My advice, turn auto braking off right away. The game comes up short with only 11 tracks to race in the Racing Life mode. The graphics are so-so in comparison with other racers like Project Gotham Racing or Need for Speed Underground. But if you love average graphics, you're in luck! It's normal for your pit crew and crew chief to help you out when racing, right? Wrong. In this game, the incessant chatter can make it hard to concentrate on the road.
Get off the brake. It's a green light, kid. Where's my mechanic? Just what I want to say. Make up for your mistakes.
Yeah. Sure, Chief. Whatever. On the positive side, you'll find a nice mix of car years and models. Despite only having 11 tracks, the game offers other modes to play, like drag race and rally racing. Don't forget the ladies. Our Racing Evolution walks the line between the simulation and an arcade-style racer. Car upgrade options on the sim side and features such as auto braking make it accessible like an arcade racer. The developers did try something that sets them apart from the rest of the pack. You can really put the pressure on by riding in your opponent's slipstream. You'll not only gain a bit of speed, you'll also fill up your opponent's pressure meter. When filled, this meter will trigger the nerve-wracked driver into making errors, often causing them to spin out of control and choke down a healthy serving of your exhaust. If you're looking for the ultimate racing experience, you'll need to look elsewhere. Our Racing Evolution is in the fast lane, but stuck in neutral for a 3 out of 5.
So the game isn't stellar, but while the PS2 has Gran Turismo 3 and the Xbox has Project Gotham Racing 2, GameCube owners may want to pick up our racing because it's the only racing sim currently available for that console.
And now we turn to violence. Midway used to be the arcade king with games like Spy Hunter, Joust, Gauntlet, but in recent years they've turned their focus to the console.
Yes, and with that came a dramatic shift in the tone of their games. Last year they came out with Roadkill, an ultra-violent, expletive-laden Grand Theft Auto clone.
Now they're taking that attitude to the survival horror genre, and the results, while gory, are surprisingly good.
Here's our preview of the very mature-rated The Suffering.
After spending some hard time in solitary confinement with Midway's upcoming horror shooter, The Suffering, we can now tell you what life is like on the other side.
These kids, too. You got to get me out of here!
It's really painful. Things are pretty bad for Torque. Not only did his parents name him after a wrench, he's sitting on death row, convicted of killing his wife and kid.
There's beauty in you. I could always see it.
Did he do it? The scary thing is he can't even remember.
We gotta get out of this shit before it collapses. It's in here!
That's Morse code for we're When an earthquake rocks the state pen, mutilated freak monsters run loose, jamming their sharp extremities into people. Aspirin, please! You start out with a simple shiv, lovingly handcrafted by one of Torque's fellow inmates. Before long, you're able to pick up firearms from recently departed corrections officers. The cool thing is that you can switch from third to first person whenever you choose. There are 12 unique monsters, each inspired by a different method of execution. Here's our old buddy, Beheaded. Not to be outdone by your pal and ours, Firing Squad. With these creatures on the prowl, the last thing you're worried about is dropping the soap. The little touches are what make this game spooky. Flipping various switches provides a wide variety of scares. Torque's t-shirt gets bloodier the more you play, and he has occasional flashbacks and premonitions that are disturbing.
Daddy, I can't see. No, I don't want to see it, no!
Also count on the occasional cheap scare. And not so cheap. Every time you witness horrific events, your insanity gauge is kicked up a notch. When it's full, Torque can transform into a room-clearing monstrosity. Best of all, the ending is altered depending on your actions. Like a repeat offender who just can't change his ways, will be back in jail in a few months to give you the final verdict. Until then, there is no escape.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, we really disliked that game Roadkill, which seemed to be trying way too hard to be shocking.
Right, well, in The Suffering, on the other hand, the gore and profanity they add to the nightmare's atmosphere. And we'll let you know our final verdict when this one comes out later this year.
And if you can't wait that long for a fix of prison-based survival horror, why not rent the classic prison film Midnight Express? It's set in Turkey.
Ooh.
Hey, everybody! Party at Dwayne's Castle! It's Dark Age of Camelot, Trials of Atlantis. Coming soon to a rehab clinic near you, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to X-Play, the show where we always look forward to saying massively multiplayer online role-playing game, because, you know, it just trips off the tongue.
It's the worst. I hate that term. I mean, can we come up with something better, like SLS for Social Life Simulator? Ooh, EWE, Escapism with Elves.
How about RFWTS?
What's that?
Renaissance Festival without the smell.
Oh, I like that one. Okay, Dark Age of Camelot was an MMORPG that came out in 2001. People liked it, but felt it was a little short on content. So developers released an expansion pack, Shrouded Isles.
And now, there's a second expansion pack. Yay! Except to play it, you have to be a high-level character, or else you are screwed.
Yes, plus, a lot of it takes place underwater, so you have a lot of soggy level 40 characters running around. And no one wants to see a half-orc in a clinging tunic.
Oh, speak for yourself. Here's a review of Dark Age of Camelot, Trials of Atlantis, for the PC. No, this isn't really an update to Battle Chess, but it is a chess game. It's just one of the many trials that await online gamers in the Dark Age of Camelot's expansion pack, The Trials of Atlantis. So, with so many massively multiplayer online games available, only a few titles have been able to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. What you need is a sizable player community that enjoys delving into the game day in and day out. To that end, Dark Age of Camelot's new expansion wants to lure people back into the proverbial fold, with a chance to undertake the 9 challenging trials of Atlantis. The Atlanteans are coming! The Atlanteans are coming! Expanding upon the scope of their mythology with the addition of areas based on ancient Egypt and ancient Greece, Trials of Atlantis also kicks down 3 new starting races: Sinister Shars, a Frost Elf, whatever that is, and these oafish half-ogres. That's right, newcomers can begin as fresh heroes and whack the hell out of low-level snakes and lizards. Whoopee. But if you already have a high-level character, you may be better off sticking to what you've got, since frankly, nearly all of the new content is strictly for level 40 players and up. But soft, a battle from yonder clearing breaks. Exit stage leftith. Anyway, the new game centers around the wisdom of the lost city of Atlantis, and it's your job to group up with other adventurers and seek out this forgotten knowledge. Along the way, there will be plenty of new creature types to smack around. Yikes, where's the friggin' Orchid Man when you need him? And, well, perhaps it's appropriate to point out that some enemies will be much friskier than others. If you do decide to hop on a boat and brave the trials, you'll find that each realm has its own perils. In fact, if we dive just below the surface of the new adventure, we find that a significant portion of the new game takes place underwater. However, it's fair to say that traversing the sea's wondrous depths is, in many ways, more of a treat than a chore. Alright, while the new content in Trials of Atlantis makes for a sizable addition to the Dark Age of Camelot, the expansion has its share of problems. Yep, sadly, it's not the best game ever. Still, Dark Age is easily one of the best massively multiplayer online RPGs available today, and Trials of Atlantis is a solid addition to the overall experience. We give it a just good enough 3 out of 5.
Just good enough. How many times have I heard that? Keep in mind that you have to have the original Dark Age of Camelot game plus the other expansion pack to play Trials of Atlantis, which can get kind of expensive.
Right, but the chances are anyone interested in this game already picked up the original.
Oh, maybe they just like leveling up by killing small woodland creatures, you know? Kind of like Ted Nugent. Hi, Ted.
Up next, do you believe in magic?
I thank you for releasing me.
No? How about Magic the Gathering then? With 0% down payment, it's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
I don't want the Dietech guy to show up.
He's kind of freaky. Welcome back to X-Play.
We have a strategy game based on a card game. Now, normally this is a recipe for disaster, like the Yu-Gi-Oh games or Pokemon Stadium.
Yes, but this is based on Magic the Gathering card game, so at least it doesn't have Pikachu. Instead, it has attack birds.
Ooh!
Here's our review of Magic the Gathering Battlegrounds.
Attack pig?
I am blessed by the heavens. How can you win?
There's no way for you to defeat me. In Magic the Gathering Battlegrounds, the somewhat nerdy card game has been replaced by somewhat nerdy real-time combat. For the uninitiated, Magic the Gathering involves dueling wizards. It's a winner-takes-all scenario where each sorcerer can summon up an assortment of creatures, and every second counts. Defiant Elf.
Raging Goblin.
Actually, it's very nerdy. Once a match starts, it's basically a race to collect mana, the stuff that powers your spells. And then you'll want to spend your stash summoning monsters to maim your opponent. Yeah, and that's about it. Suntail Hawk. The spells themselves vary between summoning creatures to fight on your behalf and enchantments that can fortify your existing armies. Run wild.
Carnophage.
For example, let's say your opponent summons up the King of Pop. Wait, I don't really want to go there right now. I am defeated. Let's say your opponent conjures himself Saddam. You could summon up your own dictator like Fidel Castro to cancel him out. Didn't you get the picture?
Does my destiny end here?
So, beyond the basics, there's a one-player quest peppered with arbitrary plot points. I thank you for releasing me. Yep, so that's that. And, oh, you can also customize your own spell book. Nifty. And finally, you can take your sorcerers online. This aspect of the game is probably the most fun. In all, what you see is what you get. The game's not unfun, it's just sort of bland. We can only afford Magic the Gathering Battlegrounds a middle-of-the-road 3 out of 5.
Avatar of Might, Venerable Monk.
Oh, I could just conjure all day long.
Stick around. When we get back, we have sex. No, on the show. No, oh, God.
Coming up, yes, we're stooping to this. It's Sexy Beach 2. It's 11 p.m. Do you know where your Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb are?
Hint, we're right here.
Yeah, that was weird. Welcome back to X-Play.
When Morgan and I went to Japan, we brought a lot of things back with us.
Yeah, like those decorative memory cards and like camo and Hello Kitty.
Well, I had a one-handed controller, which left my other hand free.
Oh, that's nice. Well, I got a crippling addiction to pachinko.
That's great. Well, you know, we also brought back anime porn. Lots and lots of anime porn. For professional reasons, of course.
Okay, but mostly these games use 2D images to tell their sordid little stories, or so Adam tells me. But one of the few porn games out there to use polygons is Sexy Beach 2.
And it makes the girls of Outlaw Beach Volleyball look like nuns. Here's the first installment in our new series that examines the steamier side of gaming. We like to call it games that make you feel funny.
Warning, the following review has been shown to cause feelings of funniness in adult males. The level of funniness will be measured in X-Play's patented 5-point scale.
What happens when you take DOA beach volleyball and remove all the boring volleyball-related parts? You get the pure intellectual stimulation of Sexy Beach 2. The premise of Sexy Beach 2 is simple. Your mission is to go on a series of dates with a scantily clad virtual woman. Your ultimate goal is a night of hot, sweaty... At first, your dates involve such fascinating activities as watching the girl read a book, watching the girls sit at a table, and the ever-popular, watching the girls sleep. Sexy Beach 2 is only available in the original Japanese. Gamers not fluent in the language might have a tough time understanding the seductive banter. Luckily, my extensive experience at the Tokyo Game Show prepared me for moments like these. No thanks, I already had breakfast. The happier you make your virtual girlfriend, the more swimsuits you'll get to dress her up in. Can't show that on TV. Or these. Okay, fine. Swimsuit choice is key. You want to make sure you pick one that will look good strewn on the floor while you have... As you get to know your conquest to be better, the dates get a little more interactive. After a few days of watching her, you get to touch her, giving her back rubs and affectionate thigh massages. She's a ticklish one, isn't she? Eventually, your girl will take you to a favorite hideaway on the island and engage in activities that are in no way suggestive. What? She's just sitting in a tree with banana-shaped boats in the background? Don't read too much into it. And once you've sat through enough pool swimming, jump roping, ball bouncing, and weird monkey critter snuggling to confuse even the most healthy libido, you are finally rewarded with a romantic night of... But Sexy Beach 2 is not just about a pathetic virtual substitute for real human interaction.
Adam, it kinda is.
What? Oh. Okay, it is all about a pathetic virtual substitute. Whatever the case, it's making me feel a little funny.
Well, thanks. That was a really rewarding experience. You know, I'm kind of over this. You can have your little boy show.
Bills? Wait, Morgan, wait. I have to do the viewer mail by myself. Oh, good. Yeah. All right, today's email's from Lisa in Michigan. Lisa writes, I belong to the small but growing class of the hardcore gamer girls. I wonder if you can do a show dedicated to gamer girls or just do a gaming from a woman's standpoint. Well, Lisa, that does sound like a great idea. And as soon as I finish playing Sexy Beach 2 in its entirety for the third time, I gotta find all the nuances in it.
Lisa, let me put it this way. Being a girl gamer can be an exercise in cultural masochism, as the gravity-defying breast physics of Sexy Beach 2 demonstrate. The gaming world doesn't present the most accurate picture of either women or men.
Or of zombies. The Resident Evil zombies strike me as a little over the top, you know. They played all those zombie stereotypes. The groaning, the brain eating, the shuffling, the moping.
Lisa, is that someday, maybe not now, maybe not even next year, but sometime, our day will come. And until then, we have this.
What?
Oh,
no! Make that stop! Make that stop! Oh! It's so terrible! It's so cold out there! Oh, God. You can almost see it!
Visit our website, techtv.com/xplay. You can download Naked Raiden there.
Or you can see more of Sexy Beach 2.
Or Naked Raiden. He does cartwheels and stuff, and then
Sexy
he
Beach
gets next
2
to the guy.
with the jiggle
and then he, like,
and the shake and the jiggle.
He does like cartwheels and stuff.
Really? Go to our website there. Well, let us know what you think of either Naked What's His Face or Sexy Beach 2 by coming to our message boards, which are at our website, along with all the reviews for the games you saw on today's show.
Yes.
Yeah, they're all there.
They are all there. That's techtv.com/xplay. Download Naked Raiden. Justify.
Just don't send it to me. All right, Sexy Beach.
Oh,
Hot top.
good night.
Rouse, Corey Rouse, of Her Majesty's Cheat Service. Today you'll find out how to become a real 00 agent at 007 Everything or Nothing.
That's right. You'll learn the best tactics for co-op mode, uncover how to earn platinum rewards, and take you through some of the hardest levels in the game.
All that and more, only on this 00 edition of Cheat. I'm MI6 Agent Corey Rouse, and you're watching Cheat, your undercover source for strategy, secrets, and cheats for your favorite video games.
And I'm Agent Wood, Tina Wood. Here we are at Q Division's cheat facility. We're tackling 007 Everything or Nothing.
We'll be covering everything from Bond moments to cheats. So let's get started with the mission briefing. James Bond 007 Everything or Nothing is the latest installment of the game franchise to introduce Pierce Brosnan as everyone's favorite English spy.
Your weapon. Who are you? Bond. James Bond.
Q returns to give parental advice to the juvenile agent who only has one thing on his mind.
I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
And you won't if I have any say in the matter.
Also lending their vocal talents to the game are Willem Dafoe.
Then we unleash our little nanobots on the world.
And Heidi Klum is Dr. Nadonova. And, of course, Jaws. Shannon Elizabeth also lends her unique talents to the game as one of the legendary Bond girls. And Maya opens up the game with her soundtrack to James Bond rivaling even some of the classic live-action films, making Everything or Nothing the most star-studded 007 game ever made. Not your ordinary third-person shooter game, Everything or Nothing emphasizes the importance of being a real spy to uncover the secrets of the nanobots.
I'm disappointed. I thought we were going to have dinner in London.
Stealth your way through missions as you hide behind walls and crouch behind large objects to take down the enemies. And learn to use your Bond sense in crucial areas in the game to locate items to complete each objective. Begin your missions by taking part in the training exercise. Here you'll learn to fight hand-to-hand and to use the rappel gun to climb up the sides of walls. But what's a Bond game without the cool gadgets?
Pay attention, 007.
Q has invented small robotic spiders to aid you in your missions. Use them to navigate through tight crawl spaces and to destroy junction boxes that may impede your path. There's also 3 different types of grenades in Bond's arsenal to use in crucial situations. There's a frag grenade, strobe grenade, and the EMP grenade to take out any electrical device. Q has also updated MI6's motor pool by importing the Porsche Cayenne, Aston Martin Vanquish, and the Triumph Daytona 600 motorcycle into the game. But put both hands on the wheel because the developers have introduced a real engine under the hood. The car will slide and turn like a real car, so watch out for pedestrians and trees. Precision driving is a must in this game, but remember, you always have rockets to fall back on. There's also some fun Easter eggs to uncover in every level called Bond moments. These capture the action and charm of this gentleman spy's signature moments from the Bond movies. So if you see a damsel in distress, or underdressed, go say hello and get some extra points.
We've learned a few new tricks, haven't we? Could you be a dear and get me a drink, please?
James Bond Everything or Nothing has more secrets and weapons to uncover.
My nanotech weapons destroy all metal they touch, and it appears the only weapon you have left is sarcasm.
But before Bond pulls off his best Houdini impersonation, coming up, we're answering your viewer request for 007, and we'll uncover the platinum unlockable cheats.
Goodbye, James.
Remember, what we show you is for your eyes only.
I just got... Later on in the show, we're also going to show you through some of the toughest levels in Everything or Nothing, and show you how to earn a platinum ranking for some key missions.
Why you gotta be hateful?
I didn't think I was being hateful.
I was pretty angry.
No, I just think it was funny.
Well, it was a Bond reference. We're doing a Bond show.
I'm sorry.
You should have. Should have got Laura. Now get over here.
She's overrated.
Well, think about what you've done. All right, now we're about to show you some of the best Bond moments in Everything or Nothing coming up right now.
Oh, nice little reference from my show.
Well, I thought.
I'm gonna go eat.
.007 Everything or Nothing explodes onto your screen with all the action of a Hollywood movie. What sets James Bond apart from other spies is, when completing a mission, he does it with finesse and superior skill. These are known as Bond moments. Completing these moments will help you find hidden items, mission shortcuts, and subduing your enemies in style. Not to mention increasing your score to earn gold mission rewards. In Mission A Long Way Down, Bond must rappel down the nanotech facility. On the first level, look up to the left for a rappel point, where you'll find the Dragunov sniper rifle, completing the first Bond moment. Rappel down and go left through the tunnel. Open the steam valve to stun your enemies and make short work of them for the second moment. Rappel down to the next level and inside, flip the table for cover and drop the enemies through the window for the third. Rappel to the third level and open another steam valve to stun your enemies for the fourth. Once you've shut off the flames, go inside and use your Bond sense to target the weak ceiling. Then shoot it down on top of your enemies for the final Bond moment. In Mission Train Chase, Bond must catch a train in his Porsche Cayenne Turbo. After the first long tunnel, look for the shortcut to the left. Follow this road and shoot down the helicopter for the first Bond moment. Ahead, as the temple collapses around you, jump the fallen columns for the second moment. Now let's catch that train. Look for a ramp between the giant foot ruins and jump the tracks for the final Bond moment. In Mission Mardi Gras Mayhem, Bond must rendezvous with NSA agent Starling in his Aston Martin V12 Vanquish. On your way to hijacking the van, turn right against these arrows and look for a shortcut ramp across the brick courtyard for the first Bond moment. Load your Vanquish in the back of the van for the second moment. Well done. Later, pursue the limo with this shortcut, jumping through the concrete pipe for the third. Then disable the limo using your acid slick for the final Bond moment. In Mission Pontchartrain Bridge, Bond must stop Jaws' truck on his Triumph Daytona 600. Jump the gate for the first Bond moment. Ford to the right and rocket the enemies on the front porch for the second moment. On the bridge, jump to the oncoming side over the construction ramps for the third. And finally, when the truck jackknifes, action slide underneath it for the final Bond moment. These are just a glimpse at all the Bond moments to be discovered in 007 Everything or Nothing. And the added points will help you earn gold to unlock the platinum objectives. We still got more Bond goodies so you can shake a moonraker at.
We'll show you strategies for cooperative play and cheats you can unlock by earning platinum ratings.
And that's all coming up, only on Cheat. Come on. Welcome back to Cheat. Agents Rouse and Wood believes it's air deep undercover to give you the goods on 007 Everything or Nothing. But they are, in fact, under my control.
Corey, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Look, there's no denying that some of the levels in the latest Bond game are hard enough to knock the living daylights out of you.
But as luck would have it, we've got the solution to one of this game's toughest levels. No. James Bond Everything or Nothing has incorporated all the finer points of Ian Fleming's character James Bond into an action-adventure espionage game. From the high-octane explosions to extreme car chases. And of course, what's a Bond movie without Bond women? We've received viewer requests from Hero of Winds, SpongeBoy 1985, and Bonzo-So21, who are having a hard time seeing the light in the Vertigo mission. Well, grab your GPS and night vision goggles because Cheat's going undercover. Bond has been instructed to find 003's whereabouts on top of the mountain with the help of Serena. The first level of the mine is relatively easy. Take out the guards and rappel to the second level. More guards will impede your path, so take them out one at a time and head towards the elevator to the right after clearing the area. Listen to M as she tells you more about the mission.
Look for an old junction box.
Head up the shaft and watch out for agents who'll spring down from the top. There'll be an armor vest to the left. If you don't need it, leave it there, because you'll need it when you come back down after finishing your secondary mission. Turn around and look up, and you'll see another shaft leading up to the next phase of the mission. There'll be another armor vest waiting for you when you reach the top. Again, leave it if you don't need it. Run to the right and look out for the rocket that'll be coming straight at you. Duck and take out the sniper. Push the minecart and continue running forward. When the mine splits, look to the left and aim high to take out an agent hiding in the rafters. The mine going down to the right will lead you to another armored vest where you'll have to equip your thermovision to see in the dark. When you head up the mine, take cover because there's 2 snipers looking to take off your head. Take out the agents in your immediate area first and then go after the snipers last. When you enter the junction box room, you'll be told the uplink device is missing.
You must find that uplink device and install it so we can help you find 003.
Follow the tracks to go up another level to look for the missing uplink device. The enemies have gotten smarter at this point because now they're wearing flak jackets. They're heavily armored, so aim for their heads or fight them hand-to-hand for the quickest results. When you reach the next level, shoot the guard in the middle first because he'll turn his table over for cover. Once you dispatch the agents in the room, use the armor vest to the right and take the uplink device. Head back down to the machine room to reconnect the uplink device, and then take out the power antenna. Go back down to activate the shaft elevator where you first talked to M, but watch your back because your area has been compromised and agents will be gunning for you. Mission complete.
Upward and onward, 007.
The elevator will now take you to the top of the mountain and on to your next assignment.
Welcome back.
Our thanks to Hero of Winds, SpongeBoy 1985, and Bonzo So 21 for their request. Stay tuned as we give you more strategies to stealth your way through everything or nothing. And send us an email to cheat@g4tv.com to let us know who your favorite Bond girl of all time is.
Careful when I want to kiss.
You know, with a partner helping you out, you'll have a better chance to die another day.
It's true, but even with 2 00 agents, your mission doesn't get any easier. Here are a few tactics to help you in this co-op obstacle.
Bond games have the added bonus of multiplayer options, where spies can team up and work together in cooperation mode. In Everything or Nothing, the co-op storylines actually revolve around the single-player missions, but this time you're MI6 agents investigating nanotechnology production sites. Cheat viewer, the in-game over, and his fellow spy friend are having trouble with the last chapter of the Tunisia mission called Last Stand. Here you'll have to find and dispatch M. Safo. The first 2 guards Safo leaves behind are easily defeated with a few punches. At the hallway exit, take out a sniper hiding on the balcony. Now you can both run through the courtyard, clearing the area of ground soldiers while avoiding the rocket launcher fire from the balcony on the other end. With this area cleared, you can move to the next compound behind the double door switch. One agent should run to the right and take out the soldier with the rocket launcher while your partner handles the remaining soldiers. Next, you should go down the stairs in the center of the compound where there are 2 guards and another double switch door. Once you enter into this new room, split up. One agent going right and the other left. Stick to the walls as you fire on the soldiers in your way. These soldiers are pretty easy to take down. Just keep moving fast. You'll have a few more soldiers to rush past when you get to this doorway through the next room. Move down this walkway until you find a stairway. Go up the stairs and watch out for 2 guards. At the top of the stairs, you'll be back at the courtyard where you first started. There's a big gun on the upper level. One agent can man the gun and fire at the soldiers with rocket launchers in the far balconies while your partner runs below and attacks the enemies on the ground. He should aim for the far right corner of the courtyard, taking cover behind trees and firing on all the enemy soldiers he can. You don't want to use up all your ammo in the big gun, so both agents should fight together down in the courtyard until Safo makes his appearance with a big gun of his own. The best way to defeat Safo is for one agent to draw his fire on the ground level while the other attacks with the big gun on top. As long as you can continuously fire on Safo and avoid his attacks, you'll be the winning team.
Congratulations, agents. Don't get too confident, though.
Thanks to the in-game over for his request. If you need any more co-op help, just send an email to cheat@g4tv.com and you'll get all the details on how to be the perfect MI6 agent.
Forget the golden gun and Everything or Nothing. It's all about the platinum. We're going to show you how to get platinum rewards for some key missions.
But first, it's a cheap popularity poll. This week's cheat popularity poll takes spies back to the days of GoldenEye 007 for the Nintendo 64. Once gamers completed the missions 1 through 9 on 00 Agent Mode, they could access all the cheat codes when they replayed the game. There was the All Guns code to unlock every weapon. You could be an invincible Bond and fly through the game without a scratch. Or be invisible where the enemies won't see you even when you're standing right in front of them. Attack with paintball bullets in paintball mode. Or check out line mode for sketch-like graphics. Next up is the Golden Gun, where one shot takes down any enemy, or you can just give all the bad guys a big head in DK mode. Secret agents put down their controllers long enough to cast their votes for their favorite code, and the winning super spy code is All Guns. At the cheat menu on the D-pad, enter down, left, C-stick up, D-pad right, left trigger plus D-pad down, left trigger plus D-pad left, left trigger plus D-pad up, C-stick left, D-pad left, and C-stick down. Holding it down until you hear a quick chime as a confirmation. Now exit out of the cheat menu, then go back to see all guns appear. Turn all guns on and play through the mission again with every weapon in the game. For all the GoldenEye codes and more spy gadgets, check out the Cheat Sheet Master database at g4tv.com/cheat and cast your vote in the next Cheat Popularity Poll. I'm Corey Rouse, and I'm shaken not stirred, thanks to cheating.
And I'm Tina Wood. I get to host with Corey Rouse, thanks to cheating.
Welcome back to Cheat. We're infiltrating the world of everything or nothing to bring you an insider's guide to 007.
That's right, Court, but sometimes the world is just not enough, and what people really want is platinum. But only the best of the best get platinum rewards.
But even 00 agents need help from time to time. An MI6 agent's success is usually determined on whether they survive the mission. In 007 Everything or Nothing, when you complete a mission, you'll earn gold and platinum rewards for achieving specific objectives. Earn gold on the 00 agent skill level to unlock the platinum mission objectives. Earning platinum is the ultimate test of skill. Objectives vary from mission to mission, but the platinum meter will indicate your progress as we lead you through some tougher platinums. In Mission An Old Friend, Bond must sneak through an enemy train without alerting the guards. To earn the platinum, you must complete the mission without taking any damage, and stealth attacks are the key. Avoid their line of sight and quickly stealth attack the first two guards, then hide and stealth the third. Remember to destroy all the computers before you move on. In the second car, stealth the first guard and take cover to shoot the two patrolling guards. In the third car, rush the first guard right away. Then hide and wait for the second one to turn his back before attacking. In the fourth car, stealth attack the first two guards and shoot the last guard. Switch on your thermovision and immediately shoot the first guard in the fifth car. Take cover behind the barrel and pick off the guards till the car is clear to earn the platinum reward. But you still have to defeat Jaws afterwards to complete the mission. And finally, in Mission Serena St. Germain, Bond must rendezvous with a geologist.
It's Bond!
To earn the platinum, you must escape the patrols and race from the hotel to the base of the fortress in less than 1 minute 55 seconds. That's barely enough time to make the drive, even if you weren't being slowed down by the missile-launching patrols blocking your path. Switch on your Q cloak and immediately turn right for a shortcut to the winding road.
Controls everything.
Conserve your cloak as much as possible while still avoiding the patrols. Make a break straight through the Fountain Plaza until your battery runs out. Turn left here through the sunken alley to avoid the roadblock. Turn left to avoid the tank, and skip the cinematic at the bottom of the hill. Jump off the cliff and off-road your way back up the hill. Turn left again and race through the barriers in the nick of time for the platinum reward. There are 27 platinum rewards to earn, and platinums are the key to unlocking cheats for 007 Everything or Nothing. So what are you gonna do with all that platinum? Are you gonna buy diamonds that are forever? Are you gonna license to kill? No! You're gonna get a bunch of cheat codes! You take a look at these rewards. When you're James Bond, you get gadgets and gizmos aplenty, even if Q complains about them coming back damaged. You're suave, have style, and you're a real ladies' man. You're not afraid to go above and beyond the call of duty to get the job done. And when you have cheat codes, the job is even easier. All the codes in this game have to be earned the old-fashioned gamer way. They're unlockable features, and by being the best spy you could be and earning platinum ratings, you'll have all these goodies in no time. When you're at the mission select screen, you can go to the unlock menu option. Here you'll find gadgets, rewards, and cheats as options. The rewards section features production stills that are earned with gold ratings and unlockable characters for multiplayer mode. When you've earned 27 gold ratings, you'll also unlock the gallery. Here you can run around and explore a museum with concept artwork, props, and gadgets. You can even get a close-up look at all the Bond girls in the game. Under cheats, you'll find 13 cheat codes that can be used anytime during the game once you've gotten them unlocked with enough platinum ratings. But you can't use any cheat codes to earn higher ratings and unlock the next level. It's just not allowed when you're a proper spy like Bond. You'll get the golden gun as soon as you earn the first platinum rating. Just pause the game and enter circle, triangle, X, circle, triangle. You'll hear a low chime as a confirmation if you've entered the code correctly. Now with just one shot with this gun, enemies won't get back up. You can have all the weapons when you've got 17 platinum ratings. Just enter circle, triangle, X, X, circle while at the pause screen. Now your arsenal is well stocked and Bond is ready for any situation. You can have your new weapons cause double damage when you pause the game and enter circle, triangle, triangle, square, circle. For unlimited ammo, just enter circle, X, square, X, circle. The ultimate prize after you've earned 27 platinum ratings is the Platinum Gun. This weapon packs an explosive bang when you enter circle, square, square, circle, X. The bad guys won't be able to escape this gunfire. If the driving levels are giving you trouble, you can give your car improved traction after earning 3 platinums when you enter circle, X, X, square, triangle. To permanently cloak your car, earn 13 platinums and enter circle, triangle, X, triangle, square. An invisible car is a must-have for any spy. To have all the codes, be sure to earn every platinum rating you can. And use all your gadgets to visit the Cheat Sheet Master Database at g4tv.com/cheat, where you'll find a cheat code recap. We've got what it takes to make you as good a spy as James Bond.
Nice prize.
All right, that's it for this edition of Cheat. Remember, if you have any questions, you can check out the Cheat Sheet Master Database at g4techtv.com/cheat.
That's right. And while you're there, hit the message board or send an email to cheat at g4tv.com where you can request a code or a walkthrough for your favorite game.
Let's go. All right, thanks to Agent Wood for helping us out for today's show. Remember, this is Corey Rouse saying if life's got you down, throw into God mode and keep kicking butt. We'll see you next time on Cheat. Okay.
Go.
Talking about. Every weeknight while you watch X-Play and Unscrewed with Martin Sargent, go online and play Hyperactive along with the shows. You can win an iPod Mini and other cool stuff. Go to g4techtv.com/hyperactive and play along every weeknight at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific.
This is the story of a group of friends.
I took it to my friend Kevin at like 2 a.m. I called him up at home. He's like, oh, I said, God, we gotta make a game console.
Of course, Seamus walks in with this whole plan. Boom, here's the Xbox plan. So it was like, great.
Boy, I remember thinking, what have we gotten ourselves into?
Who took on the leader in a billion-dollar industry.
So he's sitting in a room with Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer, and Steve Ballmer is saying, wow, we better get this right, otherwise it could potentially really screw up the industry. Xbox was the sexiest thing any Microsoft employee had ever heard of ever at the company. They all wanted to work on it.
This is it. We're not looking back.
I'm waiting for my Xbox.
This is the remarkable story of the Xbox. The Xbox begins with the driving force behind it, Seamus Blackley. Seamus grows up in New Mexico and early on develops an interest in the world of gaming.
I can remember very distinctly the feeling of playing my Atari 2600 and not really wanting to finish the games or to play them so much, but really wanting to take that excitement that I felt and like write my own games. And when I got my Apple, my mom likes to tell a story. When they gave me the Apple II for Christmas, I stayed up for 72 hours straight. The moment they gave it to me, it was plugged into the TV, and I actually fell asleep like on it the first night because I was so desperate to write a game.
Despite his love for games, his career steers him into another direction.
I was working as a physicist, and I was doing high-energy physics. And there was this giant particle accelerator that was going to be built in Texas called the Superconducting Super Collider in Waxahachie, Texas. And that was my future, and everybody else's future who was doing experimental high-energy physics in the U.S. at that time. That was what it was about, for the most part. And it got canceled. It got canceled by Congress.
With no job on the horizon, Seamus applies for a job posting on campus.
It was Looking Glass Technologies. They needed somebody to rewrite a car physics model for a car and driver game they were working on. And so I went over there and met all the guys working on Ultima Underworld and met Ned Lerner, who was an idol of mine from Chuck Yeager's Flight Simulator in days past. And started working on car physics, and you know that grew into the physics system and System Shock and AI stuff and Flight Unlimited and Underworld 2 and all that stuff.
But new management flies into a completely different direction.
So, you know, these game guys, you know, we're going to bring in a professional management team. And at the time I was saying, look, we need to do combat version of Flight Unlimited. I really want to do that. And the management decided that instead they wanted to compete with Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I started looking for a job, and I eventually got recruited to go work at DreamWorks.
At DreamWorks, Seamus goes to work on a game based on the smash hit movie Jurassic Park by Steven Spielberg. The future looks bright for Seamus, but there are storm clouds on the horizon.
So there I did a bunch of stuff, culminating in working on Trespasser.
Pack hunter, quite vicious and quite intelligent.
Screwed that up pretty well, and you know, didn't do a lot of things that I know I would I'd want to do today.
I can do this.
Trespasser is released in 1998, and its flaws are obvious. Critics and fans are disappointed, and Seamus loses faith in himself.
8 left.
You know, after Trespasser, I got death threats.
Heavier than I thought.
There was a huge backlash. It was the very dawn of fan sites on the internet. It was the dawn of the sort of culture of first-person shooters, and everybody expected it to be a shooter.
7, 6.
I mean, first of all, they expected it to be finished, which it wasn't. But they expected it to be a shooter, and it wasn't. It was really different. So people were really pissed off. I mean, people really hated that game. I mean, there were some people who really loved it, and there were a lot of people who just hated it, and just, I figured that my career was over. It really did. It was an incredibly painful time.
And a turning point. Seamus decides to make a change and heads north.
And I thought I'd just go hide at Microsoft for a while. I chose a program manager job in the graphics division because I just wanted to get away from games.
But he's not able to resist games for long. In 1999, Sony announces the release of their newest console, the PlayStation 2, and enterprising Seamus has an idea.
Well, there were rumors of Sony, you know, releasing this new version of the PlayStation. That it was going to kill PC graphics outright. And, you know, I've been doing 3D for a long time, and 3D on the PC is unstoppable. I mean, it's just continuously innovating, continuously feeding back on itself, continuously progressing. And it just seemed ludicrous to me. It became clear to me that, you know, very few companies in the world could do something as bold as take on Sony, and Microsoft was one of them. That it became incredibly clear to the other guys that I talked to about it that we had an opportunity to make a game console which had the business potential of a game console, but had the tool support and the power for artists of the PC and of the sort of traditional offline rendering community. And that was really the spark.
And at 35,000 feet in the air, Seamus is inspired.
So, you know, one night, you know, for whatever reason, I was sitting on an airplane and you know, I got hit by cosmic radiation. And I wrote this thing up, and I took it to my friend Kevin at like 2 a.m. after I landed. I called him up at home. He's like, oh, what's going on? I said, God, you know, we got to make a game console.
Kevin Bacchus, a project manager at DirectX, sees the potential.
Initially, there were really 4 of us working on Xbox. Seamus, myself, Otto Burkus, who ran the graphics development for DirectX, and Ted Hasse, who was my boss, who was in charge of evangelism for DirectX. We obviously went and talked to Ed Fries extensively about what his thoughts would be.
Ed Fries, the man in charge of the games division at Microsoft, is immediately impressed.
They approached me and said, hey, if we made this console, would you support us? Would you help us get it through upper management? And would you help make the games for us? They were pretty persuasive. They had a plan that I thought was pretty exciting.
The group embarks on a crusade to bring the console to the masses.
We had day jobs. We had stuff we were supposed to be doing, right? And we just weren't doing it, right? We were inviting ourselves to meetings. And we thought, God, you know, if they're making a device for the home, it has to be Xbox. It has to be this thing we're thinking of, which at the time we were calling the DirectX box, which is how it got the name Xbox.
The group pushes the idea up through the ranks at Microsoft, eventually reaching the top. Mr. Bill Gates.
The first time that we talked to Bill Gates about Xbox, I think he was immediately very taken by the opportunity, by the chance to create something that was technologically superior to anything that was out there, and really focused on a single task.
Bill got it right away. I mean, Bill's a very sharp guy.
So he became one of our biggest allies from the beginning.
It was just awesome. It was the most awesome sort of, you know, support ever. And they just kept on pushing it.
Bill Gates sends a memo endorsing the Xbox project. For Seamus, Kevin, and Ed, the moment of truth finally arrives.
Wow, we better get this right, otherwise it could potentially really screw up the industry.
By 1999, the Xbox is a legitimate project. Software giant Microsoft assembles a team to oversee key elements of the Xbox production.
Jay Allard came on board to run the development efforts to create the operating system for the device, all the development tools, that sort of thing. And he brought on board a number of people in key positions to kind of round out that group.
It was still just an internal project at Microsoft that wasn't something that had been officially announced. It was still very much under wraps because they themselves weren't sure they were going to do it. But the very fact that Microsoft was considering coming into the games console market was a big deal.
It could potentially be a bad thing if Microsoft decides they're going to launch like basically a home PC, branded a game console and put a bunch of PC games on it or something like that, which to those guys who are very smart guys at Microsoft but don't have a lot of context in the game business could well have happened. And so we felt a lot of responsibility to be sure that wouldn't happen.
And the response from the gaming community is encouraging.
When we went out to publishers and developers is that we've been kind of secretly meeting with all these guys for months and months and months, refining the idea. You know, what do you guys think about this? Oh, that's a crazy idea. What do you think about that? Oh, that's great.
As push comes to shove, Gates makes a historical decision.
It was a meeting where Valentine's Day was a month before GDC, and it was a point at which we're going to announce it at GDC or we're going to cancel this project because we're not going to be ready in time.
It was just the final time. It's like, look, you know, you have to say go or no go now.
Starting up a console and spending billions of dollars to enter a new market is a difficult undertaking for any company, even a company the size of Microsoft.
So we come into this meeting, it's scheduled to run from 4 to 6 o'clock on Valentine's Day. And Bill is just like immediately on the attack. But what do you mean it won't run Windows? Oh, did we forget to tell you that part?
And you find yourselves sitting in a room with Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer, and Steve Ballmer is right here, like, you know, the sweat's on his forehead saying, you know, you're gonna lose all our money!
We all have dinner reservations, and we're in big trouble because it's Valentine's Day and we're not home and the time is going by. And then in the last 5 minutes, the meeting just like turned around like 180 degrees. And you know, I don't know if Bill and Steve had this planned the whole time. And all of a sudden, they're all looking around at each other. We gotta do this, we gotta do this. You know, they're all getting excited, which is fun to be part of.
In March of 2000, Bill Gates stands on stage at the Game Developers Conference and announces what many had already suspected.
So I'm announcing the Xbox. The modest tagline here is the future of console gaming. This is a huge milestone for us.
All they have to do now is accomplish everything they said they could.
Boy, I remember thinking, what have we gotten ourselves into? You know, once the product was finally approved and there were absolutely no other reviews or approvals processes, once Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer said, look, you know, this is it, we're not looking back, then the really hard work came in. Every assumption that we had, every plan had to be tested, and it was challenging.
You have this giant company behind you, Microsoft behind you, right? You get Microsoft like going in a direction, you better be sure it's the right direction, right? So we started feeling like, wow, we better get this right, otherwise it could potentially really screw up the industry.
There was a lot of skepticism about, you know, were we really serious about doing this? Was there ever even going to be a console? There was skepticism about whether we would be able to hit our launch date, whether the performance would be what we said it would be, whether it would in fact be easy to program. At every step along the way, there was a constant proving process. We had to show games very early because, you know, we needed to demonstrate what the game was going to be. We had to show that it wasn't a PC.
You know, we built the system for developers. There is nobody out there who wouldn't tell you the NVIDIA chip was the hottest thing in the world. Nobody.
All consoles are essentially computers. There's a processor, there's a graphics chip, there's an audio chip. All the things that you see in a PC are evident in a console, but they're very different. They're very focused on a very specific thing, on gaming.
And sometimes it's not what's on the inside, but the outside that counts. In January 2001, the public gets its first look at the controller and industrial design of the Xbox.
Of course, we didn't want the Xbox to look uncool. We wanted it to look powerful. We did a lot of design studies.
One of the things that enthusiasts pressed was the controller. Some people didn't mind the fact that the original controller, which they called Duke, was bigger. But I think to a lot of the gamers, they just kind of felt that it was just a little too big. And they've subsequently gone with the S-type controller, which they developed for Japan, which was definitely a better.
As the launch date approaches, Microsoft's marketing machine shifts into high gear.
Microsoft faced this huge dilemma with how they were going to position themselves in the market. Do we brand it Xbox, but you know, do we have Microsoft on the box? Do we use Bill Gates? Is Bill Gates liked by gamers, isn't he? So I think they had a huge consumer marketing identity crisis that they sort of needed to address right away.
Anticipation builds on November 12, 2001 in Times Square.
I remember walking across the street from the WWF place over to the Toys R Us to get ready for the midnight thing. Bill was there and a couple other people, and Xbox is just everywhere. Up on the lights, every billboard in Times Square, all the big electronic signs, and there's Xbox here, Xbox there, and it was just, I don't know, it's one of those kind of surreal moments.
At 12:01 a.m., Bill Gates presents the first Xbox to a customer who had been waiting for hours outside.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments in your life that you're just glad to be part of.
But Seamus has other things to worry about.
Well, I was super nervous because I was going to propose to my wife that night. You know, that was the thing I was really nervous about. And I had arranged for Bill Gates to hold my engagement ring, right? So he had my engagement ring in pocket, and Bill had called me that afternoon and said, you know, what if she says no? Do you have a backup plan in case she says no? And so I'm thinking, God, is she going to say no? Because I had no doubts up until that moment. I was like, oh no, no, she'll probably say yes. It'll all be okay. Frankly, compared to that, the launch of the Xbox was almost anticlimactic. You know, for me, the launch was all about getting on my knee and, you know, having the most fabulous woman on earth say she'd marry me.
Look at this smoke. Look, I'm on fire.
With a successful console launch and an engagement, Blackley has achieved everything he has hoped for. But the fate of the Xbox is far from certain.
This is an Xbox! It's #1! Success.
With the Xbox successfully launched in time for Christmas 2001, the future of the system now lies in the hands of the developers.
Well, I think that the #1 thing that we wanted to achieve was for people who got an Xbox to just be blown away. that has to be the ultimate goal, right? You know, we talked to the people in line in New York, and they were really excited about Xbox.
The first Christmas, all the hardcore gamers are going to go out and they're going to buy it because they got it. It's new. It's exciting. There's a lot of press about it. They got to see if it really lives up to the hype.
But you don't want to take it home and like open it up and have it. And that actually happened with a couple of other console launches, right? People got excited with the technology. You take it home, and of course, technology isn't enough, right? It goes on and makes the boot noise, and then you put in a game that's not so great, and you're like, whoa, they went $300.
Oh, that was awesome.
They have to feel incredibly happy about it.
The thing sold out everywhere, and it was just, you know, a giant success. The real question on any console is how it does in subsequent years, you know, especially the second Christmas.
That's really important. That's when, to some extent, the real battle happens. Because everybody has a lot of units out there, a lot of consoles, and the generation of games that come out into that installed base appear.
So what happens in the later years is really kind of dependent on the quality of the games. That is something that's, you know, just a very magical and very difficult thing to predict in advance.
And then it's a real creative contest, right? Then it's not about the specs of the hardware. It's not about how cool your TV campaign is, you know. It's not about any of those things. It's about which games you have and are your fans happy or not. So I would argue the real worker is then.
If you got a great game and it's only available on Xbox and it's the thing that everybody's excited about, then they're going to go out and buy Xboxes.
Microsoft's development team, Bungie, provides the must-have game for the season.
Halo was awesome.
We're not gonna make it.
We'll make it.
Pull up.
I need to tweet.
Played a lot of games in my life, and this is a game I could just sit and play and have a great time. So I really felt pretty confident that we were going to be able to come out and really surprise people.
Despite fierce competition, Microsoft manages to sell 1.5 million consoles and nearly 5 million Xbox games by Christmas. Developers take advantage of the console's hardware abilities to create distinct and innovative games.
Come on.
Camera! No. That means turn on the lights, idiot!
I'd have to say that right now my favorite game is a game from Microsoft Studios that just came out called
Kung Fu Chaos!
Kung Fu
It's a
Chaos.
fighting game, but it's kind of a part.
Let me have a tab. No, not this one. Oh shit. We watched King of the Hill.
You're only gonna be gone a few weeks. Why'd you pack the whole house?
When you go to Laos, you have to be prepared for anything. Fancy dinner party, fishing on the Yangtao River, surprise lengthy hospital